Chapter 1. Return to the Homeland. At the capital city's airport, Qin Ruyan emerged from the arrival hall. Having not returned to her homeland for 8 long years, she found herself somewhat unaccustomed to the climate of the capital. At the reception area, Zhang Qiao stood holding a bouquet of flowers, tiptoeing and occasionally glancing around the bustling crowd. Moments later, she spotted a familiar figure. Her eyes brightened instantly as she waved her hand. "Ruyan, over here." Qin Ruyan, who had been engrossed in her phone, looked up upon hearing her name called. In the next moment, her eyes sparkled with joy as she hurriedly pulled her suitcase forward. Qiao. She had not anticipated Zhang Qiao would come to greet her. They had encountered each other once by chance abroad, being compatriots and former classmates. They had exchanged WeChat information and occasionally kept in touch. Before returning home, she had posted a message on her social media, to which Zhang Qiao had commented. Offering to pick her up from the airport, Ruyan had thought it was merely a jest and had not taken it seriously. Yet, Zhang Qiao had indeed come. Qin Ruyan and Zhang Qiao were high school classmates. During Ruyan's second year of high school, her family faced a sudden tragedy when her parents, Qin Fu and Qin Mu, perished in a car accident while attending a conference. At just 16, she could hardly bear the blow. After her uncle and his family managed the funeral arrangements for her parents, she fell into a deep depression for several months. She tried medication and therapy, but nothing seemed to alleviate her suffering. As her senior year approached, she grew increasingly frail. Qin Ruyan's father had a younger brother named Qin Zheng. Unable to bear the sight of his niece in such despair, with her health deteriorating day by day, he resolutely sent Qin Ruyan abroad. That departure marked 8 years. Initially, Ruyan struggled to adjust to her new surroundings, isolating herself in her room, venturing nowhere, and avoiding all stimuli. It was only one fateful day when she happened upon an elderly person, unsteady on their feet, searching for food in a garbage bin under the rain without an umbrella, that she was overwhelmed with emotion. Tears streamed down her face as she crouched down and wept, releasing all her pent-up feelings. The following day, she succumbed to a high fever, but after that incident, she managed to gather her spirits and began to live earnestly. Her parents were no longer with her, and she could not allow their souls to rest uneasily. She started to eat properly, committed to fitness, and spent nearly a year restoring her health before resuming her studies. Her uncle had arranged for her to take a leave of absence when she first went abroad, allowing her to continue her education after regaining her well-being. Over the course of these 8 years, she completed her undergraduate studies and pursued a master's degree. Her uncle, Qin Zheng, along with his wife and cousin, frequently visited her even when they could not come. They maintained regular contact. It was the warmth of her uncle's family that helped her navigate through those dark years. Zhang Qiao extended the bouquet of flowers toward Qin Ruyan. "Ruyan, welcome back." Zhang Qiao's eyes sparkled with joy as she naturally linked her arm with Ruyan's. Qin Ruyan accepted the flowers, her smile soft yet her eyes brimming with gratitude. "I never expected you would truly come and pick me up." Their interactions during high school had been limited. Zhang Qiao came from a well-off family and maintained a low profile at school, rarely mingling with classmates. It was only after their serendipitous encounter abroad that they established a friendship. However, Ruyan felt their bond had yet to reach the depths of true intimacy. Zhang Qiao spoke up. "Ruyan, I believe we're already quite good friends. Don't you agree?" Qin Ruyan pondered for a moment. "I suppose I was being superficial. I have a beautiful, wealthy, and considerate friend, truly a treasure." Chapter 2. Dining. Both young women possess relatively simple minds. Qin Ruyan perceives a certain purity in Zhang Qiao, one that emanates from being well protected by her family. She feels a pang of envy, recalling that she once enjoyed such innocence 8 years ago. However, after the loss of her parents, although her uncle and aunt treat her like a daughter, she is acutely aware that the dynamics are different. She could create trouble for her parents, but she cannot afford to burden her uncle and aunt. Thus, she has navigated the years with utmost caution. As Zhang Qiao links arms with her, they stroll outside. Today, she has driven here. Qin Ruyan glances at her car, a brand new Panamera, undeniably striking. Though she muses that black does not quite suit a girl out of course, she finds the license plate even cooler. Jing'e 11111. It dawns on her that Zhang Qiao hails from an affluent background. but she hadn't anticipated such wealth. Unaware of Qin Ruyan's thoughts, Zhang Qiao dons her sunglasses and starts the engine. Yin Yin, what do you wish to eat for lunch? Qin Ruyan pulls herself from her reverie that I haven't been back in so long. I'm not sure what's good anymore. Could you recommend something? Indeed, the capital has undergone tremendous changes. When she left, it was already thriving, but now it's even more so. Then let me take you to my favorite spot. A friend of mine owns it. And the food is quite delightful. Zhang Qiao mentally reviews the nearby culinary options, considering that they haven't met in ages and should have a good chat. She strives to select a relatively quiet venue. Qin Ruyan readily agrees, I'm open to anything. You decide. She is not picky and enjoys all kinds of food. After a pleasant conversation, they arrive at the restaurant over half an hour later. The doorman is already waiting as their car approaches. Once Zhang Qiao and Qin Ruyan exit the vehicle, he steps forward to take the keys and parks the car with practiced ease. Zhang Qiao casually tosses the keys to him. Noticing Qin Ruyan's confusion, she explains as she links arms with her, this car actually belongs to my brother, P.S. away on a business trip today. So I borrowed it without his knowledge. When this car is on the road, other vehicles keep their distance, and I'm not very confident in my driving skills, especially in traffic. Qin Ruyan finds her explanation amusing yet concerning. You should have told me earlier. I wouldn't have let you pick me up. What if something happened on the road? A sense of dread washes over her at the thought. Next time we go out, we can take a taxi if you're driving ISNT up to par. Zhang Qiao playfully tosses her hair. Next time, I could have the family driver take me as well. Taxis can be too cramped and inconvenient. Sometimes, when the mood strikes, I prefer to just go. Qin Ruyan nods, realizing that someone from Zhang Qiao's background likely hasn't taken a taxi much, as having a driver is the norm. After all, that's how novels depict it. They enter a private dining room where Zhang Qiao has made a reservation. The smiling waiter leads them inside. Zhang Qiao takes the menu, orders several signature dishes, and then passes the menu to Qin Ruyan. After perusing it, Qin Ruyan notices that Zhang Qiao has already ordered quite a lot, so she adds 2 lighter dishes. Once the order is placed, she hands the menu back to the waiter. Zhang Qiao leans closer, sitting beside her, and pulls out her phone with a mischievous expression. Yin Yin, let us take a selfie. Qin Ruyan pauses for a moment before agreeing. She straightens her posture, smooths her hair, and looks towards the camera. With a click, Zhang Qiao captures the moment. Chapter 3. Heart-throb. Zhang Qiao glances at the photo, her mood lifted. Both she and Qin Ruyan are strikingly beautiful, requiring no filters. The original photo is undoubtedly one of the most stunning in their social circles. She opens WeChat, sends the photo to Qin Ruyan, and posts it to her moments. Welcoming my best friend back to the country. Finally, I have someone to accompany me for food and fun. After posting, she sets her phone aside, completely oblivious to the emotional upheaval her post has triggered in her brother, who is on a business trip in the southern city. In the southern city, Lu Jingchen is impeccably dressed. He is attending an economic forum today. His father, Lu Huijin, founded the Lu Group, which has rapidly developed into a leading enterprise controlling the nation's economic pulse within just over 20 years. Lu Jingchen took over the company 3 years ago and has quintupled its performance, with impressive profit reports from its subsidiaries each year. However, he hasn't solely focused on expanding the Lu Group. As the leader of a private enterprise, his vision encompasses uplifting small and medium enterprises across the industry. Wealth should not be monopolized. To foster a more prosperous nation, more companies must stand up. At this moment, Lu Jingchen sits in the front row, legs crossed, fingers entwined as he listens intently to the experiences shared by various company representatives, occasionally typing notes on his laptop. Suddenly, his phone vibrates. Upon unlocking it, he finds a message regarding a speeding ticket for his car. Confused, as he is here and hasn't been driving, he deduces that his sister, lacking driving skills, must have borrowed his car again. He resolves to lock the garage next time. Rubbing his temples, he scrolls through WeChat. Without any notes, it takes him a while to find Zhang Qiao's contact. Upon opening her profile, he notices an update in her moments. He had no intention of checking it, knowing her posts revolve solely around food. Yet, a familiar figure catches his eye. His grip on the phone tightens as he clicks on her moments. There are 3 photos. And he fixates on the other person in the images. Enlarging the photo, his expression shifts to one of shocked. He closes his eyes, shuts off his phone, and collects himself. The meeting is not over yet, and he cannot leave at this moment. However, the subsequent discussions fade into the background. Qin Zheng, Lu Jingchen's assistant, is adept at reading his boss's moods. Noticing his distraction, he promptly presses the recording device. 2 hours later, the meeting concludes, and many business leaders approach Lu Jingchen to exchange pleasantries. Under normal circumstances, he would welcome such interactions. But today, he is disinterested and needs to return to the capital immediately to verify something. Furrowing his brow, Qin Zheng steps in smoothly. Apologies, everyone. But Lu has been occupied with meetings lately and traveled overnight without rest. Qin Zheng's politeness is unnecessary. Given the stature of the Lu group, no one dares to question their departure. However, since Lu Jingchen is present, he is there to make important decisions. The attendees, understanding the situation, smile and express their understanding, acknowledging the demands of managing such a large enterprise. Lu Jingchen nods. My apologies, everyone. I must take my leave. As he walks out, he instructs Qin Zheng, book the next available flight back to the capital. Chapter 4. Homecoming. Qin Zheng promptly secures the fastest flight, which is scheduled to depart in 2 hours. After exiting the meeting, Lu Jingchen adjusts his collar and stands by the roadside. Waiting for a card, he glances at Zhang Qiao's WeChat again, saving the photos she posted. He then forwards them to Qin Zheng. Remove Qiao from the pictures and send them back to me. I feel no guilt about editing out my own sister. Qin Zheng swiftly begins the task, realizing that his boss's unusual demeanor today stems from his sister's potential romantic involvement. Upon arriving at the airport, Lu Jingchen boards the plane, landing in the capital by afternoon. As he disembarks, he calls Zhang Qiao that moment. She has just finished dining with Qin Ruyan and is still outside when her brother's call comes through. Checking her phone, she sees her brother's name and winces, signaling to Qin Ruyan with a glance that it's him. Qin Ruyan nods, discreetly stepping back to respect her friend's privacy. Where are you? Lu Jingchen's voice comes through as soon as Zhang Qiao answers. She feels an immediate sense of pressure, even through the phone, causing her to shudder slightly. Brother, I'm out with my best friend. We just finished eating and are about to head home. Instinctively, Zhang Qiao's survival instincts kick in. Her brother is typically calm, but when angered, he can be quite formidable. Lu Jingchen cuts through her excuses. Did you drive my car? You received a speeding ticket. Zhang Qiao recalls that she was indeed speeding on her way to the airport. Brother, I'm sorry. I'll take care of it. She believes that if she acknowledges her mistake with the right attitude, her brother won't prohibit her from driving his car in the future. Lu Jingchen, his mind elsewhere, offers no further elaboration. I've arrived at the airport and will be home shortly. With that, he ends the call. Zhang Qiao stares at the phone after the call ends, momentarily stunned, before turning to Qin Ruyan, her expression one of despair. Yin, I have to go home and appease my brother. I want to be able to shop this afternoon. Seeing her distressed demeanor, Qin Ruyan smiles reassuringly. It's all right. I also need to return to my uncle's house first. You go handle your matters. Zhang Qiao felt a twinge of embarrassment, yet she knew she had to hurry back to her brother's place. Otherwise, her future would be far from pleasant. She stepped forward and embraced Qin Ruyan, saying, Yin, once you return home to rest today, let's go out shopping in a couple of days. I'll accompany you to explore numerous delightful eateries. Qin Ruyan patted her on the back and replied, all right. In truth, she adored Zhang Qiao's character. Innocent, endearing, and naive. After parting ways, Qin Ruyan took out her phone, realizing she had yet to acquire a local SIM card since returning to the country. She hailed a taxi and made her way to a service center to obtain one. Subsequently, she updated her WeChat with her new phone number and sent it to Zhang Qiao and a few close contacts on her friend list. Qin Zhaoyang was aware that his niece was returning today, so he chose not to go to the office. His wife, Shen Ming, was also at home, along with their son, Qin Shi. After Qin Ruyan secured her SIM card, she took a taxi to her uncle's residence, where her uncle and aunt were eagerly awaiting her return. Half an hour later, the taxi halted in front of a standalone villa. This villa was purchased by Qin Zhaoyang, who owned a small pharmaceutical company. Though not extensive in scale, the business was well managed. Chapter 5. Homecoming. Qin Zhaoyang, Shen Ming, and Qin Shi stood at the doorway, anticipating her arrival. As soon as Qin Ruyan alighted from the vehicle, she was warmly greeted by the three of them. Yin, you've finally returned, Shen Ming exclaimed, holding Qin Ruyan's hand with tenderness. The two brothers of the Qin family had lost their parents at a young age and relied on each other for support. Fortunately, both had excelled academically, gained admission to university, and embarked on their entrepreneurial journeys. Achieving modest success, it was initially believed that the two families would support and accompany one another, yet fate had other plans. Qin Ruyan's parents had passed away, leaving her, a mere 16 or 17-year-old girl, alone in this world. Thankfully, the harmonious relationship between Qin Zheng and Xin Ming meant they treated their only niece with genuine kindness. Uncle, Aunt, it's been a while. I'm sorry for causing you concern, Qin Ruyan said, her eyes glistening with emotion. Qin sure took her suitcase and gently patted his only cousin on the shoulder, reassuring her, now that you're back, don't leave again. This will always be your home. Qin sure too felt a pang of sympathy for his sister. Their parents had departed simultaneously, leaving her to navigate life alone. But they were still there for her. Qin Zheng wiped away a tear. With both his brother and sister-in-law gone, he felt a deep sense of sorrow for this lonely child. Good girl, you've endured much over the years, he said. Though they frequently visited her abroad and stayed in touch, no amount of care could replace the love of her parents. Qin Ruyan believed she had exhausted her tears the year her parents passed away. However, perhaps due to the years apart or being touched by her uncle's family, her emotions were now beyond her control. Fortunately, Qin sure quickly intervened, saying, "All right, let us lead my sister inside to rest. She shouldn't stand outside any longer." He feared that if the conversation continued, Qin Ruyan might dissolve into tears again. Wiping her eyes, Qin Ruyan composed herself as Xin Ming gently patted her hand and, after regaining her composure, spoke, "Aunt has prepared your favorite dishes. Though I wonder if your tastes have changed after being abroad for so long." Qin Ruyan shook her head. "No, Aunt, I still love everything you make," she smiled, her eyes sparkling with joy. Qin Zheng glanced at his wife, son, and niece, letting out a sigh. "Let us all go inside to eat. Ruyan has been on a plane for quite some time and must be tired. She should rest." The group entered the villa. "Ruyan, your room has been prepared by Aunt. It's on the second floor. If there's anything you find unsatisfactory, let us know, and we'll make the necessary changes," Xin Ming said lovingly, remembering the support Qin Ruyan's parents had provided during their most difficult times. She had always held a deep gratitude towards them and naturally treated their only daughter with heartfelt kindness. Qin Ruyan nodded. "Aunt's arrangements will surely be wonderful." Clutching her luggage, she started towards the stairs. But Qin sure stopped her. "Allow me." He could not bear to see his sister struggle with her suitcase up the stairs and took it from her. Qin Zheng and Xin Ming exchanged glances filled with approval. Qin Ruyan did not protest, for the suitcase was indeed somewhat heavy. "Thank you, brother." The siblings ascended the stairs, and upon reaching a room on the second floor, Qin sure halted. "This is it. If you need anything else, just tell me, and I'll sort it out for you." Although they were cousins, Qin Ruyan was already 24, and he felt it inappropriate to enter her room. Qin Ruyan accepted the suitcase, responding, "All right, thank you, brother." She entered the room, and behind her, Qin sure closed the door and descended the stairs. Chapter 6. Thoughts. Meanwhile, when Zhang Qiao arrived home, she lingered at the entrance for quite some time, hesitant to enter. She was uncertain whether her brother had returned. The butler, noticing the young lady standing outside for an extended period, approached and inquired, "Miss, why are you standing here?" Zhang Qiao pondered for a moment before replying softly, "Grandpa Jiang, has my brother returned?" Grandpa Jiang chuckled upon hearing this. "Young master has been back for quite a while now. He is sitting in the living room. I was wondering why young master had time to stay home for so long today. It turns out he was waiting for you." Such a deep bond between siblings. Zhang Qiao froze momentarily. Her brother had returned. Should she go in or not? With her parents absent, what if her brother was indeed seeking retribution? As she wrestled with her thoughts, she remained unaware that in the living room, Lu Jingchen had been observing her every move through the surveillance cameras. He raised an eyebrow, pulled out his phone, and sent Zhang Qiao a message. "Not coming in. Should I come out to fetch you?" Upon hearing the WeChat notification, Zhang Qiao retrieved her phone, and before unlocking it, she noticed her brother's message at the top of the screen. In that moment, she could no longer concern herself with the consequences. Stowing her phone, she stepped inside. After all, she would eventually have to face her brother. The sooner she did, the better. Tomorrow she would be free again. Zhang Qiao entered the living room and immediately poured a cup of tea, bringing it to Lu Jingchen. "Brother," she said, her tone somewhat flattering, her face radiant with a smile, her posture quite submissive. Lu Jingchen found her demeanor amusing, but maintained a serious expression as he accepted the tea and took a sip. Zhang Qiao felt relieved when he drank the tea she had poured. Would he let her off this easily? Sensing her thoughts, Lu Jingchen let out a soft hum as he set the cup down. Zhang Qiao quickly moved closer, sitting beside her brother, and began to massage his shoulders. Brother, look at you, rushing home right after the meeting. What a devoted family man you are. I'm sure my future sister-in-law will be the luckiest woman on earth. Zhang Qiao would not admit it, but she felt slightly sycophantic at that moment. She was merely acting under duress. Lu Jingchen had no intention of genuinely reprimanding her, and simply replied blandly. For your traffic violation, you'll need to handle it. Zhang Qiao patted her chest in relief. Of course, I wouldn't trouble you with that. Her brother was far too busy to deal with such minor issues. Lu Jingchen narrowed his eyes slightly. Zhang Qiao had never truly understood him. She obediently handed over the car keys, saying, Brother, I swear I will never sneak your car again. Lu Jingchen accepted the keys without a word. Zhang Qiao cautiously ventured, Well, if there's nothing else, I'll head upstairs to rest. Lu Jingchen shot her a glance, and she immediately straightened up, but he spoke coolly. Give me your phone. Zhang Qiao was unsure of her brother's intentions, but acted faster than her thoughts. Presenting her phone with both hands, Here you go, brother. Lu Jingchen took the phone, glanced at her, and gave her a look. Zhang Qiao promptly scurried to the opposite side of the room. Lu Jingchen opened her WeChat and perused her contacts. Pausing when he reached a particular entry he clicked on the chat, where the most recent message was a string of phone numbers. After a quick glance, he exited the chat and returned the phone to Zhang Qiao. Zhang Qiao was puzzled as to why her brother wanted her phone, but dared not ask. Is your pocket money sufficient? Lu Jingchen suddenly inquired. Yes, it's plenty, she replied. Having ample pocket money, Lu Jingchen leaned back against the sofa armrest and nodded. I'll transfer you some funds shortly. Your friend is returned to the country, right? You two will need to spend some money while shopping together. Zhang Qiao was taken aback. So, her brother was not only refraining from punishing her, but also planning to transfer money to her. Had the meeting been particularly taxing today, causing him to lose his mind? Chapter 7. An unexpected encounter. Lu Jingchen paid no heed to Zhang Qiao's inner turmoil, that he pulled out his phone, saved a number in his contacts, and pinned it. After a moment of contemplation, he opened WeChat but hesitated before deciding against adding the contact. He then ascended the stairs, stating, I'll be going out shortly for a gathering. If you want anything to eat, inform Grandpa Jiang. He'll arrange it. Don't include me in your plans. That evening, Lu Jingchen had organized a gathering with a few friends. After showering and changing into a fresh outfit, he went downstairs, got into his car, and drove off to the West Mansion. In a private room on the second floor, Cheng Su and Jifeng had been waiting for over half an hour. I say, why hasn't Jingchen arrived yet? We got here first, and he is still not here. The program took a puff of smoke. They had been waiting for half an hour, yet Lu Jingchen had yet to arrive, leading to a flicker of doubt about whether he had forgotten about them. However, Jifeng remained relatively composed. Perhaps he had been delayed by some matters and would arrive shortly. He opened the window for fresh air, turned around, and took a sip from the wine glass on the table. After a while, the private room door swung open, and Lu Jingchen walked in. He apologized, explaining he had been held up by some matters. The three had grown up together, and their families were well acquainted. Jifeng poured a glass of wine for Lu Jingchen, who raised his hand, indicating he would not be drinking as he had driven. Cheng Su and Jifeng exchanged bewildered glances. Cheng Su rolled his eyes, incredulous. You invited us out, and now you want tea drink while expecting us to. Lu Jingchen poured himself a glass of plain water, took a sip, and set the glass down, tugging at his collar. He glanced up, his gaze cold as he regarded Cheng Su. You can also choose not to drink and have plain water instead. Jifeng couldn't help but chuckle at this. Leaning back into the sofa, Lu Jingchen pulled out his phone, scrolling through his contacts, momentarily distracted by a familiar number. Cheng Su sensed that Lu Jingchen's mood was somewhat off today and exchanged a look with Jifeng, silently conveying his concern. Jifeng suppressed the impulse to roll his eyes and leaned forward slightly. You seem a bit off today. There's something going on at the company. It shouldn't be. Considering the Lu Group is thriving, frequently making headlines on CCTV, Lu Jingchen glanced at the two of them and replied coolly, just some personal matters. Hearing this, Jifeng's concern dissipated. What are you worried about? It can't be that our esteemed Lu Xiao is having trouble pursuing someone. Jifeng swore it was merely a joke. Countless admirers were vying for the attention of Lu Xiao in the capital. After all, he was handsome and affluent. Lu Jingchen shot him a dispassionate glance. Jifeng froze momentarily, feeling a chill run down his spine as he noticed Lu Jingchen's expression was amiss. Am I right? Is it possible that even Lu Xiao has someone he cannot pursue? Lu Jingchen took another sip of water. Pursue someone? I fear they no longer even recognize who I am. That he remained silent. Donned his coat, stood up, cast a cool glance at the two, and departed. In the next moment, Lu Xiao left the private room without looking back, leaving Cheng Su and Jifeng in a state of bewilderment. After some time, Cheng Su was the first to regain his composure. Wait, is Lu Jingchen unwell? Inviting us out only to leave us hanging here. Jifeng remained silent, contemplating. Indeed, Lu Jingchen's reactions today were quite peculiar. He chuckled. It seems our Lu Xiao has faced a setback elsewhere and sought us out for some solace, only to find he cannot bear to drink. Lu Jingchen exited the private room, descended the stairs, and headed to his heir. As he sat in the car, he inadvertently glanced out the window and spotted a familiar figure. He paused, pulled out his phone, and called his younger sister. Chapter 8. An unexpected encounter. Zhang Xiao, once her brother had left, promptly called Qin Ruyan. Qin Ruyan had just finished dinner with her uncle and aunt, quickly tidied her luggage, and then took a shower. Just as she finished blow-drying her hair and was about to start her skincare routine, she received Zhang Xiao's call. Yin, have you eaten? I didn't have dinner tonight. Would you join me for a meal? Qin Ruyan glanced at the time. It was only 8:30. She was somewhat reluctant to go out, but as Zhang Xiao had come to pick her up, their relationship had improved significantly, and they now considered each other best friends. Enthusiastically, she agreed. She casually applied some skincare products and a bit of lip balm before preparing to head out. When she descended the stairs, she found Qin Zhaoyang and others in the living room. Upon seeing her, they eagerly pulled her down to sit and watch television. Qin Ruyan explained, Uncle, a friend of mine hasn't eaten yet and has invited me out. Qin Zhaoyang frowned slightly, concerned. A friend? Is this someone you just met? Male or female? Are they reliable? Qin Ruyan smiled. It's a classmate from high school. You attended the parent-teacher meeting back then, so you should remember her. She's a girl. Only then did Qin Zhaoyang feel reassured. Then Ruyan, you should go. Come back early. Qin Ruyan nodded and greeted Shen Ming before stepping out. Behind her, Shen Ming chuckled. Look at you, so anxious. Ruyan is already 24. You still treat her like a child. These days, there are no curfews. Qin Zhaoyang pulled his wife down to sit beside him, but I'm just worried since she just returned and is unfamiliar with her surroundings. Afraid she might be deceived by strangers, he felt a strong obligation to protect his niece. Shen Ming smiled knowingly. We both know you care for Ruyan, but she has grown up. You can't keep treating her like a child. Qin Zhaoyang ruffled his hair. You should pay more attention to her. Ruyan is older now. Being a girl, there might be some things she feels uncomfortable discussing with me and would rather share with her aunt. All right. I'll heed your advice that I will ensure to take good care of the little princess of the Qin family. The couple exchanged a knowing smile. Qin Ruyan took a taxi to Shifu. Zhang Xiao hesitated to take her to other places. Everyone at Shifu knew her, and even if she drank too much tonight, she would be safe there, so she made a reservation that Qin Ruyan was nearing. She sent a WeChat message, just as Zhang Xiao was stepping out of the private room to greet her. Her brother called again. Zhang Xiao felt a bit overwhelmed. She turned and entered the bathroom of the private room. Brother? Lu Jingchen held the phone, his gaze fixed on the figure stepping out of a taxi that he repeated into the phone. Where are you? I'm at Shifu, having dinner with a friend. I just returned to the country today. Zhang Xiao, unable to see her brother's expression through the phone, inherently felt unable to lie to him. Which private room? Lu Jingchen exited the car, closed the door, and walked toward Shifu. Zhang Xiao honestly replied. The Tianke room. The next moment, the call was abruptly ended. Zhang Xiao rubbed her face, exited the bathroom, and walked back toward the private room. Just as she was about to leave the restaurant, she caught sight of Qin Ruyan. She smiled and waved. Yin. Qin Ruyan's eyes lit up upon seeing her, and she walked over. I'm sorry for keeping you waiting. When Zhang Xiao had called, she had taken some time to get ready, and the traffic had delayed her further. Zhang Xiao waved her hand dismissively. No worries. She took Qin Ruyan by the arm and led her inside. Chapter 9. An unexpected encounter. Qin Ruyan and Zhang Xiao entered the private room. Zhang Xiao had already ordered some dishes and handed the menu to Qin Ruyan. Yin, take a look and see if there's anything else you'd like to eat. Qin Ruyan took the menu. glanced at it without really looking, and closed it. I just had dinner with my uncle and aunt before coming out, so I'm still a bit full. You can order whatever you like. And if it's not enough later, I'll add more. She casually poured herself and Zhang Qiyo a cup of hot tea, taking a sip and finding it slightly bitter. Zhang Qiyo didn't tea press her, saying, "All right, once the dishes arrive, you can see if you want anything else, and I'll order for you." Qin Ruyan nodded in agreement. The weather was still a bit warm as autumn approached. Qin Ruyan removed her light cardigan. Wearing only a short-sleeved top and a pair of jeans, her limbs were slender, her skin fair, and her long hair was casually styled into a bun, giving her the appearance of an 18-year-old student. Zhang Xiao glanced at Qin Ruyan. The fact that they had become good friends was largely due to Qin Ruyan's beauty. Zhang Xiao was rather superficial. With her brother as a reference, she was naturally more discerning. However, back when they were abroad, she had been utterly captivated by Qin Ruyan's stunning looks. Thus, she had taken the chance to add Qin Ruyan on WeChat, despite their brief acquaintance. On the very day she added Qin Ruyan, she had stalked her WeChat profile extensively, but regrettably, there were few pictures of Qin Ruyan. She even questioned whether she was a stalker, for at times, she would find herself blushing and her heart racing in Qin Ruyan's presence. Sitting beside Qin Ruyan, she chatted about the latest gossip. A knock echoed at the door, and Zhang Xiao didn't turn around. "Come in." The door opened, and neither of them turned back, assuming it was the server bringing their food. Lu Jingchen stood at the entrance, not stepping inside. He raised an eyebrow, observing how Zhang Qiyu seemed almost glued to Qin Ruyan's side, his brows furrowing slightly. Did his sister have a preference for women? The two noticed that the door had opened, yet no one had come in with their food. Qin Ruyan turned her head first and froze that a tall man stood at the entrance, impeccably handsome. With long legs and refined features, his suit jacket draped casually over his arm, he remained silent, simply gazing at the two of them. Qin Ruyan tugged at Zhang Qiyao's sleeve. "What's wrong?" Before Zhang Qiao could finish her sentence, she abruptly stood up. "Brother." Lu Jingchen regarded his sister's anxious demeanor and spoke coolly. "Why the fuss? How many times have I told you to maintain composure in public?" Zhang Qiao's lips twitched slightly. "Brother, what are you doing here?" Lu Jingchen glanced at Qin Ruyan and replied leisurely. "I was just upstairs having a brief gathering with your Jifeng brother." Zhang Qiao nodded. "Well then, brother, if there's nothing else, you should head back. I still need to have dinner with my friend. We just arrived." She feared that her brother would take her home at this moment. Thus she had to take the initiative. Lu Jingchen glanced at his younger sister and spoke in a leisurely manner. "Your friend? Care to introduce?" Qin Ruyan did not anticipate that the topic would shift to her. She stepped forward, extended her hand, and said, "I am Qin Ruyan. Nice to meet you." Lu Jingchen lowered his gaze to the slender fingers reaching out before him. They were fair and delicate, the nails neatly trimmed and devoid of polish. He reached out and lightly grasped her hand, replying, "Lu Jingchen." Before retracting his hand, Qin Ruyan felt a sigh of relief within. This person exuded a rather formidable aura. Zhang Qiao glanced at her brother, surprised that he had taken the initiative to greet someone today, then turned her attention to her best friend. Well, fair-skinned, beautiful, long legs, rosy lips, white teeth, and a slightly upturned nose. Chapter 10. Serendipity. For Qin Ruyan withdrew her hand, her eyelashes fluttering slightly at that moment. Her palm felt a bit sweaty. For some inexplicable reason, she felt a vague sense of trepidation towards this person. Zhang Qiao, oblivious to her best friend's emotions, was preoccupied with the thought of getting her brother to leave quickly. Lu Jingchen cast a dispassionate glance at Qin Ruyan. She had slightly lowered her head, so he could only see her tightly pressed lips. His gaze shifted, skimming over her waist, and his expression grew tense, so thin. "Haven't you eaten?" He frowned slightly but quickly returned to his usual demeanor. "But I will wait for you outside." He tossed this remark to Zhang Qiao and turned to exit the room. Zhang Qiao was taken aback. Was her brother unusually free today? Qin Ruyan noticed the way Lu Jingchen had looked at her just before leaving, whether intentionally or not. She furrowed her brows, hoping it was merely an illusion. Zhang Qiao pulled Qin Ruyan down onto a stool. "Yin, my brother's temperament is just like that. He's rather cold and reserved, so ignore him. He's with Ji Feng and the others right now. Let us take our time eating." Zhang Qiao urged her to eat a bit more. After a little over 20 minutes, Zhang Qiao had nearly finished her meal. She lifted her cup and took a sip of water. Qin Ruyan had been playing with her phone. Upon seeing Zhang Qiao almost done, she put her phone away. Zhang Qiao smiled. "Yin, I'm nearly done too." How about we go for a stroll afterward? Then I can take you home. Qin Ruyan found it difficult to refuse, so she nodded. The two stood and walked towards the door. Just as they opened the private room door, Lu Jingchen stood upright beside them. Zhang Qiao was startled by his sudden presence. Brother, you wouldn't be waiting here the whole time, would you? Lu Jingchen nodded, putting away his phone, speaking in a calm tone. I'll take you home. Zhang Qiao was taken aback. When had her brother become so considerate? Qin Ruyan instinctively stepped back. She wouldn't involve herself in their sibling matters. Then, Yao, let us meet up another day. It was already dark, and she feared being out too long, worrying her uncle and aunt. Lu Jingchen tightened his grip but remained silent. Zhang Qiyu was the first to speak. Yin, you should ride with my brother. He'll take you home. Zhang Qiao felt a bit guilty. She had invited Qin Ruyan out, and now her brother was insisting on taking her back. It's all right. The weather is still fine. I was planning to walk around a bit, and perhaps buy some gifts for my uncle and aunt. She had returned in quite a rush. That won't do, Zhang Qiao insisted. Yin, you just got back. You're unfamiliar with the area, especially at night. The two exchanged a few rounds of back and forth. Miss Qin. Lu Jingchen interrupted their conversation. Since Miss Qin is here to accompany Yao, it's only right for Yao to take you home. Let us go together. Chapter 11. Confrontation 1. Lu Jingchen's tone was flat, yet Qin Ruyan detected a hint of assertiveness. She remained silent. Zhang Qiao did not overthink it. Merely assuming her brother was intentionally making things difficult for her, she stepped forward, tugging at Lu Jingchen's arm. Brother, why not take Yin home first, and then come back for me? Yin and I can chat a bit in the CAR. Lu Jingchen glanced at Zhang Qiao's hand, gripping his sleeve with mild disdain. Speak properly. Let go first. He had a slight aversion to dirtiness. Zhang Qiao almost forgot about her brother's fastidiousness and quickly withdrew her hand. Lu Jingchen lowered his head, seemingly lost in thought for a moment before looking up and saying, let us go. He walked outside, while behind him, Qin Ruyan kept her head down, her arm linked with Zhang Qiao's as they followed. Lu Jingchen drove the same car that Zhang Qiao had used to pick Qin Ruyan up that morning. Zhang Qiao opened the door and sat in the back seat with Qin Ruyan. Lu Jingchen chuckled softly, opened the driver's door, discarded the unlit cigarette from his hand, and took his seat. As he started the car, he glanced at the rearview mirror. Miss Qin, what's your address? His inquiry was concise, and Qin Ruyan provided a location, remaining silent thereafter. Lu Jingchen's gaze occasionally flicked to the rearview mirror. The person he had yearned for over the past 8 years was now so close. Chatting with his sister, his grip on the steering wheel tightened. Qin Ruyan found herself puzzled. Zhang Qiao and her brother, one with the surname Lu and the other with the surname Zhang. Zhang Qiao spoke in a lowered voice from the back seat. Yin, don't be fooled by my brother's cold demeanor. He has quite a few girls pursuing him. You see, I take my mother's surname, while my brother takes our father's. People outside don't know. And I've been his shield countless times. Zhang Qiao's tone held a hint of dissatisfaction, but she added, however, every time I help him, he transfers me some pocket money. Qin Ruyan had not anticipated this layer of complexity. She hadn't even asked, yet Zhang Qiao had clarified it for her. Oh, you two siblings have a good relationship, and your parents must have a strong bond as well. After all, it's rare for a child to take the mother's surname. She was unsure why, but it seemed to be the norm. There are, but they are few. The two continued their low-voiced chatter, deliberately keeping their voices down. Lu Jingchen made an effort, but could not catch a word. Half an hour later, they arrived at the Qin family villa. Lu Jingchen glanced to the side. Qin Zhang that he recognized him. They had previously discussed investments. A rather straightforward and reputable middle-aged entrepreneur, though not of considerable scale. Upon reaching her uncle's home, Qin Ruyan bid farewell to Zhang Qiao and turned to express her gratitude to Lu Jingchen. Thank you, Mr. Lu, for today. Lu Jingchen raised an eyebrow, surprised that she recognized him. However, he did not inquire further. Miss Qin is too courteous. Since you are Yao's friend, you are naturally also my friend. Qin Ruyan did not respond to this, thanking him once more before exiting the car and heading home. Lu Jingchen watched her silhouette until she entered, closing the door behind her, then turned the steering wheel to drive in another direction. Zhang Qiao, upon seeing Qin Ruyan get out of the car, sensibly took the front passenger seat. She certainly did not have the audacity to treat her brother as a mere chauffeur. Zhang Qiao, Lu Jingchen spoke slowly. He rarely called her by her full name. Zhang Qiao shivered slightly and forced a smile. Brother, how can you address your beloved sister by her full name? You only have me as a sister. Lu Jingchen remained silent, casting a glance at her before saying, Sit properly. Chapter 12. Confrontation 2. Zhang Qiao straightened up, sitting upright. Lu Jingchen stole a glance at her, and then fell silent as they drove toward the Lu residence. Upon arriving, Lu Jingchen parked the car and looked at his sister, casually stating, From now on, this car is yours. What? Zhang Qiao looked at her brother in disbelief. This car, not only its model but also its license plate, was something no one dared to stop. Now he was saying it was hers. She felt quite flattered. Don't like it? Then I'll take it back. As he spoke, Lu Jingchen reached for the keys in her palm. Zhang Qiao reacted swiftly, stepping back. Brother, my dear brother, you are the head of the Lu group. Once you say something, it's like riding a tiger, hard to dismount. I didn't react in time. Thank you, brother. Zhang Qiyu dashed inside, disappearing in an instant. Lu Jingchen chuckled softly and followed her in. When Qin Ruyan returned home, she found her uncle and aunt still awake, waiting for her. She closed the door, set her keys down, and removed her coat, hanging it by the door. Uncle, aunt, why are you still awake at this late hour? Qin Zhaoyang turned at the sound of her voice, standing from the sofa. We couldn't sleep until you returned. Xinming walked over, pulling Qin Ruyan to sit on the sofa, glancing at Qin Zhaoyang, who nodded in return. Xinming smiled at Qin Ruyan. What are your plans now that you're back, Ruyan? I remember your university major was design. If you currently have no plans, would you consider working at your uncle's company? Of course, if Ruyan doesn't wish to go to work, it is perfectly acceptable. We can comfortably support the little princess of the Qin family. Xinming gently stroked Qin Ruyan's hair, gazing at her niece with affection. Qin Ruyan was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated that her uncle and aunt harbored such thoughts. Given that Qin Zheyang had Qin Shi, Qin Ruyan had never considered participating in their enterprise, fearing it would displease her uncle and aunt, especially since her studies were not particularly aligned with their business. Little did she know that her uncle and aunt had never viewed her as an outsider, nor had they ever taken precautions against her. A sudden pang of emotion welled up in Qin Ruyan's heart, and she sniffed back tears before speaking. Uncle, aunt, I had originally planned to return and open a fashion design studio, but I have yet to begin preparations. Initially, I need to scout for a location to rent, and I must also hire staff. Moreover, I am not very familiar with the capital city, so it may take some time before I can accomplish this. Qin Ruyan candidly expressed her thoughts. Qin Zheyang and Xinming listened attentively, and it was only after she finished speaking that Qin Zheyang responded, If it's a matter of startup funds, Ruyan need not worry. Your parents left you a sum of money, and I have also set aside a portion of the dividends from Qin Pharmaceutical for you each year. Combined, these funds should suffice. Qin Zheyang recalled the money his elder brother had previously given him. Apart from using a bit during the most arduous days of his entrepreneurial journey, he had never touched it again, and each month, he consistently deposited a sum into that account. Xinming then spoke up to alleviate her concerns. Auntie's pocket money is still ample. If Ruyan needs it, I can readily provide it for our little princess. She patted Qin Ruyan's hand. Xinming's family was one of the foremost clans in Haiqing, having been engaged in commerce for generations. When she resolutely chose to be with Qin Zheyang, it significantly thawed her relations with her family. It was Qin Ruyan's parents who visited to guarantee that they would treat her well, ensuring that she would not suffer, which finally persuaded her family to consent to the marriage. The initial years of their marriage were indeed challenging. They faced difficulties with funding and networking during the early stages of their venture. It was only because Qin Ruyan's parents, both professors, lowered their heads to help them build connections and secure investments that they reached their current standing. Though Qin Pharmaceutical may not be considered a grand enterprise, it has a solid reputation within the industry and has garnered national recognition, possessing a modicum of strength. Without hesitation, they supported Qin Ruyan in pursuing her aspirations. Xinming and Qin Zheyang had always emphasized the importance of gratitude. After all, Qin Ruyan's parents had aided them immensely, and they were, fundamentally, family by blood. Qin Ruyan's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she lowered her head, taking a moment to compose herself, striving to suppress her emotions. Over the years, she had grown accustomed to relying solely on herself, eating alone, living alone, and even going to the hospital alone when ill. Everything had been her own responsibility. In this moment, she realized that had she been given a choice, she too would have wished to be a cherished little girl, free from worry. Thank you, uncle and aunt. If I ever need your help, I will certainly reach out. At that moment, Qin Ruyan's previously wavering resolve solidified. She did not wish to return abroad. She longed for familial bonds and companionship. Chapter 13. A determination. After deciding to open a fashion design studio, Qin Ruyan's first action was to create a Weibo account. However, she did not establish it under her personal name. Instead, she launched a studio account, naming her workspace Lingxi. She aspired to convey her thoughts and ideas to the world through fashion. Qin Ruyan was a woman of action. Once she committed to a task, hesitation was not in her nature. The following day, she ventured out to explore the market, needing to find a location to lease, given the exorbitant real estate prices in the capital. Even the most unremarkable corners could command astonishing rents. After 3 days of searching, she finally settled on a location in the heart of the CBD, signing a 1-year lease. The rent was exceedingly high. All her available funds would only cover a year and a half of rent, and she needed to retain some for herself, unable to invest everything outright. During her university years, she had participated in several fashion design competitions, earning numerous accolades along the way. She had amassed a considerable collection of sketches. However, as time had passed, fashion trends had inevitably evolved. Qin Ruyan was in the habit of backing up her work to prevent loss. And now she sifted through her old designs, noting a few she had made slight modifications to. While leaving the rest untouched as she examined her sketches in her room, a knock sounded at the door. Rising to answer, she found Qin Shi standing there, holding a cup of milk. "Brother?" Qin Ruyan was somewhat surprised to see Qin Shi at this hour. He typically returned home in the dead of night. And by the time she awoke in the morning, he had already departed. Over the past 2 years, under his management, Qin Pharmaceutical had thrived. Standing at the door, Qin Shi made no move to enter. His sister was now grown, and it felt inappropriate for him to intrude upon her space. However, he did cast a glance inside and noticed an array of items on her desk, drawing pens and various sketches. "Why are you still awake? It's quite late. Don't girls usually prioritize their beauty sleep?" Qin Ruyan chuckled softly. She and T expected her brother to be so knowledgeable about such matters that I've rented a place these past few days. Planning to open a fashion design studio. She explained that I mentioned it to Uncle and Aunt a few days ago, but you were away on a business trip, so I didn't want to disturb you. Qin Ruyan took a couple of sips from the milk. Qin Shi nodded, asking, "Is it all right for me to come in? I'd like to see your sketches." He was aware that Qin Ruyan had studied fashion design in college. But at that time, her personality was rather reserved, and with him just having taken over Qin Pharmaceutical, he had little opportunity to observe her university life closely. Qin Ruyan stepped back, allowing him space. "Of course, please come in. It would be great for you to provide feedback. You attend so many events. What types of clothing do the ladies typically prefer?" She was designing based on her own aesthetic. Yet in fashion, one must also consider market preferences. Otherwise, if only she liked it, who would buy it? As Qin Shi entered, his gaze remained focused, picking up sketches from the table to review. Upon reaching the 6th drawing, he tightened his grip on the paper. It depicted a black dress with delicate straps, a fitted bodice, and a somewhat unruly hem, adorned with a camellia flower at the waist. Beside this drawing were the words "farewell." Observing Qin Ruyan's sketches, he noted that most leaned toward a dark aesthetic, with hardly any vibrant colors. As he examined her works, it was as if he glimpsed the years she had spent abroad. He set the sketches down and turned to face Qin Ruyan, whose expression remained remarkably calm. Indeed, she had never shown even a hint of vulnerability in front of them. "Your work is truly exquisite," Qin Shi remarked, a hint of amusement in his voice. Qin Ruyan felt a flush of embarrassment at his compliment. "That I created quite a few pieces for competitions back then, but I haven't drawn much lately." She bit her lip, failing to notice the fleeting look of astonishment on Qin Shi's face. "Your style might be somewhat singular," he offered earnestly. Qin Ruyan picked up a sketch to examine it. Indeed, most of her designs were rather somber. "I plan to hire another designer. Collaboration will yield better results," Qin Ruyan replied, placing the sketch down and turning to Qin Shi with a beaming smile. "Brother, I have attempted to create more vibrant and lively pieces, but I found it hard to accept. Each time I crafted a particularly beautiful piece, I ended up in tears." Noticing her eyes reddening again, Qin Shi opened his mouth to speak, but before he could say anything, Qin Ruyan retrieved a drawing from her desk drawer. It was a picture taken during her high school graduation, when her father and mother attended a parent-teacher meeting. An unexpected snapshot that became their final family portrait. Later, during a sleepless night, I secretly drew this. It took me 5 hours, making it the longest I've ever spent on a piece. Brother, I returned because I realized that being away from the capital, Distance from this place only deepened my sorrow. Tears streamed down Qin Ruyan's face that I only have you all left. If I lose you, I don't know what I will do. Qin Shi was at a loss for how to respond to her tears. Having no experience in comforting a girl, he was unsure of what to do. Chapter 14. Unraveling after a lengthy pause. Qin Shi finally gathered his wits. He cautiously embraced her, careful not to hold her too tightly. Gently patting her back, "It's all in the past. You're back now. And we are all here. We will always be a family, and we will stand by you." His voice trembled slightly, for he knew the hardships his sister had endured over the past few years. Once she began to cry, Qin Ruyan found it difficult to stop. Her tears and sniffles left traces on Qin Shi's clothing. Throughout, he offered her a few comforting words, but said nothing more. He understood that at this moment, what Qin Ruyan needed was an outlet for her emotions, someone to listen. A few minutes later, as Qin Ruyan began to regain her composure, she realized she had stained Qin Shi's clothes with her tears and took a few steps back. "Brother, I'm so sorry." Qin Shi sighed, taking hold of her hand. "We are family. In front of me, you need not be strong." Qin Shi has lived a rather mundane and smooth life since childhood. Having faced few setbacks, he has always felt a deep concern for Qin Ruyan. "I am aware that you have resolved your rental issues and can produce design drafts. But since you have just returned, there are certain matters you may not fully grasp, and I am here to assist you." Qin Shi carefully pondered his words. "I believe you can handle everything well, but I hope you can avoid unnecessary detours. Your happiness also brings us joy and pride." Qin Ruyan nodded in acknowledgement. Without a hint of hesitation, Qin Shi retrieved a bank card from his bag and placed it in her palm. "This is the dowry money I have saved for you, a portion of my bonuses from these past years. Rest assured, I have my own funds as well." Qin Shi held Qin Ruyan's hand, suggesting that she consider this as an investment in her clothing store, promising that once she starts earning, she can share the profits with him. Qin Ruyan was taken aback. She was reluctant to accept. Yet she found it difficult to refuse Qin Shi. After much contemplation, she reluctantly agreed. "Then this will be considered a partnership, with each of us contributing 50%. Once the studio begins to turn a profit, I will provide you with monthly financial reports, and we shall split the earnings evenly." Qin Shi furrowed his brow. She was calculating everything so precisely. However, Qin Ruyan's resolute demeanor indicated that without his agreement, she would not accept the offer. With a sigh, Qin Shi acquiesced to her terms, saying, "Very well. I shall await my share of the profits once you start earning." After gently tousling her hair and imparting a few more words of advice, he turned and exited the room. "Get some rest." Qin Ruyan nodded, and once Qin Shi had left, she returned to her desk to organize the sketches. She retrieved her pajamas from the wardrobe and made her way to the bathroom. Upon entering, she washed her face and glanced at her reflection in the mirror. Her eyes were slightly red, and she appeared somewhat haggard. Frowning, she set her belongings down, took a shower, and applied skincare before emerging from the bathroom. Approaching her desk, she picked up her phone to check messages. Zhang Qiao had sent her numerous texts, and she replied in turn, informing her that she would be busy with the studio in the near future and might not be able to accompany her for shopping. Suddenly, Zhang Qiao initiated a video call. Qin Ruyan hesitated for a moment before instinctively tapping to answer. "Yin Yin, are you starting a clothing design studio?" At that moment, Zhang Qiao was in her living room. Home alone, not having bothered to return to her room. Sitting on the sofa with the TV remote in hand, she found herself somewhat bored after pressing buttons for a while, without finding anything interesting to watch. Originally, she had intended to invite Qin Ruyan for a shopping outing the next day, but upon learning that her friend was starting a design studio, she felt compelled to express her concern. Qin Ruyan smiled, replying, "Yes, I just secured a location and signed a 1-year lease." Standing by the window, she gazed at the starry sky outside, wondering if a couple of those stars were her parents watching over her. With a radiant smile, she continued, "I have also prepared the sketches and plan to visit the fabric market in the next few days, aiming for a grand opening in 3 months." This was her first time wholeheartedly committing to a venture, and she felt both confident and joyful, eager to share this with her best friend. Chapter 15. Partnership. Zhang Qiao jumped up from the sofa, discarding the remote with excitement. "I want to accompany you." "Yin Yin, I happen to be free these days." Zhang Qiao had studied business management in college, but her brother managed their family affairs, so she had no intention of taking over the family business. She merely wanted to know enough to navigate situations if necessary. Her parents had never pressured her to pursue any particular career, and her brother Lu Jingchen sent her a monthly allowance. Thus, after graduating, she had not considered any specific career until hearing about Qin Ruyan's clothing design studio, which piqued her interest. Hey, Yin, do you need a partner or an investor? Since adding each other on WeChat while abroad, they had occasionally kept in touch, and Zhang Qiyao was well aware that Qin Ruyan had studied fashion design in college. Qin Ruyan answered honestly, I have signed a lease. So funds are a bit tight. However, my brother just provided me with some capital. How about I invest in you as well? Zhang Qiyao replied eagerly. Yin, I have seen your sketches, and I believe your designs align perfectly with my taste. She spoke the truth. The reason she had persistently asked Qin Ruyan to add her on WeChat was due to her admiration for her friend's beauty, as she naturally gravitated towards attractive individuals. Additionally, she had glimpsed some of Qin Ruyan's competition sketches on her social media, which were indeed impressive, explaining their accolades that on the other end of the line. Qin Ruyan pondered for quite some time before responding. Yao, since I have not yet taken off, I'm delighted that you are willing to invest in me, but I worry about causing you any losses. Ever since discovering that Zhang Qiyao was Lu Jingchen's sister, Qin Ruyan knew her friend wasn't lacking in funds, but she feared that if her design studio did not succeed, it could impact their relationship. However, Zhang Qiyao was unfazed. Yin, I am not worried about losses. I am more concerned that you might face difficulties without involving me. Qin Ruyan was perplexed by Zhang Qiyao's kindness. Although they had attended the same high school, their interactions had been minimal at that time. After some consideration, she proposed, how about this? If we turn a profit, we will treat it as your investment, and we shall share the proceeds. If we incur losses, consider it a loan. If you do not agree, then I shall decline your investment. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qiyao frowned. She felt that Qin Ruyan's terms made her seem like an outsider, yet if she did not agree, it would complicate the studio's initial development. Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest, Zhang Qiyao thought to herself. She had confidence in Qin Ruyan, and if the worst outcome was a loss, she could always refuse to accept repayment later. The two quickly reached an agreement to visit the fabric market together the next day before hanging up. After ending the video call, Zhang Qiyao switched off the television, humming a tune as she ascended the stairs. Oblivious to a shadow lingering at the entrance, Lu Jingchen had impulsively returned home that evening. Having just come back from a business trip in the West City, as he approached the door, he overheard Zhang Qiyao on the phone. Initially intending to enter, he paused upon hearing the name Yin. With his suit jacket draped over his arm and his phone spinning unconsciously in his hand, he listened in from the hallway. He suddenly realized that his sister might be a valuable asset in his pursuit of a romantic interest. Perhaps he should consider increasing her allowance. Lu Jingchen stepped inside, changed his shoes at the entrance, and hung his jacket on the rack. He made his way to the living room and gulped down a glass of cold water in one go. Earlier that day, he had met with a business partner whose family had been involved in the coal mining industry. Over the past 2 years, they had invested heavily in real estate, transforming themselves from a small workshop into a burgeoning success, even breaking into the elite circles of Beijing. Although Lu Jingchen felt such matters did not require his direct involvement, he was determined to promote the development of domestic enterprises, and even small players should not be overlooked. However, such newly successful business owners often had an unfortunate tendency to indulge in socializing. He had consumed quite a bit of alcohol that day and, after the drinking session, caught a flight back to the capital. Tomorrow, an important meeting awaited him, one that had been scheduled a month in advance, and he needed to attend. Arriving home just before 11, he unexpectedly gained some valuable insights. Chapter 16. Touching the next morning. Qin Ruyan rose early, dressed in a black casual athletic ensemble, a hooded sweatshirt paired with loose-fit straight-leg pants. She appeared tall and slender. After her morning routine and applying sunscreen, she descended the stairs. At this hour, her family had yet to leave the house. Upon seeing her attire, Qin paused, inquiring, "Are you heading out today?" Although Qin Ruyan typically did not wear high heels, her current outfit suggested that she intended to be out for quite some time. Nodding, Qin Ruyan approached the dining table, took a seat, and grabbed half a corn cob. "That I'm going to check out the fabric market today." She took a bite of the corn and sipped some milk before adding with a smile, "Brother, you've invested in me, so I need to start making money and share the profits with you." Hearing this, Qin Zhaoyang frowned slightly. "Are you Yin? If your brother's investment is acceptable to you, why not accept your uncle's investment as well?" He felt a twinge of displeasure at his niece rejecting his red envelope while accepting his son's. However, he was reluctant to express his irritation towards Qin Ruyan. So he turned, wearing an unhappy expression directed at Qin Shi. Qin Ruyan felt a pang of guilt as she sensed the tension. Qin Shi timely intervened. "Dad, it was I who said that all future clothing for my girlfriend would be arranged by Ruyan. And that's why she accepted." Qin Ruyan chimed in, nodding in agreement. Yes, I've made arrangements with my brother that all clothing matters for my future sister-in-law will be handled by me." Qin Zhaoyang felt somewhat mollified, yet a hint of reluctance lingered. He pulled out his phone and transferred a sum of money to Qin Ruyan's account. "This is for my future daughter-in-law's clothing expenses. You'll be in charge of all her outfits from now on." Qin Shi thought his father was being a bit childish, yet he refrained from voicing it. Qin Ruyan couldn't help but twitch her lips, internally sighing. "All right, Uncle." Qin Ruyan had just finished a light breakfast before rising to her feet. She made her way to the entrance to change her shoes, picked up her phone and keys, and stepped outside. "I am off now. You needn't wait for me to return for dinner. It may be a bit late." Just as she was about to leave, she was halted by Qin Shi, who grasped her collar. "Where are you headed?" "Brother will drive you. It's not a good time to hail a cab." They resided in a villa district, devoid of public transportation, and catching a cab could take quite some time. Qin Ruyan did not decline his offer, as she had made plans with Zhang Qiao. "Let us head to the city center first. My friend and I agreed to meet there to look at fabrics in the CBD." Qin Shi nodded. He too was bound for the city today, and it was quite convenient. Even if it weren't, he still intended to drive Qin Ruyan. The sibling duo exited together, and half an hour later, Qin Ruyan arrived at their designated meeting spot. She unfastened her seatbelt, turned to glance at Qin Shi. "Brother, I'll take my leave now. Please drive safely. There's no parking here," Qin Shi remarked without further elaboration. "If you need anything, just call or text me." Qin Ruyan nodded, exited the vehicle, and closed the door, waving goodbye to Qin Shi as he drove off. She proceeded toward the CAF. Upon her arrival, Zhang Qiao had yet to appear. So she ordered a milk tea and a latte. The milk tea was for herself, while Zhang Qiao favored lattes, a preference Qin Ruyan was well aware of. 5 minutes later, Zhang Qiao arrived. Qin Ruyan chose a booth for their conversation's convenience. After Zhang Qiao settled across from her, she began. "Yin, I researched several local fabric suppliers in the capital yesterday. Their reputations are decent, though the prices are rather steep. I noticed that the fabrics from Hangzhou seem promising and are approximately 35% cheaper than those sourced locally. I believe we should conduct an on-site investigation." Qin Ruyan was momentarily taken aback. She had assumed Zhang Qiao was only interested in investing capital, not realizing she had considered these factors and accomplished so much in just one evening. A wave of warmth surged in her eyes. She felt profoundly grateful to have a friend like Zhang Qiao. Yao, you didn't get much sleep last night to gather all this information, did you?" Despite her makeup, Qin Ruyan noticed the faint shadows beneath Zhang Qiao's eyes. Zhang Qiao chuckled. "Yin, I've never had anything pressing to do. I'm rather laid back. You know my family. My father and brother take care of everything, leaving me to avoid the chaos." Zhang Qiyu truly grew up in a nurturing and harmonious family environment, embodying a genuine socialite. So when you expressed your desire to open a studio, aside from being your friend and wanting to support you, I also wanted to see if we could succeed in our endeavors without relying on our families. She was not a pampered heiress untouched by the world. Her family simply cherished her. She could choose not to work or earn money, but she could not remain ignorant of how to make it. Chapter 17. Progress. Growing up in such an environment, Zhang Qiao was surrounded by sycophants. And she had learned much from a young age, not to manipulate, but to understand the dynamics at play. With an exceptional elder brother, she could pursue her passions with ease. Qin Ruyan was one of the rare, pure-hearted individuals she had encountered in their sophomore year. When Qin Ruyan's family faced difficulties, the school organized a fundraising effort. Zhang Qiao was unaware of her parents' positions, having only heard they were professors, and that the incident occurred while they were away on a business trip. At that time, she donated half a year's worth of pocket money. Although the amount was substantial, the school later refunded it, stating that Qin Ruyan refused to accept it and had already gone abroad. Zhang Qiao regretted not obtaining her contact information before Qin Ruyan's departure. To be frank, while their interactions were few during school, Qin Ruyan was an outstanding figure in her class and even the entire grade. She consistently ranked first academically, maintaining a gap of 20 to 30 points from the second place. Her talents and interests were equally impressive. Since her first year, she had taken on roles such as the host for school events and was responsible for the class bulletin board. Not to mention her exceptional piano skills. She had excellent relationships with the girls and camaraderie with the boys in her class. Strangely, apart from the boys in their class, many from other classes had written her numerous love letters, all of which she returned unopened. Thus, when news of her departure abroad spread, her classmates lamented the loss. Years later, when Qin Ruyan returned, Zhang Qiao was the first to reach out. Qin Ruyan gazed at the safe ceiling, striving to suppress her emotions. Why was it so easy to shed tears upon returning here? Observing her distress, Zhang Qiao felt somewhat helpless. Yin, did I say something wrong? Please don't cry. Qin Ruyan wiped her eyes, speaking softly. Yao, over the years, you are the fourth person to treat me with such kindness that I genuinely thank you. At-16, Qin Ruyan believed she might not endure, yet abroad, she witnessed many others enduring hardship, striving for a better life. At-17, during her moments of loneliness and helplessness, she met Zhang Qiao. Their bond had flourished over the years, as Zhang Qiao's persistent outreach helped bridge their personalities. Seeing Qin Ruyan in tears pained Zhang Qiao, who feigned annoyance. Yin, you won't look pretty like this. Honestly, I value your beauty. If you cry and ruin your looks, I might reconsider our friendship, so if you want to keep me around. You must smile more, alright? A cheerful disposition can preserve your beauty. Upon hearing Zhang Qiao's earnest yet whimsical remarks, Qin Ruyan chuckled. Alright. Zhang Qiao felt considerably relieved. So, Yin, do you think we should visit Hangzhou? She handed Qin Ruyan a piece of paper, and they began discussing business matters. That I'm not busy at the moment. If we're going to Hangzhou, let us go together. Zhang Qiao took a sip of her mildly sweet latte. She had only mentioned her preference once. Yet during their meetings, Qin Ruyan had attentively remembered it, genuinely cherishing their friendship. Zhang Qiao silently commended herself for her steady performance, finally becoming close friends with the goddess in her heart. Of course, she hadn't anticipated that soon, her friend would elevate to the status of her sister-in-law, requiring her to inform Qin Ruyan's brother before making plans. After contemplating for a moment, Qin Ruyan nodded. If we're going, the preliminary work is crucial. That I haven't started hiring yet, so I must oversee many matters myself. She took out her phone, showing Zhang Qiao her registered Weibo account. That I haven't authenticated it yet. What do you think of the studio name? Zhang Qiao examined it closely. Lingxi, Qin Ruyan confirmed. It signifies listening. She elaborated on her vision of expressing her thoughts through clothing. Zhang Qiao listened intently, noticing how Qin Ruyan radiated enthusiasm when discussing serious matters. Qin Ruyan shared many ideas while Zhang Qiao remained engaged, occasionally contributing her thoughts. Both were action-oriented, and soon they reached a consensus. When shall we go to Hangzhou? Zhang Qiao inquired, excitement evident in her tone. I'll check the flight tickets. If there is availability, I plan to depart the day after tomorrow. Qin Ruyan opened the ticketing app and reviewed the flight information. Conveniently, there was a flight scheduled for the afternoon of the day after tomorrow. They would arrive in the evening, take a cab to the hotel to rest, and explore a bit in the morning before checking out fabrics in the afternoon. What do you think, Yao? Since Qin Ruyan had never been to Hangzhou, she wanted to make the most of their trip, though she was unsure of Zhang Qiao's preferences, so she spoke directly. Zhang Qiao's eyes lit up as she exclaimed, "Is there such a wonderful opportunity? We can go shopping too." She nodded enthusiastically, her face beaming. "Absolutely. Yin, I love your plan. You have no idea how long it's been since I traveled. Even a short trip would be delightful." Qin Ruyan smiled. Then, Yao, please send me your ID number. I'll book the tickets. This is a work trip, so don't worry about the costs. We'll settle up once we start earning. Speaking in her capacity as a partner, Qin Ruyan prompted Zhang Qiao to comply, who pouted but obediently relayed her ID number, allowing Qin Ruyan to handle the ticket and hotel arrangements. After securing the flight and hotel bookings, Qin Ruyan sent the details to Zhang Qiao via WeChat. That I haven't booked the return flight yet. We'll see when the time comes. If we wish to extend our stay, we can return a bit later. Chapter 18. A reunion. Qin Ruyan and Zhang Qiao lingered in the CAF for another 10 minutes before Zhang Qiao suggested they go shopping. Yin, would you accompany me to browse some shops? My brother's birthday is approaching, and I'd like to buy him a gift. Qin Ruyan took a sip of milk tea and pressed her lips together. She had planned to spend the entire day out, and at this moment, there was nothing urgent to attend to. Indeed, she still had ample time. Moreover, having just returned to the country, many places had changed, and she hadn't had the chance to truly explore. It was a rare occasion that Zhang Qiao also intended to go shopping, so she decided to join her. All right, where do you wish to go? Just so you know, I am rather unfamiliar with the capital now. After 8 years, the capital's airport had expanded 4 to 5 times its original size, leaving her bewildered when she disembarked that day. Zhang Qiao flicked her hair, a smile tugging at her lips. Rest assured, wherever you wish to go, I can guide you. The two exited the CAF, and just beside it lay the commercial street. Zhang Qiao headed straight for the mall, as she typically selected watches and ties as gifts for her brother each year. In contrast, her brother's birthday gifts for her were straightforward, direct bank transfers. Qin Ruyan and Zhang Qiao entered a men's clothing store, a luxury brand establishment. Upon stepping inside, they glanced around, and Qin Ruyan's eyes brightened upon spotting a deep blue suit. She remembered the card her brother had given her, which had a balance of 7 million. She had allocated part of it to her studio account for expenses such as obtaining licenses. Leaving the remaining amount untouched, as Qin Ruyan approached the suit, her hand brushed against the fabric when suddenly, someone clasped her wrist. She raised her gaze, coolly observing the person opposite her, intending to withdraw her hand to examine other styles. When the individual appeared to recognize her, Qin Ruyan? Qin Ruyan pondered for a moment, realizing she had no recollection of this person. She released her grip and replied nonchalantly, "Do we know each other?" The other person seemed taken aback, raising their voice slightly. "I am Bai Shui from Class 4. We attended the same high school." Understanding dawned on Qin Ruyan. She had transferred schools after the second year of high school, and she had only acquainted herself with those in her own class. After Zhang Qiao ordered cufflinks for her brother, she turned around but could not find Qin Ruyan. The store was rather spacious, and it took her nearly 2 minutes to locate her friend. "What's the matter, Yin Yan?" Hearing Zhang Qiao's voice, Qin Ruyan turned and walked towards her. "But it's nothing. I just found a suit I liked. But someone wanted to contest it, claiming to know me, so we exchanged a few words." Following her lead, Zhang Qiao glanced over and quickly spotted Bai Shui, smiling. She leaned closer to Qin Ruyan and whispered, "Yin Yan, Bai Shui was in our grade, but a different class. You used to host all the school events before you transferred, and after you left, she finally got her chance. To be honest, her hosting skills are rather unpalatable." Zhang Qiao's comment was somewhat exaggerated, as she viewed Qin Ruyan through a lens of admiration. In her eyes, no one could compare to her friend. However, it was true that Qin Ruyan's hosting abilities were exceptional. With remarkable on-the-spot responsiveness and inherent talent that in case of unexpected incidents during events, she could easily step in. Qin Ruyan nodded, honestly replying, "I have no impression of her." Zhang Qiao chuckled softly. Bai Shui's expression soured slightly. Although Qin Ruyan and Zhang Qiao spoke in hushed tones, Bai Shui caught the gist of their conversation. Feeling somewhat indignant, she was well aware of Zhang Qiao's background and knew better than to provoke her. She glanced at Qin Ruyan, noticing her simple attire, which did not exude the aura of luxury. Furthermore, the entire school was aware of Qin Ruyan's transfer. Her parents had passed away, and Bai Shui thought to herself, how could a mere orphan overshadow the daughter of the Bai family? Bai Shui straightened her back, pointing at the suit Qin Ruyan had just been holding. "I'll take that suit. Please wrap it up." Her reasoning was simplistic. Her boyfriend's birthday was approaching, making it the perfect gift, and by snatching the suit from Qin Ruyan, she would undoubtedly incite some discomfort in her. Furrowing her brow, Qin Ruyan replied, "Miss Bai, I was the one who spotted this suit first." Qin Ruyan was not a pushover. She simply had a tendency to be defensive and to keep herself closed off. However, that did not mean she was easily bullied. Bai Shui's initial words and subsequent actions had been quite arrogant. Indeed, Qin Ruyan had her eyes set on that suit, and had Bai Shui not suddenly appeared, she would have already made her purchase. "You saw it first? Can you even afford it? That suit costs 600,000. The guests milling about the store began to murmur amongst themselves that it was only then that Qin Ruyan noticed Bai Shui was accompanied by a friend. The store attendant, caught in an awkward position, realized that it was indeed first come, first served. Yet Qin Ruyan had not explicitly stated her intent to purchase the suit, leaving the attendant momentarily frozen. With a gentle smile, Qin Ruyan remarked, "I have eyes and can see the price tag." Then she turned to the attendant, speaking calmly, "Please wrap that suit for me. I'll pay by card." Slowly, she retrieved a card from her pocket, which was neither the one given to her by Qin Shi nor the one Zhang Qiao had invested in. Zhang Qiao had initially intended to cover the bill, but upon witnessing Qin Ruyan's commanding presence, she could hardly contain her excitement and stepped forward, clutching Qin Ruyan's sleeve. "Yin Yin, it turns out you're quite the little wealthy lady," Zhang Qiao whispered, uncertain of Qin Ruyan's financial situation and cautious not to inadvertently embarrass her friend. Qin Ruyan smiled, pinching Zhang Qiao's cheek playfully. "I placed in the top 3 at an international fashion design competition. The minimum prize was 50,000, that while her participation in the competition was not motivated by monetary gain. She figured that since she had won, she might as well claim the prize." Zhang Qiao silently gave her a thumbs up, marveling at her friend's remarkable success. The store attendant observed the two and approached Qin Ruyan to take her card. In terms of demeanor and upbringing, she preferred Qin Ruyan. Despite her cool demeanor, there was an underlying courtesy in her words that in contrast, the girl named by Shui strutted around as if she were a giraffe, with her neck craned high. Upon seeing Qin Ruyan produce her card, Bai Shui's face turned a shade of green, her facade crumbling, revealing her acerbic nature. "I say, Qin Ruyan, don't try to put on airs. How many years of work would it take for you to earn 600,000? Qin Ruyan shot her a sidelong glance, but chose not to respond. Just as Zhang Qiao was about to speak, a familiar figure appeared at the entrance, waving and calling out. Brother, Lu Jingchen had just finished his meeting and was on his way to a nearby restaurant. He had merely passed by, not one to indulge in gossip. But upon hearing Zhang Qiao's voice and another woman calling Qin Ruyan's name, he paused and altered his course towards them. Chapter 19. A chance encounter. Again, Lu Jingchen approached, stopping in front of the two. Glancing down at Qin Ruyan at that moment, Qin Ruyan was holding her phone in one hand and playing with a bank card in the other. That he narrowed his eyes, recognizing the card as quite similar to his own. However, this was not the pressing matter at hand. He turned to Zhang Qiao. What is going on? Did you find something you want that exceeds your allowance? Since Zhang Qiao had not made a decisive choice, Lu Jingchen was quite strict regarding her spending money. Usually, significant expenses were only covered when she specifically asked him for funds, which was not every time. No. Zhang Qiao waved her hand dismissively, keeping her gift for her brother a secret. She gestured towards Qin Ruyan. Yin found a suit that someone is trying to take from her. Lu Jingchen shifted his gaze towards the suit, contemplating how many people could contest against the card in her hand. He remained silent, observing that Qin Ruyan appeared unfazed, which indicated she did not require assistance, so he withheld his words. Bai Shui had been fixated on Lu Jingchen since he entered, having attended the same school as Zhang Qiao. She had seen him a few times during school events or parent-teacher meetings, and the first time the female students laid eyes on him, they were all taken aback by his striking appearance. Bai Shui shifted her stance, inching closer to them, but before she could advance further, the store manager hurried over. The manager, a man in his 40s, approached Qin Ruyan and slightly bowed his head. Miss Qin, I sincerely apologize. Our staff failed to recognize you. Please let me know which suit you desire, and I will have it delivered to you. He wiped the sweat from his brow. It was the weekend, and he had been at home with his wife and daughter when he received a call from the company's owner informing him that Miss Qin was in the store and had shown interest in a suit. Only to have it snatched away. He rushed over immediately. Snatched? If Miss Qin so much as signals, she could take any outfit in this store. Besides, she intended to make a purchase. The manager's actions astonished everyone present. Zhang Qiao turned, incredulously regarding Qin Ruyan. Is this really my little pitiful friend? Lu Jingchen frowned, realizing the situation had escalated beyond his expectations. Qin Ruyan seemed to harbor many secrets that continually surprised him. As for Bai Shui, she was rooted to the spot, her expression one of disbelief as she stared at Qin Ruyan. What is your connection with this store? Qin Ruyan cast a faint glance at her, remaining silent, before directing her attention back to the store manager. Please process the payment. I am purchasing this as a gift. I will provide an explanation over there, so I kindly ask you to make this trip on your day off. The manager smiled and instructed the staff to wrap the garments that Qin Ruyan desired. After a considerable pause, the staff did not respond, and upon turning, the manager noticed that the staff's eyes were gleaming with excitement. Fixed intently on Qin Ruyan, clearing his throat, the manager redirected her attention. The staff, realizing she had not mistaken the identity of the person before her, was quite animated. She wrapped the clothing for Qin Ruyan with great care before handing it over. Qin Ruyan insisted on processing the payment before taking the items. She glanced at the manager, who lowered his head, accepted the card, entered the amount, swiped it, input the password, and confirmed the transaction. Once the receipt emerged, he handed it to Qin Ruyan. After arranging everything, he turned to leave but was halted in his tracks by a penetrating gaze. Turning, he saw Lu Jingchen watching him with a sullen expression. The manager involuntarily trembled slightly and stepped forward, cautiously speaking to Mr. Lu. I apologize for not noticing you earlier. This mall is under Lu Jingchen's domain. The manager, with a humble demeanor, greeted him. What brings you here today? Lu Jingchen lifted his eyelids, casting a nonchalant glance at the manager before shifting his focus to Zhang Qiao and Qin Ruyan. I happened to pass by and saw my sister here, so I decided to drop in. The manager's gaze followed his to Zhang Qiao and Qin Ruyan. Miss Qin, is there a connection between you and the Lu family? If there's nothing else, you may return. I can see you came on short notice, and I appreciate your effort. Qin Ruyan interjected at the opportune moment, fearing that the longer he stayed, the more Lu Jingchen, this cunning old fox, might pry into matters. The manager breathed a sigh of relief and bid farewell to the group before departing. Bai Shui, who had been dumbfounded since earlier, was still in a daze at this point. Qin Ruyan lowered her gaze, unable to ignore the intensity of Lu Jingchen's stare, which made her feel a bit uneasy. Taking a moment to compose herself, she turned to Zhang Qiao. Yao Yao, shall we explore other stores? Zhang Qiao, startled by her call, snapped back to reality. What just happened? Does this store have ties to Yan Yan? The manager clearly intended to give the clothes directly to Qin Ruyan. Yan Yan, you. Zhang Qiao opened her mouth, unsure of what to say. In a little while, it will be time for dinner. Shall we dine together? Lu Jingchen suddenly spoke in a leisurely manner, causing Qin Ruyan's heart to race. Zhang Qiao reacted quickly to his words. Brother, I want to eat hot pot. Are you treating us? Lu Jingchen's gaze swept from Qin Ruyan, who was looking down, to Zhang Qiao. And aren't you going to ask Miss Qin for her opinion first? She is your best friend. Qin Ruyan raised her head and replied coolly, there's no need to trouble Mr. Lu. Since you are both here, I shall not intrude on your sibling dinner. I will take my leave. Zhang Qiao appeared somewhat displeased. Yan Yan, you are my best friend. My brother is also your brother. Why are you being so polite? He has more than enough money. Treating us to a meal won't impoverish him. Qin Ruyan pressed her lips together, contemplating how to best convey her thoughts to Zhang Qiao. Yao Yao is right. Lu Jingchen interjected calmly. You are her best friend, so you are naturally considered my sister as well as the elder brother. It is only right for me to treat my sister to a meal. His tone remained as usual, though his slightly raised brow betrayed a hint of good humor. Qin Ruyan was not oblivious to this. She had always felt an underlying intensity in Lu Jingchen's gaze since their first encounter upon her return to the country. She had heard numerous rumors about him, deeply introspective, decisive in action, and never wasting energy on trivial matters. From the outset, she had intended to avoid such a sharply perceptive individual, but Zhang Qiao was her best friend, and she had to consider her feelings. Then it is troublesome for Mr. Lu? Qin Ruyan acquiesced, reasoning that they would not frequently cross paths. And surely Lu Jingchen must be quite busy. Lu Jingchen raised an eyebrow, his gaze falling upon the bag Qin Ruyan held. Realizing it contained the clothes she had just purchased, this store specialized in men's apparel. Could it be that she has a boyfriend or a romantic interest? Lu Jingchen's brow furrowed slightly, but he refrained from voicing his thoughts and began to lead the way. Behind them, Zhang Qiao, perceptively attuned, inquired about the very matter that worried Lu Jingchen. Yan Yan, are you buying clothes for your boyfriend? Lu Jingchen momentarily paused his steps, but quickly resumed, unconsciously slowing down, given that his height and long legs meant he naturally walked faster than the two girls. Qin Ruyan shook her head, slowly responding. They are for my older brother. You know I am currently living at my uncle's house. That my uncle's son is older than I am. Zhang Qiao exclaimed. Oh, up ahead. Lu Jingchen's previously furrowed brow gradually relaxed. The trio soon arrived at a hot pot restaurant. Though they had come on short notice, the owner, recognizing Lu Jingchen, graciously provided them with a private room. Yan Yan, can you handle spicy food? Zhang Qiao inquired, considering that most foreign cuisines are rather mild, and wanted to check on Qin Ruyan's taste preferences first. Qin Ruyan, seated directly across from Lu Jingchen, felt somewhat uneasy. I can manage. There are many Chinese restaurants abroad, and I enjoy spicy food. Lu Jingchen tapped his fingers on the table, his gaze briefly drifting past Qin Ruyan's naturally rosy lips, which were already quite alluring without the touch of cosmetics. Observing her bare face stirred a sense of intrigue within him. Leaning back slightly, he casually remarked, "Yao Yao, let us order a yin yang pot. I'm avoiding spicy food lately." Zhang Qiao paused for a moment, then replied, "All right, brother, shall I and Yin Yin order the dishes?" Her brother did not have any particular favorites, and besides, ordering food seemed too mundane for his character. Qin Ruyan lowered her eyelashes and leaned slightly towards Zhang Qiao, engrossed in studying the menu together. After a few minutes, they finalized their selections, and the attentive server outside entered to collect the menus. Nodding to the group, the server exited the private room, with Lu Jingchen present. Qin Ruyan found herself speaking far less. She sipped from her teacup, taking small sips of water. "Yin Yin, I'm stepping out to use the restroom. Please wait for me." After taking another sip of water, Zhang Qiao leaned closer to Qin Ruyan and whispered. She intended to mention that there was a restroom within the room, but considering the current tranquility, the sound of water might seem inappropriate with Lu Jingchen. A man, present. Qin Ruyan nodded slightly, shifting aside as Zhang Qiao stood up and walked out. Once she left the room, the silence between Qin Ruyan and Lu Jingchen was palpable. Even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Their interactions were minimal, and Qin Ruyan was not particularly talkative. She picked up her phone from the table and began scrolling. Lu Jingchen leisurely poured himself a glass of water and then refilled the cup in front of Qin Ruyan. Startled, Qin Ruyan looked up, her expression one of surprise. Lu Jingchen found this gesture somewhat endearing that he set the water jug down and resumed his seat, speaking softly. "Shall we add each other on WeChat?" Qin Ruyan was momentarily taken aback, remaining silent. Lu Jingchen straightened up, his expression serious as he regarded her. "Didn't you say that a best friend's brother is also your brother? Isn't it quite normal for a brother to add his sister's WeChat?" Qin Ruyan pressed her lips together, feeling as though he spoke as if they were well acquainted. However, Lu Jingchen had already pulled out his phone. She glanced down to see the WeChat scan interface. With him having taken out his phone, she felt compelled to comply. Qin Ruyan opened her QR code for him to scan, and a smile graced Lu Jingchen's lips as he did so. Sending a verification request, upon receiving it, Qin Ruyan accepted. Another silence enveloped them. Lu Jingchen opened her moments, noting the absence of any ostentatious posts within the past 3 days, but the content was sparse. With few photos, he scrolled through her limited images, saving a couple before noticing her WeChat profile picture. A cat. Her WeChat name was equally amusing, a cabbage. After accepting his request, Qin Ruyan set her phone down, silently hoping Zhang Qiao would return soon. Fortunately, her prayers seemed to have been heard, as Zhang Qiao walked back in 2 minutes later, prompting a sigh of relief from Qin Ruyan. Zhang Qiao settled back into her chair, oblivious to the subtle atmosphere between her brother and best friend. "Yin Yin, after we finish eating, shall we stroll through the pedestrian street? There are many trinkets to explore, and it's quite enjoyable." She lifted her cup and took a sip of water before turning to Qin Ruyan. Qin Ruyan nodded, responding, "Sure." The two individuals exchanged a few hushed words, with Zhang Qiao serving as the atmosphere enhancer. Qin Ruyan found herself less anxious than before. Lu Jingchen observed the pair without uttering a word to interrupt them, lifting the teacup before him to take another sip. Chapter 22. Hot pot. A few minutes later, a knock resounded at the door, and in the next moment, a waiter entered, carrying a hot pot and an array of ingredients. The waiter ignited the flame, placed the pot on the table, arranged the vegetables meticulously, and then exited the room. Although none of the three were particularly hungry, the bubbling hot pot and the fresh ingredients stirred their appetites. At this moment, Lu Jingchen wielded the communal chopsticks, cooking meat for the two girls. Not only Qin Ruyan, but even Zhang Qiao appeared somewhat astonished. Her brother had never treated her this way before. Lu Jingchen seemed to notice Zhang Qiao's gaze and glanced up, his expression indifferent. "Aren't you eating?" His voice was calm and unruffled, yet it left Zhang Qiao feeling somewhat intimidated. She shook her head. "It's a bit hot. I'll let it cool before eating." Qin Ruyan remained silent, her eyelashes cast down as she slowly savored the meat in her bowl. After cooking a small bowl of meat for her, Lu Jingchen placed his chopsticks down, leaning back in his chair with a mocking chuckle. The excuse he had concocted to draw closer to her appeared to be accepted by her without hesitation. Despite eating the dishes he had prepared, she showed no reaction. Was he inadvertently achieving the opposite of his intent? Qin Ruyan was not as preoccupied as he thought. She took a bite of the rib, set her chopsticks down, lifted her teacup for a sip, and after wiping her mouth with a tissue, she finally spoke. "Brother Lu, Qi Yao, I'm done eating. You take your time." If Lu Jingchen was willing to act as her brother, why should she refuse? With him as her brother, she could certainly navigate the capital with ease. Well, even without him, she could still manage. Lu Jingchen furrowed his brow slightly, remaining silent while giving a nonchalant Zhang Xiao, however, regarded her brother thoughtfully before glancing at Qin Ruyan, then leaned in closer to whisper, "When did you and my brother become so familiar?" Qin Ruyan lifted her eyelids and met her gaze. "Well, you mentioned in the clothing store that your brother is my brother as well. Just now, when you went to the restroom, your brother asked me for my WeChat, saying, 'What you said means he is my brother too.'" Zhang Xiao's lips twitched. She found it hard to believe her brother would do such a thing. Yet Qin Ruyan seemed to sense her doubt, pulling out her phone to show her the friend request history. Zhang Xiao coughed, raised her teacup to take a sip, and upon looking up, found Lu Jingchen glaring at her with a fierce gaze. Zhang Xiao could not comprehend why her brother's mood fluctuated so dramatically today. Not daring to press further, she set her cup down and said, "Brother, I'm done eating too. You take your time." Lu Jingchen glanced at the two of them. He himself was not particularly hungry, having come merely to observe. He stood up, draping his coat over his arm. "Let's go. I'll take you to the pedestrian street." The pedestrian street was still a fair distance away. Upon hearing this, Qin Ruyan tugged Zhang Xiao's sleeve, shaking her head. Then she turned to Lu Jingchen. "No need, Brother Lu. Xiao and I have to finish a project the day after tomorrow. I need to return early tonight to pack my things." If she had to remain in the same space as Lu Jingchen, she feared for her lifespan. He was too cold, and his aura too overpowering. Lu Jingchen pressed his lips together, glancing at Qin Ruyan, and did not insist further. "Very well, I'll take you back." With that, he turned and exited the private room, leaving her no opportunity to refuse. Qin Ruyan felt defeated. She turned to Zhang Xiao. "I'm sorry, Xiao, but with your brother here, I really..." Zhang Xiao waved her hand dismissively. "Yin, don't worry about it. I'm a bit scared of my brother too. It's fine. I'll let him take you home first. I have something to attend to." Qin Ruyan felt as if struck by lightning. Looking at her in disbelief, her words slightly trembling. You're not coming with us?" Zhang Xiao, seeing her apprehension, teased her with a smile. Yin, my brother isn't that scary. He just looks cold. Besides, he already said he considers you a sister. So why not? You're his sister's best friend." Qin Ruyan felt a pang of despair. Her brother certainly did not seem to regard her best friend as a sister. She chose not to argue further. Resignedly stepping outside at the entrance, Lu Jingchen stood waiting by the door. Chapter 23. Testing. Lu Jingchen glanced at the two, leading the way. He had come out first and had already settled the bill. "Brother, I have something to do and will return later. Can you take Yin back for me? You know the place." Lu Jingchen raised an eyebrow, looking at Qin Ruyan, who had her lips pressed tightly together. Her brow slightly furrowed, indicating she was not keen on him taking her back. That he smiled, acquiescing. "All right, just be home before 11." As Zhang Xiao nodded, exchanged farewells with Qin Ruyan, and quickly departed with her bag. Qin Ruyan stood there, momentarily speechless and motionless. Lu Jingchen stared at her unabashedly for quite some time before he sighed. "Shall we go? I'll take you home." Qin Ruyan nodded, trailing behind Lu Jingchen as they made their way outside. Upon reaching the parking lot, Lu Jingchen opened the passenger side door for her. Qin Ruyan glanced at the back seat, but did not dare to ask him to be her driver. She lacked the courage for that. As she settled into the passenger seat and was about to fasten her seatbelt, Lu Jingchen leaned closer, his hand reaching for the seatbelt beside her. Qin Ruyan froze for a moment, instinctively turning her head, only to find Lu Jingchen lowering his head at the same time. In that instant, her lips brushed against his. Surprised, Qin Ruyan recoiled, leaning against the seat as the proximity between them remained close. Lu Jingchen was momentarily taken aback by the unexpected contact, but quickly regained his composure. He touched his lips, glancing down at the shrinking figure beside him, raising an eyebrow with a hint of amusement in his voice. "So, Yin doesn't wish to be my sister. What was he saying? What was he calling her?" Qin Ruyan's face flushed crimson. Her fingers clenched tightly as she struggled to speak. "Brother Lu, that was an accident. I didn't mean it. You leaned in so suddenly, and I couldn't dodge in time." Her complexion was rosy, her eyes misty, resembling someone on the verge of tears. Lu Jingchen pondered for a moment, displaying unexpected kindness by letting her off the hook for now. He straightened up, observing her for a while before closing the car door and taking his place in the driver's seat. He did not rush to start the car, casting a sidelong glance at Qin Ruyan. "What if I said I didn't want to be your brother?" Qin Ruyan blinked in surprise. Turning to face him, Lu Jingchen leaned in slightly closer, chuckling softly. "You and Xiao are in the same class. During the freshman welcome event, my parents were unavailable, so I attended on her behalf. It was you who hosted. And you even performed a dance, right?" As Lu Jingchen reminisced, he became lost in thought. That day marked the freshman welcome event at their school. His parents were away and couldn't return in time, yet he didn't want to disappoint Zhang Qiao, so he flew back from university. He vividly recalled the weather being somewhat warm. And upon his arrival, he was slightly late, finding Zhang Qiao waiting at the entrance, her eyes red from worry. "Brother, I thought you wouldn't make it." Lu Jingchen gently patted Zhang Qiao's head, patiently explaining, "Qiao, I'm sorry. My flight was delayed. I promise I won't be late again. Don't be upset, okay?" At that time, although Lu Jingchen was cold in demeanor, he displayed warmth and patience toward his sister. Zhang Qiao nodded, taking his hand and leading him inside. "Our class's performance is later. It hasn't started yet. Brother, the host is my idol, the best student in our class, the most beautiful as well. When the time comes, I'll cheer for her, and you must clap along with me." Lu Jingchen chuckled, tousling her hair. As Zhang Qiao guided Lu Jingchen to the side. They were technically late. Walking through the middle would be inappropriate. However, given Lu Jingchen's tall stature, he had to bend slightly to navigate through the spotlight-filled room. Once they were seated, Qin Ruyan emerged on stage dressed in traditional Hanfu, ready to perform a national dance. Initially uninterested in the event, Lu Jingchen's gaze was drawn to the stage when Zhang Qiao incessantly praised the performer as her idol. And he found himself unable to look away. Qin Ruyan had applied light makeup that day. Her fair skin and long limbs complemented her delicate features, still retaining a hint of youthful roundness. Lu Jingchen's grip tightened. At that moment, he realized his heart raced and his breathing quickened. This feeling persisted until Qin Ruyan completed her dance, leaving him in a state of infatuation, convinced that he had experienced love at first sight. Qin Ruyan was unaware that he had known her previously and opened her mouth, but no words escaped. Lu Jingchen chose not to pursue the conversation further, merely stating, "Let me take you home first. You can take your time to consider. There's no rush. Just let me know when you're ready." Qin Ruyan nodded, dazed, unaware that she was being led by Lu Jingchen. Chapter 24. Deletion upon returning home. Qin Ruyan engaged in conversation with Uncle Qin and Aunt Qin for a while. "Uncle, Aunt, in a couple of days, I will be heading to Hangzhou to explore some fabric materials." She poured a glass of water for each member of the Qin Ruyan couple before settling onto the sofa. Acknowledging her new venture into fashion design, Qin Ruyan nodded in understanding that "Do require our company?" He inquired that we still harbor some concerns about your going alone, taking a sip of tea and placing the cup down. He turned to face her. Qin Ruyan shook her head. "I'm going with a friend, a high school classmate whom I encountered during my studies abroad. We connected on WeChat, and she came to greet me at the airport upon my return." With her explanation, Qin Ruyan did not press further, simply advising, "Please ensure your safety. If any issues arise, do not hesitate to inform your uncle or aunt. Should you require financial assistance, speak directly to your uncle." Qin Ruyan smiled and nodded. "My brother has invested a sum in me, and my friend has also contributed." After a moment of contemplation, she continued without reservation, "You should be acquainted with Zhang Qiao. She is the one accompanying me." Qin Ruyan stiffened slightly, turning his head in disbelief. "You're not referring to Zhang Qiao of the Lu Group, are you? The sister of Lu Jingchen?" His astonishment stemmed from the realization that his niece had quietly set him up for a significant surprise. Qin Ruyan confirmed with a nod. "Yes, she mentioned that the fabrics on that side are quite decent. We also examined some materials in the capital, but they were excessively priced, which I cannot manage at the moment." Sitting upright, Qin Ruyan meticulously explained the situation to Qin Ruyan from beginning to end. Once she finished, an eerie silence enveloped the living room. She intentionally omitted any mention of Lu Jingchen, as she was not well acquainted with him and felt it unnecessary to bring him into the conversation, particularly since she was going with Zhang Qiao. After a considerable pause, Qin Ruyan finally reacted, lifting his head mechanically to glance at his wife, who shared a similar expression of concern. "Ruyan, you and Lu Jingchen do not share any connections, do you?" His tone turned serious. "Uncle is not intruding upon your personal life. But Lu Jingchen is a man of considerable depth and ruthless methods. Should you engage with him, I fear you might find yourself at a disadvantage. Lu Jingchen indeed possessed a broad perspective. Since taking over the Lu Group 3 years ago, its performance had multiplied several times. He had participated in numerous economic forums, fostering the growth of many small enterprises. His Qin Pharmaceutical company had also expanded significantly. In business, Lu Jingchen exhibited remarkable resolve and keen insight, proving himself a commercial prodigy. However, someone of his caliber, with such intricate thoughts, was someone Qin Xiaoyang would prefer to see his niece avoid entangling with. His niece was hardly a match for Lu Jingchen. Qin Ruyan pressed her lips together, her tone somewhat subdued. No, I have no connection with him. I only recently discovered that Xiao is his sister. She refrained from mentioning that Lu Jingchen had expressed his affections for her, as she had not intended to accept. After disembarking from his vehicle, she promptly deleted him from her WeChat contacts. Observing Qin Ruyan's demeanor, Qin Xiaoyang noted her calmness, which reassured him that there was indeed no relationship between her and Lu Jingchen. After contemplating for a moment, he cautiously asked, "Ruyan, do you have a boyfriend?" His niece was undeniably beautiful and intelligent, leading him to consider that if she was still single, he might take note of suitable candidates. Qin Ruyan honestly admitted, shaking her head. Qin Xiaoyang exhaled in relief. "Then, do you have any thoughts on that front? Uncle is not insisting on marrying you off hastily, but if you find someone suitable, it would be worthwhile to explore a relationship. That I've seen some excellent prospects that could be suitable for our little princess." His words were veiled, mindful of not giving Qin Ruyan the wrong impression. Qin Ruyan shook her head again. "That my focus is currently on the fashion studio. I have no other thoughts at the moment." Qin Xiaoyang nodded, but beside him, Xinming was unable to contain herself any longer. She stood up and patted Qin Xiaoyang on the shoulder. "You, a grown man, are being overly verbose today. Ruyan is still young and has just returned. I wish to have her stay home for another 2 years to accompany me shopping and pampering. Yet here you are, pushing her away." After being scolded by his wife, Qin Xiaoyang fell silent. Xinming urged him to take a shower and then sat beside Qin Ruyan, taking her hand and speaking softly. "Don't pay any mind to your uncle. We're not in a rush to marry. We must encounter someone we truly like before considering it. Let your uncle and brother work hard to provide the best for our little princess of the Qin family." Qin Ruyan smiled and nestled in Xinming's embrace. Thinking to herself, "Auntie loves me the most." Xinming affectionately stroked her hair, remaining silent. After a while, Qin Ruyan lifted her head from her aunt's embrace, biting her lips slightly, feeling a bit bashful. The two exchanged a few more words before Qin Ruyan rose to head upstairs. "Auntie, I'll go upstairs first. I need to pack my luggage as I'll be heading out the day after tomorrow." Xinming smiled and nodded as Qin Ruyan entered her room. She grabbed her pajamas and headed for the bathroom. After washing her hair and taking a shower, she emerged, towel drying her hair as she walked. She reached the bedside, picked up the hairdryer, and dried her hair until it was half dry before sitting at her vanity to apply skincare products. Qin Ruyan's complexion was fair, and her limbs were slender. Possessing a delicate yet healthy physique, her skincare routine was straightforward, consisting of basic hydration, as her age did not necessitate anti-aging products yet. Within a mere 2 minutes, she had completed her facial routine and proceeded to apply body lotion to her arms and legs. After 5 minutes of tidying up, Qin Ruyan washed her hands in the bathroom, preparing for bed. Habitually, she reached for her phone resting on the bedside table, glancing at it to find an unread message from an unfamiliar number. Lacking any signature, furrowing her brow, she pondered how few people knew her new phone number since her return home. She opened the message, which contained just a few terse words. "Is your conclusion to delete me from WeChat?" Qin Ruyan was momentarily taken aback, sensing through the screen that the person on the other end was undoubtedly displeased that it seemed that Lu Jingchen was experiencing rejection for the first time. After all, a man of his standing would rarely face such a situation. Pressing her lips together, she thought little of it, deleted the message, placed her phone back on the bedside table, and slipped beneath the covers. Closing her eyes and drifting into slumber. Of course, she did not anticipate that her decision to delete him from WeChat and ignore his message would provoke the ire of a certain petty man. That evening, upon returning home and browsing through his social media, Lu Jingchen discovered that Qin Ruyan had removed him from her contacts. During their meal, he had still been able to view her posts. But after escorting her home, He found her WeChat moments to be a barren void. He conducted a quick online search and found that some speculated she might have deleted him or possibly blocked him. To confirm, he decided to test the waters by attempting to transfer a small amount of money through their chat. Upon opening the transfer page, he casually entered an amount. In the next moment, a notification popped up. The other party has enabled friend verification. You are not yet friends. Lu Jingchen was infuriated yet amused. The veins in his hands throbbed with anger. He opened his contacts, intending to call her, but hesitated, opting instead to send a text. After waiting for nearly half an hour with no response, he felt as though his message had vanished into the void. With a scoff, he tugged at his bow tie, silently repeating her name. Qin Ruyan. Chapter 25. A forceful kiss. Lu Jingchen stood by the curtains of his bedroom, feeling exasperated. Had she so decisively rejected him? He would not have been so perturbed. Rejection would merely lead to him pursuing her further. Yet, Qin Ruyan had deleted him from WeChat and was ignoring his messages, causing veins to protrude from his hands in frustration. She had promised to consider things carefully upon parting, only to turn around and erase his contact information without a word. Furrowing his brow, Lu Jingchen wondered if his demeanor had been too gentle. Perhaps he needed to adopt a firmer approach. He recalled seeing online that some women favored wealthy, domineering CEOs. He considered himself quite affluent. At least in the capital, there was hardly anyone wealthier than he. Was it that he needed to be more assertive? Was a more forceful strategy required? He had never felt such turmoil, even while negotiating billion-dollar contracts at the table. After a considerable pause, he finally retrieved his phone and pressed the speed dial for his assistant. Qin Zheng, Mr. Lu. Qin Zheng, as Lu Jingchen's special assistant, was always on standby, his phone ringing no longer than 10 seconds before he answered. Help me look into a person's itinerary. Lu Jingchen recalled that Qin Ruyan had mentioned she would be going on a business trip in a couple of days, and it seemed his sister would be accompanying her. He furrowed his brow, contemplating whether to track her down before her trip or find a way to prevent Qiao from going, so he could meet her at her destination. Lu Jingchen hesitated for only a moment before giving orders over the phone. Find a way to ensure that the Qin couple and Qin Shi cannot return home tomorrow. Act swiftly to avoid prolonged complications. Qin Zheng's mind raced. What was his boss planning? Was he dissatisfied with Qin Pharmaceuticals? Was he intending to undermine them? Yet, the Lu Group had only invested in Qin Pharmaceuticals the previous year. His boss's thoughts were inscrutable, but one thing was clear. Money was hard to earn. And with his annual salary and bonuses reaching 7 figures, many were eyeing his position. He could only resign himself to leaving the bed to attend to his boss's matters to ensure that the couple, Qin Zhaoyang and his wife, would be away from home for an entire day, preferably right under his nose. The only solution was to invite them to the Lu family enterprise. However, it was not yet time for Qin Pharmaceutical to submit their financial reports to the Lu family. Qin Zheng found himself in a bit of a quandary. After pondering for quite some time, he could only manage to coax a few of them over under the pretense of inviting the Qin family for a tour of the Lu company. After giving his instructions, Lu Jingchen sent Qin Zheng a message that I have matters to attend to and won't be able to come to the office tomorrow. Please entertain the Qin family and try to delay them as much as possible. Having arranged everything, Lu Jingchen approached the bedside, intending to take a shower, yet a surge of frustration lingered within him, refusing to dissipate. Rising, he poured himself a glass of cold water and gulped it down before returning to bed. Pulling the covers over himself, the following morning, Qin Zhaoyang received a call from Qin Zheng, who informed him of the invitation for their family to visit the Lu family. He was somewhat bewildered by the situation. However, the Lu family had previously extended such an invitation, albeit last year, and given that Qin Pharmaceutical had a drug development project with substantial funding from the Lu family, one could argue that the Lu family was indeed an investor in Qin Pharmaceutical. Qin Zhaoyang also called Qin Shi, who had just returned home that morning. The nature of the Lu family's invitation remained unclear. Was it a banquet of intrigue or an olive branch? As Qin Shi stepped through the door, he began to analyze the situation. Qin Ruyan, just descending the stairs, overheard his words. She tightened her grip on the handrail. Just yesterday, she had deleted Lu Jingchen from her contacts, and now Qin Shi was discussing the Lu family's outreach. Could it be that Lu Jingchen felt his pride had been affronted? Lowering her eyelashes, she descended the stairs at a leisurely pace. Brother, what's the matter? Qin Zhaoyang turned to look at her, opening his mouth to speak. Though he had no intention of bringing Qin Ruyan along, especially if Lu Jingchen might be present, it's nothing. The Lu family has invited us for a tour. since Qin Pharmaceutical has a drug development project with significant investment from the Lu family. It's about time we provided an update on the project's progress. His tone was casual, yet Qin Ruyan sensed something amiss. She bit her lip, yearning to express her desire to accompany them, before she could voice her thoughts. Qin Zheng spoke first. Your aunt, your brother, and I will go and return shortly. You have a business trip tomorrow, so rest well at home. Ultimately, Qin Ruyan held her tongue and nodded, watching as her brother and the others exited the house. Upon returning to her room, she changed her outfit and made her way back downstairs to sit on the sofa. Not long after she settled in, the doorbell rang. Rising, she walked toward the door, muttering to herself, "Did someone forget something?" Before she could finish her sentence, she found Lu Jingchen standing at the threshold, his expression displeased, assuming it was her uncle and aunt who had left something behind. She opened the door without a second thought. However, upon seeing Lu Jingchen, she instinctively stepped back, attempting to close the door. Her reflexes were quicker than her thoughts. She subconsciously sought to distance herself from him. Having arrived early, Lu Jingchen waited on the side path until he personally confirmed that Qin Zhaoyang and the others had departed before making his entrance. Yet, Qin Ruyan's reaction to his presence, despite having deleted him from her contacts, was not one of embarrassment, but rather a determination to shut him out. Lu Jingchen's lips were pressed tightly together as he effortlessly pushed his way inside, locking the door behind him. Seeing him enter, Qin Ruyan retreated, speaking awkwardly. Lu Jingchen let out a derisive laugh, taking 2 or 3 long strides to stand before her, grasping her wrist. "Why did you delete me from WeChat and ignore my texts?" His tone was cold and assertive. Qin Ruyan felt a pang of anxiety within her, yet knowing the situation had escalated, she resolved to confront it head-on. "That I believe you should understand my intentions." Lu Dage. She raised her gaze, striving to maintain a calm demeanor. Lu Jingchen's eyes darkened, tightening his grip on her wrist. The pain caused her to wince involuntarily. He released her wrist, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. But in the next moment, he pulled her closer, cupping her chin with one hand and leaning down to kiss her. Qin Ruyan stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. Her eyes widened, her body stiffened. As Lu Jingchen held her chin, she instinctively opened her mouth, only to be met with a more passionate kiss. As reality set in, she began to struggle against him, yet the more she fought, the more fervently he kissed her. It was only when she felt her breath escape her that he finally released her. The moment he did, Qin Ruyan pushed him away. She had wanted to slap him, but considering that Qin Zhaoyang was currently at the Lu family, she held back. Lu Jingchen, I respect you as Yao's brother and called you Lu Dage, yet how could you treat me this way? Extending her hand, she vigorously wiped her lips, her eyes reddening with anger, but not a single tear fell as she attempted to erase the lingering sensation of him from her mouth. Lu Jingchen's expression, which had softened slightly, darkened once more due to her actions. "Try wiping again, and I may kiss you once more." Qin Ruyan looked up, realizing he was not jesting. She lowered her hands, letting them hang by her sides, her nails nearly embedding into her palms. Chapter 26. Stubbornness. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to calm herself. In the future, I will try to avoid you, and I hope, Mr. Lu, that you will show mercy and let this go. If it comes to it, I will sever my ties with Yao. Was she cornering him? Lu Jingchen stepped forward, lifting his chin. Qin Ruyan stubbornly refused to meet his gaze. Lu Jingchen chuckled lightly, yet she felt the surrounding air grow colder. "Are you not afraid that I might make things difficult for your uncle?" Qin Ruyan turned to him, speaking in a calm tone. "Is it just because of me? Would such a large conglomerate like the Lu family be thrown into disarray over a single woman? Lu is highly regarded in the industry. I would hope you wouldn't tarnish your reputation over someone as insignificant as me." She was exasperated. How dare he kiss her? That was her first kiss. And now he was using her uncle to threaten her. Lu Jingchen observed her, noting her eyes were red and glistening with unshed tears, her expression one of strained restraint. He furrowed his brow. "Why did you delete me from WeChat? My patience is wearing thin. You promised to consider things carefully, yet you deleted me right afterward. Is this your idea of consideration?" He placed his hand over her eyes, attempting to soothe the discomfort they felt. Qin Ruyan tugged at his hand, but to no avail. She resigned herself to her fate. "Isn't my meaning quite clear?" Lu Jingchen scoffed. "Who was it that promised to think things through yesterday?" He lowered his hand and lifted her chin, leaning in slightly to meet her gaze. "You assured me you would consider it carefully, yet you deleted me from WeChat, ignored my messages, and even locked me out. Yinner, I like you, but your actions toward me are somewhat excessive, don't you think? Qin Ruyan remained unfazed by his words. Lu Dage, from my perspective, you are my friend's brother, and I call you brother in the same vein as Yao Yao. You claim to have known me for a long time and to like me, but that is your affair. To me, you are merely my friend's brother, a person I have only recently met. I admit that deleting you from WeChat was my mistake. I was merely avoiding the situation that I do not wish to enter into a romantic relationship. I simply want to focus on my clothing studio. Yet what you just did, how would you classify that? If you were not Yao Yao's brother, I would have slapped you long ago. Lu Jingchen regarded her for a while before processing her words. Not wanting to date? That's fine. We can get married directly. That I can obtain a marriage certificate at any time. That he conveniently disregarded her rejection, speaking in a neutral tone. Qin Ruyan bit her lip, taking a deep breath. Lu Dage, what exactly do you want? Seeing her remain composed in the face of his advances, Lu Jingchen decided to compromise. If you do not wish to date, that is acceptable, but pursuing you is my freedom. And you cannot obstruct me. Add me back on WeChat, and I assure you that I will not behave like I did today, nor will I touch you without your consent. Qin Ruyan fell silent, fearing that agreeing would lead to complications down the line. Yenner, this is my bottom line. You should have heard of my methods to some extent if I truly wish to bind you to my side. I have my ways. However, I desire more than just a fleeting encounter. I want to be with you for the long haul. You may not harbor any feelings for me now, and we can initially interact as friends. But you cannot vanish or block me. Would you treat your friends in such a manner? Qin Ruyan's lips pressed tightly together. She felt utterly confused, unsure of how to proceed in terms of cunning and strategy. She was no match for Lu Jingchen, yet she did not wish to relinquish control of her own fate. 3 months. For these 3 months, I will not ignore your messages nor disappear. After 3 months. I still do not harbor feelings for you. You must not disturb my life further, nor use my family to threaten me. Lu Jingchen exhaled in relief. Agreed. He retrieved his phone and opened WeChat, sending her a friend request once more. First, add me back. Qin Ruyan took out her phone, accepting the request. She then looked up to add, and, you cannot kiss me like you did today. Lu Jingchen frowned. So, if you come to like me, I still cannot kiss you. Qin Ruyan blushed slightly, replying, what I meant was, until I have developed feelings for you, you must refrain from any intimate actions. Lu Jingchen smiled and said, well, I suppose I'm at a disadvantage. Yenner, if you were to develop feelings for me but refuse to admit it, what am I to do? Qin Ruyan pondered for a moment before responding, that won't happen. If I have feelings for you, I will certainly tell you. Lu Jingchen raised an eyebrow. All right, Yenner, you must hold true to your word. Chapter 27. The agreement. Qin Ruyan pressed her lips together, wishing she could argue that words don't mean much. Can you let go of me now? She lowered her eyelashes. They were close enough that Lu Jingchen had her ensnared in his embrace, his hand resting on her waist. Lu Jingchen looked down at her, easily retracting his hand and stepping back a little. As long as she did not shy away from him, he was more than willing to take things slowly, finding it quite amusing to slowly boil the frog in warm water. So, did you intentionally distract my uncle and the others today? Quite perceptive, Lu Jingchen remarked. Since I couldn't find you outside, I had no choice but to come here to intercept you. Qin Ruyan shot him a glare. He seemed rather unapologetic. And what about my uncle and the others? Lu Jingchen leaned against the door frame, casually slipping his hand into his pocket and retrieving a pack of cigarettes, taking one out. Qin Ruyan frowned slightly. He noticed her expression and did not light the cigarette, opting instead to toy with it in his hand. I had initially planned that if you didn't engage with me properly, I would have Qin Zheng threaten and entice your uncle to marry you off to me directly. His voice carried a hint of laughter, as if jesting, yet there was an underlying seriousness to it. However, now that you are willing to talk to me and are no longer avoiding me, today will naturally result in an increased investment in Qin Pharmaceutical. Qin Ruyan let out a sigh of relief. You don't need to go to such lengths, she contemplated before continuing. You shouldn't feel obliged to do anything because of me. That I trust in my uncle and my brother's capabilities. They can develop Qin Pharmaceutical splendidly on their own. Lu Jingchen felt a twinge of discomfort at her words. Hearing the woman he fancied praise other men was not agreeable, especially not her future brother-in-law. That simply won't do. I must win over your future brother-in-law to ensure he speaks favorably of me. Qin Ruyan chuckled. Brother Lu, my uncle and brother might not have the best impression of you. They have repeatedly cautioned me against associating with you. So, attempting to take the shortcut may not prove effective. Lu Jingchen furrowed his brows. Oh, they harbor such deep-seated grievances against me. Have I offended him in the past? He mused. Those he had previously crossed paths with or those he found displeasing were long gone. Unable to make waves in front of him, Qin Ruyan suppressed her smile. She touched her nose, feeling a touch of guilt. Was she, in a sense, betraying her uncle? Not quite. It was mainly that her uncle deemed him aloof. Like a cloud above the clouds, someone mere mortals could only look up to but never approached. That moment, Qin Ruyan lowered her defenses, conversing with him as if they were friends. Lu Jingchen smiled, lowering his head to meet her gaze. Then why is it that when I descend from the clouds, you no longer glance my way? Qin Ruyan struggled to muster a smile, opening her mouth but finding no words for a considerable time. Lu Jingchen smirked, rising to his feet and reaching out as if to pat her head, only to retract his hand at the last moment. I won't tease you any further. Remember our agreement. When I reach out to you, please don't make me unable to find you. Even as ordinary friends, we can meet for a meal, can't we? Qin Ruyan stared vacantly before nodding slowly, her gaze somewhat dazed. Shall I take my leave then? Your uncle and the others are likely still at the Lu Corporation. Lu Jingchen glanced at the time. After all, the people wouldn't run away. And he couldn't entirely neglect his work. They were both adults with their own careers to tend to. Very well. Brother Lu, please take care on your way. Qin Ruyan nodded at him, just as Lu Jingchen was about to turn away. A thought crossed his mind. He pulled out his phone and transferred a sum of money to Qin Ruyan. Her phone chimed, and instinctively, she unlocked it to check the screen. Why is he transferring money to me out of the blue? And why exactly 5,200,000? Is this not a bit presumptuous? Oh wait, is it ambiguous? Lu Jingchen retrieved his phone, speaking with a light-hearted tone. Since we are friends, and I am both a suitor and the pursued. What is wrong with sending you a red envelope for your studio? What is wrong? Who sends a red envelope with a 7-digit direct transfer? Is this charity? This is far too much, Qin Ruyan replied, pursing her lips, struggling to articulate her discomfort with the amount. That Lu Jingchen chuckled. What can I say? My WeChat balance just happens to be this amount. He was being deliberate, constantly reminding her that their relationship was meant to progress. If you refuse, I'll simply transfer 13,145,200 from my personal account to your uncle's company, with a note stating it's an investment for Yin-Er's studio, that I would kindly ask manager Qin to facilitate the transfer. Seeing her finger hover over the return button, Lu Jingchen added with a hint of firmness, I'm giving you time and space, but my inherent assertiveness remains. He was willing to accept her rejecting physical closeness, and even a confession, believing that with time, he could win her over, but refusing a red envelope for her studio, that was something he found hard to accept. Qin Ruyan hesitated, lifting her gaze to meet his, and at that moment, he happened to be looking down at her as well. Their eyes met, and she averted her gaze. Fine, but just like what my brother gave me, when I start earning, I'll share the profits with you. And if I incur losses, I'll pay you back gradually. Upon hearing this, Lu Jingchen instinctively frowned, wanting to speak, but Qin Ruyan was quicker. Brother Lu, I've said the same to my cousin. I treated the funds Yao Yao provided me in the same manner. We treat everyone equally. All right, Lu Jingchen conceded, feeling defeated by her reasoning. Qin Ruyan finally felt justified in accepting the transfer. Lu Jingchen glanced down at her chat interface, momentarily taken aback by her note. Brother number 2? He chuckled, pointing at her phone. What's this note? Qin Ruyan retrieved her phone, shooting him a glance. Why are you looking at my phone? Lu Jingchen remained silent, his gaze fixed on her, taking her time. Qin Ruyan replied, You said you were my brother. Now that I have another brother at home, are you not brother number 2? Fine. I shall await the day you proactively change my note, Lu Jingchen stated. Not lingering on the matter further. I'll take my leave now. Remember, you can always reach out to me when you face any issues. Of course, you can also contact me when there is nothing going on, Lu Jingchen said before finally reaching out to pat her head, giving it a gentle rub. Qin Ruyan let out a soft "oh," escorting him to the door before returning to the sofa. Holding her phone, she felt a bit dazed. Now that Lu Jingchen had left, she was alone, suddenly aware that her lips felt slightly numb. She reached out to touch her lips, but quickly withdrew her hand. Glancing around the empty room, she looked at the newly added contact on WeChat. She couldn't comprehend how someone she had initially intended to avoid had re-entered her line of sight. Was she truly captivated by his charm? Qin Ruyan sat on the sofa, lost in thought for quite some time, unable to form a coherent line of reasoning. Forget it, she finally decided, standing up and heading to her bedroom. Tomorrow she would be going to Hangzhou. It was crucial to rest well today. Chapter 28. 100 million. Meanwhile, after Lu Jingchen exited the Qin family villa, he walked a short distance before getting into his car. As he started the engine, he called Qin Zheng at that moment. Qin Zheng was leading Qin Zhaoyang and his companions to the conference room when his phone rang. Lu Jingchen's call, which had a distinctive ringtone set specifically for him. Qin Zheng quickly apologized to the group before answering. Mr. Lu, he greeted, as Qin Zhaoyang and the others settled into their seats, exchanging glances. After listening to a few words on the other end, Qin Zheng responded with a simple "all right" before hanging up. Turning to the trio, he said, "I'm not sure what's going on with Lu today. Initially, when he asked me to gather you all, I thought he might be looking to acquire Qin Pharmaceutical. But now he is calling to discuss an additional investment." He concealed his shock and approached the three. Mr. Qin, Mr. Lu is on his way. He is caught in a bit of traffic, so I'd appreciate your patience for a moment longer. Qin Zhaoyang nodded, taking a sip of water. Chun, is there something specific you wanted to discuss with us today? Qin Zhaoyang felt a twinge of anxiety. After all, he had little interaction with Lu Jingchen. The only time they had connected was last year, when Qin Shi needed funding for a project, and he had casually invested in Lu's company, which surprisingly yielded a return. Lu wishes to discuss additional investments with you. The specifics will be elaborated upon once he arrives, Qin Zheng replied, maintaining a neutral expression. He speculated that Lu Jingchen's sudden interest in further investing in Qin Pharmaceutical might be due to some external factors, though he was uncertain what those might be. After carefully considering his words, he added, Mr. Lu should be arriving shortly. Please make yourselves comfortable. Qin Zheng nodded and stepped out of the conference room. Just as he reached the elevator, the doors opened and Lu Jingchen stepped out. Qin Zheng quickly moved to his side. Mr. Lu, Mr. Qin and his family are currently waiting for you in the conference room. Lu Jingchen uttered a soft acknowledgement, extending his hand to adjust the buttons of his clothing before speaking with a hint of detachment. Prepare a contract to invest another 100 million into the pharmaceutical research project for Qin Shi. Qin Zheng slightly lowered his head upon hearing this, momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure and responded eagerly, I will head to the conference room. Please draft the contract as soon as possible. This funding will be deducted from my personal account, and if the research fails, Qin Shi will not be required to repay me. Inform the legal department to affix the necessary seals and bring it to me. Lu Jingchen spoke casually, offering a few instructions. Once he finished, Qin Zheng remained silent, prompting Lu Jingchen to pause and glance at him. Qin Zheng, sensing the weight of his superior's gaze, lowered his head. Understood, Mr. Lu, I will attend to it immediately. As Qin Zheng's mind processed the situation, he couldn't shake the feeling that his boss seemed unusually affected today. Put aside your wild speculations and promptly bring the contract to the conference room. Lu Jingchen added before striding towards the meeting room. Since Qin Ruyan mentioned that Qin Shi had invested in her, and given the close ties between her and the Qin family, he felt no qualms about assisting his brother-in-law. Moreover, Qin Shi indeed possessed the capability, making this investment a guaranteed profit. Upon reaching the conference room, Lu Jingchen pushed the door open, and the three individuals seated within stood up. Qin Zhaoyang was the first to greet Lu Jingchen. Mr. Lu, he said, approaching and extending his hand. Lu Jingchen reciprocated the gesture. Qin Zheng, he replied, his tone gentle, a touch more amiable than with other partners. After exchanging pleasantries, they got straight to the point. I sincerely apologize. I had intended to visit Mr. Qin today for discussions, but I have a business trip to Hangqing tomorrow and an unavoidable meeting this afternoon, so I had to trouble Mr. Qin to come here. Lu Jingchen gestured for everyone to take their seats. No problem at all. Coincidentally, our company is free today, and I rarely have the opportunity to visit Lu's. Qin Zheng replied, feeling somewhat relieved at Lu Jingchen's amiable demeanor. However, I am curious about the purpose of Mr. Lu's summons today. Though Qin Zheng felt less tense now, he remained focused on the matter at hand. Lu Jingchen took a sip of water before addressing the three of them. Last year, Lu's invested 70 million into Qin Shi's pharmaceutical research project. I'm unsure if Mr. Qin recalls. Lu Jingchen interlocked his fingers on the table, awaiting the arrival of Qin Zheng with the contract. I do remember. At that time, I sought investments from many, but only Lu agreed. Qin Shi interjected from the side. Just then, there was a knock at the door, and Qin Zheng arrived with the contract. He approached Lu Jingchen respectfully and placed the document before him. "Mr. Lu, the contract is ready for your review," he said before stepping aside. Lu Jingchen flipped through the contract and found it aligned with what he had discussed. He then pushed the document towards Qin Shi. "Feel free to examine this contract, Mr. Qin." Although Qin Shi was somewhat taken aback, he refrained from saying much. He took the contract and began to peruse it. Upon reaching the third page, his expression could no longer be contained. He looked up at Lu Jingchen in shock. Lu Jingchen, noticing that Qin Shi had finished reading the contract, finally spoke. "I am personally adding an additional 100 million for research expenses. Should the drug development fail, I will bear the cost myself." Lu Jingchen's words landed like a bombshell among the attendees. Even with over 2 decades of experience in the business realm, Qin Ruyan had never encountered such a generous offer. He approached Qin Shi and took the contract to examine it closely. Reading through it, he realized that it offered no advantages to Lu Jingchen. Rather, it placed the risk of 100 million squarely on his shoulders. Qin Shi, regaining his composure, cleared his throat and mustered the courage to speak. "Mr. Lu, have you thoroughly reviewed this agreement?" Given Lu Jingchen's status and background, it was not inappropriate for Qin Shi to address him with a respectful "you." Lu Jingchen stood up, smiling as he replied, "There is little age difference between Mr. Qin and myself. There is no need for such formality." He then glanced towards Qin Shi. "The legal department drafted this contract at my behest, and I have no objections. Now, it is up to Mr. To be candid. Mr. Lu, the funds invested last year have not yet been fully utilized. We have encountered a bottleneck in drug research, and there has been little progress recently." Qin Shi explained after contemplating for a moment. Lu Jingchen listened without interruption, twirling a pen in his fingers before speaking slowly. "The medical department of Jingxing University, including its laboratories, is funded by Lu's. If Mr. Qin requires assistance, you may contact them directly." Lu Jingchen added, "I will have Qin Zheng provide you with their contact information. Is there anything else you are concerned about, Mr. Qin?" Qin Shi shook his head. Exchanging a glance with Qin Ruyan, the two shared a moment of unease. "If there are no further issues, Mr. Qin, would you be able to take this agreement back for signing and stamping? I will have Qin Zheng accompany you. He can bring the contract back afterward, and I will transfer the funds this afternoon." Lu Jingchen stated calmly, his tone steady, yet an unmistakable sense of pressure emanated from him. Qin Shi's initial thought was to question whether this contract was a trap. Lu Jingchen was not known for his benevolence. Although the agreement appeared advantageous, who could rival Lu's legal department's expertise? However, recalling the late Qin Zheng's relentless pursuit of this drug for years and considering Qin Ruyan's situation, he gritted his teeth and decided to proceed. Even if it was a banquet of deceit, no problem, I will sign the contract. Qin Shi took up the pen and swiftly inscribed his name. Chapter 29. Business Trip. Seeing Qin Ruyan sign the document, Lu Jingchen then turned to Qin Zheng. "Accompany Mr. Qin to Qin Pharmaceutical. Once Mr. Qin has affixed the seal, return the contract to me at Yujinjuan." Qin Zheng nodded in acknowledgement. Yujinjuan was Lu Jingchen's private residence, and Qin Zheng was aware that this contract was signed in Lu Jingchen's personal capacity, with his private seal affixed. One could only imagine investing 100 million without batting an eye. Perhaps even Lu Huaiqin was unaware. Although Lu Huaiqin no longer managed Lu's group, for significant investments, Lu Jingchen would occasionally inform him. This contract was signed directly, bypassing the company's contract review department. Lu Jingchen was typically very meticulous concerning business affairs, making this an unprecedented occurrence. He then turned to bid farewell to the others. "My apologies, Mr. Qin. Today is somewhat constrained for time. I have another meeting in half an hour. Perhaps we can arrange a meal together on another occasion." He spoke sincerely. Initially intending to find Qin Ruyan, he had cleared his schedule for today, only for a pressing issue to arise at the Hangqing branch. Qin Ruyan hastily waved his hand. "No need for such formality. Mr. Lu, you focus on your work. We will return to stamp the contract and then provide it to Assistant Qin." Lu Jingchen nodded and exited the conference room ahead of them. Behind him, Qin Zheng escorted the group out before accompanying them to Qin Pharmaceutical, where they stamped the contract and then delivered it back to Lu Jingchen. Once in his office, Lu Jingchen removed his suit jacket and rolled up his sleeves. Initiating a video conference, he took a sip of the coffee at hand. What is the situation? The Hangqing branch had always been a mid-tier subsidiary of Lu's, and while performance had risen by 8 points recently, It had been rather lackluster this month. Lu's electronic products consistently outperformed other brands domestically. Mr. Lu, we recently launched a new batch of smartphones last month, and we have received numerous user complaints regarding personal information leaks. The branch manager reported, sitting upright with a hint of nervousness, rare for a chance to communicate with Lu boss, especially under such problematic circumstances. Have you recalled the products for the technical department to investigate the issues? Lu Jingchen queried, typing Lu's group smartphone into the search engine, revealing multiple posts from users online. No, we have not, the manager replied, wiping sweat from his brow, lacking any semblance of authority. Lu Jingchen frowned and leaned back in his chair. You encountered a problem but have no solutions? Do you expect me to fire you? He knew Lu's group offered some of the best salaries, bonuses, and compensation packages in the nation. Immediately publish an announcement on the official website to recall this smartphone line and promise consumers triple compensation. Once the issues are resolved, all recalled smartphones users will receive a new phone free of charge. Lu Jingchen decisively issued his command. The reputation he had built for Lu's was not something he would allow to crumble. After ending the video call, he dialed Qin Zheng, booked the next available flight to Hangzhou. Once he hung up, he removed his glasses, rubbing his temples. He had initially thought he would have more time to connect with Qin Ruyan. But now he faced a business trip that could extend for a week. He picked up his phone, unlocking it, opened WeChat, and sent her a message. I will be on a business trip for the next few days. Please message me when you have the time. In the event of an urgent matter, you may contact me directly via phone. A message was sent, and shortly thereafter, a reply was received. All right, please be cautious on your journey. The response was quite conventional, prompting Lu Jingchen to scoff softly. That moment, Qin Ruyan was in her room, packing her suitcase. She checked the weather in Hangzhou, noting that it was slightly warmer than in Beijing. She primarily packed short-sleeved shirts and shorts, neatly organizing her skincare products into her cosmetic bag before placing everything into her suitcase. Once she finished, she heard voices from downstairs, after washing her face and drying it. She opened her door and stepped outside. Just as she reached the staircase, she encountered Qin Zhaoyang and his companions returning. Uncle, why are you back so soon? Their outing had only lasted a few hours. Qin Zhaoyang, in a good mood, replied, Yes, we just signed an investment contract with Lu's group today. Your brother's project is now secure in terms of funding. Developing new medications truly requires substantial financial resources. As Qin Pharmaceutical's annual profit margin is less than 13%, most drugs are also included in the national medical insurance, resulting in very low selling prices, while the investment in drug research and development typically starts at 7 or 8 figures. Qin Ruyan's heart sank. She had thought Lu Jingchen's mention of increasing her uncle's investment was a joke, but it turned out to be true. She tightened her grip on the stair railing. That truly is wonderful news. Now my brother need not worry about the funding chain affecting the research progress. Qin sure smiled as well. Ruoyan is indeed our family's little lucky star, ever since he returned. Qin's performance has been on the rise. Qin sure teased lightly, failing to notice the twitch at the corner of Qin Ruoyan's mouth. Surely, Lu Jingchen would not speak frivolously in front of her uncle. She glanced at Qin Zhaoyang, who was humming a cheerful tune as he headed to the kitchen. With his good spirits today, he was preparing to showcase his culinary skills. How could he be in a bad mood? The contract from Lu Jingchen was entirely beneficial for them. Seeing her uncle in such a cheerful state, Qin Ruyan guessed that Lu Jingchen had not spoken out of turn. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so pleased. She breathed a sigh of relief. Uncle, I will be heading to Hangzhou tomorrow and won't be back for a few days. Qin Zhaoyang paused for a moment before recalling that this was indeed the case. Would you like me to transfer you some more money? Is the amount sufficient? If the fabric is suitable, go ahead and make the purchase. That if you need more funds, feel free to call your brother or me and your aunt. Qin Ruyan nodded. Qin Zhaoyang shooed her out of the kitchen, saying, The kitchen is too smoky. You should go chat with your brother instead. Today, I am cooking, and no one is allowed to help. Qin Ruyan rubbed her nose and responded with a simple "Oh." She walked into the living room and sat on the sofa. Qin Shi poured her a cup of tea and handed it to her. She smiled as she accepted it. What time is your flight tomorrow? Will your brother be seeing you off? Qin Ruyan took a sip of the hot tea, placed the cup on the table, and shook her head. It's in the afternoon, and I will arrive there by evening. Yao Yao will pick me up. Zhang Qiao mentioned that her family's driver would take her over, and then they would head to the airport together. Qin Shi chuckled. It seems the rumors from the outside are not to be trusted. They say Lu Jingchen is unfathomable. Yet today he generously gifted me 100 million, and his sister appears to be a lovely person. Upon hearing this, Qin Ruyan coughed lightly, feeling a bit guilty and refraining from mentioning her acquaintance with Lu Jingchen. Fearing her brother's reaction. Chapter 30. Business trip. To Qin Ruyan and her brother Qin Shi chatted for a little while longer when a knock sounded at the door. Qin Shi, being closer, stood up to open it. Outside, Shen Ming walked in, struggling under the weight of numerous bags. Qin Shi raised an eyebrow, observing his mother. After leaving Lu's group, she had mentioned wanting to go shopping, and now she could hardly manage the load. Yet she wore a smile, seemingly unfazed by the burden. Qin Shi felt a bit helpless. Qin Ruyan approached the scene. "Aunt, let me help you." She extended her hand to assist, but Shen Ming shook her head. "Let your brother carry this. These are gifts I bought for you while shopping." Shen Ming stuffed the bags into Qin Shi's arms and took Qin Ruyan's hand, leading her toward the sofa. Qin Ruyan poured her a glass of water and handed it to her. "Aunt, please drink some water first. It's so hot, and you're carrying all these things." Isn't it heavy? Shen Ming had fair skin and had maintained her appearance well over the years. Looking far from her nearing 50 years, she accepted the water from Qin Ruyan, took a sip, set it down on the table, then turned to Qin Ruyan, her hand gripping hers as she spoke excitedly. "Ruyan, I just went shopping and bought you so many gifts. You have no idea. Everything I saw felt perfect for you, and before I knew it, I had bought so much." Shen Ming was quite animated. Having only Qin Shi as her child and no daughter, she had always longed for a daughter to accompany her shopping, but alas, she had only a son. "That I bought you many beautiful little dresses, and I had your brother carry them upstairs. Shall we try them on later to see if Aunt's taste is good?" Qin Ruyan was taken aback for a moment before responding. She looked at Shen Ming, noticing the sweat on her forehead and the redness in her palms from carrying the bags. Unable to suppress her emotions, she lowered her head momentarily to compose herself. "Aunt's taste is certainly impeccable. Whatever you buy, I will wear beautifully." When she lifted her gaze again, her demeanor was composed, and she smiled brightly at Shen Ming. Very well, Shen Ming exclaimed, pulling her hand and leading her upstairs. "Let us try them on now. Once we're done, your uncle will have dinner ready." Qin Ruyan felt a little helpless, but Shen Ming was in high spirits, so she didn't want to dampen her enthusiasm. The two ascended to the second floor, stopping at the door to Qin Ruyan's room. Qin Shi stood there for a while. Since she was not inside, he hesitated to enter, aware that it was inappropriate for him to intrude upon a girl's room. "Thank you for your hard work, brother." Qin Ruyan approached and opened the door. Qin Shi carried the bags inside before retreating from the room. Qin Ruyan opened the bags and was astonished by the sheer volume of items. "This is quite a lot." Shen Ming retrieved a bag from the packaging, revealing the latest Hermes Birkin bag. She handed it to Qin Ruyan with a smile. "Our little princess of the Qin family deserves the best. Your uncle, aunt, and brother earn money just to spend on you." Qin Ruyan accepted the bag with a smile. "Thank you, aunt." Though she did not place much importance on such items, she accepted the gesture with appreciation. Shen Ming continued to show her the contents of the other bags one by one. Qin Ruyan took them out, covering the bedroom floor with an array of bags and lipsticks. Among them was a delicate box, which she opened to reveal a blue and white chaste. She gazed at the collection of bags. Her expression brightened. Shen Ming, noticing her reaction, chuckled softly. "This was made by a tailor from an old alley in Beijing. From the moment you mentioned returning home, I had it ordered for you. Ruyan, why not try it on? If it doesn't fit, I can have it altered." Qin Ruyan nodded, lifting the cheongsam for a closer look before turning toward the bathroom, feeling shy to change in front of Shen Ming. After a couple of minutes, Qin Ruyan emerged from the bathroom. Shen Ming looked up, her eyes filled with amazement. Standing at 168 centimeters and weighing only 92 kg, Qin Ruyan embodied the classic beauty of fair skin, elegant features, and long legs. Her complexion was flawless, with a long neck and slender limbs, her lips a vivid red against pearly white teeth, and her waist incredibly slim. Shen Ming had seen many women in cheongsams, but none wore it quite as beautifully as Qin Ruyan. Shen Ming approached her and walked around her, exclaiming, "I didn't expect our Ruyan to have such an exquisite figure. If you wear this out, you'll surely dazzle a multitude of young men." Qin Ruyan bit her lip, feeling a bit shy. "Aunt, you're just teasing me." Shen Ming took her hand and patted it, assuring her, "Aunt only speaks the truth. Our Ruyan is truly beautiful. I can't believe it fits so well." Qin Ruyan glanced down, noting that it indeed seemed to fit perfectly. that aunt's keen eye for fashion. You picked out beautiful clothes. Xinming remained silent, simply smiling at her. Qin Ruyan chatted casually with her. Aunt, please wait a moment that I'll go change back so that I don't wrinkle the cheongsam you bought for me. I'll wear it for the right occasion. Xinming nodded. Aunt, won't he disturb you any longer that I can help you tidy up these items? Get some rest, and if you find anything else you like, just let Aunt know. I'll get it for you. Unable to resist, she pinched Qin Ruyan's cheek and sighed. Youth is truly wonderful. Qin Ruyan smiled. I'll tidy up myself. I want to take my time with each piece. As they all carry Aunt's heartfelt intentions, she declined Xinming's offer for assistance, realizing it was getting late and wishing not to delay Xinming's rest. All right. Xinming turned with a smile and exited. Casually pulling the door shut behind her, Qin Ruyan entered the bathroom, changing out of her cheongsam and emerging in her nightgown. She surveyed the scattered bags and lipsticks strewn across the floor, sighed, and knelt down to tidy up. By the time Qin Ruyan finished organizing, it was nearly 10 o'clock. She stepped into the bathroom for a shower and, after completing her skincare routine, emerged anew. The screen of her phone on the bedside table flickered to life repeatedly. As she walked, she dried her hair, made her way to the bed, picked up her phone, and unlocked it. There were unread messages from WeChat 99. Yao. Yin, are you asleep? I'll come pick you up at the agreed time tomorrow. A cabbage. I was just about to sleep. Okay, I'll be waiting at home for you. After replying, Qin Ruyan scrolled down further and noticed several messages from Lu Jingchen. She glanced at the time. It had been half an hour. LJC. Are you asleep? LJC. I have a business trip tomorrow and might not be able to reply promptly in the next couple of days. Will you be upset? LJC. Are you asleep because you didn't reply? Qin Ruyan sighed. Was Lu Jingchen truly that idle? She pressed on her phone and began replying one by one. Not asleep. I happen to have a business trip tomorrow as well, to look at fabric samples, so I might be a bit busy these next 2 days. Not upset. After sending her replies, she added one final message. I have an early flight tomorrow, so I'll sleep now. Lu to go. Make sure to rest early too. Good night. Once Qin Ruyan finished her messages, she turned off her phone and placed it on the bedside table, lifted the covers, lay down, and closed her eyes, quickly drifting into slumber. Chapter 31. Business Trip 3. Lu Jingchen had consumed a bit of alcohol that evening. After concluding a meeting, he received a call from Ji Feng, who wanted to share a few drinks with him. Considering he had no other plans for the night and didn't wish to pressure Qin Ruyan too much, fearing it would backfire, he accepted. Upon arriving at the familiar venue, Lu Jingchen drove from the company parking lot and connected the call to his Bluetooth headset. Your voice sounds weary. Are you seeking me out to drown your sorrows? He gripped the steering wheel with one hand, signaling a left turn. You have no idea, brother, the burden I bear. This drama queen. Lu Jingchen replied coolly. I'll hang up for now. I'll discuss it further when I arrive. After ending the call, Lu Jingchen drove towards the venue. 20 minutes later, he parked at the entrance of the West Mansion. The valet approached to take his keys, and he nodded before heading inside. Upon reaching the door of the Tianke private room, he did not knock, but pushed the door open. As Lu Jingchen stepped into the room, he frowned. The overwhelming scent of smoke filled the air. Had they not turned on the lights? He switched on the lights, and the scene before him caused even Lu Jingchen to twitch his lips in disdain. The floor was littered with empty bottles, the table cluttered with cigarette butts, and there was someone sitting on the floor rather than on the sofa. What on earth? As he walked in, he disdainfully kicked aside a bottle. Ji Feng looked up at him, slightly dazed. That you're here. Sit and keep me company for a bit longer. That he appeared quite intoxicated, barely able to hold a coherent conversation. What's wrong? Is Uncle Ji pressuring you to take over the family business? Or is he forcing you into blind dates? Lu Jingchen grabbed a bottle from the table and poured a small measure into a clean glass. Ji Feng staggered to his feet, collapsing onto the sofa. Lu Jingchen felt a headache coming on. Tell me, what kind of man does Yao like? Ji Feng leaned back against the sofa, gazing at the ceiling. Lu Jingchen halted, his hand pausing midair, turning his head in disbelief. What did you just say? Ji Feng sighed, straightening his posture. I asked what type of man your sister, Zhang Qiyao, prefers. Lu Jingchen set down his glass, letting out a scoff. I consider you a brother, and now you wish to become my sister's brother-in-law. At that moment, Ji Feng seemed to regain some clarity. Am I that undesirable, not worthy to be your sister's partner? Or are we no longer brothers for you to say such things? After pondering for a while, Lu Jingchen replied coolly, I'm still single, And my sister likely isn't considering romance at this time. Ji Feng laughed in disbelief. Lu Jingchen, are you a fascist? Just because you're single, must you drag others into your predicament? Lu Jingchen crossed his legs, speaking in a detached manner. If you can win her over, then pursue her. I won't meddle in your affairs. But should you win her heart only to abandon her, our brotherhood will be over. Ji Feng chuckled lightly. Is that all? I expected you to offer some kind words, or at least devise a plan for me. Lu Jingchen lowered his head, his eyelashes casting shadows. Devise a plan? You don't even know what it takes to win her over. He felt a twinge of annoyance at the thought that Ji Feng might pursue his sister first. Lu Jingchen raised his glass and took a sip. You should be grateful I'm not fanning the flames. Expecting me to speak favorably for you is unrealistic. Ji Feng picked up a cigarette from the table. Offering it to him, Lu Jingchen lifted his hand, intending to quit smoking. Ji Feng gaped in surprise. What's wrong? Are you unwell? Is it serious enough to warrant quitting smoking? What should I do? The Lu Corporation has a multitude of affairs. If anything were to happen to me, wouldn't that burden fall on Yao Yao? Lu Jingchen hadn't anticipated Ji Feng would extrapolate so much from his words. Feeling somewhat restless, he tugged at his tie and spoke lightly. Someone dislikes it. That he recalled how, while holding a cigarette in the Qin household, Qin Ruyan instinctively frowned at him. Ji Feng nodded, momentarily lost in thought. Before falling silent, Lu Jingchen glanced over and saw that Ji Feng had succumbed to sleep. Frowning, he reached for his phone and called Qin Zheng. It was rare for Qin Zheng to finish an early shift today, intending to spend time with his wife and children, but a call from Lu Jingchen summoned him to the West Mansion. Come to Tianke at the West Mansion. Take Ji Feng home. He.s. drunk. Lu Jingchen's instructions were succinct. Qin Zheng acknowledged and then asked, What about you, President Lu? I'll find a designated driver. You come over first, and I'll leave once you arrive. Although Ji Feng was a man, he was rather good-looking. In today's society, anything could happen, and given their special status, Lu Jingchen decided to stay until someone arrived. He wasn't concerned that anyone would dare harm Ji Feng. He merely feared Ji Feng would make a scene in his inebriated state and embarrass himself. 20 minutes later, Qin Zheng arrived. As he entered, Lu Jingchen stood up to leave. President Lu, Qin Zheng called out at the right moment. My car is restricted today, so I took a taxi. Since you've been drinking as well, how about I drive your car to take you home and then drop Ji Feng off? Lu Jingchen thought for a few seconds and nodded in agreement. Grateful for the convenience of not having to find a designated driver, Lu Jingchen walked over to Ji Feng, giving his foot a gentle nudge. Get up. I'm taking you home. His tone was less than pleasant, and Qin Zheng thought to himself that only Ji Feng would dare to have Lu Jingchen personally escort him home. Of course, he was unaware that in a few months, Lu Jingchen wouldn't need anyone to pick him up anymore, as he would be the one driving his girlfriend to and from work. Ji Feng groaned, standing unsteadily and nearly wobbling. Lu Jingchen led the way, with Ji Feng following behind and Qin Zheng bringing up the rear. He reached out occasionally, fearful that Ji Feng might stumble and fall. Lu Jingchen's patience was wearing thin that night, likely due to the alcohol and Ji Feng's provocations. We are all lost souls in this world. First, take me back to Yuan, and then drive my car to ensure Ji Feng gets home safely. Lu Jingchen settled into the passenger seat, pushing Ji Feng into the back seat. Qin Zheng nodded, starting the car, and before long, they arrived at Yuan, which was conveniently on the way. Tomorrow, come to pick me up directly. No need to go to the office. You'll accompany me on the business trip. Qin Zheng nodded. As he had initially purchased tickets for two. Once Lu Jingchen exited the car, he walked inside. He had begun the day in high spirits, but encountering Ji Feng had dampened his mood. Entering the living room, he removed his suit jacket. This hour, the house was empty, the cleaning lady only appearing at designated times during the day. He sank into the sofa, resting his head back and furrowing his brow. Chapter 32. Business trip. For he didn't turn on the lights. The living room was only illuminated by moonlight seeping through the curtains by the floor-to-ceiling windows. He pulled off his tie, tossing it aside, and poured himself a glass of cold water, downing it in one go. Yet, the restlessness in his heart seemed impossible to quell. He closed his eyes, taking a few moments to breathe. But when he opened them again, the agitation remained. Lu Jingchen picked up his phone from the table, opening WeChat to glance at his pinned messages. How ungrateful. He had invested $1 billion into Qin Shi. Yet his beloved hadn't even thought to send him a message. Was it truly the case that if he didn't reach out, she wouldn't remember to contact him. Lu Jingchen felt a tinge of defeat. Although investing in Qin Shi was his own choice, was Qin Ruyan truly so astute that she could not discern his indirect intentions? Or did she simply not care, even if she knew? Simply because he currently harbors no feelings for her, his brow furrowed tightly, and the more he pondered, the more he felt a constricting sensation in his chest. He could scarcely endure such torment and, succumbing to his impulse, opened the chat window to send several messages to Qin Ruyan. Yet, all fell into silence. As not a single reply came from her, Lu Jingchen found himself torn between whether to give her a call. Fearing that doing so might push her away even further, he was truly caught in a dilemma. Rising from his seat, he ascended the stairs, returning to his bedroom, where he retrieved his sleepwear and took a shower. Only then did Qin Ruyan's messages finally arrive. By the time he finished his bath and emerged, another 10 minutes had elapsed. He casually dried his hair, and when it was nearly dry, he set down the towel and approached the bedside. Habitually reaching for his phone, he instantly noticed her messages. She responded to each of his texts, her tone reflecting that of a casual conversation between friends. After reading through, particularly the last line, "Good night," he couldn't help but smile. Pressing his phone to reply, presuming she had already retired for the night, he refrained from saying much, and after sending his message, placed the phone on the nightstand. Lu Jingchen slipped under the covers and soon fell into a deep slumber. Qin Ruyan, with her punctual biological clock, awoke before 7 this morning. Having faced a heavy academic load abroad and residing some distance from the school, she was accustomed to rising early, still nestled within her blankets. She extended her arm to grope for her phone on the nightstand. Upon locating it, she withdrew her hand back into the warmth of her covers, having buried her face deep into the bedding during her sleep. It was only after retrieving her phone that she finally revealed her face from the cocoon of blankets. With a slight daze, she opened her eyes and instinctively accessed WeChat, where the first message awaiting her was from Lu Jingchen. Checking the time, she noted that it had arrived just a few minutes after her last reply. It was a voice message. After a moment's contemplation, she lowered the volume before pressing play. I was in the shower and couldn't respond promptly. My apologies. Also, good night. Upon finishing the message, she felt a slight flush creep across her cheeks. Was it really necessary to mention the shower? She grappled with her thoughts for a while, but ultimately chose not to respond. She lingered in bed for over 10 minutes before finally rising. Once dressed, she stepped out of her room, and as she descended the stairs, the housekeeper, Aunt Fu, emerged with breakfast. "Miss Ruyan, please sit down to eat." At that moment, the house was devoid of family, with only Qin Ruyan and Aunt Fu present. Aunt Fu, who had worked in the Qin household for over a decade and was in her 50s, had initially addressed her as Miss, which made Qin Ruyan feel somewhat uncomfortable. After much insistence, she convinced Aunt Fu to call her Ruyan instead. "Good morning, Aunt Fu. Have you had breakfast? If not, please join me." After speaking, she picked up a bun to eat. The Qin family had never been overly particular about such matters. Aunt Fu would primarily assist with cooking, and occasionally Qin Zhaoyang would take it upon himself to prepare meals. Typically, when no outsiders were present, Aunt Fu would share the table with them. Aunt Fu shook her head with a smile. "I had breakfast with the madam. She thought you might want to sleep a little longer. So she didn't call for you. I saved your breakfast. It's still warm." Qin Ruyan nodded in acknowledgement. "I need to go to Hangzhou this afternoon and will be gone for about 3 or 4 days. So please don't plan meals around me. All right, take care on the road, and be safe," Aunt Fu said with concern as she walked back to the kitchen. "Got it. Thank you, Aunt Fu." Qin Ruyan nodded, continuing to savor her breakfast slowly. After finishing, when Aunt Fu came to clear the dishes, Qin Ruyan settled onto the sofa and checked her phone. Her flight was scheduled for the afternoon, but checking in at the airport would require some time. And there might be traffic as well. She sent a message to Zhang Qiao to coordinate their departure time. On the other side, Zhang Qiao had risen early to pack her luggage. She had a tendency to procrastinate, often leaving tasks until the last moment. Lu Jingchen had taken a morning flight, heading directly to the airport from Yujinjuan with Qin Zheng. Unbeknownst to him, Qin Ruyan and Zhang Qiao were headed to the same destination, Hangzhou. Zhang Qiao brought her luggage down and, just as she sat, received a message from Qin Ruyan. Without hesitation, she called her. "Yin Yin, I've finished packing. How about I come over to find you? We could grab lunch together before heading to the airport." That should work out nicely. Recently, her brother had increased her allowance significantly, and she felt a bit uneasy about the money just sitting in her bag. Qin Ruyan found herself unable to refuse Zhang Qiao for reasons she couldn't quite grasp. After hanging up, she waited at home for less than half an hour before Zhang Qiao arrived. With the family away, she merely informed Aunt Fu and then stepped outside at the entrance of the Qin residence. Zhang Qiao and the driver exited the car. Upon seeing Qin Ruyan, the driver stepped forward to take her suitcase while Zhang Qiao pulled her along to the back seat. Yin, what do you feel like eating? She appeared somewhat excited, having not gone out for quite a while. Although this trip was for serious business, she still hoped to squeeze in some shopping. I had a rather substantial breakfast and am not particularly hungry. Zhang Qiao nodded in response. Then shall we look for a place near the airport? We can sit for a bit, and when you're hungry, we can eat. Qiao, don't worry about me. If you're hungry, let us go eat. Qin Ruyan felt a bit guilty that Zhang Qiao was considering her needs above her own. Zhang Qiao waved her hand dismissively. I'm not that hungry either. Qin Ruyan chuckled helplessly. Then how about we skip eating altogether? We can wait until we get to Hangzhou. Sounds good. Let us head to the airport and take a look around. Zhang Qiao readily agreed. Chapter 33. A chance encounter at the Hotel 1 after finalizing their plans. The two hopped into the car, heading towards the airport, the airport duty-free shop. It was Qin Ruyan's first visit, and Zhang Qiao had never been there either. Most of her purchases were sent directly to her home by the brands. A privilege reserved for true elite socialites of the capital. Qin Ruyan walked alongside Zhang Qiao with little enthusiasm, as she was not particularly interested in the items on display. The luxury handbag that Shin Ming had gifted her yesterday remained untouched, tucked away in her wardrobe. However, the qipao she received was packed in her suitcase, as Hangzhou was known for its rich cultural heritage, and she might have the opportunity to wear it. Today, she carried a suitcase and casually slung a backpack over her shoulder. Dressed in a simple high-waisted white t-shirt that revealed a hint of her porcelain waist, paired with fitted jeans that accentuated her long and slender legs, that a baseball cap shielded her delicate features. After browsing for a while, Zhang Qiao seemed to lose interest in shopping and turned to look at Qin Ruyan, momentarily taken aback. Yin, don't you want to buy anything? At that moment, she too was empty-handed and appeared somewhat distracted. Qin Ruyan shook her head. My aunt just sent me a bunch of things yesterday, so I'm not in the market for anything right now. Zhang Qiao nodded in understanding. Shall we go grab a bite to eat now? We can scroll through our phones in the lounge, and it'll be time to board before we know it. Qin Ruyan agreed with a nod. She had booked a business class ticket, allowing them to relax in the lounge while waiting. They made their way around again, eventually finding a Hunan restaurant. Qin Ruyan could handle spicy food, but she was cautious as it often led to ulcers. Zhang Qiao, on the other hand, was indifferent and could eat anything. They entered the restaurant and casually ordered a few dishes. Let us have some desserts too, Zhang Qiao said as the server was about to leave with the menu. The server smiled and nodded before exiting. Zhang Qiao turned to Qin Ruyan with a cheerful expression. Yin, you're too thin. You should eat something sweet to gain some weight. While Zhang Qiao was already considered slim. Next to Qin Ruyan, she appeared to have gained a significant amount of weight. Qin Ruyan chuckled lightly. I might just be adjusting to being back. I've lost about 3 or 4 pounds since returning. She typically ate well, but upon arriving abroad, she struggled to adjust to Western cuisine, and there were few Chinese restaurants. Though Qin Zhaoyang and the others provided her with ample funds, they too had been going through tough times. So she refrained from spending much. She managed to get by during her first year abroad through part-time jobs, and by her second year, she began accepting online translation and design projects in her junior year. She participated in a fashion design competition hosted by the Xiang brand, clinching first place and catching the eye of the judges, who recognized her as a prot-G. It was only later that she discovered that this judge, her mentor, was also the founder of the Xiang family. Upon graduation, her teacher urged her to remain abroad, offering her shares in the company. The temptation was indeed immense. Her mentor, Jennifer, the founder of the Xiang family, had bestowed upon her the esteemed title of Jennifer's protege, which would undoubtedly grant her a significant standing in the fashion industry, not to mention the allure of shares. However, Qin Ruyan could not sever her ties with her uncle and aunt back home. More importantly, she had long harbored suspicions that her parents' tragic car accident was not an accident at all. She yearned to return home, to be with her family, and to uncover the truth surrounding her parents' demise. The Qin couple were esteemed professors in the medical department at a prestigious university in the capital, dedicated to various pharmaceutical research endeavors. Thus, Qin Ruyan graciously declined Jennifer's generous offer, explaining the circumstances to spare her mentor any distress. Jennifer, saddened by her departure, nonetheless reminded her not to forsake her passion for fashion design, emphasizing that she was inherently suited for this profession, possessing remarkable talent. Qin Ruyan, unwilling to disappoint her, assured her that even upon her return, she would not abandon fashion design. Given the opportunity, she would establish her own design studio. Hearing this, Jennifer nodded in satisfaction, no longer pressing her to stay. Qin Ruyan honored their agreement, returning home for a brief respite before prioritizing her studio plans. Jennifer had supported her immensely, and she could not bear the thought of letting her down, especially since she genuinely loved design. Most importantly, she required funds to investigate her parents' accident, a task that would undoubtedly demand considerable resources and time. Zhang Xiao waved her hand in front of Qin Ruyan's face, pulling her from her reverie. "Why are you daydreaming? The dishes are all served, and you still look so dazed." Qin Ruyan snapped back to reality. Smiling softly, "Oh, it's nothing, that I was just pondering where we should explore after we finish at the fabric market in Hangzhou." She lifted her glass for a sip of water and resumed eating. "I am open to anything. It seems there are plenty of trinkets over there. My mother has a fondness for the ancient style, so we can browse around." Zhang Xiao thought of her mother, Mrs. Zhang Wanyu, who had a keen interest in antiques. Qin Ruyan nodded. "My aunt made me a chi pao, which I brought along, that I thought it would be quite fitting for Hangzhou." Zhang Xiao's eyes sparkled. "Once we check into the hotel, can you try it on for me? I've never seen you wear anything beyond casual attire, and I've only glimpsed you in a dress a few times during school events." Most of the time, she wore a bare face, prioritizing convenience. After a brief moment of contemplation, Qin Ruyan agreed. "Sure. After all, it will just be the two of us in the hotel room, and there's no one else around." They finished their meal and lingered for a while. Noticing the time, Qin Ruyan remarked, "We still have 3 hours until boarding. Should we head to the lounge?" The dining area was quite crowded and noisy, which made her uncomfortable, instinctively furrowing her brows. Zhang Xiao nodded. "That sounds good. My phone is about to die anyway. I can charge it in the lounge." The two stood up and made their way to the airport lounge. As Qin Ruyan gazed at the bustling airport, she lowered her eyes and adjusted her CAP.in. Just a few minutes, they arrived at the lounge area. Zhang Xiao grabbed a power bank and settled down to charge her phone, while Qin Ruyan took out her phone to respond to messages. Though they exchanged few words, their energy seemed to synchronize well. That moment, Lu Jingchen had already arrived at the Lu family branch in Hangzhou. Upon arrival, he immediately convened an emergency meeting with the executives, speaking in a succinct manner. "There has been an incident. I expect you to present solutions to me, rather than waiting for me to devise a plan and then come to resolve the issues." He sat at the head of the table, exuding an overwhelming presence, devoid of any intention to temper his demeanor, creating an oppressive atmosphere. The executives seated below exchanged glances, the room enveloped in silence. Aside from Lu Jingchen's voice, no one dared to utter a word. Qin Zheng, standing nearby, raised an eyebrow. He could not fathom the cause of his boss's current IR. To be honest, minor incidents were commonplace in a large enterprise. Having encountered a couple before, yet Lu Jingchen had never been this furious. Chapter 34. Chance encounter at the hotel. Lu Jingchen surveyed the silent table of executives, noting their reticence. The technical research department must promptly analyze the cause of the incident and prepare a report for me. The public relations department should monitor online sentiment and respond positively. I am not opposed to replacing the team if necessary. I will remain here for 3 to 5 days, and that is the grace period I am affording you. With the room filled with silence, he decided to set a timeline for them. After stating this, Lu Jingchen turned and exited the meeting room. Behind him, a high-ranking executive from the Hangzhou branch caught Qin Zheng's arm. "Assistant Chun, why is Lu so furious this time?" Qin Zheng shrugged the executive's hand off, feeling equally vexed. Who could endure more of this frigid atmosphere than he, the assistant? He remained silent, not looking back as he followed Lu Jingchen out, leaving the executives exchanging bewildered glances. Downstairs, Lu Jingchen took his seat in the back of the car, with Qin Zheng following a step behind. "Mr. Lu, should we head back to the hotel or go elsewhere?" Lu Jingchen adjusted his suit jacket sleeves, speaking in a calm tone, returned to the hotel. He had come directly from the airport, with his luggage still in the trunk. Qin Zheng observed Lu Jingchen's expression in the rearview mirror. Noting his evident displeasure, he remained silent, starting the car and heading to the hotel invested in by the Lu family. The Lu Group primarily dealt in electronics, but had also ventured into hospitality, real estate, and healthcare. Given the urgency of his visit, Lu Jingchen opted for the Lu Group's hotel without making any other stops. At the hotel entrance, he disembarked, and the hotel manager awaited him with a nervous demeanor. Seeing the manager's anxious expression, Lu Jingchen frowned and glanced at Qin Zheng. Although accustomed to his boss's typically aloof demeanor, Qin Zheng felt a chill run down his spine under Lu Jingchen's icy gaze. He approached the manager for a brief discussion, receiving the room key and dismissing the manager. In the future, I do not require prior notice when I arrive. He was merely passing through on business. And the hotel's operations were sound. He had no inclination to engage in covert visits. Trust your employees, and if there is doubt, do not employ them. Absent any special circumstances, he only visited the branch twice a year for inspections, leaving day-to-day management to his subordinates. The Lu Group offered competitive salaries, so he had no need to micromanage every detail. Qin Zheng kept his head down, taking mental notes. Lu Jingchen took the room key from Qin Zheng and strode into the hotel. The front desk staff, unfamiliar with him, paused as he swiped his card to access the elevator. However, Lu Jingchen's presence was commanding wherever he went, and the front desk staff, unaccustomed to such an aura, stole a few glances before being chastised by the manager. Realizing her lapse in professionalism, she felt her ears heat up in embarrassment. The manager, perceiving her flustered state, advised that Lu from headquarters, keep your thoughts to yourself, and refrain from asking unnecessary questions. The front desk staff, blushing, nodded in acknowledgement that on the 28th floor of the hotel, Lu Jingchen had a designated room that he only opened when he was present. Qin Zheng's room was on the floor below. He had initially been assigned to the first floor, but given Lu Jingchen's current mood, he had been reassigned to the 27th floor. Lu Jingchen unlocked the door. Shedding his suit jacket and loosening his tie, he poured himself a glass of ice water and downed it in one gulp. Turning on the air conditioning, he noted that the weather here was even warmer than in the capital. After the meeting, he had no intention of returning to the branch, and with the time still early, around 7 o'clock, he pulled out his phone to check for messages. Noticing no unread notifications, he chuckled softly. So, he too had his moments of longing and frustration, unable to obtain what he desired and refraining from exerting forceful measures. He sent a message to Qin Ruyan at Hangzhou Airport's terminal. Qin Ruyan and Zhang Qiao had just disembarked, pushing their luggage toward the exit. Each carried a suitcase, and as Qin Ruyan powered on her phone, she received a message from Lu Jingchen. Instantly, she switched off the screen. With her eyelashes lowered, Qin Ruyan pondered for a moment. Although they had agreed to interact as friends, Lu Jingchen had been progressively testing her boundaries. Was it inappropriate for her to feel this way? Moreover, Zhang Qiao was Lu Jingchen's sister. She had not disclosed this matter to her, and she wondered if it would impact their friendship. Furrowing her brows, she glanced sideways at Zhang Qiao. Noticing her gaze, Zhang Qiao turned to look at her. What's wrong? Yin, why are you staring at me? Qin Ruyan bit her lip before speaking. Let us wait until we get to the hotel. I have something to tell you. Zhang Qiao nodded, intrigued. Oh, you're going to keep me in suspense until we reach the hotel? Qin Ruyan smiled faintly. I fear that should you discover the truth, you may become angry and cast me aside at the airport. So I intend to inform you only upon our arrival at the hotel. Zhang Qiao linked her arm with hers, glancing at her curiously. What could possibly provoke my anger? Qin Ruyan did not respond to this inquiry. Shall I wait until we reach the hotel to tell you? Very well, let us proceed to the hotel first. Zhang Qiao did not press further, as it was only a short journey to the hotel. The two hailed a taxi at the airport and soon arrived at their destination. Qin Ruyan approached the front desk to complete the check-in process. She had booked a deluxe suite with 2 beds, one for herself and one for Zhang Qiao. After finalizing the arrangements and obtaining the room key, they made their way to the elevator, which was descending at that moment. Zhang Qiao glanced at the hotel name. Lost in thought. Yin, this hotel seems familiar, as if it belongs to my family. Her remark was unexpected, causing Qin Ruyan to pause in surprise. What? As soon as she spoke, the elevator dinged open. Both turned to enter, only to see Lu Jingchen stepping out. Zhang Qiao was momentarily taken aback. Brother, what brings you here? Qin Ruyan stood frozen, astonished by the coincidence. Lu Jingchen had mentioned he was on a business trip, and she had paid it no mind. Who would have thought the world was so small? Qin Ruyan remained silent. Momentarily dazed, Lu Jingchen glanced at the two. his gaze faltering when it fell upon the exposed expanse of Qin Ruyan's waist. His eyes darkening slightly, brows furrowing, he removed his suit jacket and draped it over her shoulders, concealing her waist. Qin Ruyan instinctively stepped back. What was he doing? Zhang Xiao was still present, before she could retreat further. Lu Jingchen grasped her hand firmly, his expression somber, his grip somewhat forceful. Zhang Xiao's eyes widened in disbelief as she observed her brother's actions, then looked back at Qin Ruyan. When did these two become entangled? Brother, you... She struggled to articulate her thoughts, the scene before her far too shocking. Qin Ruyan squirmed in his grasp, her face flushed crimson. Please, let go of me. Lu Jingchen ignored her plea, casting a sidelong glance at Zhang Xiao. Allow me to kindly remind you, the monsoon flight has likely just landed. Zhang Xiao's complexion paled instantly. She had no time to ponder how her brother was aware of this information, grabbing her luggage. She stammered, Yin Yin. I have something to attend to, my brother will take care of you. With that, she hurriedly made her exit from the hotel. Chapter 35. An unexpected encounter at the Hotel 3. Qin Ruyan stood there, watching Zhang Xiao depart with her luggage, not fully processing the situation. What was happening? Lu Jingchen seized her wrist, using his other hand to push her suitcase, guiding her into the elevator. Qin Ruyan instinctively resisted. Urging him to release her, Lu Jingchen pressed the button for the 28th floor, turning to glance at her with a raised eyebrow. Have you ceased to call me Brother Lu? From the very beginning, he had known her words were mere pleasantries. Despite her insistence on maintaining a platonic friendship, she instinctively avoided him. Qin Ruyan bit her lip. He would not relinquish his hold, and her struggles were in vain. So she resigned herself to the situation. She attempted to remove the jacket from her shoulders, but Lu Jingchen's gaze sharpened, and he spoke in a cool, unyielding tone that I would advise against removing your clothing. Qin Ruyan paused, meeting his gaze, and realized he was focused intently on her waist. The realization struck her, and her face burned with embarrassment. You are shameless, Lu Jingchen chuckled softly, stepping forward and enveloping her in his embrace. How could I have anticipated you would wear so little? What was she wearing that was so scant? It was summer, and she was dressed in long pants and a short-sleeved top, exposing only a small portion of her waist, common attire for the streets. Why didn't you let go of me earlier? Qiao will surely misunderstand. She felt a tinge of urgency. She had planned to discuss this matter with Zhang Qiao in the privacy of their room. But Lu Jingchen's unexpected presence had caught her off guard. Lu Jingchen smirked. Misunderstand? What misunderstanding? A best friend transforming into a sister-in-law. She should be overjoyed. Qin Ruyan bit her lip, standing before him as he leaned down. The faint scent of tobacco wafting from him, Lu Jingchen's gaze remained fixed on her, and in her silence, he simply continued to observe. The elevator dinged, doors opening before them that he released her from his grip. Taking hold of her wrist with one hand while pushing her luggage with the other, leading her directly into his room at T7 in the evening. Even in summer, the room remained dim with the curtains drawn and the lights off. Upon entering, Lu Jingchen stuffed the room key into his pocket without inserting it into the door. The room was enveloped in darkness. Qin Ruyan felt a wave of anxiety. She could not discern Lu Jingchen's expression but sensed his gaze upon her. He remained silent, removing his jacket from her shoulders and tossing it onto the bed. Could you turn on the lights? Now that he had brought her into the room, Qin Ruyan sought to maintain a semblance of calm in their conversation. Brother Lu, you promised me you would not pressure me. Lu Jingchen chuckled softly. Yenner, your outfit is rather short, with your waist exposed. If I were to turn on the lights, I fear merely looking at you might elicit a reaction. His words were blunt, yet he added slowly, furthermore, have I truly pressured you? I simply wish to prevent you from catching a chill with your waist exposed. Thus I offered my jacket out of kindness. Leaning against the wall, he lowered his head slightly, the image of her delicate waist etched in his mind. Qin Ruyan stood rigid, her mind racing for a solution, yet nothing came to her that I must contact Qiao. She accompanied me, and you just frightened her away. Lu Jingchen smiled, retrieving the room key from his pocket and inserting it into the door. Suddenly, the room illuminated, and Qin Ruyan squinted, adjusting to the brightness. Lu Jingchen lowered his head, covering her eyes with his hand. Wait a moment before you open your eyes. I will release my hand when you are ready. After 10 seconds, Qin Ruyan finally spoke. I'm ready. Lu Jingchen removed his hand, and she opened her eyes to find him watching her with an expression that was both amused and enigmatic. Instinctively, she stepped back, only to realize she had backed against the wall. I need to call Qiao. Her tone was unexpectedly firm, prompting Lu Jingchen to raise an eyebrow. He retrieved his phone from her bag and dialed a number, setting it to speaker mode. After a dozen rings, Zhang Qiao finally answered, sounding breathless. "Brother, I." Then a flurry of sounds came through the line. Lu Jingchen expressionlessly hung up. Qin Ruyan was taken aback. "Has something happened to Qiao? Why did you hang up?" She felt a rush of anxiety. Her face warming and her eyes glistening, Lu Jingchen placed the phone aside, watching her with an unsettling smile. "Yenner, have you forgotten what I said before she left? Are you attempting to disrupt the emotional bond between Qiao and her fiancé?" The proximity between them was charged with tension, and Lu Jingchen's words were laden with implications. Qin Ruyan lowered her lashes, determined to devise a plan to resolve the predicament. Noticing her lowered gaze, Lu Jingchen's hand rested on her waist. In an instant, she lifted her gaze, ready to speak, but was met with the intensity of his desire, compelling her to retreat. Silence enveloped them until, ultimately, he broke it. "I have reconsidered. 3 months is far too long that I cannot wait another day." His grip on her waist tightened. Qin Ruyan felt the pressure of his hand. A mix of sense. Lu Jingchen let out a light chuckle. Grasping her hands and lifting them above her head with one hand, while pinching her chin with the other. "Has Yenner also learned to threaten others?" Qin Ruyan felt her face flush and her heart race as he repeatedly called her Yenner. "Could you refrain from addressing me that way? It sounds as if we share a deep bond. Is Yenner not fond of that title? What about darling?" Lu Jingchen suddenly understood. It was the form of address that bothered her. "If you reject Yenner, what would you prefer me to call you? Or shall we return and obtain a marriage certificate, so I could call you wife from now on?" He leaned down, his eyes sparkling with mirth as he gazed at her. Just as Qin Ruyan was about to retort, she was caught off guard by his kiss. Lu Jingchen acted swiftly and decisively, leaving her no time to react before he lifted her and laid her on the bed. He held her waist with one hand while the other remained on her chin, demanding her submission to his kiss. Qin Ruyan felt her limbs weaken, the air in her lungs becoming increasingly sparse. She was nearly breathless. After what felt like an eternity of being kissed, she finally whimpered for air, prompting Lu Jingchen to ease his pace. He gently kissed her lips, attempting to soothe her flustered emotions. Yet his hand on her waist remained unyielding. The hand that had been pinching her chin moved to her lips, brushing against them. "How about now? Do you still dislike it?" His gaze was penetrating. Lu Jingchen raised an eyebrow, gazing at her with a smile that was more enigmatic than genuine. Was Yenner truly so forgetful? Did she forget to delete me from WeChat? Feeling a twinge of guilt, she touched her nose, cleared her throat, and slowly responded. "If we are to go back, then let us go back. However, once we obtain the marriage certificate, I shall have to make another trip here." Lu Jingchen casually brushed her hair aside, his voice somewhat indifferent as he remarked, "No need. Once we reach the capital, I will compile a collection of national fabric materials and samples for you. That will be quite a task for you." Upon hearing this, Qin Ruyan felt a wave of relief wash over her. She was more than capable of managing without running errands, given that I pay Qin Zheng such a generous salary. Isn't it only reasonable for him to run a few errands for the boss's wife? As for me, apart from work, I shall dedicate the rest of my time to accompanying you." Qin Ruyan was momentarily taken aback before quickly regaining her composure. "So, you are quite clingy, aren't you?" Lu Jingchen chuckled softly. "Only clingy with you." Chapter 38. Obtaining the certificate too. After enjoying breakfast at the hotel restaurant, the two hurried to the airport, leaving Qin Zheng behind in Hangzhou to handle subsequent matters. Lu Jingchen initially had a flight scheduled for noon, but upon arriving at the airport, he found it to be a bit early. He checked the flight information and immediately rebooked for an earlier flight an hour later. The plane took off. He had purchased a business class ticket, and as Qin Ruyan boarded the aircraft, she began to feel drowsy. Leaning her head on Lu Jingchen's shoulder, he gently held one of her hands. With his other arm wrapped around her shoulder, he leaned down to soothe her. "Go ahead and sleep." It wasn't long before Qin Ruyan succumbed to slumber. Lu Jingchen pressed the call button, and a flight attendant entered politely. Momentarily taken aback by the sight of such a stunningly matched couple, Lu Jingchen lowered his voice. "Could you please bring me a blanket?" His tone was low yet exceedingly courteous, his gaze never leaving the girl resting against his shoulder. After the attendant smiled and acknowledged his request, she left and soon returned with a blanket in hand. Lu Jingchen accepted it and draped it over Qin Ruyan, while the attendant discreetly exited. 2 hours later, The plane landed at the Beijing airport. By the time they approached the ground, Qin Ruyan had already awakened. Having slept for quite a while, she found the position rather uncomfortable and stretched her neck. Uncomfortable? Lu Jingchen inquired, glancing at her. Not really. It's just that sleeping in one position for too long can make my neck a bit stiff. Her voice was soft and languid from just waking up. Lu Jingchen nodded in understanding and gently massaged her neck. Within minutes, the discomfort faded away. Where are we headed now? To my uncle's house. Qin Ruyan lifted her gaze to meet his. Yes, my car is parked in the airport lot, that we will first prepare some gifts, then head to your uncle's place. Shouldn't he call ahead? Lu Jingchen took her hand while using his other hand to push her suitcase. Qin Ruyan nodded. I'll make the call once we're in the car. The airport was bustling and somewhat noisy. Lu Jingchen chuckled, reaching into his pocket to retrieve 2 brand new masks. He placed one on Qin Ruyan before donning one himself. With the crowd surrounding them, many eyes were drawn to both him and her. While he was indifferent to the attention on himself, some gazes directed at Qin Ruyan made him feel quite uncomfortable. Upon reaching the parking lot, they got into the car, and Qin Ruyan called her uncle. Lu Jingchen then drove to a mall, purchasing a considerable number of items. Although the Qin family was not lacking in material possessions, this was his first visit to formally propose marriage, and he intended to adhere to the proper etiquette. After filling the trunk with gifts, he felt somewhat satisfied. He then drove into a secluded and ancient alley. Qin Ruyan was momentarily taken aback. Where are we? Lu Jingchen remained silent, taking her hand as they walked further in. He stopped in front of a door and knocked. Aunt Shun. Moments later, the door creaked open. The woman who appeared was in her 50s, her face bearing the marks of time, yet her demeanor exuded an air of refined elegance that spoke of her distinguished upbringing. Qin Ruyan tugged at Lu Jingchen's sleeve. This is Aunt Shun, he said simply. Offering no further explanation, she refrained from asking more questions, turning to greet Aunt Shun. Hello, Aunt Shun. I am Qin Ruyan. Aunt Shun acknowledged her with a warm smile and turned to the couple holding hands. Chuckling, do not be so formal. Standing at the door like this is quite unseemly. Come in. She stepped aside, and Lu Jingchen led Qin Ruyan inside. Once seated, Aunt Shun glanced at Qin Ruyan before turning her attention to Lu Jingchen, saying slowly, So, it is this girl? Have you settled on her? Lu Jingchen simply replied, Yes, it has always been her. Qin Ruyan felt somewhat perplexed. Aunt Shun stood and walked deeper into the house. Qin Ruyan looked at Lu Jingchen. Bewildered. Aunt Shun is the daughter of my grandfather's comrade-in-arms. Years ago, her father sacrificed himself while protecting my grandfather. For so many years, Aunt Shun has lived alone, and I occasionally come to keep her company. Lu Jingchen explained to Yenner, I want to introduce you to my family. To Aunt Shun is also part of my family. As for my parents and grandfather, you can meet them whenever you feel ready. Qin Ruyan nodded. I'm fine with it. We can go see them after we obtain the marriage certificate today. Lu Jingchen was momentarily taken aback. He expected her to be so willing to meet his family so quickly. He squeezed her hand, feeling a whirlwind of emotions. He overlooked the hesitation in her eyes when she agreed to marry him the night before, suspecting some external factors had nudged her along. As for the reasons, he was unaware, but it mattered little. He wouldn't let go of her, even if her reasons for being with him were different. All he desired was the outcome. 2 minutes later, Aunt Shun emerged once again, holding 2 boxes, one large and one small, and handed them to Lu Jingchen. He smiled as he received them, and then passed the smaller box to Qin Ruyan. Curiously, she opened the small box to reveal a tassel hairpin, evidently an antique, which took her by surprise. She looked up at Aunt Shun and then at Lu Jingchen. Child, why not open the other box as well? Aunt Shun encouraged with a gentle smile. Lowering her gaze, Qin Ruyan opened the larger box to find a sky blue qipao. Her eyes lit up as she looked up at Aunt Shun and Lu Jingchen. This was made 8 years ago when Jingchen came to me for help that I used to make qipaos, but hadn't touched them for many years. That time, Jingchen pleaded with me for a long time, saying he had his eye on a beautiful girl who would suit the qipao I made. Aunt Shun chuckled, seemingly lost in nostalgia. I watched Jingchen grow up. That was the first time he was so excited. I couldn't bear to let him down, so I hurriedly worked for 3 months to complete this qipao. But when I contacted him to tell him it was ready for pickup, he informed me that the girl had vanished, and thus, the qipao could not be delivered. Yet, just a few days later, he sent someone to deliver a hairpin, saying he would find that girl again and bring her to collect the qipao himself. Previously, Qin Ruyan had heard him mention that he had liked her since 8 years ago, but she hadn't realized he would have pursued her if she hadn't gone abroad back then. During her sophomore year in high school, before she came of age. What are you staring at? Lu Jingchen noticed her face reddening as she gazed at him in a daze. He looked up at Aunt Shun before lowering his head again. Speaking softly, don't look at me like that in public. It makes me want to kiss you. Once we're home, you can look at me however you like. Qin Ruyan's face flushed even more, glaring at him, though her glare held little intimidation. Why don't you try it on? Let us see if my estimations of your measurements from years ago were accurate. Back then, she was in her sophomore year and still growing. So he had allowed for a little extra length. However, upon her return this year, he found that she was even slimmer than before. Aunt Shin observed their interaction and chuckled. Go ahead and try it on. She led Qin Ruyan towards an inner room, stopping in front of a door that go in and changed. If you need any help, just call for me. Qin Ruyan nodded, entering the room and gently closing the door behind her. Chapter 39. Obtaining the certificate 5 minutes later, Qin Ruyan emerged. She was young and had initially feared the qipao might not fit, as such garments were typically suited for women with more life experience, who could embody the beauty that comes with the passage of time. However, although her features were bright and striking, there was a newfound warmth in her eyes that allowed her to carry it well. Feeling a bit shy, she was pleasantly surprised that the fit was perfect, neither too loose nor too tight. Aunt Shin nodded in appreciation before turning to glance at Lu Jingchen, who stood frozen in place. With a smile, she stepped outside, leaving the two alone. Seeing him stand there, transfixed, Qin Ruyan approached him, but he remained unresponsive. Is it not flattering? Lu Jingchen slowly came to his senses, his gaze fixed intently upon her. Her skin was fair, her neck elegantly elongated, and the exposed skin of her collarbone glowed with a radiant white. Standing at 168 centimeters, she looked even taller and more slender in the qipao. His gaze, imbued with an aggressive intensity, traversed from her neck to her collarbone, and then to her soft waist. Lu Jingchen felt the blood in his veins surge towards a singular point that he steadied his breath. Endeavoring to calm himself, he then picked up a hairpin from the table and adorned her hair with it. Pulling her close, chuckling softly, remarking how fitting it was, the two lingered not a moment longer. Lu Jingchen took the clothes she had changed out of and rose to bid farewell to Aunt Shin. Upon their exit, Aunt Shin observed the hairpin nestled in Qin Ruyan's hair, momentarily taken aback before removing a bracelet from her wrist and placing it on Ruyan's. Lu Jingchen remained silent as Qin Ruyan hesitated to accept, but Aunt Shin would not permit her refusal. Good child, I regard Jingchen as my own, that I have no children of my own, and he has waited 8 years for your return. I am truly delighted for you both, she expressed earnestly. Jingchen may be busy with work, and if he occasionally overlooks you, I hope you will not hold it against him. She gently patted Ruyan's hand. Her tone weighted with sincerity. Ruyan nodded, unable to refrain from defending him. He treats me very well. You needn't worry. Lu Jingchen, standing aside, raised an eyebrow in surprise at her defense of him. After exchanging a few more words, they bid her goodbye and departed. As Lu Jingchen grasped her hand and led her outside, he squeezed her fingers gently, tilting his head to gaze at her. Just now, you told Aunt Shin I was good. In what way am I good? His tone was nonchalant, yet his expression bore a hint of mischief. Qin Ruyan pressed her lips together, remaining silent. He merely smiled and continued to tease her. Lu Jingchen raised their joined hands, inquiring, is it here that is good? Or here? As he brushed his hand against her lips. Qin Ruyan, recalling the intimacy of his touch, regarded him coolly, her satisfaction waning. Lu Jingchen chuckled. All right, I shall improve in the future. The pair entered a car, hastening towards the Qin family villa. Qin family. Ever since receiving Qin Ruyan's call, Qin Zhaoyang had been somewhat restless. She had just returned from Hangzhou yesterday, and today claimed to have matters to discuss with him. Shun Ming observed him pacing the living room, her brows furrowing tighter. Unable to restrain herself, she pressed him down onto the sofa. Your pacing is making me dizzy. What is it that you do not yet know? Why are you so anxious? Qin Zhaoyang glanced at his wife, his brow furrowed deeply. Ming, you know she is my only niece. Shin Ming interrupted. What do you mean, your only niece? She is our only niece. And I care for Ruyan as well. This child is sensible and has her limits. Do not fret over matters you are unaware of. She poured a cup of hot tea and handed it to Qin Zhaoyang. He opened his mouth to speak, but was interrupted when the door swung open. He instinctively looked up, and in the blink of an eye, His eyes widened as the teacup in his hand clattered to the floor. Qin Ruyan had broken free from Lu Jingchen's grasp, quickly approaching, her voice laced with concern. "Uncle, are you all right? Did you get burned?" Qin Zhaoyang and Shen Ming stood frozen for a moment before finally processing the situation. "Darling, I must not have seen it incorrectly, right? Just now, Ruyan and Lu Jingchen entered hand in hand." Qin Zhaoyang whispered to Shen Ming, then pinched his own thigh, gasping in pain. It was real, not a dream. Shen Ming, at this moment, was rendered speechless, her niece's unexpected revelation sending a shock through them. At the entrance, Lu Jingchen stepped in, carrying an armful of gift boxes. "Uncle, Aunt, greetings. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Ruyan's boyfriend." He refrained from mentioning that they were here to collect their marriage license. Qin Zhaoyang suddenly comprehended the puzzle pieces that had fallen into place. No wonder Lu Jingchen had so boldly offered them $1 billion. He did not respond to Lu Jingchen's salutation, rising to look at Qin Ruyan, then at Lu Jingchen, pondering for a moment before speaking. "Ruyan, you cannot simply call him by his name. Both of you come to my study." Lu Jingchen glanced at Qin Ruyan before adding, "Uncle, I will accompany you. I shall share everything you wish to know." Qin Zhaoyang looked at Qin Ruyan and relented. Very well, he turned and ascended the stairs to his study. His hand gripping the banister, revealing a slight tremor in his legs. Lu Jingchen approached her, reassuringly patting her head, whispering not to worry, before following him upstairs. Shen Ming guided Qin Ruyan to the sofa. And as she turned her head, she noticed a kiss mark on the back of Ruyan's neck. She paused, contemplating for a lengthy moment before speaking. "Ruyan, do you truly like Lu Jingchen? Is it voluntary?" Qin Ruyan was somewhat taken aback by her question, following her gaze to realize what she meant. Her cheeks flushed as she replied softly, "Yes, I do like him, but at the very least, she appreciated his appearance. And she did not mind his physical affection." Shen Ming sighed in relief, but then recalled something. "Did you know in advance about him investing $1 billion into your brother's company?" Qin Ruyan bit her lip. Deciding to confess, "When I returned to the country before, I had dinner with Yao Yao and met him. He is Yao Yao's brother. We added each other on WeChat. But I deleted him later on the morning you all visited the Lu family. He came looking for me. He jokingly said if I didn't add him back, he would bankrupt the Qin family." As she glanced at her aunt's expression, her voice grew softer. Shen Ming could hardly contain herself. Her lips twitching. He would sabotage the company if he couldn't win her over. Is Lu Jingchen really that cunning? But he just invested $1 billion into your brother's company. What did you agree to with him? Qin Ruyan shook her head. "Nothing. I just added him back on WeChat. This time in Hangzhou, it was purely coincidental that I ran into him. He had confessed to me before, but I ignored him. This time, I thought it might be worth exploring. That he seems serious, and as I am a friend of his sister, if he were just playing, there are countless others he could choose from." Chapter 40. Marriage License 4. After Qin Ruyan finished speaking, Shen Ming fell silent. She was uncertain how Lu Jingchen and her uncle's conversation had unfolded, and there were some matters she dared not disclose to her aunt. Mainly, if she revealed they were returning to obtain their marriage license, and if Lu Jingchen did not acquire the household registration book from her uncle, it would be exceedingly embarrassing. Half an hour later, Qin Zhaoyang and Lu Jingchen emerged from the study, one after the other. Qin Ruyan turned, and to her surprise, she saw Lu Jingchen holding the household registration book, his expression joyful as he gazed at her. She was taken aback. Had she really managed to win her uncle over so easily? Qin Zhaoyang descended the stairs and approached Qin Ruyan. "Even after marrying, do not forget to visit your uncle. This will always be your home." He produced a card from his pocket and placed it in her palm. "This is the dowry I prepared for Ruyan. In addition to my share, your parents' portion will be transferred to your name once you obtain the license." Qin Zhaoyang felt a twinge of emotion. It seemed surreal that she was already getting married so soon after returning. He turned to Lu Jingchen, looking him in the eye. "Treat her well, if she is ever unhappy. I will ensure you pay dearly for it." To Lu Jingchen, maintaining his composure, humbly replied, "Uncle, you need not worry. Such a day will never come." Qin Zhaoyang nodded, waving them off. "Let us go. We still have time to obtain the license today." Lu Jingchen and Qin Ruyan bid their farewells before exiting in the living room. Shen Ming, puzzled by Qin Zhaoyang's actions, waited until they left before speaking. "You so easily let Ruyan go off to marry? Is Lu Jingchen not the one you said to be deeply calculating, someone Ruyan should avoid?" Qin Zhaoyang gently patted her back. "Why are you so anxious? Would I push Ruyan into a fire pit?" Lu Jingchen shared some matters with me. Upon consideration, he is indeed the only one capable of protecting Ruyan in this country. 40 minutes prior, in the study upstairs, Qin Zhaoyang had entered first, feeling somewhat irate. He had just cautioned Qin Ruyan to keep her distance from Lu Jingchen, yet his niece not only ignored him but brought the man home, introducing him as her boyfriend. He regarded Lu Jingchen with little kindness. While it was true he had invested in the Qin family, what did that matter? He could always pull back his funds. Lu Jingchen understood that as a first-time visitor, it was natural for Qin Zhaoyang to feel discomfort. He picked up the teapot from the table and poured a cup of hot tea for Qin Zhaoyang. "Uncle, please have some tea first. I will slowly explain my relationship with Ruyan." Qin Zhaoyang accepted the teacup and took a couple of sips. Only then did Lu Jingchen proceed with his explanation, omitting the part about forcefully kissing Qin Ruyan, fearing that mentioning it would lead to him being expelled before he could finish. Once he concluded, Qin Zhaoyang spoke, his voice slightly dazed. "Are you saying she has been secretly investigating the circumstances surrounding her parents' deaths?" Lu Jingchen affirmed, adding, "I know that over the years, you have not given up on uncovering this matter. However, the events from 8 years ago remain shrouded in mystery. Those who were in the same laboratory as Professor Qin and his wife have all relocated abroad. At that time, the internet in our country was not as developed as it is now, and many pieces of information were still rather obscure. Upon discovering that Qin Ruyan harbored suspicions regarding the circumstances surrounding her parents' demise, Lu Jingchen promptly initiated an investigation into Qin Zheng. After all, in the wake of the tragic accident that claimed the lives of the Qin couple, the primary beneficiaries were the Qin Zheng family. Fortunately, upon conducting his inquiry, he found no connection between them and the incident. Otherwise, he could scarcely fathom how Qin Ruyan would cope with the betrayal of her own kin. Nonetheless, during his investigation, he unearthed a plethora of intriguing revelations. It appeared that his beloved harbored many little secrets. Qin Zheng stood there, momentarily stunned, before finally speaking up. "That I shall ask you but one thing. Do you genuinely care for Ruyan, or is this merely a transaction?" Lu Jingchen replied succinctly. "The Lu family has long upheld a principle. Lu heirs must remain steadfast, particularly those who head the family. Should one forsake their spouse and children, they shall be expelled from the family lineage and stripped of all possessions and rights." Qin Zhaoyang took a moment to digest this. Unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth, was it so difficult to assert that this was not a fleeting whim, that he was sincerely enamored with his niece? The indirectness of the statement was vexing. He chuckled lightly. "Very well, since you've stated it thus, I shall provide you with the household registration book. You may proceed to obtain the marriage certificate, while the details of the wedding can be settled between you two. However, let me make this clear. Should my Ruyan suffer any grievances in your care, I will not let you off lightly." Qin Zhaoyang retrieved the household registration book from his drawer and handed it to him. Lu Jingchen accepted it with a smile. "Rest assured, such a day shall never come to pass. I intend to arrange the wedding at the earliest opportunity, though it ultimately depends on Yenner's wishes. She has been quite occupied with her studio lately, and I do not wish to infringe upon her freedom. Whatever she wishes to pursue, I shall support wholeheartedly." After hearing this, Xinming fell into a brief stupor. She grasped Qin Zhaoyang's hand, a hint of anxiety in her demeanor. "Will Ruyan encounter any dangers while probing into the past? We have spent years investigating covertly, yet uncovered nothing." Qin Zhaoyang patted her hand reassuringly. "With Lu Jingchen's presence, she shall be well protected. This is one of the primary reasons I consented to their union. After all, in the capital, Lu Jingchen wields considerable influence. Anyone with a modicum of discernment knows to steer clear of him." Xinming nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth in his words. Once they exited the Qin residence, the two made their way to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Lu Jingchen had made prior arrangements, utilizing a special entrance. Qin Ruyan was still adorned in her qipao, and he had instructed someone to prepare 2 white shirts in advance. Upon their arrival at the Civil Affairs Bureau for photographs, he handed a white shirt to Qin Ruyan. She frowned slightly, prompting Lu Jingchen to explain, "I had Qin Zheng send someone to fetch this from home. It belongs to me, not some random person's attire." Only then did Qin Ruyan acquiesce, obediently donning the shirt. Lu Jingchen smiled, perhaps unaware that she had subconsciously accepted him long ago. The couple, both strikingly attractive, drew the attention of the staff during their photo session, while Qin Ruyan exhibited a touch of nervousness. Lu Jingchen playfully teased her until she finally relaxed. With a click, The photograph was captured. The staff exchanged smiles, marveling at how rare it was to take such a lovely official photo. Although Qin Ruyan did not smile much. She blushed from Lu Jingchen's teasing, her eyes glistening slightly, her lips naturally tinted red, and two charming dimples gracing her cheeks, as for Lu Jingchen, aside from the slight upward curve of his lips. His eyes shimmered with mirth. Qin Ruyan accepted the photo with a smile, contemplating how well-matched they appeared. She was then led by Lu Jingchen to complete the registration, and soon, two vibrant red marriage certificates were freshly minted. Lu Jingchen tucked the certificates into his pocket and took her hand as they got into the car. He then removed a necklace from around his neck. Qin Ruyan glanced at it, quickly deducing its significance. When did you prepare this? Given that they had spent the past few days together, she wondered how he had found time to order a ring. Lu Jingchen shot her a sidelong glance and chuckled. It was prepared 8 years ago. I wonder if the size will suit you. Please try it on, and if it doesn't fit, we can have it adjusted. Chapter 41. Obtaining the certificate 5 years ago. While still in school, upon falling for her at first sight, he had withdrawn all his savings to custom order this ring. During his university years, his family provided only a basic living allowance. However, he managed to earn some income through various projects and investments. Initially, he had intended to confess his feelings to her, presenting it as a token of commitment upon her acceptance. Alas, fate had other plans. And by the time he learned of her situation, she had already gone abroad. Lu Jingchen slipped the ring onto her finger and smiled. It seems a tad small. It appears one continues to grow even after 16. He removed the ring and placed it back on the necklace. Let us keep it here for now, and we can adjust the size later. Would you prefer to select a wedding ring now, or wait until this one is resized? Qin Ruyan was momentarily taken aback. Besides this ring, are you planning to give me another? Lu Jingchen leaned closer, fastening her seatbelt before responding. This ring symbolizes our commitment. While the wedding ring will, of course, be newly crafted. His proximity brought his breath close to her ear, eliciting a tingling sensation. Lu Jingchen, if I hadn't gone abroad all those years ago, do you truly believe you would have been so confident that I would accept you? I was only 16 then. He chuckled softly. That I might have an advantage over your other suitors. Yao Yao is your devoted fan, is she not? You were in the same class, after all. Besides, if you refuse, I can always pursue you again. Qin Ruyan's smile faltered as she nearly forgot about this matter. What should I do? I haven't told Yao Yao about us yet. Will she be upset? Lu Jingchen grasped her hand, placing the marriage certificate atop their joined hands. Then took out his phone and snapped a picture. He uploaded the image to his social media with a caption, already taken. In the next moment, he switched off his phone, leaving Qin Ruyan bewildered by his actions. Are you taking me home to meet your parents, and then returning to my place? The last part of his statement came out in a raspy tone. Qin Ruyan nodded in response. Lu Jingchen released her hand and started the car. Within moments, his phone rang, and upon glancing at it, he recognized it as a call from the ancestral home. He looked at Qin Ruyan. It's probably my grandfather. Yener. Could you please answer it for me? I am driving and can't manage it. Qin Ruyan's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you speaking human language? Her lips pressed tightly together. Lu Jingchen chuckled, activating the speakerphone. That I'll talk to Grandpa. Qin Ruyan responded with an "oh" and switched to speaker mode. At the ancestral home, Lu Maoxian was amusing a parrot. Having aged, he had long ceased to oversee the family business. In recent years, since Lu Jingchen took over, both he and Lu Huijin relished their leisure. Delegating a plethora of responsibilities to Lu Jingchen, the old man played with the parrot for a while before recalling that his wayward grandson had not returned in quite some time. Having been taught by Zhang Qiao to use WeChat, he had learned to post on social media, comment, and even share videos. He ambled over to the sofa and sat down, pulling out his phone to casually refresh his social media feed. 3 seconds later, the network refreshed, and the first post he saw was from Lu Jingchen, the man who had not posted anything in 800 years. He paused mid-sip, his hand halting, and then, in the next moment, he set the teacup down and sprang to his feet. Yao Yao, Yao Yao, come quickly. Zhang Qiao, having been caught up in matters with Jifeng in Hangzhou, had escaped back to the ancestral home. She figured Jifeng would not dare to pursue her there. After a night of deep sleep, she had not yet fully awakened when her grandfather called for her. She rushed down the stairs, her pace hurried, and without catching her breath, she approached her grandfather. Yao Yao, you must see this. Is this not your brother's WeChat? He opened the post, enlarging the image. Zhang Qiao glanced at it, frozen in disbelief, rubbing her eyes. Grandfather, This is indeed my brother's. The old man nodded, his expression tense. Quickly, help me sit down. His hand gripping the phone trembled slightly. No. Yao Yao, please call your brother for me. Zhang Qiao complied, taking the phone. She dialed her brother's number, and after several rings, he did not answer, watching her grandfather's face grow darker. She silently prayed for her brother to answer quickly. After a few more rings, the call was finally connected. Grandfather. Lu Jingchen's voice came through the speaker, and Zhang Qiao instinctively recoiled, feeling as if he were right behind her. Did you just post on social media? The old man's voice was steadier now, though still neutral. Yes, Lu Jingchen replied succinctly. Married? Did you use the household registration book to obtain the certificate? The old man's voice rose slightly. And Zhang Qiao sat beside him, gently rubbing his back in case her brother's words provoked an adverse reaction. Grandfather, acquiring a marriage certificate without a household registration book is hardly a challenge. This is all thanks to the foundation laid by you and father. Zhang Qiao winced internally at her brother's slightly provocative tone. You insolent brat, come back immediately. Grandfather, I'm driving, on speakerphone, and your granddaughter-in-law is beside me. Are you sure you wish to speak so sternly? Lu Jingchen is nearing 29 years of age this year. His grandfather has been urging him to marry for several years, and now that he has finally tied the knot. The old man is still displeased. Upon hearing this, the elderly gentleman was momentarily taken aback, his face flushing slightly. Why didn't you mention it sooner? Did you give me the opportunity to speak? Are my parents present? If not, kindly inform them that we shall arrive in half an hour. And as for you, grandfather, please ensure that the meeting gifts are rather generous. After all, my household registration is already under the Lu family. With that, Lu Jingchen hung up the phone. Beside him, Qin Ruyan's face was flushed with embarrassment. Taking advantage of the red light, Lu Jingchen playfully pinched her cheek. Do not dwell on unfounded thoughts. The condition for my taking over the Lu family business was that my marriage would be my own decision. Ruyan is such a wonderful person. No one would dislike you. Do you understand? Qin Ruyan nodded, still in a daze. Half an hour later, they arrived at the Lu residence. Lu Jingchen held her hand with one hand while clutching two marriage certificates in the other, boldly entering the living room. Inside, Lu Huijin and Zhang Wanyu were already present. It appeared that his grandfather had acted swiftly, summoning his parents over without delay. As they regarded the couple, Zhang Qiao stood up in shock upon seeing Qin Ruyan, but was quickly silenced by a glance from her brother. Regaining her composure, Zhang Qiao realized that if her family discovered her prior acquaintance with Ruyan without knowing her well, they might prematurely assume that Ruyan was intentionally using her to get closer to her brother. It was not that they were paranoid, but rather that they had witnessed too many such occurrences in affluent circles. Lu Maoxian observed the couple's clasped hands, remaining silent for a considerable time. Lu Huijin glanced between his father and his son, clearing his throat. Jingchen, what have you done to provoke your grandfather? Lu Jingchen raised an eyebrow, casting a smirk at his father. Father, did grandfather call you back without mentioning anything? Or have you stepped down, leaving the underlings to withhold information from you? Lu Huijin felt a twinge of guilt at his son's words. Just as the old man interjected, you secretly obtained a marriage certificate without informing the family. And you still believe you are in the right. The grandfather was irked that his granddaughter-in-law had yet to be introduced to him, yet she was already listed in the household register. Was this child not at a disadvantage? After all, his family lacked a commendable reputation. Grandfather, I recall that when I assumed control of the Lu family, you promised me that my marriage would be my own prerogative. Besides, I am about to turn 29. Am I to wait until I reach 40, a time of wisdom, to marry? Were you not always speaking of wanting a great-grandchild? Why, then, when I bring home your granddaughter-in-law, are you not pleased? He gently comforted Qin Ruyan by stroking her palm, signaling her to remain silent while he handled the matter. The old man huffed in annoyance at his demeanor. He glanced at Qin Ruyan and smiled. Child, come here to grandfather. Qin Ruyan shot a glance at Lu Jingchen, who nodded, releasing her hand. She approached the elder, softly introducing herself. Grandfather, I am Qin Ruyan. The elder nodded, noting her exquisite qipao that exuded an extraordinary elegance, and he could not help but think that Lu Jingchen was indeed smitten with her beauty. The grandfather inadvertently noticed the bracelet on her wrist. Momentarily taken aback, Lu Jingchen approached, wrapping his arm around her waist. This was a gift from Aunt Shen. We visited her before coming here. He sensed the elder's scrutiny and sought to alleviate any potential discomfort for Ruyan. The elder took Qin Ruyan's hand and led her toward the sofa. Lu Jingchen followed leisurely behind. Child, how old are you this year? He presumed that Qin Ruyan was still quite young, as her appearance suggested youthfulness. Has this rascal mistreated you? Lu Jingchen, nearing 29 and still single, was genuinely concerned that his son's temperament might deter potential partners. The sudden announcement of marriage surprised him. I am 24, soon to be 25. He has not mistreated me. Would Qin Ruyan dare to claim otherwise? Good, good, the elder said, cheerfully patting her hand before producing a red envelope from his pocket and placing it in her hand. Qin Ruyan cast a sideways glance at Lu Jingchen, fully aware that the Lu family would not be generous with a meager sum. Instinctively, she hesitated to accept it. Lu Jingchen raised an eyebrow, stepped forward, and opened the envelope. Inside was a bank card, the reverse inscribed with the sum 110000001. Over 100 million.1 in a billion. Lu Jingchen mused, placing the card back into the envelope and returning it to Qin Ruyan. Grandfather, you are very kind. We shall graciously accept this on behalf of your granddaughter-in-law. The elder was incensed by his reaction. Behind them, Lu Huijin and his wife remained silent. With the elder's pronouncement, they cautiously approached. Lu Huijin held a contract, presumably concerning shares, while Zhang Wanyu presented a stack of property titles, all thrust toward Qin Ruyan. She was momentarily bewildered by the situation. She had anticipated a grand banquet filled with intrigue, only to find herself confronted with unexpected generosity. Lu Jingchen systematically accepted each document, appearing quite pleased. Is there anything else? If not, we shall take our leave. It is our wedding night, and I have matters to attend to. Qin Ruyan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Wishing for a subterranean escape, the elder disregarded his words, engaging Qin Ruyan in conversation. Child, do your family members approve of your union? We have yet to meet your parents. Will they mind? Grandfather, my parents have passed away. I have uncles, aunts, and a cousin. Qin Ruyan pressed her lips together, lowering her gaze. Lu Jingchen furrowed his brow, preparing to approach her, but the elder shot him a warning glance, halting his steps. Then we shall arrange a time to visit your uncles and aunts. We must pay our respects. Jingchen did not inform us beforehand, and we have yet to meet your family. Which is indeed a breach of etiquette. At the elder's age, having retired from a prominent position, he had encountered countless individuals. He could discern that Qin Ruyan was a fine young lady, her eyes clear and bright, and her demeanor radiant. She complimented Lu Jingchen's character remarkably well. Their family bore no pretensions of status. Seeing his grandson finally find a partner was a relief to the elder. Very well, grandfather, Qin Ruyan replied dutifully, answering all inquiries, though she remained mostly silent, still unfamiliar with the family. After conversing for some time with the elder, she greeted Lu Huijin and Zhang Wanyu. Standing beside Lu Jingchen, she shyly addressed them as Dad and Mom. Zhang Wanyu beamed with delight, grasping her hand and smiling widely. After observing for a while, Lu Jingchen stepped forward to take her hand, intending to leave, but the elder interjected. Granddaughter-in-law, you have WeChat, correct? Let us connect. If this rascal mistreats you, you can tell grandfather, and I shall support you. Qin Ruyan obediently retrieved her phone. Yes, I will scan your code. The elder waved his hand. No need to scan. We will scan you. Please open your friend verification. Both your parents and I wish to add you on WeChat. Standing nearby, Lu Huijin, who had felt somewhat overlooked, also took out his phone and opened WeChat, clearing his throat. He approached Qin Ruyan. Ruyan, come, let me add you on WeChat too. Qin Ruyan nodded, adding him as well and being included in a group chat. Zhang Qiao, having observed this interaction, approached Lu Jingchen and whispered, Brother, when did you start liking Ruyan? I had no idea. Ruyan has been keeping secrets from me just like you'd. Lu Jingchen glanced at her coolly. It is not that she kept it from you. I pursued her before, but she rejected me. Zhang Qiao's eyes widened in disbelief. Someone could reject you. She must be quite remarkable. How did you eventually win her over? Lu Jingchen succinctly replied, Isn't it a common trope in novels? What typically happens in such scenarios? She pondered over the domineering CEO novel she had read, where coercion and manipulation were commonplace. Swallowing hard, she felt a surge of sympathy for Qin Ruyan. When the couple finally finished dining at the Lu residence and stepped outside, it was nearly 7 o'clock, and dusk had begun to settle. Lu Jingchen drove back to Yujinjuan at a noticeably faster pace than usual. As they neared their destination, Qin Ruyan felt a twinge of nervousness. Fully aware of what the night would entail, an hour later, they arrived at Yujingyuan. Lu Jingchen typically resided here. having purchased a spacious flat in the development, with no one else present, as the housekeeper usually came during the day. They found the place empty. Lu Jingchen parked the car, took hold of Qin Ruyan's hand, and headed toward the elevator. Pressing the button, they entered, the atmosphere thick with tension as Qin Ruyan kept her gaze lowered. Upon reaching the 32nd floor, Lu Jingchen stepped out of the elevator, approached the door, and unlocked it with a fingerprint scanner, registering her fingerprint as well. We will visit the new house in a few days. But for now, we will stay here. Qin Ruyan gave a soft hum. After Lu Jingchen recorded her fingerprints, he opened the door, and they both stepped inside. With a fluid motion, he closed and locked the door behind them. As Qin Ruyan's hand grazed the wall in search of the light switch, before she could press it, he encircled her waist and pressed her head back. In the next moment, Lu Jingchen pinned her against the wall and kissed her. His actions were somewhat frantic. He bit her lower lip, causing a sharp sting that made Qin Ruyan slightly part her lips. Her breathing became a tad rapid, and with her eyes closed, she passively surrendered to his kiss. Lu Jingchen, feeling a hint of dissatisfaction, gradually let his hands wander to the front of her attire, deftly unfastening the buttons of her qipao. Pulling away from her lips, his voice was laced with restraint. From now on, you can only wear qipaos in front of me. The moment she had stepped out in the qipao earlier, he had nearly frozen in place, his body rigid. Qin Ruyan was nestled against his chest. Gasping for that moment, the buttons at the front of her qipao were undone, and the room was dimly lit, his hand resting firmly on her waist. Overwhelmed with embarrassment, she felt her skin heat up wherever his gaze lingered. Can we go back to the room? Lu Jingchen chuckled softly, lifting her in his arms as he made his way toward the bedroom. The instant her back touched the bed, his kiss descended upon her once more, prompting her to instinctively push against his chest. What's wrong? Is Yenner unwilling? His voice was taut, a pulse visible at his brow, as he felt the urgency of the moment. What if she called a halt? Qin Ruyan shook her head, her voice barely above a whisper. I haven't showered yet. He paused for a moment, lowering his tone. Let us have our first time first, then you can shower afterward if it hurts. Just bear with it, and let me know. With that, he kissed her again, his hands sliding down to remove her clothing. While he shed his own, he reached into the bedside drawer and retrieved a package. 15 minutes later, Qin Ruyan lay in his arms, her head resting on his chest. As she caught her breath, Lu Jingchen's hand pressed gently on her smooth back. Does it still hurt? Qin Ruyan shook her head, indicating it did not. Not long after, she even began to wonder if Lu Jingchen was truly capable. Unbeknownst to her thoughts, Lu Jingchen's gaze fell upon the sheets, his eyes darkening. After another 5 minutes, he lifted Qin Ruyan and carried her towards the bathroom. Instinctively, she wrapped her arms around his neck, her legs draping over his waist, her voice stuttering. What are you doing? So soft, Lu Jingchen chuckled. I'm taking you to take a bath. Once inside the bathroom, he filled the tub with water, both of them completely unclothed, the lights off, which lessened her embarrassment somewhat. He took the shower head and rinsed her off briefly, leaving Qin Ruyan bewildered by his actions. Why do I need a shower head if I'm going to soak? In the next moment, Lu Jingchen cradled her back to the bedroom, where she was placed gently on the bed. His hand returned to her front, and she pressed down on his hand, confusion evident in her eyes. Raising an eyebrow, Lu Jingchen said, Yenner, that was my first time. You know how a man's first experience tends to be. That he leaned closer to her ear, lightly biting her earlobe, his voice husky. Now, it's time for our wedding night. At 2 in the morning, Lu Jingchen carried her out of the bathroom. The moment she touched the bed, she fell asleep almost instantly. He gently brushed her hair aside, noticing her eyelids were red. Frowning, he wondered if he had been too excessive, though he found himself somewhat addicted to the experience. From behind, he held her tightly, closing his eyes to drift into a deep slumber. The next day at noon, Qin Ruyan finally awoke. She turned over, moving slightly, and winced in pain. Beside her, Lu Jingchen had been awake for quite some time, propped up against the headboard, a notebook resting in his lap as he managed work matters. Noticing her stir, he closed the laptop and pressed his hand against her side. Qin Ruyan let out a soft sound, and he paused, speaking gently. Yenner, are you getting up? It's time for lunch. His voice was filled with delight and warmth. I don't want to get up. I feel awful, she replied, her voice hoarse. Her entire body ached, particularly at the thighs, every movement sending jolts of pain. The previous night had been quite taxing, when it had ended after just over 10 minutes. She had doubted Lu Jingchen's prowess. However, He had demonstrated otherwise, proving himself more than capable that it seems I performed adequately. Lu Jingchen chuckled softly. Seeing her reluctance to rise, he lay back down, pulling her into his embrace. Aren't you going to work? Qin Ruyan lifted her eyelids slightly, her face pressed against his chest, where she could hear the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. I'm on leave, enjoying my honeymoon. Where does Yenner wish to go for our honeymoon? He had informed his father the day before that he would be taking a month off for his honeymoon, asking him to take over at the Lu Corporation, though Lu Huijin was reluctant. He acknowledged that it was only right for his son to take time off after marriage. Qin Ruyan was momentarily taken aback. She hadn't considered the concept of a honeymoon at all. My studio hasn't even taken off yet, she murmured hesitantly. Lu Jingchen frowned. Is it not customary for a wife to accompany her husband on their honeymoon? You only marry once in a lifetime. After contemplating for a moment, Qin Ruyan replied, Can we wait until my studio is established? Her eyes and nose were slightly red, her voice still hoarse. Almost instantly, Lu Jingchen reacted. He threw off the blanket, casually slipped on a pair of pants, and straightened the covers for her. All right, I'll go make you something to eat. What would you like? He had informed the household staff the previous day that they wouldn't be coming for a few days. Wishing to enjoy their newlywed life without interruptions, I can eat anything, Qin Ruyan replied, not picky, though her body ached, particularly at the waist. Lu Jingchen caressed her face. If you can't get up, then don't. I'll bring the food in for you, and we can eat in the room. Afterward, I'll clean up. Last night, he had been relentless, and only when she had cried did he finally relent. Chapter 44. Sweetness 1. Qin Ruyan nodded, unburdened by guilt. That I can hardly get up. I'm exhausted. She thought that if she showed some weakness, perhaps he would refrain from being so demanding in the following days. Lu Jingchen nodded, saying nothing more than a simple, all right, before stepping out of the bedroom. Once he left, Qin Ruyan reached for her phone on the bedside table. At that moment, she was completely unclothed beneath the covers. After Lu Jingchen had removed her clothes the previous day, she had no idea where they had ended up. She opened WeChat to find a message from Zhang Qiao, a playful 99 notification, which gave her a slight headache. Reluctantly, she replied. Not long after, Zhang Qiao called her. She paused, glancing at the door. Lu Jingchen had pulled it shut when he left. She answered the call. My dear sister-in-law, Zhang Qiao teased. Qin Ruyan pressed her lips together, her tone forced and overly sweet. It's all my fault, my dear Yao Yao. Can you forgive me? Zhang Qiao was sitting on her bed, having been reluctant to venture out lately. Finding safety at home. You only just replied to my message. You didn't just wake up, did you? She had sent numerous messages and voice notes early in the morning, and now, almost noon, Qin Ruyan was finally responding. Uncertain how to answer, Qin Ruyan chose to ignore the question. Wow, I never would have guessed my brother, with his reserved demeanor, is quite something in bed. Huh. Zhang Qiao, now somewhat experienced, felt no guilt in prying into her brother's privacy. Yin, how was the experience? My brother isn't just a pretty face, right? Qin Ruyan closed her eyes that if he were merely a pretty face, would she have slept until noon? Yao, I think it's better to discuss this once you're married. Zhang Qiao pouted. She had been relentlessly pursued by Jifeng lately, which was becoming quite a headache. That it was just one night after drinking that I don't mind, but he keeps bringing it up. He even told my brother he wants to hold me accountable. Please, I'm the one who's at a loss here. The door. A knock interrupted, and Qin Ruyan shrank under the covers, quickly saying, I'll get back to you later. Before hanging up, Lu Jingchen entered. Carrying a tray of food, he placed it on the bedside table and reached for the covers. Qin Ruyan swiftly pressed her hand against his. Lu Jingchen raised his gaze, arching an eyebrow at her. What are you doing? I'm not dressed yet. He replied, his tone playful. So my lady was waiting for me to help her dress? I apologize for my oversight. Qin Ruyan bit her lip, stating firmly. No, I just can't find my clothes. Where did you put them? Lu Jingchen felt no guilt at all, casually replying. Can you still wear them? I remember there was a stain, so I washed them. Noticing the threat in her eyes, he changed his tone mid-sentence. Qin Ruyan shot him a glance, her tone indifferent. So what am I supposed to wear? Am I to go without? Lu Jingchen lifted his gaze. Standing and walking over to the wardrobe, but he opened the door and retrieved one of his black shirts, handing it to her. Here, wear this for now. Your clothes were just measured yesterday. They won't arrive until this afternoon. He had only given her a shirt, leaving her to wonder what she was to wear below. Aren't you giving me any pants? Lu Jingchen cast a glance at her face before his gaze drifted downward, where the quilt was tucked in tightly, leaving not even her neck exposed. With my clothes, you could practically wear them as a dress, couldn't you? Standing nearly 190 centimeters tall, he made Qin Ruyan, at 168 centimeters, appear diminutive in comparison. Qin Ruyan bit her lip, suppressing the urge to roll her eyes. Anger was not an option. After all, anger would only lead to wrinkles, especially not because of a man. Brother, I don't even have any underwear on. Are you planning to leave me in the nude? Her tone was somewhat anxious, and her face flushed crimson afterward. Lu Jingchen chuckled softly as he approached the bedside. Leaning down towards her, I assumed my lady wouldn't have the energy to rise today. Considering how you pleaded for mercy last night, it appears my lady does not lack for exercise after all. I shall be more mindful next time. Qin Ruyan recoiled slightly. What did he mean by mindful? Surely he didn't think that last night was insufficient. Did he really consider himself a bull, with boundless energy? Or did he think she was an unyielding field? She seized a nearby pillow and hurled it at him. Have you no shame? Lu Jingchen caught the pillow and smiled. Shame? If I had any, would I be able to sleep with my lady? Qin Ruyan could no longer contain herself. She took the black shirt he offered and slipped it on. In a swift motion, Lu Jingchen caught a fleeting glimpse of a suggestive red mark on her chest and two conspicuous kiss marks on her collarbone. But I'm hungry, she declared, her voice commanding. Lu Jingchen tilted his head, scooping up the congee from the nightstand, stirring it for a moment before bringing it to her. He took a spoonful and held it to her lips. Qin Ruyan, not one to hesitate, gladly accepted his offering. After all, she was devoid of strength, thanks to him. What harm was there in him feeding her breakfast? She opened her mouth and took a bite, and seeing her compliant, Lu Jingchen continued to feed her, spoonful by spoonful, until she had finished an entire bowl of congee. He then reached for a tissue from the drawer of the nightstand, wiping her mouth gently. Qin Ruyan's gaze inadvertently fell upon the drawer, which contained only a single pack of tissues and was crammed full of small umbrellas. Her eyes widened as she pointed. When did you prepare so many? Hadn't he claimed last night was his first time? Or had he deceived her? Though she bore no particular emotional attachment, the thought that he had been with others before her unsettled her. Hadn't he professed to have liked her for 8 years? Lu Jingchen grasped her hand, a smile playing on his lips. That I prepared them the day I kissed you at the Qin residence, thinking that if you were unwilling to be with me, I would resort to forceful means to keep you locked away. His tone was half joking and half serious, leaving Qin Ruyan uncertain of whether he was teasing her again. Besides, can't my lady feel whether last night was my first? A first time that lasted mere minutes? How long did the subsequent encounters last? He whispered shamelessly in her ear, prompting her to push him away. Stop it. I believe you. I believe you. She truly was digging her own grave. Lu Jingchen noted her flushed ears and pursed his lips before rising to take the tray out. Wait for me. Qin Ruyan replied with an acknowledgement. Not particularly eager to recall, Lu Jingchen placed the tray in the dishwasher. The sight of the esteemed young master Lu deigning to prepare breakfast could dazzle many. While washing dishes was naturally assigned to the machine, technology improves life. After tidying up, he poured himself a glass of milk and re-entered the bedroom to a tea. That moment, Qin Ruyan was propped against the headboard, engaged in a casual conversation with Zhang Qiao via her phone. That he approached her, offering the milk. Chapter 45. Sweetness. Qin Ruyan glanced up at him, then at the milk he was holding, furrowing her brow. That I'm not particularly fond of milk. She always thought it had a peculiar taste that she couldn't quite get used to. Lu Jingchen leaned down slightly, touching her throat. Your throat still sore? Last night, it had gone hoarse, and you ended up crying. Drinking some milk should help soothe it. He spoke gently. After all, she was his wife and someone he cherished. Could we change it? I prefer honey water. She lifted her gaze, her eyes sparkling with a certain allure. Perhaps unbeknownst to her, she was being somewhat wide. Lu Jingchen chuckled, straightening up. Very well, whatever my lady wishes. He took the cup and exited the room. In less than 5 minutes, he returned, holding a glass of honey watered. Lu Jingchen sat on the edge of the bed, extending the cup towards her. Qin Ruyan sat up to take it. He withdrew it at the last moment. She paused, biting her lip, and looked up at him with a cool, unwavering gaze. Are you not afraid of me now? Lu Jingchen chuckled. My lady, do not misunderstand. I'm not denying you the drink. It's just that you should sit properly. I will feed you, since I am the one who rendered my lady unable to rise. He brought the cup to her lips, and Qin Ruyan took a sip, but then stopped. Lu Jingchen observed her, raising an eyebrow. Not to your liking? He had added a spoonful of honey. Qin Ruyan shook her head. No, it's just a bit too sweet. She wasn't fond of overly sweet things. Lu Jingchen nodded, promising to be more mindful next time. What are your plans for today? Qin Ruyan tugged at the quilt, regarding him with a hint of wariness that I'm still a bit sore. Had she not been direct enough? Lu Jingchen smiled knowingly. Understood. I won't touch you today. She let out a sigh of relief, contemplating for a moment before continuing softly. I need to visit the studio tomorrow. There are designers coming in for interviews that I wish to rest at home today and not go out. Is that alright? She couldn't afford to postpone matters regarding her studio any longer. Lu Jingchen nodded. Of course, but shouldn't you get some more sleep? Will you be able to sleep tonight? Qin Ruyan felt there was a double entendre in his words, as if hinting at something. No, I'm not sleeping now. I simply don't want to move. I'm just lying here. I'm not asleep that I'll be able to sleep tonight. Lu Jingchen chuckled softly, pinching her ear. What do you think I'm up to? Why are you so tense? I merely meant that the room has a projector. Would you like to watch a movie? Lu Jingchen found her defensiveness amusing. Qin Ruyan realized she might have been overthinking. Perhaps he had no ulterior motives. After all, he had exerted himself last night, and she, the unwilling beneficiary, was utterly exhausted. It stood to reason that Lu Jingchen must be feeling drained today. Upon this realization, she cast him a complex glance. His skin is a bit pale, and there are dark circles under his eyes. Seems he isn't feeling very well. Lu Jingchen noticed the myriad expressions crossing her face, at times looking at him with sympathy, leaving him somewhat perplexed. My lady, what's with that expression? Qin Ruyan snapped back to reality, waving her hand dismissively. Nothing. I think it's a splendid idea to watch a movie with the projector. Lu Jingchen regarded her, not entirely convinced, but since she remained silent, he had no choice. Then you may select the film. He switched on the projector and handed the remote to Qin Ruyan. He removed his outer loungewear, climbed into bed, propping two cushions against the headboard before wrapping an arm around her. Is it alright if we cuddle while watching? He leaned down, their proximity intimate. I promise, no hands wandering. Last night, while bathing her, he had noticed the inner thighs were red and swollen. She would likely need several days to recuperate. Alright, then. A free human pillow. Why not take advantage of it? Qin Ruyan nestled comfortably against his chest, casually choosing a comedy to watch. She wasn't genuinely interested in the film. Her lower back was quite sore, and her thigh was still tender. Sleep was not an option for her, yet she didn't wish to move either. Lu Jingchen drew the curtains shut, plunging the room into dimness, though sunlight filtered through the floor, casting a soft glow on the projection screen, creating an air of intimacy. Qin Ruyan leaned against him, arms wrapped around his waist. Silence enveloped them. Save for the dialogue from the film, Lu Jingchen toyed with her fingers. I recall my lady plays the piano and dances. He posed it as a question, yet the tone was assertive. Yes, I dabble in both. What of it? She remained focused on the movie, not raising her eyes. I merely wish to mention that we have a piano at home. Next time. May I? He lowered his voice, whispering in her ear. Qin Ruyan shot upright from his embrace, her face flushed a deep crimson. Lu Jingchen. She called him by both name and surname. Clearly infuriated, Lu Jingchen quickly patted her back in a soothing manner. Didn't you say you weren't feeling well? Why the sudden movement? I didn't mean now. I was referring to next time. Qin Ruyan swatted his hand away. Is this about next time? Don't even think about it. How could someone be so shameless? Lu Jingchen hurried to appease her. Then how about a different location, perhaps the study? That should be acceptable, right? You can't refuse in your own space. But my study is open for my lady to use. Qin Ruyan shot him a glare, placing her hand over his mouth. One more word, and we're sleeping in separate rooms tonight. Lu Jingchen took her hand, twisting it behind her back, while his other hand pressed against the back of her head as he kissed her. It was a deeply passionate kiss, and only when Qin Ruyan's body went soft in his embrace did he finally release her. My lady, do not be upset if it doesn't work out next time. Then perhaps the time after? His eyes sparkled with mirth as his voice brimmed with laughter. You once said no touching, and indeed, my uncle was right. You are quite cunning. Qin Ruyan, breathless from his kiss, felt frustrated with herself for being so defenseless against him. Where have I touched you? If I were to do so, would you still be wearing clothes? He smirked. You are wearing my black shirt, which is quite tempting, and it is only due to my self-control that I have not stripped you of it. Lu Jingchen, unabashed, spoke with conviction. Qin Ruyan, nearly laughed in exasperation. "Brother, you should blame your subordinates for their inefficiency. It's already this late, and they still haven't delivered my clothes." Lu Jingchen squeezed her hand gently. "However, I prefer my lady wearing my clothes, although it tests my self-restraint. It brings me great joy, for your body carries my scent. In the future, when I am away on business, if you find it difficult to sleep, you may wear my clothes for comfort." Chapter 46. Sweetness 3. Qin Ruyan found herself at a loss for words. After all, she had her pride. "Let us watch a movie. Let us not speak any further. If we continue, we might miss the film altogether." Unbeknownst to her, Lu Jingchen smiled subtly at her response. For over an hour, they remained silent, engrossed in the film. During this time, Lu Jingchen left the room to fetch a glass of ice water and returned to prepare a cup of honey water, this time with only half a spoonful of honey. Qin Ruyan graciously finished the entire cup in one go and smiled at Lu Jingchen. He was momentarily taken aback that it was the first time she had smiled so joyfully in his presence. Like a child, he leaned closer, his face near hers, and gently tapped his cheek, indicating something. Once she realized, Qin Ruyan kissed him lightly on the cheek. That it was a kiss devoid of any suggestiveness, yet both felt a sense of happiness. Lu Jingchen whispered in her ear, "I need to handle something in the study. I'll come back to keep you company shortly." Qin Ruyan nodded absent-mindedly. "Go ahead." He chuckled softly, ruffling her hair before exiting the bedroom. In the study, Lu Jingchen opened his laptop, pressed a few keys, and a video call invitation popped up. Though the other party had yet to answer, he remained unhurried, sketching with a pencil on paper. A minute later, the call connected. "Teacher," Lu Jingchen spoke humbly. "What prompted you to reach out today?" The other party, an elderly man in his 60s or 70s with blue eyes and graying hair, responded that I would like to ask for your assistance in investigating a matter. Lu Jingchen paused in his drawing. "I am also looking into it discreetly, but some channels are not as accessible as yours." He was referring to Qin Ruyan's parents. Lu Jingchen had previously invested in Chinatown and had met his teacher there. The man was enigmatic, and their contact was infrequent. He often traveled, making him hard to reach. Today, Lu Jingchen was fortunate to find him online, and on the other end, the elderly man was momentarily taken aback. "Even you cannot find out?" His pupil was cunning. If he claimed to be the third most cunning in the world, no one would dare to say they were second. Wealthy and powerful, and even he could not track this down. It seemed the situation was rather complex. His expression grew serious. "Send me the relevant information first. I will review it and get back to you. If even you cannot handle it, it must be quite formidable." Lu Jingchen nodded. "Thank you, teacher." The elder shook his head. "No need for formalities." Lu Jingchen smiled, and they casually discussed their current situations before ending the call. INF City. After ending the call, the elder made another call. "Have the intelligence team leader come to see me. Your senior brother requires their assistance." After hanging up, he wiped his face and opened a game on his computer. In his youth, he had made many enemies, and his wife and child lost their lives because of him. It was Lu Jingchen who had pulled him back when he was ready to give up his life and join them. They had formed a bond despite their age difference. Yet Lu Jingchen insisted on calling him teacher. Since he had agreed, it gave him another reason to live, as there was now someone he cared for and who cared for him in return. After ending the video call, Lu Jingchen refined his drawing. Satisfied with the plans, he took out his phone and pressed the shortcut key. Qin Zheng, who had been left in Hangzhou to handle branch matters, hurried back to the capital. While his boss was on a wedding leave, he was not only unable to join him, but also had to continue assisting his boss's father. It was quite the challenge. Just then, Qin Zheng had just finished a meeting and had not yet exited the conference room when he received a call from Lu Jingchen. "Mr. Lu, are you returning?" He had previously thought that working under Lu Jingchen was the most challenging task, until he encountered the retired chairman Lu. At this moment, he deeply missed his boss, Lu Jingchen. "No," Lu Jingchen replied, transferring the drawings to his computer as he spoke. Qin Zheng sighed. Feeling despondent, Lu Jingchen did not pay him any mind. "I sent you a drawing. Use the pink diamond worth 500 million from the last auction for this. I will provide the dimensions tomorrow." After saying that, he hung up. On the other end, Qin Zheng stood in shocked. So now, not only did he have to heed Chairman Lu's instructions, but he also had to assist Lu Jingchen. However, having spent 3 years by Lu Jingchen's side, his capabilities were well recognized. After all, Lu Jingchen would never engage in a losing venture. After hanging up, Qin Zheng immediately began to focus on Lu Jingchen's tasks. For Chairman Lu was merely a stand-in, while his salary was determined by Mr. Lu. Once Lu Jingchen finished his tasks, he shut down his computer, took a sip of water from his desk, and then headed to the bedroom. Qin Ruyan, having watched the movie, was drowsy and nearly slumped over on the quilt. Lu Jingchen quickly approached her. Her complexion appeared somewhat pale. He called out to her. "Yinner, wake up." Qin Ruyan, in a daze, instinctively replied, "It's your fault, Lu Jingchen." She mumbled something he could not quite make out. He reached out to touch the dark circles under her eyes, reflecting on whether he had been excessive last night. Had he truly crossed the line? After all, their timing was quite normal. Moreover, where was his self-control around her? Yet, the person before him clearly seemed unwell, prompting him to comfort her. It is my fault. I won't bully my lady like this again." Qin Ruyan fell silent. Drifting back to sleep, he watched her for a while before lifting the covers and standing at the edge of the bed. Gazing at the unaware figure on the bed, his brow furrowed deeply. After some time, he lifted the covers at the foot of the bed, peering underneath, then covered it back up. Was she too delicate? Or was he truly too beastly? She had even sustained some marks. He changed his clothes, grabbed his car keys, and worried that she might wake up and not find him there. So he went to the study, grabbed a piece of paper, and left her a note on the bedside table before heading out. Lu Jingchen visited the nearest pharmacy, purchased an ointment, paid, then bought her a cup of milk tea before returning home. Upon his return to Yujinjiwan, Qin Ruyan awoke shortly after he left. She opened her eyes and noticed no one beside her. A piece of paper lay on the bedside table. She shifted towards it, but inhaled sharply upon realizing the pain. She bit her lip, giving up the struggle, and refrained from contemplating why Lu Jingchen was not there at that moment. Staring at the ceiling, she sighed and retrieved her phone from under her pillow. Opening the browser to search for answers. How to cope with not being able to get out of bed after the first time having marital relations. Is it normal? Chapter 47. Shyness. The internet offered a myriad of opinions. Qin Ruyan skimmed through, finding that many said it was typical for the first time, and it would become more comfortable later. She frowned, thinking, later? I feel utterly drained after my first time. Some suggested that she was oblivious to the struggles of others. Leaving her exasperated, she exited the browser and turned off her phone. Shortly after, Lu Jingchen returned, carrying a bag. She glanced at it and noticed it resembled milk tea. Her eyes brightened as she watched him intently. Seeing her joyful expression directed at the milk tea, Lu Jingchen chuckled as he approached, producing the drink and inserting a straw before handing it to her. Yao Yao usually loves these. I thought since you're also a girl, I'd get you a cup. It seems I made the right choice. Qin Ruyan nodded, taking a sip before offering it to him. It's sweet and delicious. Would you like to try? Lu Jingchen observed her, her lips glistening and a smile gracing her face. With two subtle dimples appearing, he nodded, but did not drink from the cup she offered. Instead, he took her wrist, leaned down, and kissed her lips. Lightly licking them before releasing her, he savored the sweetness. If I pass by on my way home from work in the future, shall I bring you one every time? Qin Ruyan felt a flush creep across her cheeks. A peculiar tingling sensation in her lips. It was rather strange. He usually kissed her with far greater fervor, yet her heartbeat had never raced as it did this time. That I invited you for milk tea. Not to take advantage of me, she said, lacking any real forcefulness. Lu Jingchen chuckled softly and retrieved a tube of ointment from his pocket. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. Madam, please remain still while I apply some medicine. Qin Ruyan was momentarily taken aback, her mind slow to grasp his words until his gaze settled on a particular spot. Her ears and neck flushed crimson as she stammered. And no, that's not necessary. Is it? This is too embarrassing. Lu Jingchen observed her for a moment before continuing. I just took a look. It's scraped. Yinner. Dear, applying some medicine will make you feel better. There's no need to be shy. We are husband and wife. He gently pinched her ear, coaxing her. Enveloped in his tenderness, Qin Ruyan felt lost in time. Nodding dazedly, Lu Jingchen lifted the covers, revealing that she was still clad in his black shirt. He rolled the shirt upward, and the sight before him caused his eyes to glisten. He shut his eyes momentarily, casting aside any impure thoughts, and focused on applying the ointment. After a good 10 minutes, he finally covered her with the blanket again. Neither of them was in a particularly good state. His breaths were quickened, his eyes filled with desire. The areas where Qin Ruyan had been touched by his fingers felt warmer than usual. Her eyelashes drooping, they shared a silence for several seconds, words eluding them. Ultimately, Lu Jingchen reached out to lift her chin, capturing her lips with his. Qin Ruyan was momentarily stunned before wrapping her arms around his neck in response. She did not actually mind embracing or kissing him. Lu Jingchen was meticulous about cleanliness, exuding a pleasant scent. During their first kiss, she had detected a hint of tobacco, but in recent encounters, that scent had vanished. While abroad, she often relied on sleeping pills, yet that night in the hotel in Hangzhou, she fell asleep in Lu Jingchen's embrace in no time. That Lu Jingchen turned, pinning her beneath him, his hand slipping beneath her shirt to grasp her soft waist. Realizing what was happening, Qin Ruyan struggled slightly, prompting Lu Jingchen to release her lips. What's wrong? Qin Ruyan's grip on his clothing tightened, her eyes glistening from their kiss, her voice barely a whisper. I still don't feel well. Lu Jingchen gently pressed his finger against her lips. I know that I want to touch you, but can I kiss you for a moment? She shyly nodded, and he leaned down to kiss her again, pulling her hand around his waist. Beneath them lay the person he had waited 8 years for, and with each kiss, he deepened their connection. After a while, he released her, withdrawing his hand from her shirt, and tidied her clothing. He then turned to fetch a wet tissue from the nightstand to wipe her hands. Qin Ruyan had buried her face in the pillow, refusing to lift her head regardless of what he said. Lu Jingchen sighed. Yin'er, we are already married, and I care for you deeply. This is all quite normal. You must adapt quickly. Qin Ruyan remained silent, prompting him to squeeze her waist, eliciting a slight shiver from her, followed by a muffled response from beneath her pillow. I understand. That he smiled, leaning closer to whisper in her ear, I may have to go on a business trip soon. A business trip. Did this mean she would be home alone? Qin Ruyan's head shot up, surprise evident in her eyes. He chuckled. Yes, just in time for you to have a few days to recuperate. Originally intending to go on a honeymoon, her work commitments had delayed their plans. So he would take the opportunity to travel for business, allowing her time to rest. The car is in the basement. Feel free to choose one if you go out. I'll leave Qin Zheng for you. If you prefer not to drive, you can ask him for assistance. He guessed that by the time he returned from his trip, she would be fully revitalized. When do you leave? Qin Ruyan calculated the time, recalling her interview the next day. Though her studio was still under renovation, she had already opened a Weibo account and had several resumes submitted, with an interview scheduled for tomorrow. The flight is in the morning. He gently adjusted her hair. Madam, are you heading to the studio tomorrow? I can drop you off on my way and have Qin Zheng take me to the airport. He can come back to pick you up afterward. Qin Ruyan shook her head. No need. That you'll be tired from your trip. Let assistant Qin accompany you. He can help share the load. And don't forget that Yao Yao is assisting me. She was not so delicate. Lu Jingchen hesitated, studying her for a moment before replying. All right, since my dear wife is concerned for my exhaustion, I expect you to rest well while I'm away, and I shall make it up to you when I return. Qin Ruyan pressed her lips together, casting him a cool glance without replying. He embraced her lightly, chuckling, I won't tease you any longer. If anything arises, call me. If you miss me, remember to text me. What I mean is, while I'm away, you must think of me. Understood? Qin Ruyan replied with a simple "Oh." Lu Jingchen, not satisfied with her response, continued to press her for more. She lifted her gaze. I will message you, she assured, biting her lip, and I will miss you. Finally, he was content. Chapter 48. The starting point. The next morning, Lu Jingchen was awakened by the alarm clock set by Qin Ruyan. He frowned, reaching out to silence the alarm, noticing that the person in his arms had yet to awaken. Both had gone to bed early the previous night, yet he was not the type to wake naturally. He relied on the alarm, and evidently, so did Qin Ruyan. However, it seemed her wake-up time was earlier than his alarm. He felt it necessary to discuss with her upon his return from the trip that he should be the one to set the alarm, allowing them both a bit more sleep. Qin Ruyan also heard the alarm, irritably tugging at the blanket to retreat further inside. Lu Jingchen chuckled at her antics, lifting the blanket slightly and smoothing her hair. Madam, it's time to rise. His voice was gentle, laced with affection. Qin Ruyan murmured before opening her eyes, her voice still thick with sleep. What time is it? Her tone carried a hint of lingering drowsiness, causing Lu Jingchen to smile. It's 7:30. Aren't you supposed to go to the studio? Hearing this, Qin Ruyan snapped to attention, realizing she had an interview that day. Furrowing her brow, she sat up slowly to put on her clothes. Watching her, Lu Jingchen couldn't help but find it amusing that I didn't realize, Yin'er, that you had such a fierce morning disposition. Qin Ruyan shot him a glance before smiling. her hand slipping into his shirt to caress his waist. Lu Jingchen stiffened, his smile faltering. I didn't know that Lu Xiao was so easily flustered. Just a touch to your waist. And you react? Qin Ruyan teased with a mischievous smile. All right, I'll deal with you when I get back. He replied through gritted teeth. Having finished dressing, Qin Ruyan tossed her hair back and remarked vaguely, at least I won this round. She then stepped into the bathroom to freshen up. Behind her, Lu Jingchen chuckled softly. Once they were both ready, they had breakfast together. By the way, Yinner, the housekeeper will start coming tomorrow, Lu Jingchen said, handing her a glass of juice since she did not like milk. Previously, we avoided having outsiders around for convenience. As for what was inconvenient, he left unspoken, but Qin Ruyan understood. Today, just bear with it and have something simple outside. Starting tomorrow, the housekeeper will prepare 3 meals a day for you. Qin Ruyan nodded. While she could cook, she would be busy with the studio's launch for quite some time. When I return from my trip, I'll handle dinner from now on. If I have social engagements and can't make it back, I'll let the housekeeper come over to prepare for you in advance. He finished his meal, set down his utensils, and wiped his mouth with a napkin. Qin Ruyan leisurely finished her juice, and they headed out together. Whereas the interview location, Lu Jingchen asked as he fastened her seatbelt from the driver's seat. It's just a street over from the studio, at a CAF. Yao made the reservation. Since the studio was still under renovation, it was impractical for them to hold interviews there. Lu Jingchen nodded, offering her a few more reminders before starting the car. Half an hour later, they arrived at the place Qin Ruyan had mentioned. The area had limited parking, so just before they got out, Lu Jingchen took her hand and pointed to his cheek. Qin Ruyan leaned in and planted a kiss on his cheek before he released her. Remember to text me. Don't forget to think of me when you have the time. A smile adorned his lips. Qin Ruyan nodded perfunctorily, then donned her cap and walked briskly toward the CF without looking back. Lu Jingchen shook his head and chuckled before driving off toward the airport, also calling Qin Zheng. Head directly to the airport. When Qin Ruyan arrived at the CAF, Zhang Xiao was already there. She removed her cap and took a seat across from her. Yin, Zhang Xiao began, pausing to say, I suppose I should start calling you sister-in-law. She glanced at Qin Ruyan, noticing that there was an added allure to her features and inadvertently catching sight of a faint mark on her neck. Qin Ruyan smiled at her. You can call me whatever you like, Yao. Zhang Xiao thought for a moment. Then when it's just the two of us, can I still call you Yin? She was initially her close friend, before eventually becoming her sister-in-law. Qin Ruyan took a sip of water and smiled. It's all up to you. Zhang Xiao chuckled as well, shaking her phone. You're getting married, and I haven't even prepared a gift for you. I've picked something out online, and I filled in the address as my brother's place, where you currently reside. Remember to check it when the time comes. Qin Ruyan nodded in acknowledgement. The two chatted casually for a while until a knock echoed at the door. Zhang Qiao reacted swiftly, moving beside Qin Ruyan and shifting her coffee cup closer before speaking. Come in. The door opened to reveal a pair of fair hands belonging to a young woman who appeared somewhat younger. Upon entering and seeing the two, she paused momentarily. These two are exceptionally beautiful. Aren't they? Qin Ruyan regained her composure and stood up. Are you here for the designer interview at Lingxi studio? Her lips curved into a gentle smile, her tone soft. Zhou shyly smiled back, looking slightly awkward. Yes, I'm a bit nervous. She pinched her bag with her fingers, feeling the tension. I'm sorry. I'm just a little nervous. Qin Ruyan chuckled lightly and ordered her a cup of milk tea. Relax. Our interview is quite simple. Please, have a seat. Zhou sat down across from them, her eyes fixated on Qin Ruyan without blinking. Qin Ruyan felt somewhat perplexed under her gaze. Have you known me before? Why are you staring at me like that? No, it's just that you're too beautiful, and I can't take my eyes off attractive girls. Zhou pondered for a moment before responding. Zhang Qiao laughed, saying, Sister, that won't do. She's married and is my sister-in-law. If you don't tone down your gaze, my brother won't let you off easily. Her teasing lightened the atmosphere a bit. Please don't misunderstand. I simply appreciate beauty. Nothing more, Zhou clarified as she took out her resume. Qin Ruyan smiled and accepted it. After flipping through the resume, she quickly finished reading it. What are your salary expectations? Qin Ruyan felt a good rapport with the girl. Zhou was taken aback by how smoothly things were going. Shouldn't you take another look? I don't really have much competition experience or internship history. Qin Ruyan smiled reassuringly. You're still quite young, and there are numerous possibilities ahead of you. I find you quite agreeable. Your professional skills can be honed. but it's also vital to have a good rapport as partners. Besides, your resume is impressive that I have faith in your capabilities. Her studio was just starting out and had little reputation in the industry. She was genuinely pleased to have a designer believe in her. Zhou paused, then nodded in understanding. I'm completely fine with that. Salary isn't a concern. Having just graduated from university, this would be her first official job, and both women were exceptionally kind. Helping to ease her nervousness, she felt a strong inclination to follow them. Later, upon discovering who Qin Ruyan was and who her husband was, Zhou felt immensely grateful for the right decision she had made. She wasn't seeking to leverage their connections, but understood that in the fashion industry, appearances matter. Having such a background would surely afford her more opportunities. Chapter 49. The gift. Qin Ruyan was momentarily taken aback. The young woman across from her radiated vitality, her eyes filled with hope and confidence for the future. She smiled warmly. Welcome to Lingxi. I am Qin Ruyan, and this is Zhang Qi Yao beside me. We're a bit older than you, so feel free to call us sister if you don't mind. She extended her hand. Zhou stood up to shake her hand. Thank you, Sister Yin. I will do my best. However, our studio is still under renovation, so we might not officially open for another 3 months. She explained. You have a place to stay for now. She noticed that Zhou had indicated on her resume that she was not from the area. Another individual leaving home to strive for success inspired Qin Ruyan to care for her even more. Zhou shook her head. Not at the moment, but I will find a place soon. After pondering for a moment, Qin Ruyan turned to Zhang Qiyao. Yao, doesn't the Lu group have employee dormitories? Zhang Qiyao smiled. That is something you'll need to ask my brother about. Dear sister-in-law. Qin Ruyan pressed her lips together. I know, but I meant to say if there are any. I can let him know. Just tell me if there are or not. Zhang Qiyao chuckled. There definitely are. Besides, even if there weren't, sister-in-law, if you asked, it would somehow become a yes. Qin Ruyan felt her cheeks flush from the teasing. Calculating the time, she figured that Lu Jingchen's flight should not have taken off yet. She took out her phone and sent a WeChat message, receiving a quick response. After reading the message, she lifted her head. You don't need to worry about the housing. It's already been taken care of. I'll bring you the keys shortly. Lu Jingchen had informed her that someone would deliver the keys, and he subtly hinted that if he helped him out, shouldn't she offer some form of compensation. Qin Ruyan chose to ignore that comment, but buying a gift was indeed a viable idea. The three of them sat together for a while longer until another knock sounded at the door. It was someone from Qin Zheng's team, who recognized Zhang Qiyao. After a brief glance at Qin Ruyan and Zhou, he spoke up. Madam, this is the Qin Lu asked me to deliver to you. Before I came, his superior mentioned that your husband is fair-skinned, beautiful, and long-legged, so he recognized you at a glance. Qin Ruyan accepted the keys with a smile. Thank you for your hard work. The assistant waved his hand, eagerly replying, It's no trouble at all, it's my duty. After greeting Zhang Qiyao, he confirmed that he wouldn't need to escort them before exiting the private room. Qin Ruyan and Zhang Qiyao accompanied Zhou to view the apartment, and Zhou was somewhat astonished. Sister Yin, I may not be able to afford rent in this location. Lu Jingchen had arranged for her to stay in the best employee dormitory owned by the Lu Group, and since it was Qin Ruyan's first time asking him for help, he certainly wouldn't be dismissive. Zhang Qiyao also thought her brother's arrangement was a bit extravagant, yet her immediate response took on a different tone. Just stay comfortably. This is a benefit for Lingxi employees. As for rent, it will be covered by me and your sister Yin. Zhou felt a wave of relief wash over her, marveling at how kind they were, and resolved to work hard in the future. Since Zhou had just arrived and needed to prepare quite a bit, Qin Ruyan and Zhang Qiyao wanted to disturb her too much, seeing that she was satisfied with the apartment. They said little more, exchanged WeChat contacts, created a group chat, and shared phone numbers before heading out. This location was quite close to Qin Ruyan's studio. It only took 2 subway stops. And she felt that Lu Jingchen had been quite considerate. Yao, what is your brother usually like? Although they were married, she realized she didn't really know much about Lu Jingchen. As they had spent little time together, I don't think he has any particular preferences. Are you planning to buy him a gift? Zhang Qiyao glanced at her. Qin Ruyan nodded. He has helped me so much. I should thank him. What do you usually get him? After pondering for a moment, Zhang Qiyao replied, I've bought him watches and bow ties in the past. But Yin, I'm his sister, and you're his wife. That I think if you just act a bit spoiled, it would make him happier than receiving 10 gifts from me. Qin Ruyan pressed her lips together. Recalling that night when he had insisted she call him husband, she shuddered slightly. I think he would be happier with a gift. Being spoiled isn't really his style. The two happened to be in the city center and decided to browse for a while. After some time, Qin Ruyan finally settled on a watch. A Patek Philippe Mines mechanical watch, which exuded elegance. She envisioned Lu Jingchen's long fingers and prominent knuckles, imagining how exquisite it would look on him. Of course, the price of the watch was equally impressive. She pulled out the card she had shown Zhang Qiyao before, handed it to the store attendant, and made the purchase without hesitation. Zhang Qiyao stared at the 7 zeros following the number, swallowing hard. Yin, are you actually this wealthy? Dressed in a simple white t-shirt and jeans with a baseball cap, Qin Ruyan's extravagant spending seemed quite unexpected. Qin Ruyan pursed her lips. This is for your brother. How could it be cheap? Zhang Qiyao felt inexplicably bombarded with dog food. Yao, don't tell your brother. This is a surprise. Understand? She pinched Zhang Qiyao's fair cheek with a smile. The attendant had never seen such an indecisive customer before, making a purchase without even trying it on. She couldn't help but pinch Qin Ruyan's cheek. Gasping in disbelief, this single transaction's commission could buy her a small heir. It felt like a stroke of luck falling from the sky. Chapter 50. Longing for the first vest, as Qin Ruyan stepped out of the mall. She sent a WeChat message to Lu Jingchen. Zhang Qiyao was also looking at her phone, and she couldn't help but twitch her lips. Yin, I need to head back. She had been out for a bit too long, and if she didn't return soon, she feared Ji Feng might discover her whereabouts. Recently, she had been mostly staying at Lu's residence, rarely going out, as she felt Ji Feng wouldn't dare come to her home to find her. Qin Ruyan nodded. Be careful on your way back, and message me when you arrive home. Lu Jingchen is away on a business trip, and she plans to return to visit her uncle and aunt, with no intention of going back to Yujinjuan. The two part ways at the intersection. Qin Ruyan took a taxi back to Qin Zhaoyang's place. Upon her return, she startled Qin Zhaoyang, who wondered if there was trouble between the newlyweds, as it was only the third day since their marriage. Qin Ruyan patiently explained, Uncle, he was initially on a wedding leave, but since I needed to handle matters regarding the studio, he postponed it. He just left for a business trip today, really. She even showed Qin Zhaoyang the message from Lu Jingchen confirming his safe arrival. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. Ruyan, now that you are married, make sure to live well with Jingchen. I can see he genuinely cares for you. That if he didn't like you, he wouldn't have so readily invested $1 billion for you, nor would he have investigated matters from 8 years ago. Qin Ruyan lowered her eyelashes and murmured in acknowledgement. That evening, she did not return home. After dinner, she went to her room, opened her laptop, and searched for information online. Qin Zheng had sent her detailed information about fabric suppliers in the capital, which she had yet to review. After skimming through it for a while, she received a video call invitation on WeChat. Glancing at her phone, she saw it was from Lu Jingchen. Qin Ruyan looked down at her pajamas, fastened the top button of her collar, set her phone on a stand, and pressed the answer key. As Lu Jingchen connected the video call, he immediately realized she was not at their home. That he raised an eyebrow. Madam, not at home. Qin Ruyan replied casually. You weren't here, and I was afraid I wouldn't be able to sleep. So I'm at my uncle's house. She closed her laptop and leaned back in her chair. When will you be back? She refrained from mentioning the gift she had bought for him, secretly anticipating his reaction upon receiving it. Lu Jingchen, sitting on the hotel sofa, was not there for any official business, but primarily regarding the wedding ring. I should be back in about 3 days. My wife missing me. His voice was laced with amusement as he gazed intently at her. Qin Ruyan did not directly answer his question. That I was thinking of staying here a couple more days. Your place feels too large and empty. That it seems my wife misses me. She can't even sleep without me around. Qin Ruyan pressed her lips together and expressionlessly ended the video call. She reopened her laptop, and her phone lit up again. Picking it up, she saw a message. I miss my wife. Not joking. She smiled but did not respond, redirecting her attention back to the computer screen. Over the past few days, Qin Ruyan had stayed at Qin Zhaoyang's, diligently researching online. To be fair, Qin Zheng's capabilities were indeed worth the 7-figure annual salary that Lu Jingchen provided him. She examined the reputable suppliers Qin Zheng had filtered for her, checking their feedback in customer groups, which aligned with the information he had provided. She selected 3 suppliers and planned to conduct on-site visits the following day, intending to sign contracts if everything went smoothly. With that thought, she took out her phone and opened the banking app to check her balance. That it seemed rather low. She had spent a bit on her studio, and purchased a gift for Lu Jingchen, leaving her with only an 8-digit sum. She felt a tinge of insecurity. She had not touched the money Qin Zhaoyang had given her, fearing they might need it urgently later. Lu Jingchen had transferred funds to her account on the day they registered their marriage. But she still felt it was insufficient. Sipping from the glass of plain water beside her desk, she took a gulp and pressed a few keys on the keyboard, bringing up a special software on her computer. She typed a message inside. Why? Any orders recently? Running low on funds. After a long silence, the group chat erupted with activity. Lili. Are you taking on orders? Didn't you say you were on a break? Every day dreaming of making $1 billion small bucks. Why must have spent it all on dates, right? Qin Ruyan scoffed softly. Why? If there are no orders, I'm logging off. I have other matters. The group members had only interacted online, never having met face-to-face or even had a voice conversation, not even knowing each other's genders. There is one. An old man from F City placed an order to investigate matters in the capital. Qin Ruyan frowned. F City? That old man is about to retire, yet for some unknown reason, he hasn't, and his influence has expanded nearly threefold. Why? Send the order to me. Are you taking it on? As he processed the order to transfer it to her name, he casually mentioned, why? Not taking it for now. Just checking it out. I'm still on leave. After sending that message and waiting for the order to show up in her account, she expressionlessly exited the software. When Qin Ruyan was in elementary school, she stumbled upon computer programming by chance. The Qin couple was very busy and hardly paid attention to her studies during that rebellious phase. Her parents' neglect led her to skip school and play games at internet cafes, trying to gain their attention in various ways. One day, she accidentally clicked into a hacker website, unaware that it was a top hacker convention. After stirring up some chaos, she exited the terminal, leaving only a digital trace of YT. That young age, she had no idea that this incident would make her famous later when she went abroad. She needed money while investigating her parents' death, but her funds dwindled with little useful information to show for it. Thus, she began taking on orders, participating in competitions not only in fashion design, but also in software programming and hacking. Eventually, after winning a competition, she was invited by BL for a one-on-one challenge, which she won without difficulty. Following that, BL became convinced of her skills and sought to recruit her into their ranks. She declined until later, when BL informed her that she could take on orders and earn money, prompting her to relent. She had been with the International Criminal Police Organization as a special investigator for nearly 4 years. Back then, she was quite non-mainstream, using that name for all software that required a title. Eventually, she became accustomed to it and never changed it. Chapter 51. Compensation. The next day, Qin Ruyan and Zhang Xiao spent the day shopping. Having visited all 3 fabric suppliers, ultimately, they settled on one, and Qin Ruyan signed the contract and paid the deposit. Throughout the process, Zhang Xiao was left in a state of astonishment. Yin, are you really that wealthy? The last time Qin Ruyan bought her brother a watch, it had already shocked her. Today, she effortlessly made a 1 million deposit. Qin Ruyan turned to look at Zhang Xiao, finding her particularly endearing. Your brother gave it to me. He transferred $1 billion on the day we registered our marriage. Her statement was half true. Lu Jingchen had indeed transferred $1 billion, but she had yet to spend it. Instead, she was using her previous savings. Zhang Xiao silently gave a thumbs up, praising her brother. My brother truly is extravagant. Qin Ruyan smiled. Realizing it was getting late, she suggested they go for hot pot, recalling that when Lu Jingchen was present, she had felt uncomfortable and hadn't enjoyed the meal. Zhang Xiao readily agreed, and they returned to the same restaurant, ordering spicy hot pot this time. Qin Ruyan ordered a lot of meat and vegetables, poured herself a cup of hot tea, and filled one for Zhang Xiao as well. She removed her duckbill cap, placing it aside, and took a hair tie off her wrist to tie her hair up, exposing her smooth forehead. Zhang Xiao was once again captivated by her beauty, realizing why her brother would lavish such wealth. No, it was an astronomical sum. As they chatted over the meal, it stretched out longer than expected. After finishing, Zhang Xiao expressed a desire to sleep over with her. Qin Ruyan contemplated this. With Lu Jingchen away, and since she was his sister, there was no harm in going to their home. She agreed and returned to Yijinjuan with Zhang Xiao. They settled into the guest room. Zhang Xiao refrained from suggesting they sleep in the master bedroom, fearing her brother's wrath. After all, she had inadvertently seen the kiss mark on Qin Ruyan's neck last time and understood her brother's possessiveness. After showering, The two climbed into bed and chatted for a while before Zhang Qiao began to doze off. Qin Ruyan admired her ability to sleep so soundly. She had not slept well in recent days and hadn't brought any sleeping pills. Finding herself restless, she took her phone intending to play games. Just as she opened the game app and before logging in, Lu Jingchen's video call came through. Startled, she glanced at the sleeping figure beside her. Then quietly slipped out of bed, leaving the guest room to sit on the sofa in the living room. Why did it take you so long to answer? Lu Jingchen had just landed. Uncertain if she was at home or at the Qin residence. Yao Yao is at home. She fell asleep, and I was afraid to wake her, so I only answered in the living room. You re back? Qin Ruyan sat on the sofa, sipping water, as she heard the airport announcements in the background that Lu Jingchen frowned. You didn't return home? Qin Ruyan touched her nose, feeling a bit guilty that we signed the fabric supplier contract today. Then went out for hot pot. She wanted to come and keep me company since you weren't here. Now that I'm back, are you spending the night with me, or with her? Lu Jingchen furrowed his brow. Newlywed as he was, he found it irritating that his sister was intruding on their intimate time together. Qin Ruyan figured if Zhang Qiao woke up tomorrow and didn't see her, she would surely be teased. Can I spend the night with you tomorrow? I have already made a promise to Yao Yao. She feels somewhat awkward, and as soon as Lu Jingchen returns, she retreats to the master bedroom to sleep. One can easily surmise what might transpire next. All right, I'm on my way home, but don't sleep just yet. Wait for me a moment, Lu Jingchen replied after pondering for a while. After hanging up, Qin Ruyan went to the kitchen to prepare some porridge and then fetched a change of clothes for him from the master bedroom. She then settled on the sofa to await his arrival. 20 minutes later, the sound of the door opening echoed through the room, and she rose from the sofa to meet him just as Lu Jingchen stepped inside. She raised a finger to her lips in a shushing gesture, indicating that Yao Yao was asleep in the guest room. She tucked the nightgown into his arms and gently pulled him toward the master bedroom. You should take a shower first. I've made porridge for you. How about having a little to eat? As the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face. Lu Jingchen grasped her hand, pulling her into his embrace and deftly locking the master bedroom door behind him. With his other hand, he lifted her chin and leaned down to kiss her, playfully nibbling on her lips before slipping his tongue inside to explore every corner of her mouth, aware of her own shortcomings. Qin Ruyan nestled obediently against him, allowing him to kiss her. After a considerable time, Lu Jingchen released her, cradling her face in his hands, his thumb pressing against her lips. That I'll collect some interest first. We can discuss compensation tomorrow night, he hinted, his words laden with implications. Qin Ruyan remained silent, and he was in no rush either. They remained in this stalemate for a while until an idea struck Qin Ruyan. She stepped forward, opened the wardrobe, and retrieved a box to present to him. Lu Jingchen raised an eyebrow, surprised to find a watch upon opening it. Madam, what is this? He inquired, genuinely taken aback by her thoughtful gift. It's a present for you. Do you like it? Qin Ruyan smiled, aware of all he had done for her and her family. Lu Jingchen grinned, pulling her into his embrace. That I like it, but I would prefer if Madam chose a different approach. He lowered his voice to whisper in her ear. Qin Ruyan felt a flush creep up her cheeks and pushed against his chest. Let me go. I must get some sleep. Yet, Lu Jingchen did not release her. Drawing her closer. That I'm not joking. She raised her gaze, finding his eyes filled with suppressed desire, a sheen of sweat glistening on his forehead. Qin Ruyan bit her lip and stood on her toes to give him a quick kiss. You've worked hard. Just bear with it. If there's a third person in the house, he felt his heart race, lowering his head to kiss her again for a while before finally letting her go. Remember to lock the door when you go in. After uttering this, he released her, and she swiftly slipped away. Lu Jingchen shook his head, taking a shower before heading out. He recalled Qin Ruyan mentioning the porridge she had prepared for him. By the time he finished eating and tidying up, it was nearly dawn. Alone in the master bedroom, he found it difficult to sleep, contemplating what to do about Zhang Qiao's allowance, considering her audacity in vying for his wife. Why should he continue to provide her with pocket money? The following day, Lu Jingchen woke up early. He prepared breakfast in the kitchen, and when Zhang Qiao awoke, Qin Ruyan was still asleep. She tiptoed out of her room and was surprised to see her brother in an apron. Holding breakfast. Brother, when did you come back? She asked, astonished. Lu Jingchen glanced at her nonchalantly. Last night. Observing her brother's displeased demeanor and recalling Qin Ruyan sleeping in the guest room, she unconsciously lowered her voice. Did my sister-in-law know you were back last night? Lu Jingchen placed the breakfast on the dining table and pulled out a chair to sit down. She knows, but she said she wanted to keep you company. Zhang Qiao's lips twitched. So, you spent the night alone? She swallowed hard. Brother, I was wrong. I shouldn't have interrupted you. Lu Jingchen found amusement in her reaction, merely teasing her. If you plan to stay over in the future, let me know in advance. After all, my wife and I have only just married and are not quite ready to part. It was only one night, Zhang Qiao thought to herself, though her face betrayed none of her inner turmoil. Chapter 52. The Wedding Ring. When Qin Ruyan awoke, the bed was empty. She tossed aside the covers, climbed out of bed, and stepped into the living room. There, Lu Jingchen sat on the sofa with a box in hand. She paused for a moment, her feet frozen in place. Hearing the door close, Lu Jingchen turned to look at her, setting the box aside as he approached, and took her hand, guiding her to sit on the sofa. Are you hungry? There's breakfast waiting for you in the kitchen. Qin Ruyan shook her head. I had too much hot pot last night. I'm still too full to eat. What about Yao Yao? She hadn't seen her since waking up. And now there was no sign of her in the living room. Lu Jingchen raised an eyebrow and wrapped his arm around her waist. Wasn't one night enough for you to monopolize your brother's wife? She had breakfast here this morning before heading back. Qin Ruyan exclaimed. Oh, and yawned, feeling tired from her restless night. I need to wash my face to wake up. She attempted to pry his arm from around her waist, but he held firm. She lifted her gaze coolly to meet his. Lu Jingchen chuckled. Shall I carry you inside? It's been so many days since we last saw each other, and you let me sleep alone for an entire night. His voice held a hint of grievance. Qin Ruyan bit her lip and smiled. Lu Xiao, that's your little sister. Are you really feeling jealous? Lu Jingchen leaned closer to her ear, his voice playful. When I first saw you after you returned, Yao Yao was practically draped over you. I couldn't help but wonder if my sister was perhaps fond of women. Qin Ruyan stood up, ignoring his nonsensical remarks, and turned to enter the master bedroom to freshen up. Lu Jingchen watched her retreating figure with a smile, then picked up the box from the sofa and followed her leisurely into the bedroom. When Qin Ruyan emerged from the bathroom, she found Lu Jingchen confidently perched on the edge of the bed. As she walked over, he swiftly pulled her down onto his lap. You, she began, but Lu Jingchen seized her chin and kissed her deeply. Having just washed her face, her skin still bore a hint of steam, and her mouth carried the fresh scent of toothpaste. Unable to resist, Lu Jingchen tightened his embrace, his hands slipping beneath the hem of her nightgown. After a considerable time, he grasped her other hand and, as she succumbed to his kiss, discreetly slid a ring onto her finger. Qin Ruyan, breathless from the kiss, leaned against him, gasping for air as his voice, laced with desire, reached her ears. That it seems the number of kisses isn't sufficient. Has Madame yet to learn how to breathe? He had barely kissed her enough, and her cheeks were flushed. Qin Ruyan, still reeling from the kiss, lacked the strength to argue with him. Lu Jingchen, unhurried, caressed the back of her neck with one hand while the other ran along her back, adjusting her clothing. 2 minutes later, Qin Ruyan regained her composure. She shot Lu Jingchen an annoyed glare, though it lacked any real power. Just as she attempted to rise from his lap, her peripheral vision caught sight of the ring he had placed on her finger. She froze, lifting her gaze to Lu Jingchen without uttering a word. Lu Jingchen chuckled. Does it fit well? Does Madame like it? The ring was a pink diamond he had acquired earlier, now cut to perfection. The center featured a heart-shaped pink diamond, encircled by a ring of smaller diamonds. Qin Ruyan lifted her hand to inspect it. When did you prepare this? It was not the engagement ring he had previously mentioned. It was evident that he had put thought into this one. Lu Jingchen smiled down at her, pressing his hand against hers. It's a wedding ring. I had it custom-made during this business trip. Naturally, it cannot be half-hearted. His tone was earnest as he keenly observed her reaction. She smiled brightly. I really like it. Lu Jingchen's hand found its way to her waist, gently pressing down. You truly like it? Then perhaps I deserve some compensation for spending the night alone. Qin Ruyan found the rumors circulating about him to be utterly false, claiming he was indifferent to women. The memory of their wedding night still made her heart race. She turned to glance at Lu Jingchen, whose features were as serene and beautifully carved as a landscape painting. She had to admit, she was quite fond of his face, wrapping her arms around his neck. She planted a kiss on the corner of his mouth. It's difficult to declare my intentions during the day, but perhaps I can offer you compensation tonight. Lu Jingchen smiled in response. Of course, whatever Madame desires. However, are you truly not considering the piano room or the study? Was he still not giving up? Qin Ruyan pinched his arm. If you continue with this nonsense, I will start sleeping in a separate room from today. Lu Jingchen quickly pulled her closer, softly coaxing her. No, that won't do this time. How about next time, or when Madam feels ready to discuss it? If it's too embarrassing to say aloud, a subtle hint will suffice. Qin Ruyan's most direct response was to rise and grab her clothes, heading to the bathroom as she needed to leave. Behind her, Lu Jingchen watched her retreating figure, smiling. He remained seated on the edge of the bed, waiting for her to emerge before stepping forward to cradle her face and steal another kiss. Where are you headed today, madam? Do you require a driver? Qin Ruyan bit her lip. She had taken on a project from an old man in F City a few days ago and planned to step out today. However, Lu Jingchen seemed eager to accompany her. After some contemplation, she replied, I'm going out to meet someone. Lu Jingchen paused, chuckling lightly. Who is so important? Is madam's company less important? Chapter 53. Secrets. Qin Ruyan nodded slightly. Official matters hold significance, yet the person one encounters holds even greater importance. After all, none can rival your allure. Her words bore a semblance of truth, albeit laced with an element of flattery. Lu Jingchen chuckled, releasing her from his grasp. Very well, I shall make a trip to the company. I must strive to earn a living to support my wife. Qin Ruyan smiled softly. Am I truly so difficult to support? There was no hint of guilt in her tone. Lu Jingchen pondered her anonymous limited edition card and the funds he had transferred to her account before responding lightly. Supporting my wife is not a challenge. However, she must remember to send me some pocket money, for I currently possess no personal assets. After their marriage certificate was issued, he had transferred 100 million to her account and had shifted all his movable and immovable properties, including shares of the Lu Corporation, into her name. It could be said that she was now the principal decision-maker of the Lu Corporation, while he merely served as her employee. Qin Ruyan stood in stunned silence, unable to articulate her surprise. Therefore, madam cannot forsake me. Do you understand? A smile graced his lips as his gaze bore into her intensely. She nodded. Choosing not to elaborate further, they exited together, for Qin Ruyan had arranged to meet someone at a CF today. Clad in a white short-sleeve shirt and denim jeans, adorned with a cap, her hair cascaded casually over her shoulders, presenting an appearance that exuded a sense of carefree abandon. After escorting her, Lu Jingchen offered a few words of caution before driving away. Once Qin Ruyan could no longer see his car, she leisurely hailed a taxi, settled into the back seat, and adjusted her cap, providing a new address to the driver. The driver caught a glimpse of her pale chin through the rearview mirror and suddenly felt a chill. Could it be that the air conditioning was too intense? He adjusted the temperature upward by 2 degrees. 15 minutes later, the vehicle halted on a secluded street. As she alighted, the driver pressed the accelerator and sped away, leaving the area imbued with an eerie silence. Qin Ruyan ambled forward until she arrived at a modest room measuring less than 10 square meters. She had sent a few items here prior to returning to the country. She knocked gently on the door, 3 measured taps. After a brief wait of around 10 seconds, the door creaked open. A young man emerged, appearing a couple of years older than Qin Ruyan. With slightly long hair and black-framed glasses, his demeanor suggesting fatigue. Upon seeing Qin Ruyan, his eyes sparkled with recognition, though disbelief prompted him to rub his eyes. Xiaoyan. Qin Ruyan chuckled, leaning against the doorframe, her voice somewhat subdued. Are you surprised to see me? Cheng Yubai laughed, expressing his astonishment at her sudden appearance, especially since she had previously mentioned the possibility of not returning home. Cheng Yubai was a doctor without borders. The two had met 3 years prior during a disaster relief mission. Coming from a family of physicians, he had been steeped in medical knowledge from a young age, receiving the highest level of education domestically. After skipping 2 grades and pursuing graduate studies abroad, he outpaced his peers. Upon completing his studies abroad, he was offered a position with an international medical organization but chose not to stay. Instead, he traveled wherever there was conflict, wherever a physician was needed. 3 years ago, when the Ebola virus ravaged overseas, he resolutely ventured into the outbreak zone, where he met Qin Ruyan, being compatriots with only a few years' age difference. They quickly became confidants during their nearly 6-month stay in the epidemic area, leaving only after the virus's infectiousness diminished. Cheng Yubai had asked numerous times, curious as to how Qin Ruyan, only 21 at the time, maintained such composure in the face of a virus that instilled fear in many. Her medical skills matched his, and her innate talent even surpassed his. Qin Ruyan smiled softly. I grew weary and returned. Did you not return as well? He collected his thoughts, Gazing at her, "I've been studying your blood report for nearly a year, yet have found no leads that I merely wish to come to Beijing to investigate." Qin Ruyan responded with a nonchalant, "Oh, your reaction seems rather composed. Are you not worried?" A year and a half prior, after they had traveled to the front lines again, she frequently experienced high fevers and occasional fainting spells. Yet their hospital visits yielded no explanation. Both understood medicine well enough to know that such symptoms did not arise without cause. She had undergone blood tests, and Cheng Yu had preserved her blood sample for further study. Though there appeared to be some anomalies, no conclusions could be drawn. Qin Ruyan scoffed lightly. "Why panic? I won't die from it." Cheng Yu, unable to bear her demeanor, furrowed his brow and pressed on. "Are you certain there are no hereditary illnesses in your family?" She lowered her gaze, her eyelashes casting shadows over her cheeks. After a long moment of contemplation, she lifted her head slowly, her voice clear and cold. "None." She entered the room and retrieved a small vial that she had previously sent. Unscrewing the cap, she dispensed a single pill and swallowed it. "Shall I leave you another blood sample? I will be quite busy moving forward and may not have time for further research." She extended her arm, her skin pale and her wrist delicate. Cheng Yu regarded her for a moment, then took a blood collection tube, half-jokingly remarking, "So, while you're busy with other matters, your health becomes unimportant?" She smiled faintly, though the warmth did not reach her eyes. "Everything is important." After conversing a while longer, she took her leave. Behind her, Cheng Yu shook his head, gathering his belongings before departing for the medical department at Beijing University. Once outside, Qin Ruyan donned her cap again. It was challenging to hail a cab in this area, as she had noted from the driver's earlier reaction. Unhurried, she strolled leisurely, glancing at the needle mark left from her blood draw. She frowned, wondering if Lu Jingchen, with his keen perception, would notice. How would she explain it to him? On the 38th floor of the Lu Corporation, upon entering his office, Lu Huijin found himself seated at his desk. He was momentarily taken aback. Was his honeymoon leave already up after just a few days? "Father, my wife mentioned she would be busy with her studio, so I will postpone my leave." He removed his coat and adjusted his tie. Lu Huijin nodded but felt something amiss. "So, what does it mean for me to cover for you during your leave? Surely, you will have to account for those days when you eventually take your leave." Just as Lu Jingchen lifted his coffee cup, he nearly choked on his father's words. What did you say? He had only taken 2 or 3 days off, and his father was keeping such a meticulous account. Chapter 54, Collaboration. Lu Huijin glanced at him, casually removing his glasses. "When your mother and I wed, we did not take a honeymoon. We only compensated for it later. You are far more fortunate than I was back then." Lu Jingchen raised an eyebrow, completely at a loss for words. "Very well. You are right about everything." Lu Huijin stood, gesturing toward the documents beside him. "But I have taken care of all this. Your return will not leave you overwhelmed. You have plenty of time." Having said that, he left without a backward glance. In his day, no one covered for him. He felt his son had become somewhat complacent and overly proud. Lu Jingchen resignedly took a seat, and Qin Zheng handed him a file. "Mr. Lu, here are the materials sent over from F-City." He had contacted his professor, but he was astonished by how swiftly things progressed. Merely a few days had passed, and there were already developments. He responded with a murmured acknowledgement, accepting the document, his fingers tightening around the file as he read. After a lengthy pause, he opened it. The more he read, the colder his expression became. Standing to his left, Qin Zheng did not wish to pry, but Lu Jingchen's demeanor was concerning. "Mr. Lu, is there an issue with this document?" Lu Jingchen pondered for a moment before replying calmly. "Arrange a meeting with Qin Shi. Never mind, I will contact him directly." Rising, Lu Jingchen took the file and headed outside. He had some financial matters to settle today. "Please follow up on that later. I have other matters to attend to and will not return this afternoon." He issued a few more instructions and departed with the car keys. Having kept Qin Shi's number, the two arranged to meet at a CAF. The distance was not far, and Lu Jingchen arrived after a 20-minute drive. He had reserved a private room. Though Qin Shi had yet to arrive, he took out the documents once more to review. The materials appeared sound, yet he sensed something was amiss, particularly regarding Qin Zheng, who had originally received an employment notification from the International Medical Organization, but encountered an accident during his final trip within the country. Coincidentally, another professor from the medical department at Beijing University, Zhang Qing, had been present at the same meeting. Ultimately, he and his family relocated abroad, taking up the position meant for Qin Zheng. Several other professors also moved overseas. Their current whereabouts unknown. Lu Jingchen furrowed his brow, certain that the situation was more complex than it appeared. Even if Zhang Qing had ulterior motives, Qin Xiaoyang had conducted extensive investigations over the years without yielding any leads. Relying solely on Zhang Qing seemed implausible. He drummed his fingers on the table, his clear, elegant eyelashes casting a slight shadow. 5 minutes later, Qin Shi entered. His expression was rather indifferent, and he regarded Lu Jingchen with a hint of disdain, especially since his sister had just returned and was whisked away by him. "What is it that you need?" He seated himself across from Lu Jingchen, casually adjusting his tie. Qin Shi had just returned from out of town. Barely having time to sip some water upon arriving at the office, he was immediately summoned by Lu Jingchen. His eyes were slightly red, a clear indication of insufficient rest. Lu Jingchen lifted his gaze. Casting a glance at his brother-in-law, who appeared rather unwell, he extended his hand, pushing a folder towards him. "Take a look at this first." He raised a nearby teacup, sipping delicately. Qin Shi found Lu Jingchen somewhat enigmatic. Yet, given their familial ties, he offered a friendly smile, albeit his voice was somewhat hoarse. Lu Jingchen turned to gaze out the window. The sun was shining brightly, with vehicles bustling on the streets and pedestrians aplenty. The capital was a city with a brisk pace, where every individual was earnestly engaged in their daily lives. Qin Shi perused the materials with remarkable speed, finishing in under 5 minutes. When he lifted his head, his expression was one of distress. "When did you start investigating this?" The dossier before him overlapped with the one he held, yet it was significantly more detailed. Only upon hearing Qin Shi's voice did Lu Jingchen turn back, nudging a cup of untouched coffee in his direction. "After heir returned to the country, I stumbled upon her inquiry into this matter. I had someone take a look, and there are indeed some clues. But I don't have much insight yet. I know you and your uncle are also investigating this, and I'm uncertain how it may assist you. But we can exchange information." Lu Jingchen's demeanor was grave, devoid of jest. Suddenly recalling something, he chuckled lightly. "I'm not sure if you've noticed during your investigation, but it seems heir has quite a few little secrets." He remembered her nameless card, which was similar to his own, as well as the blank expressions of his subordinates when reporting to him, particularly the odd behavior of the store manager when she purchased clothes for Qin Shi. Qin Shi shook his head. "That I've only discovered that several professors from the same period have moved abroad. I've also kept an eye on things overseas, but I couldn't track them down. I am not sure if they are being protected by someone or have simply vanished elsewhere." He did not conceal the fact that he understood Lu Jingchen could access far more information than he could. Given the multiple resources at his disposal, including the Lu Group and his own connections, that Lu Jingchen nodded. "That I will continue to follow up on this. That we'll reconnect once there are developments. Shall we add each other on WeChat?" Qin Shi agreed. "That I am the same. I am always open to sharing information. You mentioned heir having little secrets. What do you mean?" Lu Jingchen lowered his head with a smile, his features softening. "It's nothing. You both can focus on your matters without worry. She's fine over there." Qin Shi felt a bit puzzled. Lu Jingchen's demeanor seemed less concerned. Furrowing his brow, he pondered for a moment before speaking. "Regarding that research project, the one you invested nearly 200 million in, her parents were previously involved in similar studies. That I'm unsure if this information will assist you, but since we're sharing resources, I want to keep it from you." Lu Jingchen nodded, understanding now why Qin Shi had committed so much to this research. "Have you been in contact with the medical department at Capital University? If you need anything, feel free to reach out. I manage that now." The two conversed for quite some time before parting ways. "I'll head back now. We'll stay in touch if there are any updates." Lu Jingchen stood, taking a sip from his cup, and Qin Shi nodded in agreement. At that moment, Qin Ruyan was in the study of Lu Jingchen's residence, immersed in her drawings. She had returned some time ago, and the renovation of her studio was progressing more swiftly than anticipated. The fabric suppliers had also been secured, and although she had limited sketches on hand, she intended to create a few more before the studio opened. When Lu Jingchen arrived home, the house was remarkably quiet. However, spotting her shoes and coat by the door confirmed her return. He raised an eyebrow and first went to the bedroom, not finding her there. Before stepping into the study, he stood at the doorway, arms crossed, leaning against the frame, observing her as she was absorbed in her artwork. He had previously noted that Qin Ruyan was quite perceptive. She could sense someone's approach almost instantaneously. Yet, despite standing there for quite a while, she remained oblivious to his presence. Furrowing his brow slightly, he wondered if she was too engrossed in her drawing or simply accustomed to his presence. He decided not to interrupt her and turned to head into the kitchen. Chapter 55. Initiative. After another half hour in the study, Qin Ruyan examined the sketches in her hand. Though there were only 2, she found them satisfactory. She had always valued quality over quantity in her artwork. Nodding in approval, she put away the sketches and stood up, only to find Lu Jingchen smiling at her from the study door. Qin Ruyan was momentarily taken aback, instinctively reaching to cover the spot on her arm where the needle had pricked, yet fearing that Lu Jingchen might be overly sensitive to her unusual behavior. Fortunately, her long-sleeved, long pants loungewear concealed it well. "When did you return?" she asked, clutching her sketches as she approached him. Lu Jingchen lowered his gaze to her, noting her pink plaid loungewear, which covered her modestly, exposing only her neck and collarbone. Her skin pale and delicate. "That I've been back for a while. I saw you were busy, so I went ahead and made dinner. It's almost ready. Are you finished?" He naturally took her hand, squeezing her fingers gently, his voice warm with an underlying hint of mirth. Qin Ruyan nodded. "I'm nearly done. It's not urgent. I just don't have many sketches, and I'd like to create a few more before the studio opens." He pulled her along. "Where should we put the sketches?" "Wash your hands. It's time to eat." Qin Ruyan glanced down at their intertwined hands, realizing he seemed quite adept at drawing closer to her. "Wait a moment. I'll grab the sketchbook from the bedroom. Can I leave it in your study? Just save me a spot. It doesn't take up much space." She considered that it might not be appropriate to keep such things in the bedroom, but the study was filled with his belongings, so she felt it prudent to seek his opinion first. Lu Jingchen smiled. "My lady, in this home, your word is law. There's no need to ask me about such matters." Unable to resist, he playfully pinched her earlobe, which felt slightly cold. The weather had begun to transition into autumn, with temperatures dropping a bit. He frowned slightly. "Are you cold?" Qin Ruyan shook her head. "Not at all. I am wearing long sleeves and pants." He glanced at her, but said nothing, leading her to the bedroom to retrieve the sketchbook before returning to the study. There was a bookshelf with ample empty space. "How about we place it there?" Following his gaze, Qin Ruyan observed the spacious area and nodded, placing her 2 sketches alongside the sketchbook on the shelf. Once she was done, Lu Jingchen guided her to the kitchen to wash her hands. Standing behind her and speaking softly in her ear, "My lady's hands are truly beautiful." They were fair and slender, with well-trimmed nails and delicate skin on her fingertips. Qin Ruyan felt her cheeks flush. He was standing too close, his breath brushing against her ear, prompting her to involuntarily shrink away. Lu Jingchen found it amusing. "What are you shy about? We've shared much more intimate moments. It's just washing hands." Qin Ruyan felt conflicted. "Just washing hands? How long does that take? And you're squeezing my hand while doing it," she replied coolly. Lu Jingchen paused, dragging out an elongated "oh." He continued washing her hands for another minute before rinsing off the soap and drying them thoroughly, then took her hand as they exited. Qin Ruyan was somewhat astonished. Did he treat her like a daughter? Was he this attentive to every detail? They sat down at the dining table, where red braised ribs, boiled meat, stir-fried greens, and a seaweed soup awaited them. "Did you make all of this?" she inquired, surprised to discover Lu Jingchen could cook. He affirmed, serving her a piece of rib. "Please try it. If it's not to your liking, I'll improve next time." Qin Ruyan shot him a glance, setting down her chopsticks and slowly biting into a rib. "Not bad. I didn't realize you had such culinary skills." Lu Jingchen chuckled. "I occasionally cooked while studying abroad. If you enjoy it, feel free to have more." Qin Ruyan nodded, sampling some boiled meat and greens. Once she felt satisfied, she placed her chopsticks down and took a sip of water. Lu Jingchen observed her, raising an eyebrow. "Aren't you going to eat a bit more?" She shook her head. "I had a cup of milk tea when I returned. I'm not particularly hungry." He acknowledged her with a sound. And after a while, he too set down his chopsticks. Just as Qin Ruyan stood to clear the dishes, he gently pressed down on her hand. She lifted her gaze, confusion evident in her expression. Lu Jingchen took the bowl and chopsticks from her hands, stating, "Your hands are too lovely for washing dishes. They are suited for painting, playing the piano, and other endeavors. The kitchen has a dishwasher. I'll handle the cleanup." She sensed an implication in his words about other endeavors, yet she had no evidence to substantiate it. Qin Ruyan responded with an "oh, I'll go freshen up first. I'm feeling a bit tired." Lu Jingchen regarded her with a meaningful as Qin Ruyan entered the bathroom and emerged after a shower. She found Lu Jingchen seated at the edge of the bed, a hairdryer beside him. Her hand paused while drying her hair, and biting her lip, she approached him. She instinctively sat at the edge of the bed, then raised her gaze. Her cool eyes meeting his. Lu Jingchen halted, hand poised to turn on the dryer. Why are you looking at me like that? Qin Ruyan lowered her eyelashes, contemplating for a moment before speaking resignedly. You seem quite perceptive. How did you know I was going to wash my hair? He chuckled softly, pondering that it wouldn't be too difficult to deduce based on the time she entered the bathroom. Would it? She was somewhat at a loss for words, uttering a brief "oh" and falling silent thereafter. Lu Jingchen then switched on the hairdryer, diligently drying her hair. Her locks were quite lengthy, and he wasn't in a rush. Instead, he patiently styled her hair as he dried it, due to Qin Ruyan sitting down. He had to slightly lower his head to catch a glimpse of her delicate skin at her neck and collarbone. After 5 minutes, he turned off the hairdryer, unplugged it, and neatly tucked it away. Qin Ruyan watched him complete his task without making a move. She furrowed her brow, asking, Aren't you going to take a shower and sleep? Why are you just standing there, staring at me? Lu Jingchen chuckled. Madam, you're rather ungrateful. I've been blowing your hair, and my hands are starting to feel numbed. Is this how you repay me? She cast a sidelong glance at him and replied, No, I mean you should take a shower and rest early. All right, he said, glancing at her long-sleeve pajamas, clicking his tongue in realization, and retrieved his sleepwear from the wardrobe before heading into the bathroom. Qin Ruyan let out a sigh of relief. She was indeed a bit fatigued. Once Lu Jingchen entered the bathroom, she nestled into the blanket, closing her eyes in preparation for sleep. Chapter 56. Initiative 2. Lu Jingchen was rather quick in the shower. He emerged 5 minutes later, wrapped in a towel that as he walked, rubbing his hair dry. He paused by the bedside, surprised to see her asleep so soon. What was he to do now? He looked down, his brows knitting together. After a moment, he lifted the blanket and climbed onto the bed, wrapping his arms around her from behind. Qin Ruyan was not yet asleep. She turned over, burrowing into his embrace. But sensed something was amiss. She lifted her eyelids in confusion. Why aren't you wearing anything? Lu Jingchen was taken aback, not expecting her to still be awake and unafraid to snuggle closer to him. His eyebrows raised slightly, a smile playing on his lips. What clothing should I wear while sleeping with my wife? It's rather inconvenient, and besides, I would have to take it off anyway. He didn't state it outright. Uncertain whether her body had fully recovered, merely wrapping his arms around her waist, pulling her closer to him to gauge her reaction. That all right? Qin Ruyan's heart raced. Their bodies were pressed closely together, and she could feel his reaction. She lifted her gaze, meeting his intense stare, filled with suppressed desire. After a moment of hesitation, she subtly nodded, feeling a bit foolish for blushing and having her heart race over something so mundane. Almost instantly, Lu Jingchen acted upon her nod that he rolled over, pinning her beneath him, leaning down to kiss her lips, coaxing soft whimpers from her as he fervently kissed her, one hand deftly undoing the buttons of her pajamas. His kisses trailed down, landing on the sensitive spot behind her ear. Qin Ruyan shivered, suddenly recalling something, and murmured, No, don't leave any marks. They'll be noticed. Her voice was breathy, and Lu Jingchen chuckled softly. What about other places? His kisses continued downward, leaving her feeling utterly drained, unable to form a coherent sentence. The bedroom was illuminated by a bedside lamp, its warm glow revealing the once fair skin beneath him. Now tinted with a delicate blush, she lay with her eyes closed, her eyelids slightly reddened, a sheen of perspiration adorning her face. Qin Ruyan felt disoriented, while Lu Jingchen simply smiled, not pressing her, assuring her that she would adapt with time. Qin Ruyan lost track of time, his voice still lingering in her ears, speaking in fragments. She could no longer endure it and began to plead, I'm so tired, I can't take it anymore. Her voice was soft, and Lu Jingchen, equally affected, leaned closer to coax her. Yin, just bear with it a little longer. It'll be over soon. His voice was husky, and the allure of her presence beneath him made it difficult for him to restrain his inherently dominant nature. 2 hours later, a thoroughly exhausted Qin Ruyan was carried out of the bathroom by Lu Jingchen. The moment she touched the bed, she instinctively shifted further in, but Lu Jingchen frowned and pulled her back into his embrace. Halting her movements that don't move, just hold on and sleep. His voice was still laced with lingering desire, and Qin Ruyan ceased her struggles, too fatigued to resist. She shut her eyes, and in less than a minute, she was fast asleep. Observing her peaceful slumber, Lu Jingchen leaned down to plant a gentle kiss on her forehead, contentedly cradling her as he drifted off to sleep. Both of them had forgotten to set an alarm, resulting in Lu Jingchen being awakened the next morning by Qin Ruyan's alarm clock blaring. Feeling a bit irritable from being roused, he reached over to silence the alarm and glanced at the oblivious figure in his arms. Tentatively, he called out, "Yin Yin, it's time to wake up." Qin Ruyan opened her eyes, her voice still hazy with sleep. "What time is it?" She felt utterly fatigued, after being thoroughly exhausted by Lu Jingchen for 2 hours last night. She deemed it necessary to discuss the issue of time with him. If this continued, she would surely struggle to cope. Lu Jingchen, his tone imbued with satisfaction, replied, "It's 6:30, still early. Could you adjust the alarm to a later time?" "Too early," Qin Ruyan murmured, rolling over to face away from him, only to be embraced from behind by Lu Jingchen. "Shall we sleep a little longer? There's no rush to get to the office today." He grasped one of her hands and wrapped the other around her waist. Qin Ruyan, still half asleep and not quite aware, drowsily responded, "I'm so tired. Don't bother me." She felt both exhausted and sleepy. Not wanting to move at all, Lu Jingchen chuckled softly, sensing her reluctance to rise seemed stronger than his own. "All right, I won't disturb you." He leaned in to plant a kiss near her ear, and she instinctively recoiled. He merely smiled and refrained from further teasing, holding her in his arms as they both drifted back to sleep. 2 hours later, Qin Ruyan finally awoke, finding herself alone in bed. Instinctively, she glanced at the nightstand, where he had once again left her a note. Slowly rising from the bed, she noticed as she dressed that Lu Jingchen was indeed a beast. Her body bore the marks of their previous intimacy, and her thighs felt achingly sore. With a silent sigh, she recalled a saying that those suffering from drought perish from thirst, while those in flood drown. She finally understood its meaning. After she finished her morning routine in the bathroom, she found breakfast waiting for her on the dining table, along with another note. "Madam, you've worked hard. Please rest well at home today. I'll cook dinner for you when I return tonight." She glanced at it, disregarding it momentarily before quietly tucking the note away. After finishing her breakfast, she settled onto the sofa, a notebook resting in her lap. Casually pressing a few keys, she entered a special group chat. "Why? Are there any lucrative jobs available?" Chapter 57. In need of money a few days prior, Qin Ruyan had transferred 100 million to Cheng Yubai, which he utilized to establish a dedicated research lab at the Capital University Medical Laboratory. She had just received a WeChat message from Cheng Yubai, subtly indicating that they were facing a funding shortfall. Qin Ruyan checked her bank app and, upon seeing her balance, promptly transferred 50 million to him. Her fingers tapped on the table. Her clothing studio had yet to take off, and once it started operating, expenses would surely accumulate. She could not afford to live off her past gains. Meanwhile, BL was in his office, enjoying a more relaxed life since he had brought Y into the fold a few years ago. Those fugitives who had previously eluded capture were now easily apprehended. His days grew increasingly leisurely. And at that moment, he was sipping tea while playing a single-player game. A notification from the group chat popped up in the bottom right corner of his computer screen, but he casually glanced at it and noticed a familiar avatar. He paused, and the character in the game logged off the next second. Not particularly concerned, he clicked on the avatar, read the message, and raised an eyebrow slightly. BL. "I recall you earned 20 million from that old man's job in F-City a while back." Qin Ruyan pursed her lips. She had already squandered that 20 million. She typed a quick reply at "Why? I'm saving up for a dowry. No one ever complains of having too much money." Li. Don't be ridiculous. What would a rough man like you need a dowry for? You're just saving up for a wife. Qin Ruyan pinched the bridge of her nose. Feeling rather irritable, they had never met in person, communicating solely through the group chat, occasionally making urgent phone calls using virtual accounts. She decided to change her IP address to "Why? I'm signing off now. Contact me if there's any job available." After sending that message, she closed the group chat without hesitation. She remained still, pondering whether she should whisper sweet nothings to Lu Jingchen, perhaps borrow a little from him until her studio got off the ground, with the intention of repaying him later. She felt quite conflicted. Upon arriving at the office, Lu Jingchen settled into his chair at the doorway. Qin Zheng hesitated for a while, uncertain whether to speak up. Lu Jingchen took a sip of his coffee and opened a document on his computer. When he removed his glasses, he noticed Qin Zheng standing at the door, looking hesitant. Frowning slightly, he tapped impatiently on the desk with his fingers. "What's on your mind?" His voice lacked emotion, Yet it caused Qin Zheng's heart to flutter. He stepped forward, contemplating for a moment before finally speaking to Mr. Lu. I just received a call from the bank regarding the account you opened for your wife, the one with 100 million. They mentioned that 100 million was transferred out a few days ago, and they suspect it might be a case of identity theft. They asked me to confirm with you. Lu Jingchen raised an eyebrow, but said nothing further. Transfer another 100 million into her account. After a moment's thought, he added, if her account balance falls below 100 million in the future, just transfer it directly. Qin Zheng was momentarily taken aback. He was aware of Lu Jingchen's wealth, not merely that of the Lu family, but the staggering sums in his personal accounts, amounting to hundreds of billions. Yet, without posing any inquiries, Lu Jingchen had issued orders, leaving Qin Zheng somewhat astonished. With his head lowered and his signature pen in hand, Lu Jingchen's thoughts remained inscrutable. See if you can trace the final destination of those funds. If you succeed, please send me the information. He knew that Qin Ruyan harbored many secrets. She was not short on money, yet her cash flow was substantial. Earnings came and went in equal measure. After a moment's contemplation, he reconsidered his approach. Never mind, I'll contact the bank directly. Qin Zheng nodded and exited the office. Inside, Lu Jingchen tightened his grip on the pen, hesitating briefly before dialing the bank. After more than 10 minutes, a text message arrived from the bank president, filled with respectful phrases that he paid little heed to the contents until he reached the final line. All the money had ultimately been transferred to Cheng Yubai's account. Cheng Yubai. Lu Jingchen silently repeated the name, recalling it with clarity. The Cheng family had been in the medical profession for generations in the capital, with the current generation particularly skilled. Cheng Yubai, the only son of the Cheng family, had completed all his undergraduate, master's, and doctoral studies in medicine at a prestigious university in the capital by the age of 22. Before embarking on further studies abroad in international medicine, it was said that he had received lucrative offers to remain. Yet he declined, choosing instead to become a doctor without borders. Lu Jingchen leaned back in his chair, perplexed as to how these two seemingly unrelated individuals had become entangled. The fleeting thought crossed his mind, but it vanished before he could grasp it. After a long pause, he took out his phone and sent a message. Qin Ruyan had just changed her clothes and was preparing to head out when her phone chimed with a text. She glanced at it, and in the next moment, she froze in place. Lu Jingchen had transferred another 100 million to her. Did he realize she was in need of funds? While she was still pondering this, Lu Jingchen sent her a WeChat message. Madam, you worked hard last night. Feel free to buy yourself some things you like. Lu Jingchen understood her meticulous nature. His inquiry into the flow of funds was not born of suspicion, but rather concern, especially considering some of her side ventures could be quite tumultuous. Qin Ruyan bit her lip, her ears tinged with a hint of crimson. She silently muttered a reprimand, calling him a rogue. Turning off her phone, she dialed her studio. She needed to catch up on the progress. Chapter 58. The ambitious sister Yan Qin Ruyan took a taxi to the studio. The renovation was progressing swiftly. The hard construction was complete, and now they were merely airing out the space. She had prepared design sketches for the soft furnishings and had placed orders for a dressing mirror and hangers. After spending some time at the studio confirming timelines with the workers, she calculated that the soft furnishings could be completed in 2 days, followed by a week of ventilation. In half a month, her studio would be ready for opening. With a smile, she bid farewell to the workers and returned home. Entering her study, she retrieved an art book and opened her computer to upload an electronic version to their group chat, which included herself, Zhou Ying, and Zhang Xiao. A cabbage. I visited the studio today. The renovation is ahead of schedule. What do you think of these sketches? They are from my previous work. Zhou Ying, Sister Yan, I feel like you invited me just to crush my spirit. With your talent, everything I create feels utterly inadequate. Zhou Ying had also been working on sketches. They had sourced their own fabric while hiring a professional tailor for the studio. Qin Ruyan was wary of production quality and had no intention of collaborating with factories just yet. Yao Yao, Yin Yin, I have an upcoming event and would love your help designing a dress. Qin Ruyan chuckled at her friend's antics. After casually replying to a few messages, she was about to log off when Zhang Xiao called. Yin Yin, the gift I bought for you earlier seems to be out for delivery. Keep an eye out for it. Zhang Xiao was currently at the office of Ji Feng, having been caught right after leaving. Qin Ruyan had just stepped out of her study and into the living room, where she poured herself a cup of hot water and took a small sip. What is this mysterious gift you're talking about? Zhang Xiao did not divulge any details that my brother's birthday is coming up. How do you plan to celebrate? Qin Ruyan was momentarily startled. She realized Lu Jingchen's birthday was indeed the day after tomorrow. She had previously gifted him a watch, which she had labeled a wedding gift, but she had yet to prepare a birthday present. I sent him a watch a few days ago, the one you know about. But I mentioned it was a wedding gift. I honestly haven't had time to prepare his birthday gift. She felt a twinge of anxiety. To be candid, Lu Jingchen had treated her exceptionally well. And by now, she often found herself thinking of him. She believed she might even have developed feelings for him. After all, how could she allow him to toy with her for so long if she didn't care for him? Zhang Xiao covered her mouth and lowered her voice. Yin Yin, it doesn't matter what you give him. He will be thrilled. Even if you just cooked him a meal, he would be overjoyed. Across the room, Ji Feng was reviewing documents. Occasionally glancing at her, he had considered directly confronting her about marriage when she had been hiding at home, but fearing it would upset her, he held back until today when he finally caught her out and brought her here. From Ji Feng's perspective, he could see her whimsical eyes darting around as she spoke in a lowered tone on the phone. He found himself lost in thought. They had known each other since childhood, when she would sweetly call him Ji Feng Gich. However, she had suddenly distanced herself from him. It wasn't until their reckless night together after drinking that he found an excuse to pursue her relentlessly. Now, she sat beside him. Even if she was reluctant, he wouldn't let go. After hanging up, Qin Ruyan sent a WeChat message to Lu Jingchen. With your birthday approaching, how do you plan to celebrate? At that moment, Lu Jingchen was in a conference room, addressing issues that had arisen from the Hangzhou branch, reviewing an accident analysis report. Upon entering the room, the atmosphere was tense. Individuals from headquarters were vocally expressing their frustrations towards the branch. Lu Jingchen sat at the head of the table, silent. The murmurs from below were hushed. He furrowed his brow, about to speak when his phone chimed with a WeChat notification. He picked up his phone from the table, raising his hand, causing an immediate hush to fall over the room. The incident at the Hangzhou branch should serve as a lesson for everyone present. Problems are not to be feared. What is truly frightening is failing to address them and hiding them from report. With that, he stood. Chen Zheng, you take over the rest of the meeting. I have matters to attend to. As Lu Jingchen exited the conference room, the remaining attendees exhaled in relief. Chen Zheng shook his head as he observed the group. Perhaps unaware that they had already gained a new president's wife, Lu Jingchen returned to his office and called Qin Ruyan directly. The connection established swiftly. Are you planning to celebrate my birthday, madam? Qin Ruyan noticed that when he was in the mood to tease her, he referred to her as madam, whereas when he wished to placate her, he called her Yinner, leaning back against the sofa. She held a cushion in her hands. You don't want to celebrate? That's fine. I can just send you a red envelope instead. After all, it's all your money. Lu Jingchen chuckled softly. Of course I want to celebrate. It will be my first birthday with you, madam. We must make it memorable. Qin Ruyan responded with an "Oh, then how do you wish to celebrate?" Lu Jingchen's eyes narrowed slightly, as if an idea had struck him. He spoke slowly, his tone calm and devoid of any hint of emotion. Since madam wishes to celebrate my birthday, should it not be primarily according to my preferences? Qin Ruyan was momentarily taken aback. You can celebrate however you want. Lu Jingchen smiled. Could you repeat that, madam? I need to record it. Otherwise, you might deny it later. Qin Ruyan felt a wave of exasperation wash over her, stifling the impulse to roll her eyes. I said, Lu Xiao's birthday can be celebrated however you wish. Lu Jingchen chuckled again. Then I shall thank you in advance, madam. Without further ado, Qin Ruyan hung up the phone, her expression darkening. Had she unwittingly fallen into Lu Jingchen's trap? Chapter 59. Choices, Gifts, the piano room, the study. Lu Jingchen, unperturbed by the abrupt end of the call, remained in a good mood as he processed several documents in his office before donning his coat and leaving. Upon parking in the underground garage of the community, he was just about to head towards the elevator when the doorman called out to him. Mr. Lu, there's a package here addressed to your apartment. Lu Jingchen glanced over. The recipient's information had Qin Ruyan's phone number as the last digits. He surmised it was likely something she had ordered. He reached out to accept it, expressing his gratitude. It must be something my wife ordered. Thank you. With the package in hand, he turned and entered the elevator. Meanwhile, Qin Ruyan was in the bedroom, lying on the bed while browsing her phone. When alone, she was quite casual, comfortable in her own skin. Lu Jingchen approached the bedroom door, standing there for a while. She wore a navy blue version of the pink plaid pajamas she had donned previously. He noted that his wife had a rather modest style. However, from his angle, He could see her curvaceous waist and her pert backside, leading his mind to wander to inappropriate thoughts. He shook his head to clear it. Finally, he entered, sitting on the edge of the bed and gently pressing his hand against her waist. Qin Ruyan, unresponsive, continued scrolling through her phone. Lu Jingchen leaned closer, chuckling softly. I touch you, and you don't react at all? Qin Ruyan tilted her head slightly, engrossed in a rather entertaining variety show. What kind of reaction do you want? If you press my waist, I would find it quite pleasant. Besides, aside from you and me, who else has the password to enter our home? With a serious demeanor, she analyzed the situation for him, while Lu Jingchen merely smiled. Would you truly feel comfortable if I pressed your waist? Qin Ruyan turned back to her phone, responding, yes, my waist is quite sore. Her candidness elicited another smile from Lu Jingchen, who continued the gentle yet firm pressure on her waist. The security guard just handed me a package. I noticed it had your phone number on it. What has my lady purchased? Qin Ruyan paused, flipping over to sit upright on the bed. After contemplating for a moment, she replied, it should be a package from Yao Yao. She mentioned preparing a wedding gift for me, and this morning she said it was out for delivery, so it should arrive today. Lu Jingchen nodded. I've placed it in the living room. Would you like to take a look? His gaze was fixed intently on her lips, causing Qin Ruyan to feel a bit apprehensive about his boldness in broad daylight. Rising from the bed, she nodded. Let us check it out. I need to inform her that the item has arrived. Lu Jingchen nodded and followed her out. Qin Ruyan retrieved a small pair of scissors from the storage cabinet, slicing open the packaging. Inside was another bag, and she raised an eyebrow, noting how securely it was wrapped. She casually set the scissors down, and Lu Jingchen reached out to take the bag from her, leading to a moment of shared silence as they exchanged glances. Qin Ruyan's face flushed with embarrassment, while Lu Jingchen stared at the contents, momentarily taken aback, but soon smiling at her. Do you think I haven't attended to you well? Is this meant to spice things up? Qin Ruyan shut her eyes briefly, mentally cursing Zhang Qiao. When she opened her eyes, they were misty with emotion. No, listen to me. I had no idea this is what she sent. Had I known, I would have certainly refused the delivery. She felt tears welling up. Zhang Qiao had bought her several rather revealing sets of lingerie, the kind that barely concealed anything. Truly, she was a dear friend and a sister to her brother. Lu Jingchen chuckled softly, contemplating the scant fabric in his grasp before speaking. That I believe we shouldn't squander Qiao's good intentions. She aims to enhance our romantic connection. Qin Ruyan shook her head. Qiao, doesn't he realize that our relationship is already strong? We don't need these items to heat things up. We are indeed deeply in love. Her mind felt clouded, unsure of her own words. Yet one thing was clear. She absolutely could not wear such garments. Doing so would certainly lead to her demise on the bed. Lu Jingchen chuckled again, observing her anxious demeanor, and set the items aside. These clothes are new and unwashed, so naturally, they cannot be worn by my lady. His eyes now sparkled with desire, causing Qin Ruyan's legs to feel weak. Do you remember? Last night we only spent a little over 2 hours together. We mustn't overindulge. She endeavored to appeal to his emotions and reason. Lu Jingchen chuckled softly. Having been single for nearly 30 years, what can I do if I struggle to control myself? Qin Ruyan bit her lip, lowering her gaze as she pondered, since reasoning seemed futile. Perhaps a bit of emotional manipulation would suffice. After a moment of contemplation, she looked up, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She reached out to grasp his sleeve, silently pleading, before softly saying, but I'm still in discomfort. My entire body aches, and I can hardly move. Her voice trembled, her eyes and nose reddened. Lu Jingchen's forehead throbbed. He gazed at her for a while before leaning down to kiss her lips. Confused by his actions, Qin Ruyan found her body to be far more honest than her mind. She instinctively leaned in to receive his kiss, responding to him intermittently. Lu Jingchen felt his blood rush to one particular area and, at the last moment, restrained himself from deepening the kiss. Yinner, I forgot to mention, one must not act coy with a man at certain times. The more you do, the less I wish to let go. His voice was somewhat husky as he embraced her waist, pulling her closer. Chapter 60. Choices, gifts, piano room, study? Qin Ruyan was rendered speechless, feeling the warmth radiating from beneath her. With a sorrowful expression, she dared not move. Lu Jingchen noticed her reaction, furrowing his brow slightly before speaking. Did you not say you were preparing a birthday gift for me? Surely you know what I cherish most. He held her waist closely. their proximity enveloped by his breath, which carried the cool fragrance that Qin Ruyan adored. Dazed, she wrapped her arms around his waist. Uncertain, Lu Jingchen smiled, feeling her cheek against his chest, sensing the vibrations of his laughter within. "Shall I provide my lady with a hint? Or perhaps offer two choices?" he proposed boldly, without a hint of embarrassment. "Would you wear these clothes for me? Or perhaps indulge in the piano room once? At a minimum, a session in the study?" He laid out the options with confidence. Qin Ruyan's realization sparked a mixture of amusement and frustration. Is this a true or false question? Or a multiple-choice one? Lu Jingchen playfully tousled her hair, whispering in her ear, "If my lady is willing to indulge me, then it becomes a true or false question. However, if she believes she can only satisfy one request, then it is a choice." Qin Ruyan lowered her lashes, catching a glimpse of his reaction to Lu Jingchen. "Do you think of nothing else?" He felt wronged, responding, "My lady, we've been married for half a month, and I've only had the chance to be intimate with you twice." Qin Ruyan lifted her gaze, a hint of accusation in her eyes as she spoke coolly. "Brother, since we registered our marriage, you've been away on business for nearly 10 days that in total, we've only had a few days together, which amounts to 2 encounters over 5 days, each lasting 2 hours. Are you some tireless beast of burden, or do you think I am an unyielding field?" Each morning she awoke feeling utterly spent. While he appeared invigorated and lively, he chuckled softly. "It's primarily because my lady is simply too alluring to resist." Qin Ruyan fell silent, and he made no haste to press her for a decision. "There's no need to rush. You have 2 days to ponder." He took her hand, leading her toward the sofa. Once she settled down, he rolled up his sleeves. "What would you like for dinner?" Qin Ruyan glanced at him. The sun nearing the horizon, casting warm hues across the cool-toned living room. Standing in the light, he smiled at her, and her heart skipped a beat. "Anything is fine. I could go for some milk tea." Lu Jingchen paused, a teasing glint in his eye. "I don't know how to make milk tea. Would ordering takeout suffice?" Qin Ruyan nodded. Lu Jingchen pulled out his phone from his pocket and handed it to her. "You can order. I'll head to the kitchen to prepare dinner." Qin Ruyan responded with an "oh," naturally accepting his phone. Her own phone was left in the bedroom, observing her effortlessly ordering takeout on his phone. Lu Jingchen suppressed a silent chuckle. "The password is your birthday," he added casually before heading to the kitchen, to which Qin Ruyan replied with another ode. A slight smile graced her lips. She had never experienced such feelings before, but the genuine joy and anticipation blossoming within her made it clear she was truly falling for Lu Jingchen. After ordering a cup of milk tea, she opened a game on his phone. When Lu Jingchen emerged from the kitchen with the meal, she was sipping her milk tea with one hand while deftly maneuvering the game with the other. He set down the dishes and joined her on the sofa. Wrapping an arm around her waist, lifting her milk tea for her, he observed her for quite some time. Realizing that Qin Ruyan played the game rather aggressively, she calculated damage values meticulously and executed her moves swiftly. Launching her skills with impressive speed, the game concluded rapidly, and unsurprisingly, Qin Ruyan's team emerged victorious. Lu Jingchen chuckled. "This game was recommended by an online friend. We were playing King of Glory, and he always lost by a point. So he insisted we try this, that I thought he would excel at it. But he ended up losing to me again." Qin Ruyan's initial delight dimmed slightly as she processed his words. After he finished, she calmly added, "Lu Xiao, the developer of this game, is me. I suppose I am the friend you mentioned." She recognized his account when she first logged in, but had no intention of admitting it. What was he doing now? Showing off? Qin Ruyan's lips tightened into a thin line as Lu Jingchen froze, taking a moment before clearing his throat. "My apologies. From now on, I'll let my lady win when we play." His words implied that she needed his leniency. Qin Ruyan remained silent, attempting to wriggle free from his embrace. Lu Jingchen tightened his hold. "I was in the wrong. Please don't be angry, my lady." His tone was sincere, but could he not suppress the amusement in his eyes? Qin Ruyan lifted her gaze and cast a glance at him, ultimately delivering a nonchalant remark. "You shall sleep in the guest room tonight, and I will forgive you. I fear that is not feasible. I can assure you that I will not lay a hand on you tonight, but I cannot accept sleeping apart." Lu Jingchen responded in a low voice, tightening his embrace slightly. Chapter 61. Influence. Qin Ruyan raised her eyes and regarded him for a considerable moment. "I am hungry. May we dine now?" Lu Jingchen loosened his grip around her waist, speaking somewhat ambiguously. "Madam, your tactic of diverting the topic is rather cliché. yet effective. He took the milk tea from her hands and placed it on the table, then took her hand and led her to the kitchen. First, wash your hands, then wait for me outside. She had intended to help serve the dishes, but he did not permit her and did not press the matter further. Qin Ruyan acknowledged with an "oh," washed her hands, and turned to pull out a chair at the dining table to sit. "That I recall that game was released 6 years ago. You were only 18 then, weren't you?" Lu Jingchen quickly brought out the dishes, and he poured her a cup of tea from the kettle on the table. Qin Ruyan responded with a sound of agreement. "At that time, I found it amusing, so I got involved. But later, when money was scarce, I sold the copyright." Lu Jingchen's motion of pouring water paused momentarily. "What about now? Are you still short on funds?" He filled her cup to the brim before continuing. "Indeed," Qin Ruyan replied, picking up a piece of green vegetable and chewing slowly, nodding without a hint of psychological burden. Lu Jingchen chuckled, offering her a piece of meat. "Did I not transfer all my assets to your name? Is the madam still in need of money?" Qin Ruyan shot him a sidelong glance, remaining silent. He had transferred his visible assets, the identity of an heir, to the Lu family, which included considerable real estate, stocks, but in terms of liquid cash, it was not substantial, especially when compared to his other identities' hundreds of billions in cash. The cash he provided her was indeed not much. When she took the job from that old man in F City last time, she happened to discover Lu Jingchen's connections there. "Those are not cash. What I lack is cash," Qin Ruyan stated. Lu Jingchen nodded. "It seems that the recently transferred 100 million is still insufficient for the madam's needs." He leaned slightly to the side, chuckling softly. "When you find yourself in need of money, do come to me and employ your charms." Qin Ruyan recalled his message after he transferred her the 100 million. Lifting her eyelids to regard him with a cold, clear gaze, "I never expected that Lu Xiao could be so shameless." Lu Jingchen chuckled, setting down his chopsticks and reclining slightly in his chair, exuding a commanding presence even as he restrained himself before her. "A businessman does not engage in unprofitable transactions. Having married the madam, I cannot merely stand by." Qin Ruyan set down her chopsticks, dabbing her mouth with a napkin. "I will go to the study to fetch something." "Take your time eating." Lu Jingchen nodded. "If you need the computer, there is one in the study. The password is still your birthday." Qin Ruyan acknowledged and turned to enter the study. Behind her, the smile on Lu Jingchen's lips gradually faded. He could not fathom why, at such a young age, she would require so much money. Qin Zhaoyang had been providing her with enough funds each year. Upon entering the study, Qin Ruyan seated herself at Lu Jingchen's desk. Her studio was about to open, and after much hesitation, she decided to send an email to Jennifer. Her teacher had shown such concern for her, repeatedly reminding her not to abandon the path of fashion. She felt it was only right to update her teacher on her progress. After sending the email, Qin Ruyan shut down the computer and stood up, just as Lu Jingchen entered with a cup of honey watered. He placed the cup on the edge of the desk, enclosing her between the desk and his embrace. "Do you like my study, madam?" he inquired, his voice laced with a hint of flirtation. Qin Ruyan's mind immediately recalled his earlier mention of a birthday gift. She pursed her lips, instinctively fidgeting with her clothing. "It's all right. It can hold many books, and I can store my sketches here in the future." Lu Jingchen smiled. "Did you not notice any other uses?" She raised her head, her eyes cool and clear as she glanced at him, devoid of any coyness. "No. I am a bit tired and wish to sleep." Lu Jingchen responded with an "oh," straightening his posture and withdrawing his hand to clear a path for her. "Very well. Madam, you may go wash up and rest. I shall come by later." Qin Ruyan nodded. Her steps hurried and somewhat unsteady as she exited the study. Behind her, Lu Jingchen chuckled softly. He waited until she had left before gradually retracting his smile. Taking a seat at the desk and powering on the computer, he glanced at the honey water nearby, realizing Qin Ruyan had been in such haste that she had not even taken a sip. He lifted it and took a sip, his brow relaxing. It seemed his yener enjoyed honey water and milk tea for good reason, as sweet things could indeed uplift one's spirits. After another sip, he set the cup down and casually pressed a few keys on the keyboard. Before long, a video call connected on the other end. Brother Chun, the man on the other side, was also of Chinese descent, of similar age to him, with less refined features than Lu Jingchen, yet exuding an unexpected maturity for his years. Lu Jingchen responded with a sound of acknowledgement, tapping his fingers on the table, his tone devoid of emotion. "Is there any unusual activity on that side lately?" The man chuckled lightly from the video. "Not at all. You made it clear that no one is to interfere with the old man's affairs." Who would dare to act? Lu Jingchen smiled. I did not anticipate that my teacher possessed such influence and attracted a group of unperceptive individuals that I will not be visiting for some time. Please keep an eye on things and ensure he does not suffer any losses. The man nodded and inquired, are you still not planning to inform Ji-Feng? Having grown up together, Lu Jingchen had suddenly acquired immense power 3 years prior while abroad, leaving the man astonished to learn of it. The Lu family in the capital was already considered a top-tier family in the country, but after Lu Jingchen's overseas trip, he realized the Lu family only held sway in certain domains. While Lu Jingchen's vast influence could surpass even 10 Lu families, Lu Jingchen leisurely took another sip from his cup before smiling. For now, do not inform him. He must take over family matters. And besides, I am currently preoccupied with pursuing my wife and have little inclination for business. The man recalled Ji Feng's occasional lamentations received on his phone, expressing his struggles in courting someone. While his friends offered no strategies, and he chuckled in resignation. Once things stabilize with the old man, you should return home. You have certainly endured much during this time, Lu Jingchen, being a few years older than both men and having grown up alongside them, regarded them as younger brothers, particularly the man, who had an older brother. In a family like the Chung family, having an outstanding eldest son rendered the need for an exceptional second son unnecessary. He had witnessed too many power struggles within wealthy families. The man smiled. All right, I heard Brother Chun has gotten married. I have yet to meet my sister-in-law. Let us arrange a gathering when I return. Lu Jingchen nodded, and after exchanging a few more words, they ended the video call that he stood and stretched his limbs before heading towards the bedroom. Chapter 62. Affection, making a birthday cake. After returning to the bedroom, Qin Ruyan took out her phone and sent a message before retrieving a change of clothes from the wardrobe and entering the bathroom. She washed up rather quickly, and by the time she emerged, Lu Jingchen had yet to return. She approached the bedside, took out a hairdryer, and began to dry her hair herself. Previously, Lu Jingchen had always done it for her, and when her hair had been shorter, she would simply dry it with a towel. Now, she felt somewhat irritable. Managing longer hair was a challenge, leading her to contemplate whether to cut it shorter. After drying her hair, Lu Jingchen still had not returned to the bedroom. She put away the hairdryer, feeling a bit cold and inexplicably agitated. She lingered by the bed for a while before pulling back the covers and lying down, not intending to sleep, but leaning against the bedside table, opening a game on her phone. When Lu Jingchen walked in, he found her brow slightly furrowed, her fingers moving swiftly as she played the game that he approached and glanced at the screen, noting it was a newly released shooting game, and chose not to disturb her. Instead, he climbed into bed, resting his head on her shoulder as he watched her finish a round of the game before speaking. Madam, you seem rather anxious while playing today? Qin Ruyan shut off her phone and glanced at him without a word. Turning onto her side to face away from him, Lu Jingchen observed her demeanor and reflected, wondering if he had offended her in any way. He studied her silhouette for a while before lying down beside her, wrapping his arms around her waist from behind. Who upset you? His voice remained low and soothing, carrying an intentional softness, causing Qin Ruyan's ears to warm. She turned to burrow into his embrace. My hair is too long. I rarely dry it myself. I want to cut it shorter. The smile tugged at Lu Jingchen's lips as he pondered for a moment, recalling a time when her long hair brushed against his chest, stirring a subtle affection within him. It is my fault for not coming in sooner to help you dry your hair. Do not cut it. From now on, let me dry your hair for you, if that is agreeable. Qin Ruyan's brows arched slightly, a smile creeping into the corners of her lips, hidden from his view. Very well. She ceased her speech, reaching out to embrace his waist, and soon succumbed to slumber. Lu Jingchen lowered his gaze to her blissfully unaware face, which at this moment appeared younger than her actual age. Typically, she exuded an air of cool aloofness, her brows and eyes reflecting a rebellious spirit unique to youth. He adjusted the blanket around her and tightened his hold on her slightly. The following day, Qin Ruyan awoke rather early. Upon opening her eyes, she found Lu Jingchen still asleep. After a night of shared slumber, their positions had shifted, with her now lying with her back to him, yet he still firmly held her waist, securing her in his embrace from behind. Qin Ruyan glanced down and realized that it was not merely an embrace. One of his hands had slipped beneath her clothing, resting upon one side of her chest. A flicker of alarm danced between her brows. Today, she had woken naturally. Since their last discussion regarding the alarm clock, she had been rising only when her body felt rested, and her morning irritability had not manifested for several days. However, at this moment, whether it was due to his wandering hand or a genuine hunger, her expression bore a chill. After a moment's hesitation, she attempted to wriggle free, prompting a stir from the man behind her. Was he waking up? She murmured affirmatively. It was time to rise. Lu Jingchen responded with a muffled sound. Madam, tomorrow marks my birthday. Have you made any plans? Qin Ruyan remained silent, prompting him to patiently repeat himself. Shall I send you a red envelope? His incessant chatter was becoming unbearable. His breath was too close, making it impossible for her to think clearly. Lu Jingchen chuckled softly. That might not be feasible. I only accept one of three options. She swatted at his hand, which was mischievously wandering on her chest, turning to face him. Let us discuss this tomorrow. There's still a day, no need to rush. He smiled. All right, I'm heading to the office today. Would you like me to escort you out? Qin Ruyan shook her head. Her studio was not yet ready, and Yao Yao had not been available to meet. When she messaged her, she replied that she was busy and suggested rescheduling for a few days later. Lu Jingchen recalled a phone call from a few days prior with Ji Feng and smiled. Yao Yao has been avoiding people lately, hesitating to go out. Once she figures things out, she'll surely invite you out for some fun. Qin Ruyan wished to inquire further, but seeing his disinterest in elaborating, she decided against it. Then I'll stay home today. I'm not in the mood to go out. Lu Jingchen nodded, and after they both got ready and had breakfast, he left the house. Qin Ruyan made a call to the studio to confirm the progress, feeling reassured afterward. Sitting on the sofa, she pondered Lu Jingchen's upcoming birthday, uncertain of what gift to present him. She had just gifted him a watch. It would be impractical to give him another. After much contemplation, she sent Lu Jingchen a WeChat message. Do you have any engagements tonight? Lu Jingchen was quick to respond. No, madam. Do you have any plans? Typing swiftly, she sent back. Come home early from work. I'll prepare dinner for you tonight. Upon reading the words come home, Lu Jingchen took some time to compose himself before replying with a simple okay. After shutting her phone, Qin Ruyan headed to the kitchen. She glanced into the refrigerator and frowned at its emptiness. With a sigh, she pulled out her phone to order meat and vegetables, as well as some ingredients for baking a cake. It was still morning, and she wasn't in a hurry, but given her lack of experience with baking, she bought extra supplies just in case. An hour later, all the necessary items arrived. During her time studying abroad, she had struggled with the local cuisine, ultimately resorting to cooking for herself in her rented apartment. Her culinary skills were decent. With time on her hands, she decided to tackle the cake first, as it was the most uncertain part of her plan. Qin Ruyan searched online for tutorials, finding the process seemed rather straightforward. However, she encountered failures while whipping the cream and separating the egg whites from the yolks. Looking at the refuse accumulating in the kitchen trash bin, she furrowed her brow, realizing she had no one to turn to for assistance. After pouring herself a glass of ice water in the living room, she returned to the kitchen, determined to try again. 3 hours later, she finally produced a cake that resembled something presentable. Unsure of its taste, she deliberated for a while before pulling out her phone to order a backup cake, in case her creation was a disaster. With Lu Jingchen's birthday tomorrow, she was keen to celebrate at midnight, being the first to wish him a happy birthday, and she intended to prepare a special dinner as well. The cake completed, she took her time. With no appetite, she managed a few bites at lunch while browsing her phone. Zheng Yubai, having received the funds she transferred, sent her a playful emoji of kneeling and calling her daddy. Amused, she replied with a couple of messages. In the medical laboratory at Jingchen University, Zheng Yubai thrived. The instructors in various labs were accommodating, and not only due to his prestigious medical family background, but also because of his remarkable innate talent. He was the youngest known student to complete an international medical program. Currently, Zheng Yubai had established a new medical lab at Jingchen University with his own funding and even secured a teaching position, which made the faculty quite pleased. Given his accomplishments, including outperforming international peers and graduating early, it was evident he was no ordinary individual. Moreover, his presence would likely elevate the admission standards for the medical school considerably. A few days ago, Zheng Yubai reached out to Qin Ruyan, unaware of her current endeavors. Whenever he faced funding shortages for his research, it was always Qin Ruyan who came to his aid. This time, he had invested his own resources into the lab, yet he found himself short on funds again. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he recalled how Qin Ruyan had supported him financially for 3 years, enabling him to publish numerous SCI papers. Each time, he had wished to include her name as a contributor, but she had firmly refused, threatening to sever ties if he did so. He found himself in a quandary. His achievements in medicine, while largely attributed to his own efforts, were significantly bolstered by her financial backing. Whenever he encountered insurmountable obstacles, it was Qin Ruyan who helped him identify the issues that he recognized that if she were willing, her accomplishments in medicine could far surpass his own. Yet, she remained indifferent to such matters, claiming ignorance when questioned. Xiaoyan, the 150 million you transferred last time has nearly been exhausted. Why does research consume so much? Qin Ruyan lifted the cup beside her, taking a sip. Her long, slender fingers gripped the cup delicately, and with the other hand, she tapped away on her phone, her eyes downcast, betraying no discernible emotion, though an air of discontent lingered about her. I'll transfer another 50 million tomorrow. She squinted, contemplating her account balance. She had nearly sent Cheng Yubai close to $1 billion. The earnings from competitions and contracts had been nearly entirely funneled into his research. Developing a new medication typically required a minimum investment of 7 figures, but most of these drugs were incorporated into the national insurance scheme, and she had yet to recoup even a fraction of her investments in the projects her parents had initiated before their untimely demise. Initially, she had no intention of continuing their work due to the enormous financial commitment required, but eventually, she discovered that she had developed a minor health issue. Cheng Yubai's return to Jingcheng was for her sake. As was the case with her parents, she examined her hands. Aside from a faint incident of fainting and high fever 2 years prior, she had not experienced any symptoms, yet Cheng Yubai had detected some abnormalities in her blood tests. She indeed required sleeping pills to rest. After returning home, her unexpected encounter with Lu Jingchen had initially led her to avoid deepening their connection, yet she discovered that being near him allowed her to sleep soundly without medication. Consequently, they had grown closer. She admitted that at first, she had regarded him as a means to an end, a sleeping aid. However, she was now less certain that it seemed she was gradually becoming enmeshed in her feelings for him. Opening her banking app, she checked her balance and noted that Lu Jingchen had transferred another $1 billion. She realized that whenever she withdrew money from the billion-yuan card he had given her, he would replenish it immediately. He likely sensed her financial needs, yet he had never inquired, trusting her unconditionally. Qin Ruyan tightened her grip on the cup. When Lu Jingchen returned home, she had already composed herself. At that moment, she was in the kitchen preparing dinner. Lu Jingchen walked in to find 2 cakes on the counter, alongside scrambled eggs with green peppers, salt-baked shrimp, and sweet and sour ribs, with a pot of soup simmering on the stove. He wrapped his arms around her waist from behind, resting his chin on her shoulder. Just the 2 of us for dinner, and you've prepared so much? Qin Ruyan replied. Yes, a birthday comes but once a year. It deserves to be celebrated properly. I initially planned for tomorrow, but I want to wish you a happy birthday at midnight. He chuckled softly. It seems we'll be staying up late tonight. Qin Ruyan nodded. After dinner, we'll still have time to watch a movie. I've selected a few. You can choose which one you'd like to see. Lu Jingchen smiled. When I mentioned staying up, I meant something else entirely. Does madam not understand? Qin Ruyan was momentarily taken aback, as if recalling something significant. She lowered her head, gazing at his hand positioned before her dough. Could you please step out for a moment? You're interrupting my cooking. Lu Jingchen leaned in and planted a gentle kiss on her cheek before amicably releasing her. I will tidy up the table first, then I shall return with the dishes. Qin Ruyan nodded in agreement that he exited, only to reappear shortly, carrying the prepared dishes. He also took out his phone to order her a cup of hot milk tea. 10 minutes later, Qin Ruyan emerged with the last bowl of soup. After they became a couple, it was usually Lu Jingchen who cooked, forbidding her from entering the kitchen. Except for today, he leisurely picked up a piece of sweet and sour ribs, savoring it slowly, and only spoke after swallowing. From now on, my lady, you need only cook once a year, and it shall be on this special day. At other times, the kitchen is to remain my domain. He raised his cup and took a sip of water. Qin Ruyan responded with an "oh." As she too was not particularly fond of cooking, he served her some vegetables and ladled a bowl of soup. Eat more, my lady. You've worked hard today. His eyes were filled with mirth. While Qin Ruyan remained silent, sipping her soup, her phone, resting beside her, lit up momentarily. She picked it up and froze for a moment. Do you accept an order? Lu Jingchen from the capital placed an order for 50 million. Qin Ruyan glanced at it briefly before shutting off her phone, ignoring the message. She was adept at concealing her emotions, yet Lu Jingchen noticed her change in demeanor. What's wrong? Qin Ruyan lifted her gaze, feigning indifference as she replied. just some spam. Nothing to worry about. Lu Jingchen did not press further, instead serving her another helping of meat. Eat more. You're too thin. Qin Ruyan nodded, and they continued their meal in relative silence. 2 minutes later, the doorbell rang. Qin Ruyan glanced at him, surprised that someone was still arriving at this hour. He chuckled lightly, standing up to head for the door. "It should be the milk tea I ordered for you." Qin Ruyan responded with an "oh," lowering her head to take another bite of rice. Then, she looked up in disbelief. "What did you just say? You ordered me milk tea?" Without hesitation, she set down her bowl and chopsticks. Her eyes fixated on the cup of milk tea he was carrying. Chapter 64. Entanglements. After Lu Jingchen opened the door to receive the milk tea, he turned and walked back inside. Shutting the door behind him, he found Qin Ruyan seated on a stool, her gaze fixed on the milk tea in his hand. He paused mid-step, raising an eyebrow. "Are you waiting for me to join you for a meal? Or are you simply eager for the milk tea?" Qin Ruyan pressed her lips together, contemplating for a brief moment before responding. "I'm waiting for the milk tea you bought for me." Lu Jingchen smiled, retrieving the milk tea from the bag, inserting a straw, and handing it to her. "Not much of an appetite for food, are we? Just focused on enjoying your milk tea?" Qin Ruyan took a sip, her brow relaxing. "No, the one you bought is better than the one I would have gotten." Lu Jingchen chuckled, knowing she was flattering him intentionally, yet he chose not to call her out on it. Qin Ruyan cradled the milk tea, sipping it delicately while Lu Jingchen settled beside her, leisurely enjoying the meal. 20 minutes later, they finished dinner as per usual. Lu Jingchen began to clear the table. Qin Ruyan washed her hands and returned to the living room, where she switched on the television and selected a movie. It was still early, with several hours left before midnight to celebrate his birthday with cake. She had no intention of going to bed just yet. When Lu Jingchen emerged from the kitchen, he noticed her seated on the floor of the living room. Frowning slightly, he approached her and took her hand. "The floor is cold. Come, sit on the sofa." Qin Ruyan lifted her eyes, the straw still between her lips, and tilted her head with a smile. She responded with an "oh," standing up to take a seat on the sofa. Lu Jingchen smiled back, joining her and wrapping his arms around her. "Is this how you intend to accompany me on my birthday?" His brows arched playfully, a faint smile gracing his lips. He grasped her other hand, gently toying with it in his palm. "It's not yet midnight. We should wait until then to celebrate your birthday. I have prepared 2 cakes for you. Surprise enough, wouldn't you say?" Qin Ruyan tilted her head slightly. Dressed in loose loungewear, her elegant collarbone was visible, leading down to her fair-skinned. Lu Jingchen raised his eyelids, consciously shifting his gaze away. "Why 2 cakes?" Qin Ruyan bit her straw, smiling as she explained. "One is made by me, and the other is store-bought. If mine turns out poorly, you can simply enjoy the one I purchased." Although she could cook, she had never attempted baking a cake before, and her lack of confidence was evident. Lu Jingchen held her a little tighter, his features resembling an exquisite ink painting, softening into a gentle demeanor. "Naturally, the one made by my lady will surpass any purchased from outside." Qin Ruyan replied with an "oh," having not tasted it yet, but feeling a glimmer of confidence based on its appearance. "Have you decided on your birthday gift, my lady?" Lu Jingchen brought up the topic again, a hint of laughter in his tone. Qin Ruyan paused, contemplating how to sidestep the question. "No, let us discuss it after midnight. The longer I can delay, the better." Lu Jingchen chuckled. "Very well. I trust my lady will fulfill my birthday wish." Qin Ruyan sighed, turning to look at him. "All right, I promised." Lu Jingchen's smile faltered for a moment before he pressed further. "So, my lady, is it a yes or no question?" Qin Ruyan took a moment to grasp his meaning, her expression cool as she replied, "Lu, if you say one more word, there will be no choice left." Lu Jingchen suddenly understood. "All right, I grasp my lady's intent. This time it's a choice question. But perhaps next time it will evolve into a yes or no question." Qin Ruyan ignored him, redirecting her attention back to the television. Noticing her silence, Lu Jingchen did not press further. Instead, he wrapped his arms around her waist, holding her hand as they watched the movie together. 2 hours later, as the film concluded, Lu Jingchen glanced at the time. It was still not yet 10 o'clock. It's barely 10. We still have 2 hours. How does my lady plan to spend the time? Qin Ruyan felt a bit dazed. Had the day passed so slowly? She recalled the message she had received about his order. "I need to attend to something in my study. I'll join you afterward." Lu Jingchen regarded her closely, as if searching for something in her expression. "Is my lady perhaps trying to stall for time?" Qin Ruyan leaned closer, assuring him, "No, I genuinely have something to attend to." As they drew nearer, he noticed a small beauty mark at the corner of her eye, which was usually inconspicuous to T that moment, with a smile playing on her lips and her cool gaze upon him. The mark added a touch of allure to her appearance. Lu Jingchen chuckled softly. "Very well. I will wait here for you, my lady." Qin Ruyan nodded, picking up her phone as she headed for the study. "I'll be using your computer," Lu Jingchen responded with a murmur of acknowledgement. Once inside the study, Qin Ruyan took out her phone and initiated a voice call. She switched to a virtual account and activated a voice-changing software. "What are you investigating?" On the other end, BL was at home, having just woken from sleep. The time difference caught him off guard when he received the virtual call. However, sensing the potential significance of the call, he instinctively answered on the line. A voice resembling a machine spoke. He hesitated before cautiously asking, "Are you Y?" Qin Ruyan confirmed, repeating, "Lu Jingchen. What is it regarding the capital?" BL rubbed his face, realizing it was their first voice conversation. Even with the voice changer, he could detect the tone of her voice, estimating her age to be around 40. Similar to his own, he had previously consulted an old man in F City, but had found nothing. The old man had placed an order with them, which was the one you previously accepted. This time, he was looking into the Qin couple's affairs. He too activated a voice changer, his voice slightly hoarse. Qin Ruyan raised her gaze to the ceiling, remaining silent for a long while. The other party was not in a hurry, patiently waiting for her response. After some time, she finally spoke. "If this order is not accepted, I will take future orders from the old man in F City at a discounted rate." Upon finishing, she hung up, leaving BL in a state of confusion. What did I just hear? The money-hungry Y is offering discounts to a wealthy boss. Qin Ruyan surmised that Lu Jingchen likely knew she was investigating her parents' matters, hence intervening. However, she had not uncovered much useful information, and thus, she could not accept this order. After hanging up, Qin Ruyan contemplated deeply. She was aware of Lu Jingchen's overt power and his close ties with the old man from F City, which created a complex web of interests. She bit her lip, realizing that he would eventually uncover her secrets. When that time came, where would they stand? Chapter 65. Birthday gift 1. After spending over half an hour in the study, Qin Ruyan finally emerged. Lu Jingchen was seated in the living room. 2 cakes displayed on the table before him, but he was idly spinning his phone, occasionally glancing toward the study door. As Qin Ruyan stepped out, he stood up and approached her, pulling her into an embrace. "I thought you planned to stay in the study a bit longer," he teased. Qin Ruyan frowned, eyeing the 2 cakes on the table, and pointed at them. "What's this?" Lu Jingchen gently draped his arm around her shoulder and urged her forward, asserting that neither of the cakes should go to waste, one to be savored, the other to be wished upon. "What do you think, my lady?" Qin Ruyan found a semblance of logic in his words and nodded. Allowing herself to be seated upon a bench at this hour, still shy of 11 o'clock. "Are you truly planning to cut the cake now?" Lu Jingchen merely smiled, choosing not to answer her inquiry. Instead, posing a question of his own. "Will you be going out tomorrow, my lady?" Qin Ruyan shook her head, explaining that she intended to remain home to sketch, as her studio awaited the grand opening in a week. Understanding her plans, Lu Jingchen nodded, deciding that they could wait a little longer. Qin Ruyan was somewhat perplexed by his line of thought, but refrained from probing further, simply responding with an "Oh." "Will you sit and wait for a moment? I shall freshen up first." She felt fatigued, the lingering scent of the kitchen smoke clinging uncomfortably to her. Lu Jingchen nodded, watching her retreat into the bedroom. After a little over 10 minutes, he calculated the time before following her inside. Qin Ruyan emerged from the bathroom, towel drying her hair. Lu Jingchen prepared the hairdryer and gestured for her to come closer. Remembering his earlier promise to dry her hair whenever she washed it, she smiled and approached, settling beside him on the edge of the bed. As he switched on the dryer, he meticulously styled her hair, the only sound in the room being the gentle hum of the appliance. Qin Ruyan lifted her gaze, observing the intense focus in his expression as he tended to her hair, as if engaged in a momentous task. His eyes held nothing but concentration, devoid of any frivolous thoughts. The smile crept upon her lips, a silent chuckle at the sight. After 5 minutes, Lu Jingchen turned off the dryer and pulled her to her feet, guiding her toward the living room. It was nearly 11:30. He checked his phone for the time, and as they settled onto the sofa, he wrapped an arm around her waist, his voice slightly hoarse. "My lady, must we truly wait until midnight to cut the cake?" Qin Ruyan tilted her head to regard him, noticing a spark of desire in his eyes, his grip on her waist tightening. She chuckled softly, replying, "Yes, it's my first cake, that won't you have any?" Lu Jingchen furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed intently upon her as she met his stare without flinching, but he smiled, pulling her closer against him. Must we really wait until midnight? Qin Ruyan felt momentarily dazed, the warmth radiating from him causing her to feel slightly flushed. When she spoke again, her voice was somewhat indistinct. "Yes, that's right, it won't be long now." After pondering for a moment, Lu Jingchen grasped her chin and kissed her that he nibbled at her lips, while his other hand ventured beneath her clothing, moving upward. Having just bathed, she wore no garments beneath, and his fingers encountered only the delicately smooth skin beneath his touch, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, occasionally brushing against his neck. Kissed breathless, Qin Ruyan pushed against him, but he seized her wrist and lifted it above her head, welcoming her into a more fervent embrace. 5 minutes later, Lu Jingchen released her, their faces close, breaths mingling. Qin Ruyan felt as though the air around them was heating up, her body weak with the intensity of their kiss. Unable to articulate a single word, Lu Jingchen, too, found the moment challenging. He glanced at his phone, frustrated by the slow passage of time that he reached out, tucking a stray strand of hair behind her ear. Pressing his lips to hers once more, "My lady, truly, can we not exchange birthday gifts a little earlier?" His voice was hoarse, his eyes glistening with desire, the corners of his mouth taut, fighting against his own restraint. Qin Ruyan glanced at the time again, then assessed his state before leaning closer to his ear and whispering something. Lu Jingchen paused, a broad smile breaking on his face. "Very well, as you say. My lady, I shall endure a little longer." Her cheeks flushed, she nodded in agreement. Lu Jingchen closed his eyes, pulling her closer still. "Do not move. Let me hold you for a moment longer." She complied, remaining still. At 11:58, he finally released her, the desire in his eyes slightly tempered that he retrieved a lighter, inserted candles into the cake, and lit them, just as the clock struck midnight. Looking at Qin Ruyan, he smiled, declaring that the birthday gift he desired most was already by his side, wishing that every year on this day, she would be there to celebrate with him. Qin Ruyan smiled back, and as he blew out the candles, she scooped a spoonful of cake and offered it to him, asking him to taste it. With her eyes sparkling and a gentle warmth radiating from her, Lu Jingchen lingered a moment longer before tasting the cake. It was quite good, the sweetness just right. "Is this truly made by you, my lady?" Qin Ruyan nodded, recalling that he preferred desserts that were not overly sweet, as did she. Lu Jingchen chuckled, glancing at the remaining cake before feeding her a bite as well. Then rising to put the leftovers away, "That we shall enjoy the rest tomorrow. Now it is time for bed." He placed both cakes in the refrigerator and returned to take her hand. Qin Ruyan, slightly startled, stood and followed him, feeling a flutter of nerves as she remembered his earlier words. Lu Jingchen hesitated for a moment before entering the bedroom, caressing her cheek. "I shall freshen up first." Qin Ruyan nodded, watching his retreating figure, contemplating for a moment before pulling back the covers and climbing into bed. 5 minutes later, Lu Jingchen emerged in his pajamas, not surprised to find her lying on the bed. Still engrossed in her phone, he took long strides to her side, gently grasping her hand that held the phone. As she looked up, about to speak, he silenced her with a kiss. Lu Jingchen tossed her phone carelessly onto the blanket, gripping her chin more firmly as his kisses grew more fervent, his hands gradually unfastening the buttons of her nightgown, his kisses trailing lower. An hour later, he finally released her, and as she shifted to the side, he captured her hand once more. Her eyes fluttered shut, overwhelmed by fatigue. "What is it?" Lu Jingchen inquired, noticing the myriad of purple and blue love bites adorning her skin, chuckling softly. "My lady, have you forgotten our little rendezvous in the study?" Qin Ruyan opened her mouth, speech failing her as she recalled her earlier promise, realizing why he had asked whether she would be going out during the day. "But I'm so exhausted. I lack the strength." Her eyes brimmed with tears, the corners reddened. Lu Jingchen's throat constricted as he reassured her that she need not exert herself, only to enjoy it. He lifted her effortlessly into his arms, and instinctively, she wrapped her legs around his waist, burying her face in his shoulder. Feeling slightly chilly, Lu Jingchen draped a bathrobe over her shoulders and carried her out. As her head began to spin, nearly drifting off to sleep, he brought her to the study, sitting on a stool with her settling upon his lap. The light in the study was somewhat harsh, and despite their many honest encounters, Qin Ruyan felt a wave of shyness wash over her. Could we dim the lights? Lu Jingchen chuckled, his voice low and raspy. That I fear that may not be possible. Frustrated, she scolded him playfully. Lu Jingchen. He merely smiled, patting her back soothingly. Very well. I shall leave only the desk lamp on. Is that acceptable? With her face nestled against his neck, she nodded. Lu Jingchen rose, extinguishing the main lights before returning to his seat. A fine sheen of sweat broke out on Qin Ruyan's skin. Yet, he remained composed, teasingly squeezing her neck, rendering her limbs devoid of strength. Lu Jingchen, will you proceed or not? If not, I shall retire to bed. Lu Jingchen paused, acknowledging his miscalculation, not realizing how eager she was. He chuckled, his eyes glimmering with mischief under the dim light. He pressed against her waist, listening to her intermittent sobs. Would you kiss me? He struggled against his own desires, craving her softness, unwilling to release her. Hearing his request, Qin Ruyan instinctively lifted her head and pressed her lips against his. No more. I truly cannot continue. Her voice trembled with suppressed sobs. And Lu Jingchen glanced down, his heart racing. Just call me, and I shall let you go. Lu Jingchen. Qin Ruyan's voice was a mix of muffled sounds. No, you know what I wish to hear, do you not? He was not satisfied, holding her tightly. Qin Ruyan gritted her teeth, lifting her head to place a gentle kiss on his Adam's apple, murmuring, Jingchen Gidge. The softness of her voice was intoxicating. Lu Jingchen's body froze at the sweet sound. It was utterly irresistible. An hour later, he finally carried her from the study into the bedroom, where she felt too weary to even contemplate bathing, merely longing to collapse onto the bed. A satisfied man. He instinctively fetched a warm towel from the bathroom to cleanse her skin and retrieved ointment from the drawer, now quite adept at attending to her needs. Once he finished, a light sheen of perspiration glistened on his forehead. He cast a glance at the person sleeping on the bed. Her eyes were tinged with redness, her nose similarly flushed, and her lips swollen beyond measure. Frowning, he felt compelled to encourage her to bolster her physical fitness regimen. After stepping into the bathroom for a refreshing shower, he climbed into bed, gently lifting the covers to envelop her in his embrace. Qin Ruyan, still in a daze, instinctively leaned towards him. Lu Jingchen. Happy birthday, she murmured, her voice barely audible. He leaned closer, softly inquiring. What? Happy birthday, she repeated, this time more distinctly, prompting a smile to tug at his lips as he held her a little tighter and pressed a kiss to her forehead. I've already received the finest gift. At last, you are by my side. Qin Ruyan slumbered soundly until 2 in the afternoon the following day. Upon opening her eyes, she found Lu Jingchen reclining on the bed, engrossed in a book. Noticing her awakening, he closed the book and drew her close, asking, Are you hungry? What time is it? Don't you have work today? Glancing at his phone, he confirmed it was indeed 2 o'clock. What would you like to eat? She blinked in surprise, realizing she had slept until 2 in the afternoon. Why didn't you wake me up sooner? She pouted, her voice carrying a hint of playful reproach. Lu Jingchen chuckled softly. I thought you could use the rest since you barely had 2 hours of sleep last night. She acknowledged this with a slight "oh," but then felt it was somewhat unjust. Had he not kept her awake for so long, she wouldn't have overslept. She pressed her lips together and moved slightly, a sudden wince escaping her lips. It really hurts. Lu Jingchen sat up, wearing his pajamas, a flicker of concern in his eyes. Let me see where it hurts. Qin Ruyan stopped his hand from lifting the covers. No, just a bit of soreness in my lower back. I just need to rest. She was without clothes, and there was no way she would let him see her like that. Lu Jingchen regarded her with mild skepticism. Are you sure there's nothing wrong? I'm fine. Just control yourself better in the future, she suggested, seizing the opportunity to negotiate. He leaned back slightly, raising an eyebrow. I'll do my best. Qin Ruyan remained silent, sensing that he might struggle to restrain himself. What do you want to eat? He inquired, running his fingers through her hair. You haven't eaten anything all night. Qin Ruyan shot him a glare. Whose fault is that? I want steamed dumplings from that place in the north of the city, along with a strawberry milkshake. She purposely selected a distant location. Lu Jingchen merely smiled. All right, my lady will rest at home while I go by it. What else do you desire? She looked at him, realizing that no matter what she said, he maintained a steady demeanor. Excluding the time she had rejected him, during which she had witnessed his assertiveness, she discovered that apart from his domineering nature in bed, she was generally satisfied with him. She shook her head. I can't think of anything else for now. Lu Jingchen raised an eyebrow and pressed a kiss to her lips. All right, I'll head out. If you think of anything else you want, send me a message or call. Qin Ruyan nodded, and Lu Jingchen stood up and headed for the door. She sluggishly rose from the bed and took a bath, alleviating some of her bodily aches. After changing her clothes, she caught sight of the marks on her neck while drying her face, realizing they were quite conspicuous. Frowning, she sighed. Lu Jingchen always seemed to leave his mark on her. After rummaging through her vanity for a while, she finally found a concealer that was still unopened, and she had never used it. Without further ado, she opened it and applied a bit to her neck. Unaware that Lu Jingchen had already returned, he stood at the bathroom door watching her, as she tugged at her collar, revealing her fair shoulders. Though she was slender, her shoulder contours were soft. With several kiss marks faintly visible, he raised an eyebrow. Didn't you say we weren't going out today? Qin Ruyan spent 5 or 6 minutes attempting to conceal the marks, finally breathing a sigh of relief as she turned around to find Lu Jingchen leaning against the doorframe with an amused expression. Realizing her predicament, she adjusted her clothing. Lu Jingchen stepped inside. Standing before her, didn't we agree not to go out? Why bother covering up at home? Qin Ruyan bit her lip. I need to go out for a bit this evening. There are some matters to attend to. Lu Jingchen smiled. Do you need me to accompany you? She pondered for a moment. Qin Yubai had messaged her saying there was progress with the experiment and asked her to come by. So she agreed. However, it was Lu Jingchen's birthday, and he likely wouldn't want to go out. All right, you can come with me, she decided after a brief hesitation. Lu Jingchen smiled. Very well. He took her hand and led her to the dining table, where, in addition to the steamed dumplings and strawberry milkshake she had requested, there was also soybean milk and soup dumplings. Qin Ruyan lifted her gaze to meet his. Thank you for your hard work. My lady, eat well to replenish your strength. That if she overlooked the amusement in his eyes, she might genuinely believe he was concerned for her well-being. Qin Ruyan took a sip of the strawberry milkshake and then picked up a steamed dumpling. Lu Jingchen, seeing her eat without teasing her, simply sat beside her, engrossed in his phone, occasionally glancing at her while occasionally tapping away on his device. She finished her meal in under 10 minutes. Laying down her chopsticks, seeing she was done, Lu Jingchen set his phone aside. Are you full? Would you like to eat more? She shook her head. I can't eat anymore. Lu Jingchen scrutinized her, his gaze drifting to her waist, recalling how he could easily encompass it with both hands, and smiled. My lady is too thin. Your stamina is lacking. Qin Ruyan paused in her movements, raising her head to give him a cool glance. My stamina is lacking? She opened her mouth to retort, but recalling his shamelessness in certain matters, she closed it again, somewhat frustrated. That I need to leave around 4, she informed him. Qin Yubai had initially scheduled to meet her at the medical laboratory of the capital university, but with Lu Jingchen accompanying her, she would have to suggest a different location. Lu Jingchen nodded, collecting the dishes and placing them in the dishwasher before washing his hands and stepping back out. He drew her to the sofa, wrapping an arm around her waist. Is it all right if I go with you? He was quite curious about her little secret. Qin Ruyan nodded. Of course, I had already promised you. Lu Jingchen chuckled, pressing down gently on her waist. Qin Ruyan turned to look at him, her eyes frosty and her expression neutral. Lu Jingchen smiled helplessly. Didn't you say your waist hurt? Let me give you a massage. You're looking at me as if I'm some kind of beast. Qin Ruyan felt exasperated. Your self-awareness is commendable. Lu Jingchen nodded, as if struck with enlightenment, leaning down to whisper in her ear. Yes, well, I'm refined now, but a beast tonight. Qin Ruyan ignored him, realizing that the more she engaged with him, the more he seemed to relish it. Sometimes, silence was the best strategy. They sat together for a while, the appointed time drawing near. Qin Ruyan took his hand. I need to head out now, Lu Jingchen affirmed with a hum. Rising to his feet and pulling her up, let us change into something else before we depart. Qin Ruyan nodded, and they returned to the bedroom to change before heading out. When will you be free to check out the wedding house? Lu Jingchen interlaced his fingers with hers, their hands fitting snugly together. She glanced at him. The elevator had not yet arrived, and they stood in the dimly lit hallway. Yet, she could still see the captivating contours of his face, his lips curling into a gentle smile, his eyes radiating warmth as he gazed at her. Isn't it fine to stay here? She mused. They had been living in this area for a while, and she found the location quite convenient. Lu Jingchen furrowed his brow. Staying here is acceptable, but we still need to prepare a wedding house. This place isn't spacious enough. What will we do when we have children? Qin Ruyan felt a blush creep onto her cheeks. casting her gaze downwards, only to suddenly remember something. She looked up at him with a serious expression that I may not be planning to have children anytime soon. Her health issues had yet to be resolved, and she was reluctant to take that step. Lu Jingchen raised an eyebrow, contemplating her words. Throughout their time together, he had taken precautions. After all, they had only recently married, and he wished to enjoy a few more years of their two-person world. However, hearing her stated aloud stirred a slight discomfort within him. All right, just give me a hint when you feel ready to have children. He replied nonchalantly, not wanting to press the matter further, as he too had considered having children right away. Qin Ruyan nodded in agreement. He then inquired again, so when will you be free to visit the wedding house? After some thought, she answered, next weekend, perhaps. He was busy with work, and she didn't want to encroach on his weekdays. Lu Jingchen nodded, and just then, the elevator arrived. He took her hand and led her inside, pressing the button for the ground floor, then lightly added, as for the wedding, I'm fine with it. It mainly depends on your schedule. They had yet to hold a wedding after obtaining their marriage certificate, and most people were unaware of his married status. He felt it necessary to host a wedding to announce to the world that he was a married man. Qin Ruyan bit her lip. Let us wait a while. Maybe after the studio is up and running. In her desire for the world to acknowledge her union with him, she is certain that her clothing store will thrive. Yet, she yearns to prove herself, to stand shoulder to shoulder with him. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Jingchen surmised her thoughts that he embraced her, chuckling softly. I have two friends, whom I consider younger brothers, with whom I have grown up. They have yet to meet you, my lady. When you are free, shall we arrange a gathering? His words implied an agreement to discuss the wedding later. Qin Ruyan nodded. His consideration for her feelings compelled her to reciprocate. How about next weekend? We can visit the new house first, if that works for you. Lu Jingchen responded with a cheerful all right. Upon reaching the basement, they entered the car, where Qin Ruyan activated the navigation on her phone. Lu Jingchen glanced at the address, a CAF near Jingchen University. His gaze flickered momentarily, yet he remained silent as he started the vehicle. 40 minutes later, they arrived at the designated location agreed upon by Qin Ruyan and Cheng Yubai. After securing the car and locking the doors, she took his hand and led him inside. Chapter 68. A slip of the mask. Lu Jingchen lowered his gaze, observing her fair, slender fingers entwined with his. A smile playing at the corners of his lips. Qin Ruyan retrieved her phone, scrolling through WeChat until she located Cheng Yubai's profile and tapped on it. 10 minutes earlier, he had sent her the box number. After glancing at it, she put her phone away and turned to Lu Jingchen. It's in that private room. That he nodded, not inquiring further about whom she was meeting today. Yes, they advanced. Qin Ruyan noted the room number outside the private area and paused in front of one door after 2 minutes. She glanced at Lu Jingchen, hesitating before remaining silent. Without knocking, she pushed the door open and entered. Inside the room, Cheng Yubai had arrived 15 minutes early. That he was unhurried, having ordered a coffee for himself and a milk tea for Qin Ruyan. Knowing her punctuality, he refrained from messaging her, sipping his drink leisurely while occasionally gazing out the window. The moment he heard the door open, he snapped back to attention, turning around at a measured pace, only to be taken aback upon seeing the two who entered together. Beside Qin Ruyan stood a tall, striking man with refined features and an air of calm sophistication, dressed in a black shirt and casual pants, immediately conveying that he was no ordinary individual. They entered hand in hand. More importantly, he recognized this man, Lu Jingchen, the current head of the Lu Group, the scion of the Lu family, commonly referred to as Young Master Lu in the capital. He opened his mouth, but the word Xiaoyan seemed to stick in his throat. Qin Ruyan lifted her chin, observing Cheng Yubai's expression of disbelief. She led Lu Jingchen inside, casually shutting the door behind them, and they took seats opposite Cheng Yubai. Cheng Yubai, she introduced Lu Jingchen, then turned to Cheng, dropping a bombshell. This is Lu Jingchen. Lu Jingchen nodded, releasing her hand to extend his own. Hello, I am Lu Jingchen. Cheng Yubai took a moment to register the situation, mechanically rising to greet Lu Jingchen before sitting back down, still in shock. He was beginning to suspect that perhaps he had overindulged the night before and was now hallucinating. How could Qin Ruyan possibly be associated with someone like Lu Jingchen? Lu Jingchen, while surprised that Qin Ruyan was meeting Cheng Yubai today, remained composed. He had previously discovered that she had transferred funds to Cheng Yubai, allowing him to speculate on their connection. Qin Ruyan observed Cheng Yubai's dazed expression and tapped her fingers on the table, her voice slightly hoarse as she asked, "What progress have you made on the experiment you mentioned earlier?" Cheng Yubai regained his composure, casting a glance at Lu Jingchen before hesitating to respond. It's somewhat akin to the case previously studied by Professor Qin Zheng. Qin Ruyan had provided him with a blood sample a while ago. And after several days of examination and numerous tests, he had delved into a wealth of literature, poring over medical texts multiple times. Qin Ruyan responded nonchalantly, "I am aware of what you are referring to." Lu Jingchen furrowed his brow upon hearing this. Was she investigating her parents' case through Cheng Yubai? She caught a glimpse of Lu Jingchen out of the corner of her eye, leisurely sipping her milk tea before looking back at Cheng Yubai. "If there is no further information, we will take our leave." Cheng Yubai nodded, still trying to regain his bearings. Qin Ruyan set her cup down, took Lu Jingchen's hand, and headed towards the exit, behind them. Cheng Yubai shook his head, watching their retreating figures. Once in the car, silence enveloped them. Lu Jingchen posed no questions. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Ruyan spoke up, "You should be aware, Cheng Yubai is quite skilled in medicine. I discovered that my parents had perished while attending a conference to report on this research, and subsequently, there have been no results." Lu Jingchen remained still, listening intently. "That I wonder if their passing is linked to this research. Currently, Cheng Yubai is the most esteemed figure in the domestic medical field." After a brief pause, she added, "When I mentioned my financial difficulties, it was because I had invested all my funds into his research. The primary reason I wish to establish a studio is also tied to this." Qin Ruyan glossed over her health issues, currently feeling well and normal, though Cheng Yubai had indicated some abnormalities in her blood, the implications of which remained uncertain. Lu Jingchen nodded, "I understand that in the future, any funds allocated to Cheng Yubai will be deducted from my account. Your money should be reserved for your own purchases." He leaned in to pinch her ear, chuckling, "I just never anticipated that you could persuade Cheng Yubai." He declined an offer from the first hospital of the capital. Qin Ruyan smiled, seemingly recalling something. "A few years ago, while abroad, I lent him a hand with a minor issue that he seems to value personal connections." Though Lu Jingchen had many questions, he recognized that if she chose not to disclose further details, there was little point in pressing her. He furrowed his brow and asked, "When will you think of me first if you require assistance?" Qin Ruyan's heart raced as she turned to face him. Noting the seriousness in his gaze, that time. "I didn't know you," she replied lightly. Lu Jingchen merely chuckled, not pursuing the topic further. "Very well. Remember, should you encounter any difficulties, you must seek me out first." "Understood?" Qin Ruyan glanced at him. Nodding in agreement, Lu Jingchen straightened in his seat and started the car, driving towards Yujingyuan. As they traveled, Qin Ruyan's phone chimed with a WeChat notification. She opened it to find a message from Cheng Yubai. "Cheng Yubai, Xiaoyan, what is your relationship with Lu Jingchen?" Qin Ruyan raised an eyebrow, then typed a reply with one hand. "A cabbage, my legal husband." Cheng Yubai responded with a string of ellipses. And she mirrored his response. Putting her phone away, Qin Ruyan turned to Lu Jingchen. "Are we heading home now?" Lu Jingchen affirmed with a grunt, his gaze fixed ahead, hands firmly gripping the steering wheel. The sun was nearing the horizon, casting a warm glow through the window, illuminating his handsome features. As dinner approached, he inquired, "What would you like to eat tonight?" "Just to clarify, no more milk tea. You had a cup before we left." Qin Ruyan replied, "How about steamed bass and spicy crayfish?" At a red light, Lu Jingchen glanced at her. "One light dish and one heavy." She nodded, reasoning, "Too much spice can be heating. A light dish will balance it out. And in the end, it won't be too much." Chapter 69. The studio's grand opening. Lu Jingchen found her ability to rationalize quite impressive. Her reasoning seemed sound. "I'm not adept at making spicy crayfish. Is it acceptable to buy them ready-made?" As the light turned green, he started the car. With his long, slender fingers grasping the steering wheel, Qin Ruyan caught sight of his elegantly defined eyelashes, silently marveling at her own superficiality. 40 minutes later, they parked in the underground garage. Exiting the car, Lu Jingchen locked the doors, taking her hand in one and typing a message with the other. Upon reaching the elevator, he pressed the button for their floor and turned to her. "I ordered spicy crayfish and steamed bass from the hotel. I checked, and it seems the market is low on fresh bass right now. Is that all right?" Just as the elevator arrived, he guided her inside, to which Qin Ruyan nodded in agreement. "Has the aunt not been coming lately?" she asked, noting that she hadn't seen anyone since moving in. During his business trip, she had returned to her uncle's house and hadn't stayed at Yujingyuan. Missing the household staff. Lu Jingchen confirmed, I gave the aunt a break. Once we've finalized our wedding house and moved in, she will return. Oh, she replied, adding, so who will be cooking during this time? Lu Jingchen shot her a knowing glance. Naturally, I will be cooking. However, I have some matters to attend to and will be out of town for a few days. Perhaps we can arrange for the hotel to send food over? No need for such trouble. I can cook myself. As the elevator arrived at their floor, the two individuals stepped out. Qin Ruyan glanced at the messages on her phone, then lifted her gaze to meet Lu Jingchen's eyes. The studio was set to open in just a few days. The design she had submitted earlier had been completed, and the new assistant at the studio showed considerable skill. Initially, she had contemplated hiring a factory, but was concerned about the quality not meeting standards. Lu Jingchen nodded in agreement and suggested, shall I have Qin Zheng keep an eye on the clothing factories in the capital? After a moment of contemplation, Qin Ruyan responded, my clientele is predominantly youthful, and my pricing is not particularly low. She shook her head, I'll think it over. Mainly, Yao Yao has also invested, and her customer base needs to be considered as well. For now, I plan to focus on purely handmade items. Lu Jingchen remained silent, reaching out to gently touch her hair, encouraging her to pursue her desires without worrying about other matters. Qin Ruyan nodded. And as the elevator doors opened, they exited together. Lu Jingchen opened the door, changed his shoes, and washed his hands in the kitchen before bringing her a cup of hot water. Sit for a moment. The food will arrive in about 10 minutes. Qin Ruyan responded with a soft "oh," accepting the cup and taking a sip, finding it pleasantly sweet with the addition of honey. She looked up at Lu Jingchen and urged, you should sit down too. Don't just stand there. He chuckled softly and took a seat beside her, remaining silent. 20 minutes later, the doorbell rang. Lu Jingchen rose to open the door, but a hotel staff member delivered the food. Their gaze cast downward. Too timid to meet his eyes, Lu Jingchen accepted the order with a polite thank you before closing the door. Outside, the staff member took a moment to collect themselves. Facing the formidable Lu boss had left them feeling quite intimidated. Lu Jingchen placed the food containers on the table, opened them, and donned disposable gloves to peel the lobster for her. When Qin Ruyan approached to take the gloves, he gently stopped her, saying, just go get the bowls and chopsticks from the kitchen. She responded with an "oh" and turned to fetch 2 sets of utensils. By the time she returned, Lu Jingchen had already prepared a small plate of lobster. He removed his gloves, lifted his chin slightly, and asked, want to give it a try? Qin Ruyan, seated on the stool, picked up her chopsticks and delicately placed a piece of lobster into her mouth, eating at her usual slow pace. Lu Jingchen placed another cup of water beside her. She lifted the cup to her lips, declaring, it's good. You should eat too. With that, she used her chopsticks to add a few pieces of lobster to his bowl. He smiled, pulling out a chair to sit across from her. He then pushed a plate of steamed base toward her. Qin Ruyan glanced up at him, who showed no sign of hesitation. I remember you mentioned you like a bit of spice alongside something light. It balances things out. Qin Ruyan acknowledged with an "oh." Taking a bite of the bass, compared to the spicy lobster, this dish was rather bland. However, she occasionally suffered from ulcers and refrained from indulging in too much spice, so she took a few more bites of fish. Lu Jingchen sat opposite her, waiting patiently until she had finished most of her meal before setting down his chopsticks. Would you like some more water? He felt the flavors were a bit overwhelming, making it somewhat uncomfortable for him to eat. Qin Ruyan shook her head. I've already had 4 cups. I'm fine. Really? He did not press further, rising to clear the table. Qin Ruyan followed him into the kitchen. And as he turned to glance at her, he advised, go wash up. She touched her nose and murmured an "oh," initially intending to assist, but realizing there was a dishwasher at home. Qin Ruyan then headed into her bedroom, retrieved her pajamas, and took a shower in the bathroom. With a few tasks ahead, she tied her hair up with a drying cap, revealing her smooth forehead. When she emerged, Lu Jingchen was in the living room, and she approached him. Are you using the study? Lu Jingchen looked up, smiled slightly, and replied, not for the moment. He had no pressing matters today. The significant tasks awaited him next week, leaving him relatively free for the next couple of days. Qin Ruyan acknowledged with an stating, I'll use the study to reply to an email from my teacher. The studio was set to open in 3 days, and although she had no intention of inviting her teacher, she felt it necessary to inform Jennifer. After all, having the founder of the Xiang family attend her opening was something she felt neither bold enough nor worthy to pursue. Lu Jingchen nodded in understanding. She turned to enter the study, seated herself at the desk, and powered up the computer. Lu Jingchen's computer was quite fast, booting up in mere seconds. She checked the time. It was still not yet midnight on her teacher's side. So Jennifer was likely still awake. After a moment's hesitation, she initiated a video call. Within 10 seconds, the call connected. Xiaoyan. On the screen appeared a woman in her 50s, her features exquisite, with distinct facial contours. The slight upward tilt of her eyes exuded an undeniable charisma, and time seemed to have been particularly kind to her, leaving no visible traces on her face. Good evening, teacher. Qin Ruyan sat up straight, smiling as she greeted her at that moment. Jennifer had just returned home after attending a banquet and was feeling somewhat fatigued, planning to take a shower before heading to bed when she unexpectedly received Qin Ruyan's video call. Are you adjusting well to being back in the country? Or are you planning to return to me? Last time, Qin Ruyan had sent her some designs from her new clothing studio, which Jennifer had been quite pleased with. Though she had not stayed by her side, her foundation remained strong. Qin Ruyan smiled softly. Once my clothing studio opens and I receive an award, I will come to see you. Her words implied that she had no plans to return. Jennifer did not press her. When's the opening? Do you need me to come? Qin Ruyan waved her hand dismissively. In 3 days. There's no need to trouble you. Teacher, I just wanted to report my progress to you and put your mind at ease. When she returned to the country, Jennifer had repeatedly advised her not to give up on fashion design. And Qin Ruyan could not bear to disappoint her teacher. During her years abroad, Jennifer had been a great help to her. Upon hearing this, Jennifer smiled. All right, teacher, one tea come, but I must prepare a gift for your opening. At her age, Jennifer remained childless and alone. In her youth, she had experienced love, but due to family circumstances, they ultimately parted ways. Resolutely, she left for abroad, dedicating herself to her career. With Qin Ruyan, she felt an immediate connection, and her undeniable talent was why she accepted her as her only disciple. Chapter 70. The studio opening too. In the past with the teacher Qin Ruyan held her teacher in the highest regard. Listening attentively to the words of wisdom emanating from the screen, they chatted for a while longer before ending the video call. In country H. After terminating the call, Jennifer retrieved her phone and made a call. Air freight the store's signature item back to Xiaoyan. After speaking, she hung up. 4 years prior, at the biennial designer competition held by the Xiang family, she had encountered Qin Ruyan. She vividly recalled that moment when Qin Ruyan had sported a short bob, presenting a design of a black strapless dress, devoid of embellishments or excessive adornments, with slightly chaotic lines. Initially, Jennifer had not paid much heed, considering the design rather unremarkable and lacking in highlights. Just as she was about to pass it over, she noticed Qin Ruyan approaching her. The girl had fair skin and features that hinted at youthful defiance, her almond-shaped eyes calm and devoid of waves, exuding an air of coldness. Jennifer felt a jolt in her heart. This girl radiated the aura of someone on the brink of despair, desperately seeking a glimmer of hope. She took the design from her hands, nodded, and turned to leave, unable to suppress the urge to call out to her. Young lady, please wait a moment. Qin Ruyan had not held much hope, fully aware that her work was not particularly striking. When she was called by the judge, she instinctively turned back, her eyes lacking luster, her demeanor somewhat dejected. Yet, upon being called, she halted and turned her body. Teacher, did you call for me? Her voice was cool and distant, yet her manners exhibited considerable politeness, revealing her upbringing. Jennifer hesitated before speaking. I'll give you a theme. Can you create a new piece on the spot? She was unaware of the challenges this girl had faced, but judging by her appearance and the words she spoke, Jennifer surmised she, too, hailed from an Eastern country. She was uncertain whether her impression of the black dress was a mere illusion or if this girl could genuinely move hearts with her art. She wanted to test her hypothesis. Qin Ruyan pursed her lips, contemplating for a moment before responding. I can. She removed her bag from her back, casually sitting on the floor, retrieving drawing paper and a pencil from her bag. I haven't brought any other tools, just the paper and pencil. Is that acceptable, teacher? Jennifer observed the spark in her eyes, realizing that she likely had a genuine passion for drawing, and smiled. That is fine. How about drawing a family portrait? Qin Ruyan paused, tightening her grip on the pencil, lowering her lashes. After a while, she lifted her gaze, her eyes flickering with uncertainty. All right. With that, she took the drawing board, placed it on her lap, and began to sketch on the paper. From the moment Jennifer called out to her, The surrounding noise had diminished significantly. Nearly everyone present was aware that Jennifer was not only a judge that day, but also the founder of the Xiang family. If she were to select someone, that individual would not need to continue with the subsequent rounds of interviews, as if drawn by an invisible force, the crowd's attention gravitated toward this scene. All at once, silence enveloped the gathering as they observed an unadorned Eastern girl seated on the ground, engrossed in her artwork. After half an hour, Qin Ruyan rose, her expression inscrutable as she approached, and handed over her painting. "I must return to school for class, so I shall take my leave. Thank you for today," she stated, slightly bowing before turning to exit. Behind her, Jennifer scrutinized the artwork, furrowing her brow that a family portrait should evoke happiness and joy. Yet the girl's painting conveyed something altogether different. It depicted a young girl watching her parents depart into the distance, the artist skillfully employing a pencil technique to create a blurred effect, instilling a sense of suffocating emptiness. While others' family portraits radiated contentment, this particular one emanated a profound sense of despair, an inevitability etched in the lines of the canvas. Jennifer tightened her grip on the paper, inhaled deeply, and glanced at Qin Ruyan's slender, solitary figure, which exuded an air of desolation. She furrowed her brow, making a resolute decision to investigate this child, to discover her school, and perhaps offer her an opportunity to join them. It was not merely the quality of Ruyan's art that captivated Jennifer. Rather, it was her ability to resonate with the viewer's emotions. The single family portrait could evoke such sorrow and hopelessness, a sentiment Jennifer had not encountered in a long time, where a mere glance revealed the painter's underlying pain. Not long after returning to school, Qin Ruyan received a phone call. The caller, polite and formal, explained their identity and informed her that she had passed the interview, exempting her from subsequent rounds and permitting her to commence her internship whenever her classes allowed. She paused mid-sip, her voice cool yet courteous. "Is this the teacher who requested a live demonstration today?" she inquired, somewhat astonished. She had thought her work paled in comparison to others showcasing their technical prowess, and felt a twinge of regret for not having performed better. Yet, it had evidently caught the judge's attention. "Indeed, Miss Qin," the voice on the other end affirmed, clearly aware of her basic details. "For further information, please visit the headquarters at your convenience. Jennifer will personally discuss matters with you." This was the first student Jennifer had chosen to mentor in nearly a decade, prompting the coordinator to adopt a more deferential stance. Qin Ruyan was momentarily taken aback. Such fortune seemed unreal. She quickly agreed, though she felt her excitement might betray her composure. After a few more exchanges to confirm the meeting time and place, the call concluded. When she finally met Jennifer, she discovered that she was the founder of Xiangjia. Their conversation flowed, with Jennifer leading the dialogue while Ruyan listened, occasionally interjecting. "Dear girl, I was genuinely impressed by your paintings that day that I was satisfied with both pieces. The reason I asked you to create another on-site was to confirm my initial impression. You did not disappoint. Your work effortlessly conveys your thoughts and emotions that it has been ages since I encountered a child with such innate talent. If you are willing, would you consider becoming my apprentice? I am in my 50s and have yet to find a successor." Qin Ruyan was momentarily stunned. She had not anticipated Jennifer would take such a personal interest in her. After a brief contemplation, she nodded. "However, I am still in school and may struggle to balance everything." Upon hearing her agreement, Jennifer smiled, relaxing her posture against the chair. "Do not neglect your studies. Come to me whenever you are free. You can keep me company and perhaps alleviate my solitude." Qin Ruyan nodded, calling out, "Teacher." Jennifer responded with a joyful nod, presenting her with a generous red envelope. "Fellow countrymen, we must uphold our traditions. Accept this, otherwise it would imply you do not acknowledge me as your teacher." Reluctantly, Qin Ruyan accepted. After Jennifer took a sip of water, she returned to her recollections. In her shop hung a dress that had skyrocketed Xiangjia to fame upon its inception. She recalled how Ruyan had whispered rebirth upon first seeing it. She decided to gift Ruyan this treasured piece, trusting that the girl would grasp the sentiment behind her gesture. Days later, the much-anticipated opening of the studio arrived. Ruyan, along with Zhang Qiao and Zhou Ying, devised a plan for Zhou Ying to handle public interactions, while the other two blended into the crowd to gauge customer reactions. After all, if word spread that Zhang Qiao had invested in the store, it would surely draw a large crowd. Ruyan felt a surge of nerves, repeatedly sipping from her water cup. "You mustn't be anxious, Ruyan. The garments you designed took our tailor months to perfect. Frankly, had I not invested alongside you. I would have considered purchasing them for my own collection, Zhang Qiao remarked. Ruyan smiled. Yao Yao, you always know how to lift my spirits. Zhang Qiao approached and linked arms with her. Look at Ying. She is already overwhelmed with tasks that I believe we should hire additional help if we can't be present frequently. Ruyan nodded, playfully placing a cap on Zhang Qiao's head. This way, we want to be recognized. Right? Zhang Qiao agreed. Shall we enter now? Ruyan nodded affirmatively. As they entered the relatively modest space of around 200 square meters, they noted only a modest collection of 40 to 50 garments displayed. As they ambled through, they attentively listened to the comments of incoming patrons. The styles in this store are so unique, and the attention to detail is remarkable. The fabric appears exquisite. However, the prices seem a bit steep. A couple of young lovers commented as they passed by Ruyan. She turned to observe them, noting their youthful features. The girl gazed intently at a particular skirt ensemble, while the boy gently wrapped his arm around her waist. Reassuring her, let us focus on our studies and secure good jobs after graduation. With effort, anything is achievable, right? Ruyan glanced at the ensemble, which she had designed, aptly named Passion. It featured a cropped black sweatshirt with no embellishments, save for rose embroidery on the sleeves, paired with a high-waisted tulle skirt adorned with petite gemstones. Checking the price tag, she hesitated before approaching the couple. Excuse me, miss, do you fancy this outfit? She inquired with a warm smile. The girl snapped back to reality, nodding. Yes, sister. Our school is hosting a performance, and I believe this outfit would perfectly complement my solo dance. However, the price is beyond my reach. The girl lowered her gaze. Aware that both she and her boyfriend were students relying on their parents' allowances, occasionally taking part-time jobs for pocket money, that a five-figure outfit was simply unattainable for them, and though she felt a twinge of regret, she bore no resentment. The boy, too, remained silent, accepting their current limitations without feeling diminished by them. He comfortingly ruffled the girl's hair, offering gentle words of solace. In a moment of reflection, Ruyan was reminded of her own struggles while studying abroad. Facing challenges alone, though she did not consider herself overly compassionate, the warmth of those she had encountered inspired her to extend kindness within her means. Dear sister, I would like to gift you this outfit. But could you promise to invite me to watch your performance? The girl, astonished, looked up at her in disbelief. Nearby, Zhang Qiao sighed, recognizing her friend's inherent softness. Is this appropriate? The girl finally responded, this dress is far too valuable. I cannot accept it. Ruyan smiled gently. How about you transfer me 88 yuan instead? Today marks my grand opening, and you would be my very first customer, which would bring me good fortune, though Ruyan was intent on making a profit from her studio. The girl before her evoked memories of her past self. You are beautiful. Wearing my creation on stage will surely promote my work. Li Pan glanced at Ruyan, torn between rationality and her inner desire to accept the offer. Sensing her hesitation, Ruyan continued. Would you mind tweeting about our store when you perform? Consider it a promotional fee. Once you graduate and earn your own income, you can return to purchase more at a permanent discount of 20%. Ruyan resolved to gift the dress to this girl, mindful of the small team working at the studio. She could not act recklessly. Any difference from the lifelong discount would be deducted from her personal account. She did not quite understand why she felt such an impulse to help this girl. Perhaps because someone had once lent her a hand during her own trials abroad. Li Pan opened her mouth, struggling to articulate a response to that moment. Zhou dispatched a staff member to wrap up the dress. Ruyan accepted the bag with a smile and handed it to Li Pan. Add me on WeChat. And just send me the 88 yuan transfer. Remember to notify me ahead of time when you wear this outfit for your performance. I'll be there to cheer you on. Li Pan hesitated for a long moment, reluctant to take the bag. Ruyan gently pressed it into her palm and opened the WeChat app to scan her QR code. Shall I add you? At this moment, her smile radiated brilliance, and her eyes possessed an entrancing hue. Li Pan was momentarily taken aback, nodded slightly, and then retrieved her phone to scan the QR code. Qin Ruyan swiftly added her on WeChat and provided her own phone number. Little sister, what is your name? The girl, regaining her composure, responded in a somewhat ethereal voice. Sister, my name is Li Pan. Qin Ruyan nodded, added a note to her contact, and then put her phone away with a smile. Li Pan, remember to send me an 88 renminbi transfer, along with the performance time and location. I have other matters to attend to, so you can look around some more. Please ensure your safety on your way back. She needed to head to the front desk to settle the payment. Li Pan nodded and added, "Thank you, sister, I will definitely promote your clothes." Qin Ruyan smiled and nodded, waving goodbye to the two of them before making her way to the front desk. She took out her phone and scanned the payment code. Completing a transaction, Zhang Xiao was somewhat awestruck and approached to pat Qin Ruyan on the shoulder. "Yin Yin, why are you being so kind to a girl you don't even know? Even I, your best friend, am feeling a bit jealous." Qin Ruyan chuckled, pinching her cheek playfully. "You are my best friend and also my dear sister-in-law. Who could possibly compare to you? I noticed that girl genuinely liked that outfit. Since we just opened, it's beneficial to have more channels for promotion. Moreover, I observed that although those two appeared somewhat inexperienced, they inherently carried a sense of pride. They don't begrudge their financial limitations, which is truly commendable. Their bond seems strong, and the boy doesn't blame his girlfriend for her preference for expensive clothing." Qin Ruyan's smile faded as she spoke earnestly. "And Xiao, you have extended me so much kindness and assistance. I wish to help others as much as I can. However, I must admit that today's decision was made without adequate consideration. The studio belongs to all of us, yet I made a unilateral decision. I assure you, this will be the only occasion." Zhang Xiao smiled. "That I invested simply because this is your studio. Yin that I never thought about sharing profits. Initially, I was concerned you might lack funding. In terms of studio decisions, your authority remains absolute." Chapter 72. In operation, Qin Ruyan merely smiled, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. Zhang Xiao reflected on her earlier fears of Qin Ruyan's finances and her intention to invest, realizing that her friend was far wealthier than she had imagined. As more customers filled the store, Qin Ruyan furrowed her brow. The noise was overwhelming and gave her a headache. Seizing a moment when no one was watching, she found Zhou Ying and pulled her aside. "Ying, I apologize for the burden I've placed on you these past few days. I truly feel sorry. I can't come every day. I'm in the process of hiring more staff, so you will have some help soon." She had many responsibilities and would primarily work behind the scenes on clothing designs, leaving Zhou Ying to manage the shop. After a moment of thought, she decided to give her a raise. Zhou Ying smiled and replied, "Sister Yan, just focus on your design sketches. Leave everything else to me. I've already taken 60 or 70 orders today, all for custom pieces." Zhou Ying had just graduated from university, and this was her first official job. Coming from the south, she had left home to study in the capital. Qin Ruyan offered her a generous salary, resolved her housing situation, and did not require her to pay rent, which made Zhou Ying feel indebted. She believed that working harder was the least she could do to repay Qin Ruyan and Zhang Qiao's kindness. Qin Ruyan was surprised. They had only been open for about an hour, and the lowest-priced garments started at 5 figures. Yet, they had already received so many orders. She had a substantial collection of design images, and alongside the displayed garments, she had prepared a catalog for customers to choose from. Hearing Zhou Ying's words, she felt a sense of relief. "It seemed to be a promising start. I will send you the design sketches when I return. You can also use the images you have. I noticed that your work is quite impressive." Previously, Zhou Ying had always been hesitant to share her designs, feeling they paled in comparison to Qin Ruyan's, but the garments on display were all based on Qin Ruyan's sketches. However, she could not guarantee how many designs she could produce weekly, as she had quite a bit on her plate. Given the opening day's success, she was confident that business would thrive in the future. Zhou Ying hesitated for a moment before softly suggesting, "Sister Yan, should I send you my designs for your review? I really feel they can't compare to yours." Qin Ruyan waved her hand dismissively. "Your style is simply different from mine. There's no need to compare quality." She glanced around at the growing crowd, her headache worsening. "That I should return to check how many images we have left. I need to send them to the tailor. We haven't found a manufacturing factory yet, and I worry about the quality. Once I'm less busy, I'll look into it." Zhou Ying nodded, watching Qin Ruyan and Zhang Qiao leave before returning to the front desk. She flipped through the order book, her eyes sparkling. She had found an incredible job that allowed her to utilize her talents while doing something she loved, all while earning a good salary. The best part was having 2 stunning bosses who were a delight to behold. Once outside, Qin Ruyan felt the air was less stifling. She took a deep breath. "Qiao, I need to make a trip to Beijing University. How do you want to handle it?" Cheng Yubai needed her blood sample, but she hesitated to go while Lu Jingchen was around. Zhang Qiao looked surprised. "Yin, what do you need to go there for?" Qin Ruyan thought for a moment, casually responding, "Just a small matter. It might take a little time." She checked her phone, noticing that Cheng Yubai had sent her the location half an hour ago. Then glanced at Zhang Qiao. Idio, you want to come with me? Zhang Qiao waved her hands. No, no. Since you have something to do, you should go ahead. I need to head home for a bit. Hearing this, Qin Ruyan paused, recalling that after their marriage certificate was issued, she had only visited Lu Jingchen's family once. Although some time had passed since their marriage, she felt it might be a bit remiss not to visit. Lowering her head, she messaged Lu Jingchen on WeChat, "I'll ask your brother if he is not busy. We can return home this afternoon. I can't believe I forgot. It's been so long since we last visited." Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Zhang Qiao chuckled. "I'll go back and tell Grandpa. He'll be thrilled to know you're coming home." Since Lu Jingchen took over the Lu family business, he had rarely returned home, often occupied with expanding the company. Most of the time, he stayed at Yujinjuan, and Grandpa Lu often lamented that he was an unfilial grandson for not visiting. Qin Ruyan nodded as she received a WeChat reply from Lu Jingchen. "See you at home then. Qiao, I'm heading off." She waved goodbye to Zhang Qiao, and they parted ways. Zhang Qiao called the family driver and went back into the store to wait. Qin Ruyan hailed a taxi, settled into the back seat, and adjusted her hat. "Driver, please take me to Beijing University." She provided the address and fell silent. The driver nodded and replied affirmatively as the car set off. 20 minutes later, they arrived at the entrance of Beijing University. Cheng Yubai had estimated the time and arrived 5 minutes early to wait for Qin Ruyan. Clad in a laboratory white coat, he stood tall and handsome, exuding a maturity uncommon for his age. Many students recognized him and greeted him politely, calling him Senior Cheng. Even those who did not know him were drawn to his striking appearance and unique aura. 5 minutes later, a taxi pulled up at the university entrance. After Qin Ruyan paid and stepped out, she immediately spotted Cheng Yubai standing nearby. She pressed her lips together, feeling a low pressure surrounding her. As her parents had once worked in the medical department at Beijing University, leading to her subconscious aversion to the place. Cheng Yubai approached with a smile. "Xiaoyan, why did you come alone today? Where is your legally recognized husband?" Qin Ruyan shot him a sidelong glance and smiled, her cool, beautiful eyes glimmering with a hint of frost, the smile not reaching her gaze. "If he were here, would you still dare to draw my blood?" Cheng Yubai suppressed his smile, acknowledging her point. If Lu Jingchen were present, he certainly wouldn't dare to have her provide a blood sample for research. He rubbed his nose and cleared his throat. "I was just worried you'd be anxious, so I thought I'd help ease your emotions." Qin Ruyan merely responded with a nonchalant "oh," and they proceeded toward the medical laboratory. "By the way, Xiaoyan, your husband seems quite nice. I met him once, and later, his assistant contacted me, saying that if I needed research funding in the future, I could reach out to him directly and not to use your money anymore." Cheng Yubai wore a smug smile, for Lu Jingchen was the richest man in the country. Qin Ruyan paused for a moment before regaining her composure. After some contemplation, she replied, "For that research, if you need funding, you can approach him, but for other research projects, if you run short on funds, I'll still transfer the money to you." Last time, Lu Jingchen mentioned that if Cheng Yubai ever lacked funds, he would step in to assist, allowing her to spend the money she earned as she pleased. That moment, Qin Ruyan dismissed it, thinking he was merely speaking offhandedly. Chapter 73. Special Research. Cheng Yubai furrowed his brow slightly. With Qin Ruyan's remark, he could surmise that the two must share some undisclosed secret. He hesitated to inquire further. Their acquaintance over the years had never involved prying into each other as private matters. "All right," Cheng Yubai smiled, tilting his head as he led the way. "Shall we head to the medical laboratory?" Qin Ruyan nodded, pulling her hat down a bit, her lowered eyelashes fluttering slightly. They made their way to the medical lab. And at this hour, the area was relatively devoid of people, as most had gone out for lunch. After about 10 minutes, they arrived at a building. Cheng Yubai approached the elevator, pressing the button. This new medical lab had been funded by Lu Jingchen. Equipped with various instruments, some of which were not even available in certain hospitals, he finished speaking and discreetly glanced at Qin Ruyan, who responded with a nonchalant Cheng Yubai frowned. He had assumed that Lu Jingchen's funding of the lab was for Qin Ruyan's benefit. Yet her reaction suggested otherwise. Moreover, during their last meeting at the CF, she had not elaborated much either. Today, she had come alone, and as Cheng Yubai pondered this, he inhaled deeply. "Xiaoyan, don't tell me Lu Jingchen is unaware of your situation?" he murmured, his expression a mix of disbelief and confusion. Why would Lu Jingchen invest so heavily in the lab if not for her? Qin Ruyan contemplated for a moment before the elevator arrived. stepping inside while Cheng Yubai remained momentarily outside. That I'm investigating my parents' matters. He has found out that I mentioned their inconclusive research, which now falls under your purview. Qin Ruyan was aware of Lu Jingchen's keen perception. The last time they met with Cheng Yubai, if she hadn't spoken up, he likely would have guessed the truth that it was better to be forthcoming, even if she concealed part of the story. What her parents had researched was indeed related to her case, though she had only discovered this later. As her words sank in, Cheng Yubai's mind shifted gears abruptly. No wonder Lu Jingchen had said he needed funds. If you don't come in soon, the elevator will close, Qin Ruyan kindly reminded him. Cheng Yubai snapped back to reality and stepped inside. He pressed the floor button and stood to the right of Qin Ruyan. Stealing a glance at her, her expression was cool and devoid of emotion. But he knew that the calmer she appeared on the surface, the more tumultuous her thoughts were beneath. He opened his mouth, but ultimately refrained from saying anything. In less than a minute, the elevator chimed as it reached their floor. Exiting the elevator, they entered a long, silent corridor enclosed entirely in glass, revealing the full extent of the floor at a glance. Qin Ruyan prided herself on her composure, yet she couldn't suppress her shock upon seeing the array of departments on this floor. This floor likely accommodates every department, doesn't it? Cheng Yubai, leading the way, chuckled softly. This floor is primarily for my use. Only when I occasionally require assistance from professors at Jingxing University's lab do they come by. Not long ago, Qin Shi visited for some inquiries with the medical faculty. Qin Ruyan, who had been lost in thought, suddenly snapped back to attention. You mean Qin Shi from Qin Pharmaceutical? Cheng Yubai shot her an exasperated look. Who else could it be? She had been investigating this matter, leveraging several connections. Despite her exhaustive efforts with the International Criminal Police Organization and various domestic channels, she had made little progress. Now, with Lu Jingchen and her uncle's family involved, the situation had become even more complicated. First, let us draw some blood. I have some urgent matters to attend to and cannot afford to delay, Qin Ruyan said, her tone brisk. Cheng Yubai hesitated briefly before nodding and guiding her to a special glass door. This room was rather unique. It was opaque from the outside, yet transparent from the inside. Qin Ruyan noticed a sign on the glass door. Head of Blood Research Center. Cheng Yubai. A notice on the door read that no one except Cheng Yubai was permitted entry into this laboratory. Cheng Yubai entered a code on the keypad and conducted a facial recognition scan before the door opened. They stepped inside, where an array of medical equipment awaited them. Qin Ruyan observed that this lab was likely larger than all the departments on this floor combined. Cheng Yubai approached the experimental table. While Qin Ruyan lingered at the entrance, he turned his head and spoke. Xiaoyan, come over, wash your hands, and disinfect that you'll need to wear a radiation protection suit. Qin Ruyan nodded and walked over. They washed their hands and sanitized them with medical alcohol. Cheng Yubai handed her a radiation protection suit before continuing. The instruments here are interconnected. Even if you activate one, others will sync to avoid radiation exposure. It's best to wear the protective suit. Qin Ruyan acknowledged and slowly donned the suit, following Cheng Yubai to a table filled with test tubes. She kicked a stool closer, sat down, and rolled up her sleeves. Her expression impassive. Let us get on with it. Cheng Yubai wished to say more, but seeing her impatience, he held his tongue that he thought it prudent not to provoke her, lest he find himself without funding or guidance when faced with obstacles. Qin Ruyan watched as Cheng Yubai donned sterile gloves and a mask, retrieving alcohol, cotton swabs, iodine, a tourniquet, blood collection needles, and 5 blood collection tubes. She lifted her gaze, catching his eye. Cheng Yubai paused. What's wrong? She shook her head, merely noting that he usually collected 3 tubes of blood from her. But this time, he was taking 5 that Qin Ruyan observed coldly as Cheng Yubai completed the blood draw. After he finished, she produced a band-aid from her pocket, tore off the cotton tip from the swab, pressed it against the freshly drawn spot, and swiftly applied the band-aid. Cheng Yubai watched her fluid motions. Momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. Chuckling, you haven't changed at all. Afterward, he turned off the equipment and brought her blood to the experimental table. Qin Ruyan removed the radiation suit and approached the door, donning her cap before turning back. Regardless of what Qin Shi and Lu Jingchen inquire about regarding me, I ask you to keep this matter confidential. Having known each other for several years, it was the first time she had broached such a topic. Cheng Yubai understood her character. She would swallow her troubles rather than burden others. However, as he met her expressionless gaze, he found himself at a loss for words. Cheng Yubai nodded. Qin Ruyan's lips curled slightly. Thank you. Please help me open the door. Entry and exit from this laboratory required Cheng Yubai's direct action. Chapter 74. Confusion. Has Lu Xiao been unmasked? Cheng Yubai opened the door for her, and Qin Ruyan stepped outside. Behind her, he cautiously added, Xiaoyan, sometimes you don't have to keep everything bottled up inside. Qin Ruyan paused momentarily, not looking back, and waved her hand over her shoulder as she exited. Cheng Yubai sighed in resignation, knowing that because he understood her well, he also knew that her decisions were not easily swayed. As Qin Ruyan emerged from the medical research building, the entire campus of Jingxing University felt desolate. With autumn's arrival, the leaves had turned yellow and fallen, enveloping her in a low-pressure atmosphere that increased her agitation, making her feel on the verge of an outburst. It was at this moment that Lu Jingchen's call came through. She retrieved her phone from her pocket and answered. Where are you? I'll come pick you up. Lu Jingchen had received her message earlier, wherein she mentioned that if there were no engagements that evening, she would return to the old residence for dinner. As her grandfather had been persistently asking about their visit for several days, he reflected that it had indeed been a while since he last went back. And after finishing his work in the office, he called her down on the other end of the line. Lu Jingchen's deep yet gentle voice seemed to soften Qin Ruyan's rising emotions. Should I wait for you at the company? I'll take a cab over. I have some matters to attend to at Jingxing University. Lu Jingchen frowned at this, having recently encountered Cheng Yubai. He found Qin Ruyan's explanation quite convincing. Moreover, with Qin Zhaoyang and Qin Shi investigating the matter, he hadn't sensed anything amiss at the time. However, upon further reflection, Cheng Yubai's involvement raised suspicions. He decided to look into it personally later. It's not far from the old residence. Find a spot to wait for me, and I'll come pick you up. Lu Jingchen concluded that it would be quicker to go directly to her than for her to wait. Qin Ruyan saw no reason to argue, as it was indeed difficult to hail a cab at this hour. All right, I'll find a milk tea shop to wait for you. After hanging up, Qin Ruyan made her way toward the campus entrance. Feeling unfamiliar with both the university and its surroundings, she activated the navigation system and found a nearby milk tea shop, just a 6 or 7 minute walk away. She sent the location to Lu Jingchen and stepped outside. 20 minutes later, Lu Jingchen's car came to a halt across from the milk tea shop. Before he could call Qin Ruyan, she emerged from the shop, cradling a cup of milk tea in one hand and a duckbill cap in the other. Today, she wore her hair down, casually cascading over her shoulders, dressed in a black and white checkered shirt with the hem tucked neatly into her trousers, complemented by a pair of jeans that accentuated her slender waist and straight legs. Lu Jingchen raised an eyebrow as he watched her approach at a leisurely pace. He opened the passenger door for her, and after she settled in, he fastened her seatbelt. His hand brushed against her cup of milk tea, prompting Qin Ruyan to glance at him with a hint of suspicion. What are you doing? Lu Jingchen chuckled softly, recalling that she was likely nearing her menstrual cycle, and he was merely checking whether she had opted for hot milk tea dough. Qin Ruyan replied, surprised, I didn't know you were so knowledgeable. Lu shouted. He withdrew his hand, gripping the steering wheel with both hands. His gaze fixed ahead as he casually remarked, whether I know or not, isn't it you, Yinner, who should have the most authority on the matter? A splash of yellow paint flickered across Qin Ruyan's mind, and she shut her eyes momentarily to dispel the intrusive thoughts that I'm a bit tired. I'll take a short nap. Wake me when we arrive. It was a classic avoidance tactic, and Lu Jingchen was accustomed to her way of handling things. He responded with a patient hum, lowering the music volume. There's a blanket in the back. You can cover yourself if it gets cold. Since he was driving, he couldn't reach back to fetch it for her. Qin Ruyan acknowledged with a hum, leaning back to retrieve the blanket, wrapping it around herself before closing her eyes to rest. The red light. Lu Jingchen stole a glance at her. She had been busy at her studio, working late almost every night, and it showed. There were faint dark circles under her eyes, a testament to her fatigue. He gently touched her face. It felt a bit cold, prompting him to raise the car's air conditioning slightly before resuming their journey once the light turned green. 40 minutes later, they arrived at the Lu residence. Lu Jingchen's phone, placed in the holder, lit up briefly. With remarkable speed, he silenced the incoming call before it rang. He stepped out quietly, pushing the driver's door slightly ajar, careful not to make noise that might awaken her. After taking a few steps away, he returned the call. What's the matter? On the other end, the program had just disembarked from a flight. Surprised by Lu Jingchen's cool demeanor after such a long absence, he quickly shifted focus to a more pressing issue. I've received information. You know who the old man directed you to investigate last time? His tone was tinged with arrogance, anticipating Lu Jingchen's interest. However, Lu Jingchen's disinterest was palpable as he replied flatly, "Who?" This reaction was not what the program had anticipated. The program hesitated for several seconds before speaking, suggesting that it might have been someone from the International Criminal Police Organization who had taken action. Lu Jingchen tightened his grip on the phone, his voice becoming tense. "Are you certain?" Since he had withdrawn from that world years ago. The International Criminal Police Organization had not delved into many obscure cases, their reputation diminished. Could it be that a new member with superior hacking skills had joined? The program chuckled. The old man mentioned it personally. And he even traced the IP address. Unfortunately, the final location turned out to be our base in H country. It's clear someone intercepted and altered the information midway. Lu Jingchen nodded thoughtfully. His lashes lowered in contemplation that he realized that the only people left who could evade his scrutiny were likely those associated with the International Criminal Police Organization. He intended to say more, but sensing movement in the car, he guessed that Qin Ruyan was waking up. With a sigh, he ended the call. If there's anything, come to the office tomorrow to discuss it. I'll hang up now. He closed the phone and returned to the passenger side, taking her hand gently to assist her out. "Have we arrived? Why didn't you wake me?" she asked, aware that she could be a bit grumpy upon waking. Though the time and place were hardly conducive to such feelings, Lu Jingchen brushed his fingers against the corner of her eye. "You looked so peaceful while sleeping that I couldn't bear to wake you. Besides, it's still early. There's no rush." Noticing the faint darkness under her eyes, he felt discomfort. They hadn't been intimate for a while, and she seemed excessively fatigued from her relentless drawing sessions. "I see your studio is progressing quite well. Are you short on staff? Do you need another designer? I can recommend someone." He recalled a designer from the Lu family who frequently crafted his clothing. Thinking it might ease her burden. Chapter 75. Heartbeat 1. Qin Ruyan shook her head. "I'm already in the process of hiring. I didn't expect the opening to receive such a positive response. My studio's Weibo account gained over 10,000 followers today alone, all requesting new designs and offering to wait for pre-dash orders." Lu Jingchen didn't press her further, interlacing his fingers with hers. They walked inside together. In the living room, Zhang Xiao had informed Lu Maoxian in advance about their return, and the old man was in high spirits, sipping tea while occasionally glancing toward the entrance. Zhang Xiao smiled and said, "Grandpa, thankfully my sister-in-law suggested coming back to see you and our parents, which is why my brother returned." The old man chuckled. "Your brother is different now that he is married. My granddaughter-in-law is quite exceptional." As Lu Jingchen and Qin Ruyan reached the door, they overheard this remark. That he raised an eyebrow, casting a glance at Zhang Xiao. Qin Ruyan cleared her throat, concerned that Zhang Xiao might continue praising her and speaking ill of her brother, potentially costing her some pocket money. They stepped inside, and the old man was the first to notice them. He rose from the sofa, beaming as he approached. "You're back. Come, sit down." He took Qin Ruyan's hand. Guiding her toward the sofa, Lu Jingchen released her hand and followed behind. "Grandpa, I've been quite busy lately and haven't had the chance to visit," Qin Ruyan said apologetically. Ever since they registered their marriage, she had been preoccupied with the studio and investigating her parents' affairs, leaving her little time to check in on the elderly man. The old man waved his hand dismissively. "You young folks have your own affairs to attend to. Just remember to visit when you have the time." He didn't direct a single smile toward Lu Jingchen, instead engaging in conversation solely with Qin Ruyan. His granddaughter-in-law was beautiful, polite, and sent him morning greetings on WeChat daily. Far more considerate than Lu Jingchen, his own grandson. Lu Jingchen observed the interaction with mild amusement, taking a seat beside Zhang Xiao. She stiffened momentarily, eliciting a chuckle from him. He glanced at the two women enjoying their conversation before lowering his head to speak softly. "Has Ji Feng stopped bothering you lately?" He had come to know of the connection between his sister and his good friend. Zhang Xiao's expression turned dismal as she looked at him. "Brother, my dear brother, can you assist me? I barely dare to step outside anymore." Whenever she spent too much time outside, Ji Feng's associates would inevitably find her and relay information back to him. Leaving her thoroughly frightened, Lu Jingchen straightened up, tapping his fingers on his thigh, remaining silent. Zhang Xiao, perceptive as ever, poured him a cup of tea and placed it before him. "Brother, have some water first." Lu Jingchen glanced at her, accepting the cup and taking a sip before responding nonchalantly. "Our Lu family has always been bold in our actions, Since you dared to sleep with someone while intoxicated, why not take responsibility? Zhang Qiao couldn't help but twitch her lips. But I'm the one suffering here. I didn't even ask him to take responsibility, yet he has the audacity to seek mine? Lu Jingchen set the cup down on the table before continuing. Your reasoning is flawed that if you don't want him to take responsibility, it implies you believe you haven't been wronged. However, if Jifeng insists on you being responsible, it seems he is the one at a loss. Zhang Qiao opened her mouth, suddenly realizing that her brother had taken the opposing stance, deciding against further argument. She fell silent. Lu Jingchen smiled, recognizing that his sister was merely caught in the throes of her own emotions. He understood clearly that if she had no feelings for Jifeng, she wouldn't be so easily manipulated. Outside, Lu Huijin and Zhang Wanyu received word from their daughter that their son and daughter-in-law were on their way. They hurriedly made their way back. It's all your fault. I told you to leave earlier. But you wouldn't listen. Now Jingchen and Ruyan have already arrived. Zhang Wanyu chided her husband upon seeing the familiar car parked outside. Lu Huijin chuckled helplessly that I've been too busy recently. And yesterday I stayed up late. Yao mentioned it at the last minute. I'll be more mindful of the time in the future. Don't be angry. The kids are here, so please keep some face for me in front of them. Having been married for many years, their relationship was deep and affectionate. Lu Huijin had been busy with work in his younger years, often feeling he owed Zhang Wanyu. But now that they lived alone together, they would visit the old man during the day and return home at night. Zhang Wanyu merely pretended to be angry, knowing full well she couldn't truly stay mad at him. Fine, just be more careful in the future. I'll be magnanimous this time and let it slide. Lu Huijin lowered his head and smiled, then took her hand as they walked inside. As they entered, they found Qin Ruyan playing chess with the old gentleman, while Lu Jingchen sat beside her, and Zhang Qiao was next to the old man. They exchanged a knowing smile and approached. It was rare for Dad to encounter a worthy opponent. Lu Huijin stepped forward and glanced at the chessboard. Although they were not well acquainted with Qin Ruyan, they had no doubts about their son's judgment. They bore no prejudices regarding social status, especially considering their son had only recently blossomed at the age of 29. They were simply delighted. The couple's impression of Qin Ruyan was still rooted in their first encounter. Her beauty was evident, and her every gesture spoke of impeccable upbringing. Her clear, bright eyes drew people in. Yet if she chose not to engage, one could not breach her space. Moreover, their little rascal was quite smitten with this girl. Zhang Qiao had never held such high praise for any girl in years. She still recalled how, after the couple registered their marriage, her daughter remarked that marrying Yin was indeed a stroke of good fortune for her brother. Watching her play chess with the old gentleman now, her moves were decisively sharp and perfectly timed, yet she never took the lead, always maintaining a slight disadvantage of half a step or a single piece. He chuckled to himself, admiring his daughter-in-law's intelligence. Grandfather, you've won again. Qin Ruyan sighed in relief as the final piece fell into place. It was a challenging feat. She couldn't win outright, yet losing too badly was also not an option. The old man chuckled. Having witnessed many players over the years, it was clear to him that she was intentionally yielding to him. Qin Ruyan stood up slightly, bowed her head, and greeted Lu Huijin and Zhang Wanyu, saying, Dad, Mom. They nodded in acknowledgement, with Zhang Wanyu stepping forward to affectionately grasp her hand. I had planned to take you out shopping, but Yao mentioned that you two have been busy with your studio. So I didn't want to intrude. Qin Ruyan felt a twinge of guilt. I should have come to see you. I've been quite occupied lately. Zhang Wanyu smiled. You two go about your business. Just send me a WeChat or call when you have time, and we'll go shopping together. She was thoroughly pleased with Qin Ruyan. She was beautiful, polite, and now part of their family. Qin Ruyan nodded, promising to accompany her for shopping once her schedule settled. After a brief conversation, the aunt emerged, announcing, Old Master, it's time for dinner. Lu Maoxian nodded, instructing everyone to sit down to eat, suggesting they discuss matters after the meal. They washed their hands before taking their seats. The old man occupied the main seat, with Lu Jingchen and Qin Ruyan to his right, and Lu Huijin and his wife to his left. Zhang Qiao hesitated before taking a seat next to Qin Ruyan, glancing at her brother. Seeing his expression was normal, she settled beside her sister La. Lu Jingchen naturally offered her a piece of rib, then peeled a few garlic lobster tails for her, placing them in her bowl. Qin Ruyan found this routine comfortable. Though the others were somewhat taken aback, the old man chuckled and picked up a chopstick of greens before cheerfully suggesting, Why not stay here for the night? It's rare for you to return. And Jingchen's room is always ready. The aunt just changed the bedding today. Although he often feigned disdain for this grandson, at his age, he still yearned for companionship, especially since his son and daughter-in-law rarely stayed with him. And Lu Jingchen and Zhang Qiao seldom visited. Qin Ruyan paused, instinctively glancing at Lu Jingchen. He had just finished peeling another shrimp and casually fed it to her, then wiped his hands with a napkin. Why are you looking at me like that? Aren't we supposed to visit Uncle tomorrow? Since it's on the way, why not stay here? After contemplating for a moment, Qin Ruyan realized she hadn't visited Qin Zhaoyang and the others for several days. She nodded, turning to the old man to say, "All right, grandfather, we'll stay here tonight." The old man raised his water cup, taking a sip and expressing his delight with repeated affirmations. "Ruyan, do you have any clothes from your studio that would suit me?" Zhang Wanyu recalled her daughter-in-law and daughter's clothing studio and mentioned that she frequently attended banquets with Lu Huijin. While they were no longer involved in Lu's affairs, they still had many social engagements. Qin Ruyan set down her chopsticks, reflecting briefly before responding. "Currently, the clothes at the shop are more casual, which may not be to your taste. However, I can design some custom pieces for you. Shall I sketch some designs for you to review?" Carefully choosing her words, she added, "Although I may not have much renown yet, the styles I design and the fabrics I use are of impeccable quality, even without a luxury brand logo." Zhang Wanyu smiled. "Then perhaps I can visit your store another day." She had seen their studio's Weibo account while browsing and had even followed it, learning about the trending topics and reading numerous positive reviews. Qin Ruyan nodded. "I'll have the designs ready in a few days. When you're available, we can take your measurements at the shop." Meanwhile, Lu Jingchen furrowed his brow. She had been burning the midnight oil for days, tirelessly sketching, yet since his mother had a good relationship with her, he refrained from interrupting their conversation. After finishing dinner, the aunt cleared the table. "Ruyan, last time you came in such a rush, you didn't get a proper tour of the house. Did you? Let Jingchen show you around. It'll help digest your meal." Upon hearing his mother's words, Lu Jingchen looked up and smiled. "I'll take her for a quick tour before we come back." Qin Ruyan nodded in agreement, exchanging pleasantries with everyone before Lu Jingchen took her hand and led her outside. Behind them, Zhang Wanyu tugged at Zhang Qiao's hand, saying, "Yao Yao, show me the clothes from your store." She felt that Qin Ruyan had been overly modest. She had seen the glowing customer reviews online. Zhang Qiao smiled at her mother's enthusiasm. "Mom, the clothes my sister-in-law designed have all sold out. Currently, there are over 60 or 70 orders for her previous designs, which were booked up on the opening day. Furthermore, didn't you notice, just now, when my sister-in-law mentioned preparing design sketches for you? My brother shot her a jealous look that I heard my sister-in-law say. She had spent many sleepless nights working on those designs. My brother must have felt neglected, and just when he thought he could have her attention again. She's now busy with your designs." Zhang Qiao recalled her brother's expression and felt a shiver. What could be more terrifying than inciting a jealous maniac? Not only was he jealous of his little sister, but also of his own mother. Zhang Wanyu gasped, realizing that her daughter-in-law creating designs for her might delay her chances of becoming a grandmother. Outside, Lu Jingchen led her to a small courtyard, which had been recently renovated while preserving the ancient architecture. "Would you like to take a look, Yinner?" Qin Ruyan, holding his hand, ambled alongside him. Sure. She had eaten a bit too much at dinner. A leisurely stroll would help her digest. Lu Jingchen guided her through a corridor to a quiet path lined with several guest rooms. Qin Ruyan tilted her head and asked, "Is anyone living across from us?" Lu Jingchen lowered his voice. "No, it's unoccupied, but someone comes to clean regularly. Grandfather used to live here, but it's not convenient for him anymore." After pondering for a moment, Qin Ruyan understood the implication of his words. Indeed, the elderly gentleman had difficulty navigating the distance from the guest rooms to the main courtyard. She simply acknowledged, "Oh, does grandfather have regular health checkups?" With such a large company as Lu's, there should be a dedicated medical team for employee health assessments. Lu Jingchen nodded. He gets his checkups at the affiliated hospital of Capital University every year, which is also one reason why I invested in the medical research building there. Qin Ruyan smiled. "Then you should ensure Dr. Cheng Yubai conducts his checkups. He has the best medical skills." Lu Jingchen frowned, pulling her hand and turning to press her against the wall, holding her chin with one hand as he leaned in to kiss her. Qin Ruyan was taken aback by the suddenness of his kiss. After a moment of surprise, she pushed him away. He, however, was not easily satisfied and nibbled her lip before releasing her. "Praising another man in front of your husband. His voice was low and slightly dangerous. Qin Ruyan stared at the ground for a while before finally meeting his gaze. I was merely stating a fact. Dr. Qing is skilled, but in other aspects, he pales in comparison to you. He's neither as handsome nor as wealthy. Lu Jingchen raised an eyebrow. So, do you prefer my looks or my wealth? Qin Ruyan chuckled. How about I appreciate both your looks and your wealth? He surrendered completely, wrapping his arm around her shoulders as they continued walking. All right, then I shall take good care of my looks and guard my wealth, so you won't be tempted by anyone else. Feeling somewhat drowsy, Qin Ruyan nodded slightly. Her recent sleep schedule had been rather irregular, resulting in her getting less rest than usual. Additionally, after having several vials of blood drawn by Cheng Yubai today, she felt her energy levels were not at their best. Lu Jingchen guided her to take a shortcut through a small path towards the living room. Shall we rest now? Since you came on short notice, I'm not sure if Auntie has prepared your pajamas. If not, you may borrow mine for the time being. She appeared exceedingly fatigued, with faint dark circles under her eyes and a hint of redness in the whites. She replied with a soft refraining from further conversation as they entered the living room, exchanged greetings with a few people, and then ascended the stairs that in the bedroom. Auntie had thoughtfully laid out pajamas for her atop the duvet. She approached, picked up the clothing, and made her way to the bathroom, while Lu Jingchen settled onto the sofa in the bedroom to await her return. 10 minutes later, Qin Ruyan emerged, having opted not to wash her hair today. Appearing somewhat disheveled, Lu Jingchen walked towards the bathroom with her pajamas, informing her that she need not wait for him before stepping inside. Qin Ruyan pressed her lips together, having had no intention of waiting for him in the first place. She took out her phone, sent a message, then silenced her device and placed it on the bedside table. Lifting the covers, she lay down in bed, shifting slightly to make space for him. By the time Lu Jingchen exited, she had already fallen asleep. He approached her, observing that her sleeping position was quite proper, limbs tucked comfortably under the covers. Yet whenever she was beside him, she instinctively nestled closer to him. He slipped under the covers, and as he drew near, she unconsciously shifted towards him. Having abstained from intimacy for several days due to her preoccupation with design sketches, Lu Jingchen found himself reminiscing about the redness in her eyes and the dark circles beneath them. Letting out a resigned sigh, suppressing the sudden surge of desire, he tightened his embrace around her. In her slumber, Qin Ruyan instinctively grasped the fabric of his sleepwear, her previously furrowed brow now relaxing. Lu Jingchen recalled the early days of their marriage when he had gone on a business trip, and she had jokingly mentioned that she could not sleep without him. Lowering his gaze to her sleeping form for a long moment, he softly mused, "Have you begun to develop feelings for me?" Naturally, the already slumbering Qin Ruyan offered no reply. After turning off the light, he held her close and soon fell asleep himself. The following day, Qin Ruyan's phone had been silenced, and she had turned off her alarm clock, as Lu Jingchen had deemed the alarm time too early. He woke first, having also disabled his alarm, as they were headed to Qin Zheyang's residence today. Not needing to rush to the office, he glanced down at Qin Ruyan, who was still asleep, and after a moment's hesitation, he quietly slipped out of bed, changed in the bathroom, and gently closed the door behind him as he descended the stairs. In the living room, Lu Huijin and Zhang Wanyu had also stayed over, making the rare occasion when their entire family was gathered at the old residence, much to the old patriarch's delight. "Brother, hasn't my sister-in-law risen yet?" Zhang Qiao was the first to notice her brother's arrival, glancing at the time. "Goodness, it's nearly 9. Did you have a particularly intense night?" Lu Jingchen entered the living room, poured himself a glass of water, and greeted his grandfather, father, and mother in turn before settling onto the sofa to sip his drink. "She hasn't been sleeping well lately. Let her rest a bit longer. We are visiting her uncle today, so no need to plan for lunch." He did not miss the inquisitive look from his sister. The old patriarch nodded, then recalled that the family had yet to visit since the couple's marriage. Having recently warmed up to Lu Jingchen due to marrying into the family, the old man now regarded him with a hint of disapproval. "How can you say that? It's been so long since your wedding. And you haven't arranged for us to meet your in-laws." He set his cup down with a thud. Lu Jingchen rubbed his temples. "Grandfather, Uncle has been rather busy lately, and Ruyan currently has no plans for a wedding ceremony. Before she establishes her fashion studio, she prefers to keep our relationship under wraps. How can I arrange a meeting under these circumstances?" The old man paused, processing his words, and then spoke with less conviction. "If it is Ruyan's wish, we shall defer to her, but the necessary formalities must not be overlooked. You are indeed visiting the Qin family today, correct?" Remember to bring ample gifts, Lu Jingchen chuckled softly. Noting that it was only now, after Ruyan's insistence, that the old man was paying heed, the patriarch raised his chin defiantly. Even if Ruyan hasn't visited me, she still sends me messages every morning. What about you? Count how many times you return to the old residence in a month. Lu Jingchen nodded, promising to visit more often in the future, which finally pleased the old man. Upstairs, barely 2 minutes after Lu Jingchen left, Qin Ruyan awoke, finding the bed empty. She glanced at her phone on the nightstand. In the next moment, she threw off the covers and headed to the bathroom. It was nearly 9. Why hadn't Lu Jingchen called her? On her first night staying here, she had overslept, especially with elders in the house. Feeling vexed, she brushed her teeth and noticed that the redness in her eyes had significantly diminished, realizing that Lu Jingchen had intended for her to rest well. She recalled how he had not disturbed her the previous night after so many days of abstaining. Vaguely, she remembered a low voice whispering sweet nothings in her ear, but she had been too tired to catch the words. After brushing her teeth and washing her face, she hurried downstairs. At the foot of the stairs, she spotted several people seated on the sofa in the living room. Slowly, she descended, feeling somewhat shy as she greeted them. Upon seeing her, Lu Jingchen frowned slightly and approached, taking her hand and guiding her to the sofa. Aren't you going to sleep a bit longer? Qin Ruyan shook her head. I've slept enough. I feel like I've made up for the late nights spent on my design sketches, and I'm no longer tired. Lu Jingchen nodded in agreement. In the kitchen, Annie had prepared breakfast for them, and upon noticing that the couple was awake, she brought the meal to the table. Lu Jingchen rose from the sofa, taking her hand as they made their way to the dining table. Let us eat first. We need to head to your uncle's house soon. Okay, Qin Ruyan replied, following him past the scrutinizing gaze of the old patriarch. Behind them, the old man struggled to comprehend the transformation of his once aloof grandson. How was it that he was so affectionate towards his wife, yet so indifferent to him, his grandfather? Chapter 78. Watching the performance 1. Li Pan's entrance, Zhang Qiao shook her head habitually. Her brother had completely changed since marrying. After breakfast, they bid farewell to everyone and returned to the Qin family home. In the Qin family living room, Qin Zhaoyang and Xin Ming were seated on the sofa, having decided not to go to the office today. Yesterday, Qin Ruyan mentioned she would be returning with Lu Jingchen, marking their first visit together post-marriage, though Lu Jingchen was now his niece's husband. Qin Zhaoyang still felt somewhat awkward around him. As the couple entered, hand in hand, Lu Jingchen carried several gifts in one hand. Upon seeing them, Qin Zhaoyang stood up from the sofa, his face breaking into a warm smile. Uncle, Auntie, Lu Jingchen greeted first, and Qin Zhaoyang responded with a smile, glancing at the items he was carrying with a puzzled expression. Why are you bringing gifts to my house? Qin Ruyan smiled. We had planned to visit earlier, but I've been too occupied lately, leading us to today. Traditionally, it seems one should return to their family shortly after marriage, but my schedule has kept me from doing so. Qin Zhaoyang waved his hand dismissively. Given how busy Jingchen is with work, there is no need to adhere to such formalities. Please, sit down. The group settled onto the sofa, just as Xin Ming returned with several cups of tea. Is your brother not home today? Qin Ruyan inquired, scanning the room for Qin Shi. Qin Zhaoyang sipped his tea and chuckled at her question. Your brother has been quite busy lately, frequently visiting the medical department at Jingchen University. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. This. Lu Jingchen subtly raised his gaze, observing Qin Ruyan, who appeared slightly flustered. How wonderful it would be if I had a sister-in-law, she mused, suspecting that Qin Shi might be visiting Chengyu Bai. As he had mentioned his frequent trips there recently, Qin Zhaoyang chuckled. Let it happen naturally. Your brother is not in a hurry, and I won't pressure him. You young people know your own pace. It is not for me to dictate. Lu Jingchen nodded, agreeing with his uncle's sentiment. Qin Ruyan noticed the rapport between the two and decided to remain silent, picking up her phone to check messages. She saw a new message from Li Pan. Sister, I will be performing tonight at the Student Arts Center at Jingchen University. Will you be able to come? Qin Ruyan pondered for a moment before gently tugging at Lu Jingchen's shirt hem. Lu Jingchen lowered his head, his warm and gentle gaze fixed upon her. What is it? He inquired. I have a younger acquaintance who has invited me to watch her performance at Jingchen University this evening. Would you accompany me? She asked. Initially, she had intended to attend alone, but since Lu Jingchen was present, she decided to seek his opinion. Lu Jingchen nodded. I have no other commitments today. You may arrange accordingly. She responded with a soft mm, and picked up her phone to reply to a WeChat message. The Student Union Center of Jingchen University. Li Pan smiled upon receiving Qin Ruyan's message. As a member of the Cultural and Arts Department of the Student Union and a computer science major, she felt compelled to attend the school anniversary performance, especially since the computer science department was predominantly male and she held a leadership position in the student union. After exchanging pleasantries with the student union president, she stepped outside. Today, she had arranged to meet Gu Zhe for lunch at this moment. Qin Shi had just arrived at the entrance of Jingchen University and sent a WeChat message to Cheng Yubai. Their acquaintance was relatively new, but due to Lu Jingchen's connections, he found it quite convenient to navigate the medical department at Jingchen University, where many professors offered him a degree of favor. Li Pan emerged from the student union center, and as they brushed past each other at the entrance, Qin Shi turned to glance at her figure, smiling subtly. What a pretty girl. She seems quite spirited. He mused, shaking his head as he walked towards the medical building. Li Pan maintained her focus as she headed towards the subway station, realizing she had left home a bit late and had spent nearly half an hour at the student union. Time was of the essence. She initially planned to take a taxi but feared the traffic. After a moment's contemplation, she decided the subway would suffice, being just 2 stops away and taking a little over 10 minutes. She messaged Gu Zhe. They agreed to meet at a hot pot restaurant not far from Jingchen University. When Li Pan arrived, Gu Zhe had been waiting for quite a while that he stood to take her bag and her coat. Take your time. No need to rush, he said. Taking her hand as they settled at a table, he casually tucked a stray hair behind her ear. That I was delayed at the student union. Sorry for keeping you waiting, she said playfully. They had been together for nearly 2 years, their bond deepening. Though Gu Zhe studied at another university over 10 kilometers away, limiting their meetings to weekends or holidays, I just arrived a little earlier. I ordered a Inyang pot. I've already chosen some dishes. Let me know if you want to add anything, he said, sliding the menu towards her. Li Pan glanced at it, marked a few items with a pen, and handed it back to Gu Zhe. He noted that she had only added 1 meat dish, with the rest being vegetables. He placed the order at the door and rang the bell for the waiter to collect the menu. He took a seat and smiled at Li Pan. Why the preference for vegetables today? Li Pan shook her head. There's a performance at school this evening, so I wanted something lighter for lunch. I'll have the clear soup pot. The spicy one can be overwhelming. After consuming a spicy hot pot, she always felt there was a lingering odor. Despite showering and changing, Gu Zhe nodded, pouring her a glass of warm water. Aren't you going to invite me to watch? Li Pan lifted her cup to take a sip, then looked at him with a smile. That aren't you supposed to be out socializing with your advisor tonight? Gu Zhe, majoring in finance and nearing graduation, was preparing for graduate school entrance exams. His advisor valued him and often included him in suitable occasions, a testament to his diligence throughout university. He chuckled. If I finish early, may I come find you? Li Pan lowered her eyelashes. Although they had been together for 2 years, their relationship had not progressed into overly intimate territory. His words held a hint of flirtation. But she found no fault in them. If you finish early, just send me a message, and I'll wait for you. All right, Gu Zhe said, moving to sit across from her. At that moment, the waiter knocked and entered. Bringing the hot pot, he gently guided Li Pan to the side as the pot was placed on the table, only releasing her once it was settled. Li Pan smiled at him. How thoughtful of you. Gu Zhe raised an eyebrow, placing some of her favorite meat and vegetables into the clear soup pot. Isn't that only to be expected? Li Pan exclaimed softly, taking a sip of the hot tea while her gaze fixated on the meat in the pot. Chapter 79. Watching the performance too ambiguous, Gu Zhe chuckled, serving her some cooked meat. Their meal progressed swiftly. After settling the bill, he accompanied Li Pan back to Jingchen University before taking his leave. Li Pan watched his departing figure until it vanished from sight before turning to enter her dormitory. She gathered some clean clothes, washed her hair, and took a shower, realizing it was nearly 3 o'clock. The school anniversary performance began at 6, and she needed to prepare at the student union. Li Pan retrieved the outfit Qin Ruyan had gifted her from her suitcase, placed it in a bag, and headed out of her dorm towards the student union center. After having lunch at the Qin family residence, Qin Ruyan and Lu Jingchen returned to their room for a brief nap. She had been feeling rather fatigued lately. Lu Jingchen engaged in a discussion with Qin Zhaoyang in the living room, analyzing recent market examples and sharing his insights. Qin Zhaoyang nodded in agreement. Acknowledging the rapid changes in the business world, despite his extensive experience, he sometimes found himself lacking in foresight due to his age, often hesitating in decision-making. Lu Jingchen's analysis illuminated many previously perplexing points for him, making him feel enlightened. Qin Zheng took a sip of tea, then set down the cup, smiling as he remarked, "It's no wonder that the Lu group has expanded significantly under your stewardship in just a few short years. The remarkable part is that Lu Jingchen is still so young that he felt a sense of relief that there were no conflicting interests between Qin Pharmaceutical and the Lu group, as Lu Jingchen had continually supported the growth of small enterprises. Otherwise, he would have genuinely feared for the future of Qin Pharmaceutical. Lu Jingchen shook his head. "Uncle, you exaggerate. It was my grandfather's good fortune to establish the Lu group during a favorable period for national enterprises. My father managed the company for decades. Their contributions are paramount that I merely inherited a thriving legacy." Qin Zheng chose not to elaborate further, simply smiling. His nephew-in-law was capable, assertive, and visionary, yet remarkably humble. Upstairs, Qin Ruyan awoke near 4 o'clock to find Lu Jingchen seated beside her. Engrossed in his laptop, she turned over and shifted, resting her head on his thigh, mumbling, "What are you doing?" Lu Jingchen was reviewing some documents sent to him, his expression somewhat cold as he focused on the screen. Hearing her voice, he paused, reining in his emotions as he looked down at her resting on him, closing his laptop and pinching her ear gently. "Just reviewing some files. Have you woken up?" Qin Ruyan responded with a "I'm nearly ready. I need to head to Jingchen University shortly." Lu Jingchen smiled. "Would you like to get up first?" She furrowed her brow, slightly displeased. "What's wrong with lying down?" He chuckled helplessly. "It's just that this position might be misinterpreted. I might think you were trying to seduce me." Qin Ruyan froze momentarily before realizing how close she was to an inappropriate position. She quickly sat up, touched her nose, and vaguely stated, "I just woke up. My mind is a bit hazy. It's about time. Let us tidy up and head out." Leaving Lu Jingchen's side, she lifted the covers and entered the bathroom to wash her face. Behind her, Lu Jingchen sighed as he glanced down. After descending the stairs, they greeted Qin Zheng and his wife before departing. As usual, Lu Jingchen held her hand as they walked to the parking lot. He opened the passenger door for her, and once she was seated, he returned to the driver's seat. "Are you eager to go? Should we grab a cup of milk tea first?" Lu Jingchen asked while fastening her seatbelt. Qin Ruyan nodded. "Let us get 2 cups of milk tea. Please. 2 cups of strawberry bubble tea, 1 with full sugar and 1 with half. Lu Jingchen smiled. "Are you planning to share one with me?" Qin Ruyan chuckled. "It's for Li Pan. She mentioned she would be performing a dance and would likely need to manage her weight, so I thought a half-sugar option would suffice." Lu Jingchen glanced at her waist. "How come you can drink full sugar without gaining weight and still look so slender?" Qin Ruyan shrugged nonchalantly. "Perhaps it's just my light physique." Lu Jingchen found her reasoning somewhat convincing. "All right, you know best. Shall we get the milk tea first and then head to Jingchen University?" Qin Ruyan agreed. Half an hour later, they reached the entrance of Jingchen University. Qin Ruyan opened the passenger door, noticing the crowd at the entrance. She frowned slightly. Behind her, Lu Jingchen approached, placing a cap on her head while holding 2 cups of milk tea in his other hand, taking her hand with his free hand. "Oh, you know which building it is?" He was aware that she had spent 8 years abroad. Qin Ruyan nodded. "I've been here a few times." As 2 individuals walked inside, Lu Jingchen, known for his profound yet accessible demeanor, was primarily recognized from the economic section of the news. Capital University, a prestigious institution in the country, boasted students who were mostly engrossed in their studies, seldom concerning themselves with matters unrelated to academics. Consequently, most could hardly identify him. However, their gazes were inevitably drawn in his direction. The pair possessed striking appearances. Lu Jingchen exuded an air of refined nobility that was impossible to conceal. Tall and long-limbed, his chiseled features and starry eyes conveyed a sense of aloofness, suggesting he was not easily approachable. Yet, he occasionally lowered his head, tempering his imposing presence to whisper something to the young woman beside him. Outside the teaching building, Principal Zhou stood for a moment in front of the performance hall. Today's celebration not only welcomed students from his school, but also distinguished alumni from Capital University, many of whom had achieved considerable success across various fields. Among the attendees were entrepreneurs, as well as numerous officials from the political realm. And the principal had been early to receive them. Just as Lu Jingchen and Qin Ruyan arrived, the principal, who was engaging in light conversation with an official, suddenly fell silent, unable to believe his eyes. He rubbed them in disbelief, realizing he was not mistaken. After muttering an apology, he hurried over. Before he could finish his sentence, Lu Jingchen raised his hand to halt him. "Principal Zhou, today concerns personal matters. There's no need for formality." Principal Zhou smiled, his gaze involuntarily drifting to the side. He had not anticipated encountering Lu Jingchen on this festive occasion, given that despite his widespread reputation, few had actually met him. Seeing him hold the hand of a woman in public was astonishing and piqued his curiosity. This man, notoriously indifferent to women and devoid of any romantic rumors for years, was now accompanied by a young lady wearing a cap. Obscuring her features, save for her pale chin and an aura of coldness, Lu Jingchen did not introduce her, leaving two possibilities. Either he regarded her with indifference or held her in high esteem. Instinctively, Principal Zhou leaned towards the latter. "Are you here today to attend the anniversary performance?" Principal Zhou withdrew his discreet scrutiny of Qin Ruyan, his eyelashes slightly lowered, his demeanor somewhat reserved. He had contemplated sending an invitation to Lu Jingchen, a graduate of Capital University, but someone of his stature was typically beyond the reach of ordinary invitations. "Yes," Lu Jingchen replied, "I would appreciate it if you could reserve 2 seats for us. Once the performance hall fills up, we shall enter from the side." His sole purpose today was to accompany Qin Ruyan, wishing to avoid drawing attention. Principal Zhou nodded with a smile. "That is certainly not a problem. I will secure 2 seats in the first row, towards the center." Qin Ruyan shook her head. "There's no need to be overly courteous, Principal Zhou. We are fine sitting at the back." She slightly raised her head, allowing Principal Zhou to see her face clearly, and his immediate impression was one of beauty, exceptional beauty. In fact, he had never encountered anyone at Capital University who matched her allure. Her radiant features, fair complexion, and cool voice were captivating. The youthful, unrestrained gleam in her eyes carried a hint of chill, making her an undeniable presence, even without standing beside Lu Jingchen. Although few recognized Lu Jingchen, it did not imply there were none, especially with so many entrepreneurs and government officials present today. Qin Ruyan, aware of the situation, felt anxious about the crowd, fearing trouble and noise. She retrieved 2 masks from her pocket, handing one to Lu Jingchen. He glanced at her, slowly accepting it before putting it on himself. Satisfied, Qin Ruyan donned the other mask. Lu Jingchen exchanged a few more words with Principal Zhou before they departed. Qin Ruyan sent a message to Li Pan, informing her of her arrival, then tucked her phone away. Behind them, as they entered the performance hall, Principal Zhou exhaled in relief. During his conversation with Lu Jingchen, he had not dared to breathe deeply. Wiping his face with his hand before calling Vice Principal to confirm the day's performance scheduled at that moment, Li Pan was backstage preparing for her solo dance. She had changed into the outfit Qin Ruyan gifted her. With her striking looks, tall, fair-skinned, and possessing a cherubic face, she appeared youthful and innocent. The backstage area was bustling with people, and as she received Qin Ruyan's WeChat message, it was her turn for makeup. She smiled as she took out her phone to reply. "Are you messaging your boyfriend?" Her senior, who was in charge of the event, inquired, as they were quite familiar, knowing Li Pan had a boyfriend studying at another university. Li Pan chuckled, shaking her head. "No, I'm messaging an older sister who came specifically to see my performance today." She was concerned that Qin Ruyan might not find a seat upon her arrival. Just as she was about to inform her of the reserved spot, when Qin Ruyan sent a picture showing she was already seated, her senior chuckled. "Then I must make sure to enhance your beauty. This outfit is truly stunning and unique. Where did you buy it? I'd like to check it out next time." She admired Li Pan's ensemble, a short black hoodie paired with a matching high-waisted tulle skirt. The style was simple yet not overly complex, adorned with an array of intricate details, from the rose embroidery on the sleeves to the delicate rhinestones embellishing the skirt. It seemed as if the garment were tailor-made just for Li Pan. Li Pan pressed her lips together, smiling. "It's a gift from the sister who came to watch me perform. It as her original brand, located in the CBD. However, their clothes are sold out. Now, they only take pre-orders. You can follow their brand's Weibo, called Lingxi Clothing Studio as her senior applied makeup." She nodded. "Once I'm done here, I'll follow them." "Thank you, little Pan." Inside the performance hall, Qin Ruyan led Lu Jingchen to a seat further back. The hall remained dimly lit, and most attendees had settled in the front rows, rendering their presence in the back somewhat conspicuous. Occasionally, glances were cast in their direction, yet their masks concealed their identities, prompting mere fleeting looks before attention returned elsewhere. Qin Ruyan was exceedingly grateful for her habit of carrying masks in her pocket. She sent Li Pan a photo, informing her she had brought milk tea and inviting her to collect it when convenient. Just as she put her phone away, someone lightly tapped her shoulder. Irritated, she turned her head, only to find Cheng Yubai, and Qin Shi standing behind her. "Brother, what are you two doing here?" she asked. "Somewhat surprised that I spotted you talking with Principal Zhou from afar. I knew it was you." Qin Shi explained. "Lu Jingchen was here, and as soon as you turned, he looked at us." Following suit, Lu Jingchen acknowledged Qin Shi with a nod. While Cheng Yubai smiled, Principal Zhou informed me early this morning about today's performance, suggesting I come to see it. He said if I linger in the experimental building any longer, I'd start to mold. So I came out for some fresh air. Unexpectedly, I bumped into Qin Shi at the entrance, and now here you are. He looked down, noting, "But you two are siblings. Why haven't I heard you mention it before?" He recalled that Qin Shi had mentioned visiting him frequently lately, though her reaction had seemed off at the time. Given that they shared the surname Qin, he had surmised a possible connection. However, he also remembered that the Qin family pharmacy did not seem wealthy enough for Qin Ruyan to provide him with funds at her leisure. His curiosity piqued. Where did she acquire the substantial financial support for his research? After all, she had only recently married Lu Jingchen and could not possibly have received that funding from him, as she had been assisting him financially for 3 years. "You never asked, so why should I tell you?" she retorted, adjusting her hat's brim. "Could you two sit somewhere else?" "Why?" Qin Shi inquired, perplexed. Qin Ruyan pointed at their faces. "Haven't you noticed how many people are looking at you?" She and Lu Jingchen had intentionally worn masks to avoid attention. Now, with the two of them seated beside her, although they were not as striking as Lu Jingchen, they were still among the more attractive individuals, making it unlikely to find anyone better looking at Capital University. Cheng Yubai chuckled, pulling out 2 packaged disposable masks from his pocket, handing one to Qin Shi before donning his own. "Now it should be fine, right?" Qin Ruyan observed them, although their eyes still sparkled with exuberance. The dim lighting rendered it somewhat acceptable. She nodded perfunctorily, then turned back to converse with Lu Jingchen. As Qin Shi leaned toward Cheng Yubai, she remarked, "Look at her, now that she has a husband. Even you, her brother, are being brushed aside." Qin Shi glanced at the engrossed couple, noting how Lu Jingchen occasionally leaned down to share a few words with her, mostly quietly listening to her chatter. He held a cup of milk tea, occasionally offering the straw to her, reflecting on Qin Ruyan's transformation over the years, from the reserved demeanor she exhibited upon her return to now casually joking with him. He shook his head. "My sister-in-law is quite the catch. Handsome, wealthy, and kind to her. It's no wonder she has changed so much." Naturally, he had much more to say, and it appeared that Cheng Yubai and Qin Ruyan were also acquainted. However, the depth of their relationship remained a mystery at present. Witnessing Qin Ruyan's vibrant demeanor, he felt a sense of delight, as it truly reflected the vivacity one would expect at her age. Cheng Yubai sighed. Initially believing that Qin Shi would align with him to criticize Qin Ruyan's preference for romantic pursuits over friendships, to his surprise, Qin Shi turned out to be quite the sister fan, wearing an expression that conveyed, "As long as my sister is happy, I am happy," which he found unappealing. Indeed, the world where only he bore the wounds had finally come to fruition, after a span of over 10 minutes. The host took to the stage. Following the monotonous opening remarks, Principal Zhou spoke briefly, introduced the university's motto and regulations, and extended gratitude to the various dignitaries present for the centenary celebration of Jingchen University. At this moment, Qin Ruyan straightened her posture and tucked her phone back into her pocket. Although she had come solely to watch Li Pan's performance, now that she was present, she felt it was only right to honor the event and the nation's premier institution of higher learning. Beside her, Qin Shi and Cheng Yubai ceased their playful banter. As alumni of Jingchen University, they naturally held their alma mater in high regard. Once the principal's address concluded, the festivities commenced. However, it seemed that Li Pan's performance was scheduled quite far back. For nearly 40 minutes had elapsed before it was her turn to take the stage. Feeling a bit sore from sitting, Qin Ruyan instinctively leaned back in her chair to alleviate the discomfort in her lower back. Only to encounter a source of warmth, she turned her head slightly to find Lu Jingchen, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the stage, yet his hand was positioned behind her waist. As she leaned back, he naturally supported her waist and gently applied pressure. At that moment, the entire performance hall was illuminated solely by the stage lights, and their seating was somewhat secluded, resulting in minimal attention directed towards them. Qin Ruyan turned her head, a subtle smile gracing her lips, and continued to enjoy the performance with a buoyant spirit. After nearly another 20 minutes, Li Pan finally made her entrance. As Qin Ruyan observed Li Pan standing center stage in the outfit she had designed. All the spotlight shone solely on her, creating the perfect stage for her. Qin Ruyan could hear the intermittent sounds of admiration and gasps from the crowd, affirming that Li Pan was indeed the most fitting person for this ensemble. However, deeply engrossed in appreciating Li Pan's dance, Qin Ruyan failed to notice Qin Shi, who had suddenly narrowed his eyes beside her. His heart raced inexplicably, despite having merely brushed past her that morning. He now felt a sense of urgency in his breath and a tinge of nervousness, as an unfamiliar affection began to unfurl within him. He had never experienced such feelings before and was unsure how to restrain them. Nor did he wish to. The only thought occupying his mind was a desire to embrace the person on stage and tease her mercilessly. Li Pan's performance was a traditional solo dance. Although she was studying computer science at Jingchen University, she had trained in dance since childhood. With her beauty, splendid figure, and remarkable flexibility, she was a sight to behold. The outfit she wore today only enhanced her allure. As her dance concluded, the audience erupted in applause, and cheers filled the air. Li Pan, Li Pan, Li Pan. The male students from the computer science department were particularly boisterous, as Jingchen University, being one of the nation's top institutions, produced exceptional talents. Each student was either a top scholar or at least ranked among the top 10 in their province, especially in the computer science department, where the ratio of males to females was severely imbalanced. The presence of a single female who was both beautiful and intelligent warranted enthusiastic support from her peers. Meanwhile, the principal wiped the sweat from his brow, concerned that the raucousness of the students might create an unfavorable impression on the distinguished guests present. He promptly took the stage, delivering a few words to temper the atmosphere. After Li Pan returned backstage, she had no time to change before grabbing her phone and heading outside to the front of the stage. Qin Ruyan turned to Lu Jingchen and spoke briefly, to which he nodded in response. She picked up another cup of milk tea and stealthily exited. Li Pan stood in the corridor on the side of the performance hall, anxiously awaiting Qin Ruyan's arrival, unsure if she had caught her performance. When Qin Ruyan emerged, she noticed Li Pan with her head slightly bowed and hands clasped together. Smiling, she approached her. Li Pan, congratulations on a successful performance. She removed her cap and mask, extending the milk tea she had brought for her. Having been a while, the milk tea might have cooled. Li Pan offered a shy smile, taking the drink and sipping through the straw. Thank you, elder sister. I still don't know your name. Could you please tell me? Qin Ruyan recalled that during their last encounter, she had been in a rush to meet Cheng Yubai and had forgotten to mention it. You can still just call me elder sister. It's entirely up to you. Li Pan nodded. The clothes from your family are truly beautiful. The senior who did my makeup today also praised them highly. I shared your Weibo with her. Qin Ruyan leaned forward slightly, meeting her gaze with a smile. Thank you, Li Pan, for promoting my elder sister's work. I must return inside to catch the remaining performances of your school's anniversary celebration. Would you care to join me for dinner afterwards? Li Pan pondered for a moment. Guze had yet to message her, sincerely fond of Qin Ruyan, despite this being only their second meeting. She found the connection between people can be quite remarkable. She nodded. Yes, I'd love to. What does elder sister wish to eat? Qin Ruyan contemplated for a moment. I'm open to anything. You choose what you'd like. Initially, she thought that those studying dance might be more conscientious about weight management, but hearing the host mention that Li Pan was from the computer science department surprised her, as she did not fit the stereotype at all. Elder sister, I came with friends today. There are 4 of us. Would you mind? Qin Ruyan considered the 3 large men seated inside, and preemptively informed Li Pan that if she felt uncomfortable, she could dine separately with her friends while she and Li Pan could enjoy a meal together. Chapter 82. Heart flutter, Qin Shi's perspective. Jealousy. 1. Li Pan shook her head. I am fine with it, elder sister. However, I may need to remove my makeup first. Could you wait for me a moment? Qin Ruyan replied affirmatively. Just as well. Your school's anniversary program isn't over yet. I'll head back in to watch a bit more, and you can message me when you're ready, or call. I gave you my number last time. You have it, right? Li Pan nodded. I have your number. Elder sister, I'll go backstage to remove my makeup now. We'll be in touch once the performance concludes. Qin Ruyan responded with a simple all right, before putting on her cap and mask. Waving to Li Pan as she turned to re-enter the performance hall, Li Pan felt a blush creeping up as she watched her retreating figure. She was truly beautiful, exuding an aura of cool elegance. Yet she spoke with a warmth that was inviting. She chuckled softly, pondering why she felt flustered around Qin Ruyan despite her lack of attraction to women. Inside the performance hall, the program was already midway through. As Qin Ruyan returned to her row, Lu Jingchen shifted slightly to make room, placing Cheng Yubai to his left. and Qin Ruyan to his right. He did not inquire about her whereabouts, but instead waited for her to settle before offering her a sip of milk tea from his cup. Qin Ruyan took a sip and tugged at his sleeve. Lu Jingchen instinctively glanced down at her, his expression softening with a hint of amusement in his eyes. "What's the matter?" lowering her voice. Qin Ruyan explained, "I've made dinner plans with Li Pan that if Cheng Yubai and the others have no other engagements, we'll all dine together. Please tone down your aura a bit. I wouldn't want to frighten her." Lu Jingchen maintained his gentle demeanor in her presence. Though he typically exuded a chilliness, she was genuinely concerned that Li Pan might be intimidated by him. Lu Jingchen merely smiled, taking her hand in his. "All right." Satisfied, Qin Ruyan nodded and straightened to focus on the stage, accustomed to his hold on her hand. Half an hour later, the performance concluded, and after a few closing remarks from the host and a final word from the principal, the quartet seized the opportunity to leave before the audience dispersed. Qin Ruyan sent a message to Li Pan, informing her that they were waiting at the school gate. Qin sure chuckled. "Do you know anyone here?" Qin Ruyan explained the dinner arrangement, leaving him slightly puzzled. "You know students from Jingchen University?" Qin Ruyan affirmed. "Yes," putting away her phone and nodding towards the gate. "That I met a girl during the opening of my clothing studio. I gifted her a piece, and she invited me to watch her performance today." Cheng Yubai interjected with a smile. "You've started a clothing studio? Why didn't you mention it before?" Qin Ruyan laughed. "Now you know. A red envelope wouldn't go amiss." "Done." Cheng Yubai produced his phone and transferred 200,000 to her WeChat account. Qin Ruyan raised an eyebrow, accepting the money without a hint of embarrassment. Lu Jingchen noted how smoothly she accepted Cheng Yubai's red envelope, recalling that she had been far less willing when he had sent her one earlier. As they walked outside, upon reaching a milk tea shop at the school gate, Qin Ruyan was about to enter when Lu Jingchen grasped her wrist. "You can only have 1 cup of milk tea per day. You've already had yours." His expression was grave, as if he were about to convey something of great importance. Qin Ruyan cast a fleeting glance at him and smiled. Though her smile did not reach her eyes, she took a step closer and whispered, "Is it possible to make an exception just this once?" With her eyes downcast, Lu Jingchen suspected she was deliberately playing the victim. He even had evidence of it, yet he found himself powerless to resist. Fine. What else could he do? He could only repeatedly lower his principles. Qin sure observed their interaction throughout the day, feeling a sense of melancholy. He sighed silently and exchanged a glance with Cheng Yubai, both recognizing the helplessness reflected in each other's eyes. Qin Ruyan entered with her phone and ordered 2 cups of milk tea. After Li Pan returned to the backstage and removed her makeup, she glanced at her phone that Ji Yuze had not contacted her. He was probably busy for quite a while. Li Pan sent him a message, informing him about her dinner with Qin Ruyan and the others. After a few minutes of waiting, Guze still had not replied to her WeChat message. She slipped on a light cardigan, as the evening air was somewhat chilly, and bid farewell to the senior who had helped her with her makeup before picking up her phone and dormitory keys, stepping out from backstage. Qin Ruyan had left her a message on WeChat, indicating that they were waiting for her at a milk tea shop near the school gate, and had even sent her the location. 15 minutes later, Li Pan spotted them from a distance. The group was quite striking, and she immediately noticed the man holding Qin Ruyan's hand. His features were exquisite, with sharp contours and an ethereal aura. Though he wore a simple black shirt and casual pants, he was undeniably eye-catching. His presence was commanding, suggesting he was not one to be trifled with. Yet, he occasionally leaned down to speak to Qin Ruyan, and every time she took a sip of her milk tea, he would furrow his brow. Indeed, it seemed that all beautiful women were already taken. Beside him were 2 other gentlemen, whose looks, while not as outstanding as his, were still remarkably handsome. Qin Ruyan took another sip of her milk tea, feeling the intensity of Lu Jingchen's gaze upon her. She sensed it but chose to ignore it, opting to enjoy her drink and savor the moment. Biting down on her straw and tilting her head slightly, she noticed Li Pan standing a short distance away, looking dazed. She handed the milk tea to Lu Jingchen and said, "Hold this for me." Then, she approached Li Pan, who appeared to be lost in thought. Li Pan. "What's wrong?" Li Pan snapped back to reality, feeling a bit embarrassed as she recalled how she had been staring at the group. "Sister, I was just taken aback by how good-looking you all are from afar. I got a bit lost in thought." Qin Ruyan smiled and took her hand, leading her toward Lu Jingchen and the others. "But you are quite beautiful yourself." Li Pan. As they approached, the group noticed the commotion. Qin Shi, initially irked by their extended wait, wondered who had kept them waiting so long. However, the next moment, he saw someone he had only met earlier that day standing before him. Appearing to be quite close to his sister, he murmured, somewhat losing his composure. Ruyan, who is this? His voice was somewhat hoarse, though Qin Ruyan did not seem to catch it at Li Pan, the first person to compliment the beautiful outfits from my studio. The costume she performed in today was designed by me. Isn't it lovely? She lifted her delicate chin, her tone infused with delight. Lu Jingchen nodded, affirming his wife's words, and Cheng Yubai echoed, indeed, it is beautiful. Qin Shi remained silent, contemplating as he glanced between Qin Ruyan and Li Pan before finally conceding with a non-committal Chapter 83. Jealousy. Li Pan felt a bit bashful under the praise. Biting her lip and smiling shyly, Qin Shi then noticed that her smile formed crescent-shaped eyes, her brows and eyes curving beautifully. Qin Ruyan held her hand, guiding her aside. Don't be nervous. You don't need to mind them. Have you decided what you'd like to eat? Li Pan shook her head. That I'm not picky. Anything is fine. Qin Ruyan furrowed her brow slightly, unsure of where to go as she was not very familiar with the area. She instinctively glanced at Lu Jingchen. Having been overlooked for an entire afternoon and now into the evening, Lu Jingchen, upon receiving her pleading gaze, stepped forward with consideration. How about we go to Shifu? It's not very far. It should take about 20 minutes by car. The university area was mostly filled with street food, creating a lively atmosphere. Lu Jingchen had noticed that Qin Ruyan was uncomfortable in crowded places. Even a slight commotion would cause her brows to furrow tightly. After pondering for a moment, Qin Ruyan turned to Li Pan. Shall we eat at Shifu? We are more familiar with that place. I'll contact them now, and by the time we arrive, the food will be ready. After dinner, I can take you back, all right? Since this was their second meeting, she spoke to Li Pan with considerably more patience than she would to others. Li Pan smiled in agreement. The group then headed to the parking lot, splitting into two cars. Lu Jingchen, Qin Ruyan, and Li Pan shared one vehicle, while Cheng Yubai rode with Qin Shi. 20 minutes later, they arrived at Shifu's parking lot, settling into the familiar private room. Tianke. Lu Jingchen and Qin Ruyan sat side by side, while Li Pan took a seat to Qin Ruyan's right. Cheng Yubai and Qin Shi occupied the seats to Lu Jingchen's left. Having pre-ordered the meal during the drive over, the dishes arrived promptly as soon as they were seated. Qin Ruyan poured a cup of hot tea for Li Pan, checking if there was anything else she wished to try. Li Pan shook her head, stating that there was already plenty of food, more than they could finish among themselves. Qin Ruyan nodded, concerned that Li Pan might feel shy or awkward. She continued to serve her food. Oblivious to Lu Jingchen subtly tugging at his lips beside her, the meal lasted nearly an hour, with no one consuming alcohol as they all needed to drive. Afterward, Qin Ruyan proposed to take Li Pan back to Jingchen University. Feeling responsible for ensuring her safe return, Qin Shi was momentarily taken aback but said nothing further. Although he wanted to offer a ride, his route home was in the opposite direction of the university. Moreover, given that today marked their first meeting, it would indeed be abrupt and inappropriate for him to offer. Lu Jingchen had the bills settled directly, and he, along with Qin Ruyan and Li Pan, departed first. In the private room, Cheng Yubai observed Qin Shi, who had seemed somewhat out of sorts all evening, and chuckled. Where are you headed? Mind giving me a lift? He had also been away from home for a few days and needed to check on his parents. Qin Shi replied with a simple rising from his seat, that I'm going home. Let us go. Cheng Yubai nodded, and the two left together. After dropping Li Pan off at Jingchen University and exchanging a few words, Qin Ruyan departed with Lu Jingchen. Upon returning to Yujing Garden, it was nearly 10 o'clock. A bit later than usual, Lu Jingchen headed to another bathroom to freshen up, leaving the master bathroom for her. In the early hours of the morning, after several days of restraint, Lu Jingchen clung to Qin Ruyan without relent, having kept her occupied for nearly 2 hours. Qin Ruyan had previously noticed Lu Jingchen's considerable desires, but they had agreed not to engage daily, given their respective commitments. Besides, frequent encounters would be taxing on their bodies. However, whenever they did indulge, it typically lasted around 2 hours, and she had gradually grown accustomed to it. Yet tonight, nearly 2 hours had passed, and Lu Jingchen showed no signs of concluding that in the past, whenever she expressed her limits or offered sweet words, he would relent, opting for a quick resolution that rarely exceeded 2 hours. But tonight was different. He was unusually relentless, and no matter what she said or how she pleaded, he remained indifferent. Dazed, Qin Ruyan couldn't help but think, why is he suddenly so forceful tonight, especially since he hasn't had any alcohol? Did I do something to provoke him? Sensing her distraction, Lu Jingchen bit her lip, his voice husky. Madam, do you dare to lose focus in bed? Aren't you afraid of the consequences? His eyes, filled with desire, glowed red, causing Qin Ruyan to shiver involuntarily. That I truly can't take it anymore. I don't want to. She tried to act cute, but Lu Jingchen simply scooped her up and carried her towards the bathroom. Thinking she had finally escaped a crisis, Qin Ruyan sighed in relief, only to realize that entering the bathroom marked the beginning of her nightmare. That I in the bathroom. Her intermittent sobs mingled with low, sultry gasps echoed as Lu Jingchen finally released her after another hour of exertion. The moment she hit the bed, Qin Ruyan instinctively turned to face away, only to be held down by Lu Jingchen at her waist. She remained still, and just before drifting off to sleep, it dawned on her that this petty man was sulking over her prompt acknowledgement of Cheng Yubai's red envelope, clenching her teeth. Qin Ruyan thought, I provided Cheng Yubai with over $1 billion in funding for research. What's wrong with his 20,000? Lu Jingchen, that miserly and petty man who is prone to irrational jealousy, has made her suffer so greatly over this issue that she has decided to send him to the guest room for a few nights. Beside her, Lu Jingchen, however, found himself devoid of sleepiness. He watched her drift into a deep slumber, her eyes still tinged with redness. That it seemed that he had indeed crossed a line tonight. Throughout the day, her attention had been diverted by others and various matters, and he had admittedly played a part in that distraction. Yet now, observing her exhaustion and the dark circles under her eyes, he began to question whether he had truly gone too far. His eyelashes fluttered, and a stirring of emotion gripped his heart. The woman nestled in his arms had shed her daytime coldness and aloofness, softening into a bundle of warmth exclusive to him, awakening a profound tenderness within him. Seemingly struck by a thought, Lu Jingchen casually slipped into a pair of sleep pants, leaned over to retrieve a tube of ointment from the drawer, and approached the foot of the bed to apply some medication on her. Afterward, he took a shower, and only when the chill had dissipated did he return to be EDAS. Soon as he lay down, Qin Ruyan instinctively moved closer to him, prompting a silent chuckle from him. He adjusted the covers around her, pulling her in a little tighter, and then turned off the light, surrendering to sleep. The next day, without any surprise, Qin Ruyan awoke around noon. The space beside her was empty, and Lu Jingchen had left a note on the bedside table, along with a message on WeChat. The difference today was that he was absent, but he had placed a thermos on the bedside table for her. As she moved, every muscle in her body protested painfully, and she let out a sigh. She picked up the thermos, unscrewed the lid, and took a sip of warm water before glancing at the note he left. It turned out he would be away on a business trip for a few days. No wonder he had been so inconsiderate last night, leaving her in such distress. Checking the time on her phone, she realized it was nearly lunchtime. After rising from bed, she washed up in the bathroom, changed into a fresh outfit, and headed outside. Making her way to the kitchen, she found that Lu Jingchen had, as usual, prepared breakfast for her. She picked at it, eating only a few bites, as her appetite had not been great lately. Just as she was about to leave, she received a call from an unfamiliar number. Hello, is this Miss Qin Ruyan? We have a package for you that has been sent from abroad. Qin Ruyan paused for a moment, then realized it must be a gift from her teacher. Yes, she replied, tapping her fingers on the table. Could you please deliver it to the Lingxi fashion studio in the CBD? Certainly, we can deliver it shortly. The sender has specified that this item requires your personal signature upon receipt, so please have your identification ready. This package was sent through a special channel from abroad, incurring a high fee. Thus the delivery personnel were exceptionally polite. Qin Ruyan responded affirmatively and returned to her bedroom to grab her ID. She donned a black and red checkered long-sleeve shirt over her white short-sleeve top, put on a mask and a hat, and finally stepped outside. 20 minutes later, she arrived at the Lingxi studio. Zhou had hardly taken a day off lately, as business was booming. Upon entering, Qin Ruyan was taken aback to see a dozen people in the shop getting their measurements taken. Surprised, she wondered why people were willing to wait without in-stock items, especially given her pricing was not exactly cheap. After recording a client's measurements, Zhou looked up and smiled upon seeing Qin Ruyan. Sister Yin, what brings you here today? Qin Ruyan handed her the milk tea she had bought on the way. My teacher sent me a gift, and it should arrive here shortly for my signature. Noticing the thin sheen of sweat on Zhou Ying's forehead, she frowned slightly. Have there been any promising candidates for interviews lately? Zhou Ying thought for a moment, then called over a staff member to attend to the customers before pulling Qin Ruyan aside. There are 2 resumes that look impressive, but they talk too smoothly. I'm not sure about them. Would you like to meet them, Sister Yin? Qin Ruyan waved her hand dismissively. You decide. I trust your judgment. Otherwise, I wouldn't have delegated these matters to you. Trusting without suspicion was her philosophy. Since Zhou Ying had impressed her during the initial interview, she would continue to trust her as long as Zhou Ying remained loyal and honest. Zhou Ying was momentarily taken aback, her eyes glistening with emotion. She hadn't expected Qin Ruyan to place such faith in her. Their time together had been short, yet she felt a surge of gratitude for having encountered such a wonderful person. Qin Ruyan flipped through the design portfolio Zhou Ying had created. Their styles were entirely different. Zhou Ying's designs leaned towards practical styles suitable for commuting and attending events, while most of Qin Ruyan's earlier works embodied a darker aesthetic. Including several pieces showcased on her opening day, the outfit gifted to Li Pan was the warmest in terms of color palette. As she perused through the portfolio, she realized most of the designs were created after she began her relationship with Lu Jingchen. A silent smile crossed her lips as she acknowledged how deeply influenced she had become by him. After about 10 minutes, a knock echoed at the door. Qin Ruyan instinctively turned, seeing a large box accompanied by several staff members. She couldn't help but frown. What could her teacher have sent her that was so massive? Inside the store, several customers paused to watch, curious about the commotion, while Zhou Ying stood behind, wide-eyed. Could Miss Qin Ruyan please step forward? The lead staff member spoke with a hint of reverence, carefully checking the delivery information and insured value. Qin Ruyan approached, removing her mask and producing her identification. That's me. After the staff member verified her ID and confirmed the details, he returned it to her. I'll need you to sign at the bottom of this receipt. He handed her a pen and a settlement slip. Qin Ruyan took the slip, glanced at the amount, and bit her lip. Anticipating what her teacher had sent, the staff member proceeded to open the box, and everyone present gasped in astonishment. Raising her gaze, Qin Ruyan confirmed her suspicions. Her teacher had gifted her the iconic design gown that had catapulted her to fame when she founded the Xiangjia brand. She recalled the first time she saw it in the Xiangjia headquarters collection, its unnamed presence leaving her in awe. The gown featured traditional Huagua embroidery and elements of the dragon from the 12 zodiac signs. Meticulously handcrafted with double-sided embroidery, the hem bore an embroidered phoenix with folded wings, striving to move forward. She murmured rebirth under her breath, unbeknownst to her that Jennifer had heard. Jennifer regarded her for a moment with complex emotions before breaking into a gentle smile. Xiao Yan is a lovely name. Let us name this gown Rebirth. Onlookers were taken aback. This gown was Jennifer's first major success, launching her into the international fashion scene. Tio think that a new intern would casually suggest a name, and she would consider it. It seemed a bit hasty. Despite their myriad questions and confusion, none dared voice their doubts. Realizing the misunderstanding, Qin Ruyan quickly clarified. Teacher, that's not what I meant. With a warm smile, Jennifer took her hand and led her aside. Though she was in her prime, the years of hard work had taken their toll. Yet, in front of this young girl, her demeanor softened. Xiao Yin, you are my only disciple. It's merely a gown, and you can interpret it as you wish. Why shouldn't I use your interpretation for its name? Having fled abroad due to heartache years ago, Jennifer had long since moved on. Yet the memories occasionally tugged at her heartstrings. She cherished Qin Ruyan precisely because the latter could perceive the emotions behind the garments and express her own feelings through them, a talent Jennifer had never encountered in her 20 years of experience. As Qin Ruyan regained her focus, she stepped forward to inspect the gown, confirming it was in perfect condition before signing her name and instructing them to place the gown in the store. Just then, Zhou Ying approached, her voice tinged with disbelief. Sister Yin, am I mistaken? Isn't this gown the classic Rebirth from Xiangjia? Qin Ruyan recognized that Zhou Ying had likely guessed correctly. Those studying fashion design and navigating the industry would undoubtedly be familiar with Jennifer's groundbreaking piece. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Ruyan affirmed, yes, it is indeed the one you're thinking of. She did not make a deliberate attempt to conceal anything, as there was no necessity for it. Zhou Ying swayed slightly and approached Qin Ruyan, inquiring, Sister Yin, do you happen to know Jennifer? If so, could you possibly obtain an autograph for me? Of course, if it is inconvenient, I completely understand. Qin Ruyan glanced down at her, noticing the fervent desire for her idol's signature reflected in Zhou Ying's eyes. After a moment's contemplation, she replied, I may not have an autograph at the moment, but I could arrange a video call with her if you would like. Would that be agreeable? Zhou Ying nodded enthusiastically, her smile widening. Qin Ruyan shook her head, chuckling softly. She picked up her phone to check the time difference and initiated a video call to Jennifer. The call was answered almost immediately, as her teacher was always prompt in responding to video calls or messages. Xiaoyan, did you receive the clothes? At that moment, Jennifer was at home, enjoying a brief respite from her busy schedule. She had just finished a bath and poured herself a glass of red wine, seeking a slight buzz when Qin Ruyan's call came in. With a smile in her eyes and a tone of rare respect, Qin Ruyan said, "They just arrived. Teacher, how did you send all your treasures my way?" Jennifer chuckled. "They are merely material possessions that it is rare that you like them, and I have little to offer you in return. Besides, you would not wish to keep them here." Qin Ruyan pressed her lips together. "Once I have sorted out matters on my end, I shall come to visit you." Jennifer raised an eyebrow. "Very well, just let me know in advance when you're coming, and I will pick you up from the airport." Qin Ruyan responded affirmatively. "Teacher, I have a friend who is quite fond of you. She would like an autographed photo, but I currently do not have one on hand. Would you mind having a video call with her? She is a colleague from my studio." Zhou, standing nearby, was nearly overwhelmed with excitement. Qin Ruyan had finally spoken up. "Please hold on for a moment. I must change out of this bathrobe. While I may not mind appearing this way in front of you, I cannot risk tarnishing my image in front of my little fan." Jennifer placed her phone on the bedside table and quickly changed in the bathroom before returning to retrieve her phone. Now suitably dressed, Qin Ruyan smiled. Finding her teacher as charming and delightful as ever, she nodded at Zhou, who stepped forward, adjusting her clothing before gazing at the figure on the screen. Her cheeks flushing almost instantly. "Jennifer," she stammered, her voice barely above a whisper, her eyes glistening with emotion. Qin Ruyan gently patted her back, slightly embarrassed, and addressed the video call. "Teacher, she admires you greatly and is feeling a bit nervous." Upon hearing this, Jennifer's smile broadened. "It's all right, dear. There's no need to be anxious. Xiaoyan's friends receive the same treatment here as you do. I hear you wish for my autographed photo. How many would you like? A solo shot or a group photo? I will send some to your studio." Zhou, filled with surprise, exclaimed, "Is it really possible?" Jennifer laughed. "Xiaoyan is my only disciple, and with her, I have no principles, since she considers you a good friend and has asked on your behalf. It is only natural that I oblige." Zhou turned to Qin Ruyan, her eyes filled with gratitude. Qin Ruyan smiled and exchanged a few more words with her teacher before ending the call. "Sister Yin, you are far too modest," Zhou remarked, recalling Jennifer's earlier words. "It turns out your background is so impressive. If you were to tell people you were Jennifer's disciple, we would never lack for orders." At that moment, Zhou marveled once again at her good fortune in encountering Qin Ruyan. Qin Ruyan, realizing Zhou's words, chuckled lightly. "Is our current situation not satisfactory? We are not overly busy, yet we consistently have orders. Moreover, my teacher primarily deals with high-end custom pieces, and even though I am her disciple, her stature is still beyond my reach." Qin Ruyan's expression turned serious as she continued. "I met my teacher during a particularly challenging time. She has provided me with immense support and guidance, imparting invaluable knowledge that I also wish to test my own capabilities, to see if I can achieve success on my own without relying on her." Zhou was momentarily taken aback. She found Qin Ruyan to be exceptionally beautiful, yet often distant, her cold gaze capable of deterring any attempt at closeness. However, as they discussed fashion design, Qin Ruyan radiated a captivating brilliance. Her eyes filled with determination. Zhou nodded. "Sister Yin, I believe in you." Qin Ruyan regained her composure, realizing she had become a bit too passionate. "But Sister Yin, what do you plan to do with this outfit?" This was also a point of concern for Qin Ruyan. Bringing the outfit home seemed inappropriate, yet displaying it in the shop felt overly ostentatious. She found herself at an impasse. "Perhaps we should create a glass display case? Once it is ready, we can place the outfit inside, temporarily showcasing it in the shop, while finding a discreet location that does not appear neglectful. However, it should not be too inconspicuous. If Zhou recognizes the outfit, many others will likely do the same. As it is a gift from my teacher, I cannot afford to treat it carelessly and must devise a solution that satisfies both considerations at that moment." The shop was bustling with customers, all praising the beauty of the outfit. However, it was particularly discerning in terms of body shape and temperament, making it difficult for the average person to pull off. So despite the lively discussions around it, no one had genuinely expressed a desire to try it on. He conducted a thorough analysis, yet he still found himself perplexed by the peculiar maneuvers of those accepting orders over there. Although they are not in need of money, they still accept contracts worth 100,000. Tianxing pondered for a moment. Recalling your previous mention about investigating something related to the capital? Lu Jingchen raised his head slightly, asking, "Are you familiar with the Qin couple, Qin Zheng and his wife?" After a moment of contemplation, Tianqing replied, "I have heard a bit about them. They are professors in the medical department at Capital University." Correct. Their accomplishments in medicine are unparalleled, and few can match their achievements on an international scale. The international medical community once extended an olive branch to them, but curiously, Qin Zheng initially declined, only to later relent for reasons unknown. Lu Jingchen tightened his grip around the cup, as if recalling some overlooked detail. However, after reflecting, he could not remember anything so. "You mean he initially rejected the offer from that side, but later agreed?" Since learning that Qin Ruyan was also investigating this matter, he had not given up on his own inquiries. He was aware that Qin Zheng had been hired by the international medical community but was unaware of his earlier refusal. Indeed, Tianqing fell into contemplation. Back then, he was young and brimming with ambition. Although he and Qin Zheng were strangers, there was a mutual admiration among the strong. Ever since he learned of Qin Zheng's achievements, he had admired him greatly. He had even hoped for an opportunity to meet him, but fate had played a cruel joke. By the way, what made you think to investigate this matter? The Qin couple has no ties to the Lu family. So why would Lu Jingchen go to such lengths? Lu Jingchen set down his cup and casually dropped a bombshell. "Qin Zheng is my wife's father. I am married." Tianqing froze, the cup in his hand clattering to the ground. "You got married so suddenly?" Lu Jingchen stepped forward, bending down to pick up the shards of glass. "Some time ago. I thought I would bring her to meet you when the opportunity arose, so you should prepare a gift for the meeting." Tianqing chuckled. "That's fine. I may not have much, but I do possess a number of antique calligraphy and paintings." Lu Jingchen shook his head, adding, "Your disciple's wife prefers something more superficial. She likes money." Tianqing's smile faltered, and he looked at Lu Jingchen incredulously. "With all your wealth, you haven't given her any?" Lu Jingchen chuckled. "I've provided her with everything on the surface, but she's involved in research, and her expenses are considerable. Regarding the case Qin Zheng previously studied, she is currently collaborating with Cheng Yubai. He had discovered that Qin Ruyan had transferred over 10 billion to Cheng Yubai's account. Realizing that her claim of lacking funds was no jest, though he still had no idea how she had earned such a vast sum to give to Cheng Yubai. He had only found out that she was Jennifer's close disciple. Although those in the fashion industry are wealthy, such an amount is staggering. Lu Jingchen vaguely suspected that she had another identity, but was not certain enough to voice his conjectures. Chapter 87. The Layout. Tianqing nodded, and Lu Jingchen poured him another glass of water from a clean cup. "That I investigated that after Professor Qin Zheng's tragic car accident, the compensation was awarded to his brother, Qin Chaoyang, and his family. However, over the years, Qin Chaoyang has been discreetly probing into this matter. I have also looked into it, and he has no connection to the car accident involving Qin Zheng. At that time, Qin Ruyan was still in her second year of high school, only 16 and a minor, with Qin Chaoyang being her only immediate family. The guardianship of Qin Ruyan also fell to Qin Chaoyang. Lu Jingchen's initial suspicion was indeed Qin Chaoyang, as he appeared to be the primary beneficiary on the surface. The compensation amount, even by today's standards, was exorbitant. However, among the professors in the lab during that time, Zhang Qin joined the international medical community, while the others remain untraceable to this day. It is unclear whether they have been protected by relevant individuals or if there is another possibility. Tianqing glanced at Lu Jingchen, who seemed composed and adept at scheming. As a teacher, Tianqing felt somewhat inadequate. He wondered who would fall into the hands of his capable disciple, fearing they might not survive unscathed. He laughed casually. "So what do you think I can do?" Lu Jingchen's demeanor grew serious as he regarded Tianqing. "Teacher, you need not do anything. The information that your intelligence team has not uncovered thus far likely will not yield results upon deeper investigation." After a moment's contemplation, he continued, "I merely wanted to inform you that if I require assistance, I will reach out promptly, and at that time, I hope the teacher will lend his full support." He rose, holding his cup, and politely bowed. Seeing him this way, Tianqing sighed. Standing up to support him, Lu Jingchen straightened, and Tianqing said, "You saved my life back then. Without you, I would have been on the brink of death. Over the years, I have regarded you as my own child. Pursue whatever you desire. I will always support you wholeheartedly." Lu Jingchen nodded, expressing his gratitude once more. "Don't stand. Sit and talk. It's rare for us to meet. Now that we've concluded official matters, tell me about the girl you've brought home. Let me see if she meets my approval. If we don't get along, the meeting gift will have to be discounted. Tianqing said half-jokingly. Lu Jingchen's eyes dimmed momentarily before he chuckled softly. You will know when you meet her. I am certain you will be satisfied. Tianqing regarded him with a knowing smile, while Lu Jingchen remained silent, merely smiling in response. After exchanging a few more words, Lu Jingchen stood up. Teacher, I came on short notice this time and must return, so I want to stay longer. He calculated the time. Once back in the capital, he still had not had the chance to meet with Cheng. Aside from official matters, he remembered promising Cheng to bring Qin Ruyan to meet them. Although Tianqing wished to keep him for a few days, he understood that circumstances were different this time. Not to mention the recent events, the expression Lu Jingchen wore when mentioning his new wife indicated they were likely still in the honeymoon phase, reveling in sweetness and affection. Thus, he did not insist on holding him back. The next time you come, bring that girl along. I will prepare a gift in advance. Lu Jingchen smiled. Then I thank you in advance. Teacher. After Lu Jingchen left, he did not head to the airport, but instead retrieved a seldom-used phone from his bag. He pressed the power button, and as soon as it turned on, a flood of messages came pouring in. He paid little mind to it and directly retrieved a phone number from his contacts to send a text. The response came swiftly. Lu Jingchen glanced at the message, narrowing his eyes slightly before putting the phone away and heading toward an unfamiliar yet familiar destination. Inside the Bijouang, the group had been idling away their time, playing mahjong suddenly, their leader burst in, chattering excitedly. Quick, quick, put everything away. The boss is coming. The crowd was momentarily bewildered, unsure of what he meant. Was their leader him? Seeing that they were slow to react, Lu Rang clarified. Lu Laoda is already on the way. After a 2-second silence, with a loud crash, someone slipped from their chair, and the group finally reacted. They scrambled to put away the mahjong tiles and poker cards, transforming the living room into a chaotic scene. Finally, the boss remembers us. I thought he had forgotten about us and left us to our own devices, exclaimed a young man with bleached hair, hurriedly stuffing the chips he had won into his pocket. This group of individuals, in ancient times, would undoubtedly be considered exiled nobility. 3 years prior, Lu Jingchen had placed them here without uttering a word, leaving them with nothing but a vague instruction to Lu Rang to manage things and not to embarrass him. Afterward, Lu Jingchen returned to the country and never came back. Over the past 3 years, he had not assigned them any tasks, and Lu Rang had not kept a tight rein on them either. While the group enjoyed their leisure, they were notable figures in their own right. And spending 3 years here without any missions had not only left them feeling stagnant but had also drawn ridicule from the neighboring intelligence team. They would often remark that although their boss was immensely wealthy, he was not the type to squander his resources on a bunch of idlers. Naturally, the group was indignant, especially the young man with bleached hair. Yet, the intelligence team looked frail and lacking in combat prowess, and he felt that defeating them by force would not be particularly honorable. However, his frustration mounted, leading him to attempt various indirect approaches to pry information from Lu Rang, who remained as unyielding as a stone. It had been 3 years since they were left with nothing to do, and their boss had been treating them well. Now that he was suddenly coming over, could it be that he had remembered their existence? Was he finally going to give them a chance to showcase their abilities in front of him? Lu Rang could see the dazed expression on his face and knew he was lost in wild thoughts. He kicked his calf with irritation, still daydreaming. Aren't you afraid the boss will come and deal with you? Lu Hai scratched his head, offering an awkward smile. Come on, brother, it's not every day we see the boss. I am just a bit excited. Unlike you, who gets to report back every year, we've been sitting here like we're in a cold palace for 3 years. Just understand my overwhelming excitement at this moment. Lu Rang couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. This drama queen's eloquence had grown increasingly impressive by the day. Outside the door, Lu Jingchen entered without knocking, and upon witnessing the scene within, he paused for a moment, taken aback by the crowd present. Hadn't he only informed Lu Rang? Chapter 88. Underlying power dynamics. When as Lu Jingchen pushed the door open, the individuals inside promptly stood in a neat row, slightly bowing as they collectively greeted. Hello, boss. Lu Jingchen furrowed his brow slightly, raising a hand to signal Lu Rang, who understood his master's preference for tranquility, and promptly sent everyone except for the young man with blonde hair to the back hall. Lu Hai, left behind, felt a tremor of excitement in his heart. This was finally his chance. What was the situation? Lu Jingchen strode directly to the main seat and settled down, surprised by the unexpected number of people gathered. Lu Rang approached, his eyelashes downcast. You previously instructed me to remain here, during which I had no tasks assigned. This group hasn't seen you in a long time and is a bit overly excited. Lu Jingchen glanced at Lu Rang's lowered head and then at the remaining young man. He lifted his chin, puzzled, and inquired, "Is there a special reason for keeping this person here?" Upon hearing his idol being mentioned, Lu Hai quickly raised his head, stammering, "Boss, it was my request to Brother Rang to keep me here. I've been here for quite a while and have never had the chance to meet you. Brother Rang hasn't assigned me any tasks, so I just wanted to see my idol since you finally visited." Lu Rang couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth again, observing his master's expression. He discerned no anger and stepped forward to offer a brief explanation. Lu Hai had been in this place for several years, displaying a keen intellect and decent combat skills, with no one consistently by Lu Jingchen's side. He thought it would be beneficial for Lu Hai to assist him and broaden his horizons. To speak candidly, Lu Rang was a rather commendable leader, exhibiting considerable tolerance towards his subordinates. However, Lu Hai's desire to stay close to Lu Jingchen was something he dared not articulate openly. Opting for a more veiled suggestion instead, Lu Jingchen's gaze swept over the two, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the table. After a lengthy pause, he finally spoke. "In this realm, how does his combat ability rank? Additionally, is he proficient in driving? The top 3 are no problem. The rankings were just refreshed last month. He possesses both domestic and international licenses." After a moment of hesitation, Lu Jingchen reluctantly responded, "Very well. Then prepare yourselves to return home with me." Surprised by the sudden turn of events, Lu Hai eagerly shook his head. "Boss, I don't need to prepare anything. My documents are all on me. I'm ready to leave at any moment." Lu Jingchen replied, "There is no need to be in such a rush." "Very well, Lu Rang, please arrange the tickets. Both of you will accompany me back home. Procure the soonest available flights." Lu Rang acknowledged with a prompt yes. Casting a glance at Lu Hai, who wore a rather smug smile, "So be it." Luck was indeed on his side. 3 hours later, at the Beijing airport, Lu Jingchen walked ahead, clad in a gray coat with a black shirt underneath. He took out his phone to send a WeChat message to Qin Ruyan, his refined demeanor capturing the attention of numerous passers-by. Behind him trailed Lu Hai, who was visiting Beijing for the first time. Pushing a suitcase and curiously looking around, Lu Rang patted his head, saying, "Since the boss has allowed you to stay by his side, be mindful of what you can and cannot say. Keep it in mind." Lu Hai nodded. He was quite astute, which was why Lu Rang had afforded him this opportunity to stay near Lu Jingchen. Ahead, after sending the WeChat message, Lu Jingchen noticed that Qin Ruyan had not yet replied. Furrowing his brow, he suddenly recalled something and turned to Lu Rang and Lu Hai. "You two should head to our base in Beijing first. I will come by in a couple of days." With that, he strode out without looking back. Lu Hai glanced at Lu Rang, who shared his astonishment, swallowing hard. "Boss, are we being sent to the cold palace again?" Lu Rang, uncertain of Lu Jingchen's thoughts, shook his head. "I don't know. We'll see when the time comes." Yujing Garden. After returning yesterday, Qin Ruyan immediately began sketching design drafts. She had promised Zhang Wanyu to create clothing for her and lost track of time. Working until 4 in the morning, she had yet to rise. Upon returning home, Lu Jingchen noticed her shoes at the entrance, yet the house was eerily quiet. Instinctively, he made his way toward the bedroom, quickening his pace, and when he pushed the door open, he saw the blankets on the bed slightly raised. Approaching, Lu Jingchen lifted the covers, revealing Qin Ruyan still asleep. Her face slightly flushed, he touched her forehead. It was cool to the touch. "Yinner?" He called softly several times, but she did not respond. Frowning slightly, he pulled her closer, only to find her limbs icy. Without hesitation, Lu Jingchen scooped her up with the blanket and rushed outside, calling her name repeatedly, but Qin Ruyan remained unresponsive. In the underground garage, he placed her in the back seat and dialed a number for the affiliated hospital of Beijing University. The distance was not particularly far, usually a 30-minute drive, but he arrived in about 15 minutes. As he carried her from the car, he encountered Qing Yubai hurrying towards him, dressed in a white coat from the hospital and wearing a stethoscope around his neck. His expression tense and footsteps hurried. "What happened?" His voice trembled slightly, but Lu Jingchen had no time to ponder the details. He quickly explained, "I just returned from a business trip." She was in bed. "I initially thought she was just asleep, but no matter how I called, there was no response, and her limbs were very cold." His forehead was slick with sweat. The journey had taken considerable time, and he was filled with both shock and fear. "I'll take her in for an examination. Additionally, there is something I believe you need to know. Please wait for me." Qing Yubai's heart sank. 3 years ago, after her previous bout of unconsciousness, she had not experienced such an episode again. Currently, his research had yielded no results, and now she had fainted once more. he summoned a stretcher for Lu Jingchen to place her on, and they hurried toward the emergency room, with Lu Jingchen closely following. An hour later, Qin Ruyan, now awake, found herself in a hospital room and was not particularly surprised. After all, if she were at home, it would have been Lu Jingchen who brought her to the hospital, yet he was not here now. A growing suspicion formed in her mind. She pursed her lips, preparing to get out of bed just as the door swung open, and Lu Jingchen walked in. You're unwell and not resting properly. You wish to get out of bed? He raised an eyebrow, his tone neutral, yet Qin Ruyan sensed his displeasure. She lay back down, replying, I didn't mean to get out of bed. I just wanted some water. Lu Jingchen grunted in acknowledgement, taking a couple of steps closer, lifting a cup to her lips, and feeding her a sip. How did I end up in the hospital? She asked cautiously after taking a drink. Lu Jingchen shot her a sidelong glance, casually replying, You fell asleep in bed when I was coming home and wouldn't wake up no matter what. I thought you were ill, so I brought you to the hospital. He retrieved a tissue from the bedside table and wiped her mouth. Have you not been eating properly while I was away? The doctor said you fainted from low blood sugar. Chapter 89. Hidden Truths 2. Confession. Qin Ruyan responded with an O and skeptically asked, Just low blood sugar? Lu Jingchen helped her sit up, placing a pillow behind her head. He then took out a portion of food from a nearby container, revealing pork rib porridge, and spooned some to her lips. What else could it be? Are you hoping for something worse to frighten me? Qin Ruyan shook her head, obediently opening her mouth to eat. Lu Jingchen lowered his eyelashes, concealing the thoughts swirling in his mind. 40 minutes earlier, on the rooftop of the hospital, Cheng Yubai had arrived 5 minutes early. When Lu Jingchen ascended, he saw his silhouette from behind, appearing solitary and forlorn. He had never imagined that such a genius from a prestigious medical family could exhibit such vulnerability. What was wrong with her? Lu Jingchen approached, standing to Cheng Yubai's right, and spoke directly. His tone was unnaturally calm, as if he already knew the answer. Cheng Yubai held a nearly burnt-out cigarette, and Lu Jingchen's words seemed to pull him from his reverie. He pulled out a pack of cigarettes and offered one to Lu Jingchen, who casually declined, stating, I've quit. Cheng Yubai was momentarily taken aback, retracting the cigarette, then seemingly recalling something, added, Oh, Xiaoyan dislikes the smell of smoke. He extinguished the remaining cigarette before turning to Lu Jingchen with a serious expression. Xiaoyan has always told me not to inform anyone, but since you two are married, I can see she likes you now. Initially, I planned to keep it from you, but I can no longer conceal it. Cheng Yubai's expression bore a hint of bitterness, and Lu Jingchen remained silent. They lingered in silence for a moment before Cheng Yubai spoke again. After 5 minutes. I met her a few years ago during a war abroad. As you know, I've always been reluctant to stay in Beijing, spending years overseas wherever a doctor was needed. It was under such circumstances that I encountered her. You have no idea. Her medical knowledge surpasses mine by a considerable margin. Over the years, more than half of the SCI papers I've published have been aided by her in overcoming obstacles. Cheng Yubai meticulously recalled the past, while Lu Jingchen remained silent. It was not until the outbreak of the Ebola virus abroad 3 years ago that she and I ventured into the epidemic zone together, spending nearly a month there. Only after the infectiousness subsided did we leave. However, after that incident, she fell into a coma once, quite similar to this time, but that episode lasted much longer. When she awakened, she uttered not a single word. I insisted on taking her to the hospital for tests, and the results came back normal. She seemed to have anticipated this outcome. Yet, I was unwilling to accept it, considering I was among the few retained by international medical institutions. If the instruments could not detect anything, I would conduct my own research. Thus, I persuaded her to provide me with her blood samples for study. Although she was somewhat reluctant, she ultimately yielded to my insistence. Over the course of 3 years, she provided me with dozens of blood samples, but I had yet to uncover anything definitive. Nonetheless, the blood tests indicated abnormalities, a type of cell that remains unidentified to this day. After listening, Lu Jingchen murmured after a long pause, The funds she provided you were intended for this research, correct? Cheng Yubai shook his head. Not entirely. A significant portion is indeed for this, but there are other factors as well. The Qin Pharmaceutical Company has been suffering losses, yet her uncle's family has treated her well. She has contributed greatly to the development of new drugs at Qin's, and without her, it is likely that Qin would not have even gained access to my laboratory. Lu Jingchen nodded in acknowledgement, tightening his grip on the railing, his fingertips turning pale. Are you aware of a case studied by her parents that is yet to be published? Cheng Yubai shook his head. I'm not very familiar. At that time, I had not been attentive to domestic medical issues. Lu Jingchen pondered for a moment before speaking. I will locate the materials from that time and send them to you. Thank you for today, not only for sharing this information but also for your care of her over the years. Chang Yubai shook his head with a dismissive chuckle. If it weren't for her, I would not have achieved what I have today. She does not wish for this matter to be known, especially by you. Please consider how to handle it. Lu Jingchen nodded once more, expressing gratitude before turning to descend the stairs. Behind him, Chang Yubai lifted his head to gaze at the sky, which mirrored his somber mood with its dismal weather. After feeding her a bowl of porridge, Lu Jingchen gently wiped her mouth with a tissue. His demeanor no different from usual, yet today he exhibited a greater silence than normal. Qin Ruyan observed him for a while. He was typically gentle and composed in her presence, rarely this quiet and tranquil. Lu Jingchen, I think I might be developing feelings for you, she stated abruptly. Lu Jingchen's mind was still occupied with Chang Yubai's words. However, her declaration lingered in his thoughts, prompting him to frown in discontent. What do you mean by might be developing feelings for me? When you first dragged me to get the marriage certificate, you didn't say that. Are you trying to trick me into a marriage? Though he had always known that external factors might have influenced her decision to marry him, he genuinely did not care. He understood what he wanted. Qin Ruyan recognized that he was teasing her but felt no anger. After a moment of contemplation, she rephrased, let me put it this way. Back then, I only had a fondness for you, but now I truly like you. Does that suffice? Lu Jingchen nodded, reluctantly accepting her confession. Next time you confess, please consider the setting. Here, I feel like a beast wanting to kiss you. She lay on the hospital bed, her complexion still somewhat pale, yet her words struck a chord in his heart, stirring a mix of bittersweetness and joy within him. Qin Ruyan responded with a soft contemplating Lu Jingchen's tone, and cautiously inquired, when can I be discharged if it's just low blood sugar? Lu Jingchen picked up the thermos from the bedside table, unscrewed the lid, and offered her a sip of its full sugar milk tea. I kept it warm in the thermos to prevent it from cooling down. You can be discharged in a couple of days. I've arranged for a driver for you. Sometimes, when I'm unavailable to pick you up, he will take you to. Lu Jingchen was reluctant to let her drive herself, especially after she had received several tickets the last time she drove his car. His license plate was such that no one dared to stop him, and those in charge simply issued tickets in silence. Feeling guilty, Qin Ruyan rubbed her nose and nestled deeper into her blankets. Once you are discharged, we can move to the villa in the suburbs for a while. The driver will stay in the neighboring building. It's not convenient for outsiders to be at the wedding house. I've looked at several options for the wedding house. Once you recover, we can go see them together. I can also introduce you to two of my friends. They've been eager to meet you since they learned of our marriage. After she finished her sip of milk tea, Lu Jingchen tightened the thermos lid. Chapter 90. The subtle manipulation. Qin Ruyan nodded, refraining from saying more. Just as Lu Jingchen was about to remark that she seemed a bit anxious, a knock sounded at the door. Chang Yubai stood at the entrance, wearing a mask and a white lab coat, holding a test report. Upon seeing him enter, Qin Ruyan bit her lip and signaled him with her eyes. Chang Yubai slightly raised his chin, allowing her to relax her tension. He walked directly in and handed the report to Lu Jingchen. There are no issues. You can be discharged today. Lu Jingchen took the report and glanced at it, his knowledge of medicine being limited. He could not fully comprehend the documents. Aren't we staying a couple more days? Chang Yubai chuckled. Does Lu Xiao believe that the beds at the Capital University-affiliated hospital are in such short supply? Given Qin Ruyan's condition, remaining hospitalized served no purpose, without knowing the underlying problem. There was no reason for her to stay. Lu Jingchen ignored him, turning to Qin Ruyan. What do you think? Qin Ruyan glanced between the two men and nodded. Let's go home. If Chang Yubai says it's fine, then it surely is. Upon hearing this, Lu Jingchen raised an eyebrow, casting a half-smile at her. He thought she was unaware that her closest confidant had already revealed her secrets. After contemplating Chang Yubai's assertion that there was currently no discernible cause for her condition, he concluded that staying in the hospital was futile. Furthermore, given her medical expertise, she had a degree of understanding regarding her health, since he would not need to travel often for the time being. With Lu being called back, he could simply take her along wherever he went. Suppressing his emotions, he raised his head, his exquisite face bathed in a hazy glow under the sunlight, enhancing his striking beauty. He extended his hand to grasp her fingers. Qin Ruyan looked down to see his long, warm fingertips. Lu Jingchen spoke softly. Let's go home. Qin Ruyan nodded, realizing that hearing him say, let's go home brought her great joy. Chang Yubai, feeling inexplicably like a witness to a romantic moment, pulled down his mask. Xiaoyan, you've changed. Now that you have a significant other, You seem devoid of humanity. Initially, Qin Ruyan had been anxious about Lu Jingchen discovering her secrets. But Cheng Yubai's comment lightened the atmosphere in the hospital room. She leaned back against the headboard, raising her delicate chin, her expression as nonchalant as ever. You just realized? Lu Jingchen chuckled softly, and Cheng Yubai glanced at the two before exiting the ward. Once Cheng Yubai left, Qin Ruyan nervously fidgeted with the hem of her clothes and cautiously spoke. Is it possible to be discharged? I don't want to stay in the hospital. Her brows furrowed slightly. Her eyes filled with pleading. At that moment, Lu Jingchen seemed to see through her to the days when she was comatose and Cheng Yubai had kept her in the hospital. Perhaps she had also pleaded with Cheng Yubai in vain back then. He reached out to ruffle her hair, his gaze warm, and gently said, Yes, let's take you home. Qin Ruyan exhaled in relief, a radiant smile illuminating her face. Then I'll pack up. Could you please handle the discharge procedures for me? Lu Jingchen nodded, giving her a few reminders before leaving the ward. After he departed, Qin Ruyan's smile faded, and she dialed Cheng Yubai's number. He answered quickly. Was there still nothing unusual in this round of tests? Cheng Yubai had just entered his office, took a sip of water, and answered her call. No. He replied, placing the cup on his desk. If there were any abnormalities, do you think I would have allowed you to be discharged? He scrolled through Qin Ruyan's various indicators, finding no apparent issues at the moment. Qin Ruyan responded with a soft "oh," feeling a bit agitated as she ran her fingers through her hair. Hesitating before asking, Did you mention anything to Lu Jingchen? Cheng Yubai paused, maintaining a calm demeanor. No. Why would I need to tell him anything? Based on your understanding of him, how do you think he would react? Qin Ruyan laughed lightly. He would probably insist on another round of tests, right? Thank you for keeping my secret. I'll be discharged now. I'll reach out later. Upon concluding the call, she hung up the phone. Cheng Yubai glanced at the device in his hand, abruptly disconnected. Although he had not saved her number, it had long been etched in his memory. He shook his head with a soft chuckle. Reflecting on the irony of fate, after Lu Jingchen completed his discharge formalities and returned to the ward, Qin Ruyan had already tidied up and was seated by the bedside, awaiting his arrival. He approached her, adjusting her collar and fastening the button of her coat. With the recent drop in temperature and the gusty winds outside, he cautioned her to be wary of catching a cold. Qin Ruyan acknowledged with a soft "oh," cooperating as he arranged her attire, before he took her hand, and together they stepped outside. After spending a night at their stronghold in the capital, Lu Rang and Lu Hai received a message from Lu Jingchen, instructing them to wait for him at a villa on the outskirts of the city. Upon their arrival, they found the door ajar. Entering, they discovered only a chef and a maid present. Lu Hai looked around in astonishment. He had not anticipated that his superior possessed such an extensive property. The villa, comprising 5 floors, indicated that Lu Jingchen had evidently notified the staff in advance. As they entered, they were welcomed to sit on the living room sofa. Lu Hai felt a bit intimidated and hesitated to take a seat, prompting Lu Rang to cast him a sidelong glance and admonish, Just sit down, the boss isn't so particular. Reluctantly, Lu Hai complied and sat upright on the sofa. 2 hours later, Lu Jingchen arrived at the villa, and Qin Ruyan felt an odd sense of familiarity with the place, though she could not pinpoint when she had been there before. Lu Jingchen parked the car outside, opened the door, and then moved to the passenger side to assist her out. Qin Ruyan followed closely beside him, biting her lip and remaining mostly silent, her mind racing to decipher the source of her DJVU. There's a chef and a maid here. The Eugene Garden usually has few visitors. When I'm not around, feel free to ask the chef for anything you wish to eat. He explained patiently as he held her hand, guiding her inside. Qin Ruyan responded with a soft "oh," prompting Lu Jingchen to glance at her with a smile, inquiring about her muted reaction. She met his gaze, conveying that she was merely acknowledging his words. Lu Jingchen, thoroughly amused, acquiesced. Very well. As they entered, Lu Rang and Lu Hai immediately rose from the sofa, preparing to greet him, only to be taken aback by the sight of a woman standing beside Lu Jingchen. Their hands intertwined. Lu Hai's eyes widened in disbelief, his mouth forming a perfect O as his usual sharp wit momentarily eluded him. Meanwhile, Lu Rang, more composed, tugged at Lu Hai's sleeve and respectfully addressed, Boss. Chapter 91. Arrangements. Lu Jingchen regarded the two, acknowledging them with a grunt before turning to Qin Ruyan, suggesting, Shall I show you to the bedroom for a bit of rest? Sensing that he had matters to discuss that might not be suitable for her presence. She nodded in understanding. He glanced at the two standing men, instructing, Please wait here for a moment, before leading Qin Ruyan upstairs. On the second floor, he opened the door to her room by the window, ushering her inside and closing the door behind them. It was daylight, so he did not turn on the lights. "Do you want to rest a little longer?" he asked, noticing the faint dark circles under her eyes, a clear indication of her less than stellar condition. Had she not insisted on being discharged, he would have preferred her to stay in the hospital a few more days. Qin Ruyan observed his furrowed brow, responding that she had indeed been burning the midnight oil lately and felt somewhat fatigued. Lu Jingchen opened the wardrobe, retrieving a fresh set of pajamas for her. "These clothes are new and have been washed. Change into them for a nap. I will discuss some matters with them and return to keep you company." She agreed with a soft okay, and he leaned down to plant a gentle kiss on her forehead, encouraging her to sleep well and not to think about anything. Taken aback, she tightened her grip on the pajamas, taking a moment before slowly nodding in acknowledgement. Lu Jingchen affectionately ruffled her hair before exiting the room. Behind her, Qin Ruyan pondered his retreating figure. Downstairs, upon Lu Jingchen's arrival in the living room, Lu Rang and Lu Hai were about to rise from the sofa, but he gestured for them to remain seated. "Stay. There's no need to be so formal." They sat upright, uncertain of Lu Jingchen's intentions, who settled into a sofa across from them, fidgeting with a pack of cigarettes without lighting one, creating a somewhat tense atmosphere. Lu Hai glanced at Lu Rang, about to tug at his sleeve, when Lu Jingchen broke the silence. "Are you familiar with the capital?" The abruptness of his question caught them off guard. Lu Rang nodded. "Somewhat, boss. Before heading to F City, I primarily operated from the capital." Lu Jingchen acknowledged him with a sound before shifting his gaze to Lu Hai, asking, "And you?" Lu Hai shook his head, confessing, "This is my first time in the capital." Upon realizing this, he felt a surge of anxiety. What if his unfamiliarity with the city led to being sent back to F City? Lu Jingchen paused, ceasing his fidgeting with the cigarette pack, and looked at them, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "Lu Rang, you'll handle matters in the capital. As for you." He swept his gaze over Lu Hai, laughing lightly. "You'll remain at the villa for now. I'll assign you tasks in a few days." Lu Rang stared at him in disbelief. So, in the end, it was Lu Hai who would stay close to their superior while he was tasked with the capital's affairs. Lu Hai nodded eagerly, exclaiming, "Boss, I'm ready for any task you assign." Lu Jingchen stood, making his way to the door, with the two men trailing closely behind. He pointed to another building nearby, addressing Lu Hai. "You'll reside there. Familiarize yourself with the capital's routes quickly. If I'm not around, you'll need to drive and escort people. You have half a month. If you can't manage it, you'll join Lu Rang in the capital." Lu Hai appeared somewhat clever and seemed to possess decent emotional intelligence. Hence, Lu Jingchen decided to keep him on. While he wouldn't need to attend to company matters daily, he would still have to show up at least twice a week. Moreover, with Qin Zheng's numerous responsibilities and Qin Ruyan's frequent outings, it was impractical for Qin Zheng to escort her every day. As for Qin Ruyan driving herself, he felt an acute sense of unease after the recent unforeseen incident. Realizing that even in his absence, she needed someone to look after her. As he spoke, Lu Jingchen's demeanor shifted from casual to serious. Lu Hai, understanding the weight of the situation, nodded earnestly, "Rest assured, boss. I will familiarize myself with the capital's routes as quickly as possible." Lu Jingchen regarded him once more, affirming, "You will stay there, but meals will be served here at the villa. There's a chef and a maid. You may directly inform the chef of your preferences. There are no strict rules here. Just ensure you handle the tasks I assign you well. Your immediate goal is to learn the capital's routes. Additionally, since you ranked among the top 3 in F City, I expect you to maintain that level of diligence here." He inferred certain things about Qin Ruyan, even if she chose not to voice them. Someone capable of venturing into war-torn and epidemic-ridden areas could not be ordinary. The circumstances surrounding the Qin couple remained an enigma to this day, and he was still uncertain whether these matters were interconnected. Since she was unwilling to share, he would refrain from prying, trusting that one day she would willingly disclose her secrets to him. However, some preparations required early planning. Lu Rang and Lu Hai exchanged glances, both sensing a shift in Lu Jingchen's demeanor. Previously indifferent, he now seemed intent on taking action, having amassed substantial power in F City without engaging in any missions. They had not encountered any significant tasks during their years there. Though Lu Rang remembered Lu Jingchen instructing him to monitor Tianqing and report back if any obstacles arose. It was then that he realized his superior was anything but ordinary. In terms of strategy and cunning, it seemed no one in the world could surpass him. Both men felt a sense of awe. Was their superior finally poised to make his move? This meant they would finally have something significant to do. Lu Jingchen, blissfully unaware of their contemplations, merely sought to plan ahead for all feasible tasks. After all, the events of years past had been pursued by himself, his mentor, and even Qin Ruyan for 8 years. Yet they had uncovered no leads. It was likely that considerable forces were at play behind the scenes. He reflected on his trump cards, his lashes lowering, and thought, if the day came when Qin Ruyan discovered he was not as righteous and benevolent as she believed, would she choose to leave him? Chapter 92. Habits in the upstairs bedroom. After taking a shower and changing into her pajamas, Qin Ruyan returned to find Lu Jingchen already back in the room. She paused, surprised by how quickly she had bathed. Had he truly managed to handle everything in such a brief period? Lu Jingchen reclined against the headboard, holding a laptop, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, exuding an aura of restrained allure mixed with scholarly charm. She approached, observing him for a moment before inquiring, "Did you finish your matters?" He raised his gaze. She stood before him in a pink plaid long-sleeve pajama set, radiating a youthful vibrancy. He removed his glasses and placed them on the bedside table, shifting to create space for her. Nothing significant, just assigning them a few minor tasks. "You weren't sleeping well while I was away, were you?" He reached out to lift the quilt and patted the bed, inviting her to come up and sleep for a while. Qin Ruyan responded with a soft "oh," acknowledging that her sleep quality would significantly improve with him by her side. She kicked off her slippers, climbed into bed, pulled the quilt around her, turned over to face away from him, and closed her eyes, ready to drift off. Lu Jingchen looked at her silhouette and silently shook his head. He refrained from disturbing her. Before long, the sound of her even breathing filled the space beside him. Lu Jingchen withdrew his gaze and opened an email sent by his program, furrowing his brows as he read through it. After a while, he turned his head to observe her figure for a considerable time, truly captivated. The next day, at the medical laboratory of Capital City University, Zheng Yubai typically immersed himself in research, occasionally venturing out to the affiliated hospital for consultations. He was not a surgeon. Most of the time, he was engrossed in his studies. It had been some time since Qin Ruyan last provided him with a blood sample, leaving him without much clarity. He recalled the examination he conducted on her yesterday at the hospital, and a thought crossed his mind. He took out his phone to review the data he had saved from yesterday, casting a glance at the conclusions on the experimental station. After a prolonged moment, he shakily dialed Qin Ruyan's number. Meanwhile, Qin Ruyan had slept soundly from the previous afternoon until the next day. Feeling considerably refreshed, she called her mother-in-law, Zhang Wanyu, to inform her that the design drawings she had prepared were complete. She had created 3 sets in total and intended to bring them for Zhang Wanyu to review today. Lu Jingchen had gone to the office early, leaving her a note on the bedside table. After she slowly got up, tidied herself, and made her way downstairs, she found Lu Hai seated on the living room sofa. Upon seeing her, he slightly lowered his head and said, "Miss Qin, I am Lu Hai. Lu Shao instructed me to take you wherever you need to go starting today." Lu Jingchen had not disclosed his marriage to these two, only mentioning that Lu Hai was to follow Qin Ruyan most of the time. Lu Hai was somewhat unconvinced, never expecting his task would involve shadowing a woman. Qin Ruyan glanced at him, recalling the time she had driven Lu Jingchen's car, which had resulted in several traffic tickets. She lowered her eyelashes and replied, "Please take me to the old residence." She had arranged to meet Zhang Wanyu there and also wished to check on the old man. She fastened the buttons of her coat, clutching several sheets of paper in her hand, and stepped outside. With Lu Hai following closely behind, she settled into the back seat of the car. Zheng Yubai's call came through. She retrieved a pair of headphones from her pocket and put them on before answering. "What is it?" Her voice was soft and cold, laced with a hint of impatience. Zheng Yubai hesitated before speaking. "There seems to be a discrepancy between your physical examination report from yesterday at the affiliated hospital and the blood sample you provided previously. The abnormal cell count appears to be decreasing." "Xiaoyan, have you stopped taking sleeping pills recently?" He was aware that she had relied on sleeping pills for a long time to fall asleep. Qin Ruyan responded with an mentioning that she had taken them during her time abroad but had not done so in quite a while. Since that night in Hangzhou, she no longer required sleeping pills. As long as Lu Jingchen was by her side, her sleep was sound. Even when he was away on business, although it was still somewhat difficult for her to fall asleep, she no longer depended on sleeping pills. Zheng Yubai leaned against the experimental station, a smile tugging at the corners of his lips. "It seems your decision to return to the country was a wise one. In due time, please provide me with another blood sample, and we shall see if the results improve further." Qin Ruyan acknowledged with an and upon confirming there was nothing else, she hung up. Zheng Yubai, after acknowledging her response, dialed Lu Jingchen's number. Lu Jingchen had a collaboration case that day. However, he was merely acting as an intermediary. Always eager to promote the development of small and medium-sized enterprises, a pursuit he had engaged in multiple times before. When Cheng Yubai called, both parties were finalizing the contract, and they had been inviting him to join them for dinner that evening. He was preoccupied with other matters and was reluctant to attend. Just as he was about to decline when his phone rang. Glancing at the screen, he nodded to a few individuals and excused himself, saying, "Please excuse me for a moment." After turning away, he gave Qin Zheng a meaningful glance. Qin Zheng stepped forward to explain, "I apologize, but you must return to the old residence to dine with his elder today. Since the cooperation has been established, there will be opportunities for a meal together in the future." On her way to the old residence, Qin Ruyan sent Lu Jingchen a message, informing him that the couple had decided to dine at the old residence that evening, considering they rarely visited. Consequently, Qin Zheng rescheduled his less urgent meetings for the next day. Naturally, those who could lead enterprises were adept at managing various matters, praising Lu Jingchen for respecting his elders and maintaining family harmony while tactfully suggesting they reschedule for another time. Qin Zheng smiled and refrained from saying more, greeting both parties before exiting the conference room. Upon returning to his office, Lu Jingchen took a sip of water from the cup on his desk. On the other end of the line, Cheng Yubai had nearly conveyed all the necessary information, prompting Lu Jingchen to respond with an "I haven't seen her take sleeping pills, nor do we keep them at home. Most of the time, she falls asleep first, and after each intimate moment, she drifts off as soon as she touches the bed. There's no need for sleeping pills." He tapped his fingers on the desk. The joints long and pale as jade, pondering thoughtfully. Could good sleep quality have a significant impact on her? Cheng Yubai replied affirmatively, noting that even when she had taken sleeping pills, her sleep was not particularly restful. She appeared emotionally volatile, as if on the brink of an explosion with just a slight trigger. However, recently, I've observed a marked improvement in her overall demeanor. Thank you for sharing this information. If there are any developments, please keep me informed, Lu Jingchen expressed, feeling a twinge of jealousy towards the bond between the two, which was devoid of romantic entanglements yet characterized by their willingness to support one another. Cheng Yubai tirelessly conducted research for Qin Ruyan, while she provided him with investment capital and medical insights. Over the years of their acquaintance, Lu Jingchen had genuinely envied Cheng Yubai. Yet he was relieved that at least someone was there for her. Chapter 93. Family Dinner. When Qin Ruyan arrived, Lu Jingchen had not yet made it. She entered the living room and greeted the old man and Zhang Wanyu before settling onto the sofa. Zhang Wanyu affectionately took her hand and sat beside her, observing her intently before furrowing her brow slightly. "Why do you seem to have lost a bit of weight? Has Jingchen not taken good care of you?" Qin Ruyan, who was naturally slender, had lost a little more weight recently due to late nights and illness, making her face appear even smaller. She shook her head, assuring her, "I haven't lost weight. I'm still at the same weight." After speaking, she handed Zhang Wanyu the design drawing she had brought along. "Please take a look. There are 3 designs in total: a qipao, a formal suit, and a coat, with the weather getting cooler. I thought to prepare a coat for you. Once the final product is ready, it will be just in time for you to wear. Please let me know if there are any adjustments needed." Zhang Wanyu accepted the designs with a smile, studying them for a while. Despite her daughter-in-law's young age and petite appearance, she executed her tasks with remarkable composure and diligence, clearly demonstrating her ability to focus. As she examined the designs, admiration began to show in her eyes. "No wonder your designs have received such acclaim on social media. They are exquisite. I truly like them. It must have taken you considerable time to create these designs." Qin Ruyan smiled slightly. "Since you often attend various banquets and meetings, I thought it best to prepare 3 sets for you initially, given your tight schedule. I will create more designs later and bring them to show you." Lu Jingchen, who had just walked into the living room, frowned slightly upon hearing this. During the day she worked on the designs, she had typically only gone to bed late at night, enduring nearly a week of sleepless nights and discarding numerous drafts, many of which he thought were excellent but she deemed unsatisfactory and tossed away. Each night, he waited for her in the study, preparing honey water for her and occasionally feeding her a few sips. Yet, despite his efforts, she often remained busy long after he had finished his work, leading him to jokingly question who among them was busier. Eventually, he had to insist on her taking a break. Zhang Wanyu felt a pang of concern and pondered for a moment before shaking her head. "3 sets are already quite sufficient. You are busy as it is. Make sure to rest well and take care of yourself. Young people shouldn't stay up late too often. Come by the old residence when you have time. I'll make you some soup. Although Qin Ruyan was not accustomed to wearing makeup, her complexion had not been as vibrant as usual lately. Before coming to the old residence today, she had intentionally applied a light makeup look, which made her appear somewhat healthier. However, Zhang Wanyu recalled her daughter's words about her son, who cherished his daughter-in-law dearly, and worried it might affect her ability to bear grandchildren. Thus, she quickly waved her hand dismissively. Qin Ruyan smiled and nodded that I will contact you in advance next time, so I can sample your soup-making skills. Growing up, she had not spent much time in her parents' company as Qin Zheng and his wife were always busy. Although they had provided for her materially, moments of childlike affection in front of her parents were nearly non-existent. Zhang Wanyu chuckled, patting her hand as they continued their conversation. Lu Jingchen slowly walked in, heading straight for Qin Ruyan and sitting beside her. He wrapped his arm around her waist and leaned slightly to greet his grandfather. Grandpa, Mom. His tone was calm and respectful. Lu Maoxian regarded his grandson with a hint of amusement and took a sip of tea from his cup. Where is my father? Lu Jingchen did not see Lu Huijin. Typically, Lu Huijin and Zhang Wanyu would arrive together. With a smile, Zhang Wanyu picked an orange from the table, peeled it, and handed it to Qin Ruyan. Your father had an unexpected meeting today, one that he couldn't postpone. Otherwise, he would have come with me. Lu Jingchen nodded in acknowledgement, accustomed to it. He leaned closer to Qin Ruyan and inquired, Did you come by yourself? He had distinctly arranged for Lu Hai to escort her. Yet he did not see Lu Hai's car upon her arrival. Qin Ruyan shook her head. Didn't you arrange for someone to pick me up? I thought you would also be coming. So I let him go back, uncertain whether she would stay here for the night. She noted that Lu Hai did not seem to be very talkative, appearing rather reserved, so she dismissed him early. Lu Jingchen nodded and rested his head on her shoulder, smiling. Let him be your driver. If I am not around when you need to go out, just call him. Qin Ruyan replied with an then asked, What about Yao Yao? I haven't seen her, and she hasn't replied to my message. Lu Jingchen recalled a recent call from Jifeng and chuckled softly. She is probably at her future in-law's house? Before long, you will get to attend her wedding banquet. He continued, By the way, Ruyan, when will you give me a title? People outside still do not know that I am married. Occasionally, collaborators still suggest introducing me to potential partners. Qin Ruyan was slightly taken aback by this remark. Was her good friend really getting married? How was she unaware of it? Lowering her head, she took out her phone and sent a WeChat message to Zhang Qiao. This time, the response came quickly. She glanced at it, then looked up, expressionless, at Lu Jingchen. Yao Yao said she wanted you to tell me. Why didn't you mention it? Lu Jingchen glanced at the chat box. Pondering it seemed there was indeed such a matter. Lowering his head, he pulled her closer. I've been preoccupied with design drafts these past few days, so I forgot that it's my fault. You can handle it however you wish. Just tell me what to do. Qin Ruyan responded with an O, retracting her phone, and said no more. When are you free? I'd like to introduce you to two of my friends. They've been curious about you for quite some time. Noticing her silence, Lu Jingchen shifted the conversation to another topic. How about tomorrow? I am available then. See if that works for you. She planned to take a few days to rest properly. Cheng Yubai had given her some good news. Although it wasn't a significant breakthrough, she could ensure a good night's sleep without insomnia, which seemed quite beneficial. Lu Jingchen replied, All right, then it's settled for tomorrow evening. I will inform them shortly. Lu Maoxian observed the two engaged in quiet conversation and squinted his wise eyes. Ruyan, come here for a moment. The old man's abrupt words startled Qin Ruyan, and she instinctively began to rise from the sofa. However, Lu Jingchen pressed her waist, preventing her from getting up, and turned his head to glance at the old man. Grandpa, you can speak your mind in this manner as well. Qin Ruyan shot him a glare. Then shyly looked at the old man, while Zhang Wanyu beside her chuckled, thinking that her son had indeed met his match. The old man, despite his dissatisfaction with Lu Jingchen, had no further complaints. After all, that was his wife. Will you two be returning home after dinner? Last time you stayed overnight here. Was it to your liking? If you found it comfortable, why not stay again tonight, after dinner? Why not join me for a game of mahjong? Qin Ruyan instinctively turned to glance at Lu Jingchen. They were close enough that she could see the delicate, smiling contours of his face. Noticing her turning, Lu Jingchen furrowed his brows and whispered, If you wish to stay here, that is also acceptable. He indeed preferred to return to their world of two. After pondering for a moment, Qin Ruyan nodded. All right, Grandpa, we want to be going back today. The two had already spent very little time together, and Qin Ruyan didn't want to refuse the old man's kind offer. Lu Maoxian smiled with satisfaction. Call your father and see if he can rush back. Lu Jingchen recalled how his grandfather used to dominate the mahjong table and silently felt nervous for his father. For his father was always the one contributing the most to his grandfather's winnings. He grabbed his phone and called Lu Huijin. Having just emerged from a meeting, Lu Huijin intended to head straight to the old residence. His wife, son, and daughter-in-law were all there, so he was eager to hurry over. However, upon receiving Lu Jingchen's call and hearing that they would be playing mahjong after dinner, Lu Huijin's voice caught in his throat. He considered his meager stash of private funds and sighed inwardly. Lu Jingchen found his father's reaction amusing. After hanging up, he lifted his gaze to his grandfather. "Grandpa, please don't just target my father tonight." He feared that his father might refuse to play mahjong with his grandfather in the future. The old man's face flushed. "Then both you and Ruyan can join the table. It's fine if I win your money. Right?" Hearing this, Lu Jingchen chuckled and leaned back against the sofa before leisurely replying. "Married individuals should refrain from gambling." At his side, Qin Ruyan frowned at this remark, tugging at his sleeve. "You make it sound as if I am being harsh on you. Destroying my image in front of Grandpa." She certainly did not scrutinize his finances. Although he had transferred considerable assets into her name, she did not believe he was out of money. How could he possibly have transferred more into her account when it fell short of 100 million? Lu Jingchen pressed her hand with one of his, explaining, "No, I am merely waiting for Grandpa to praise me." Qin Ruyan gazed at him in confusion. The old man seated on the sofa nodded approvingly. "Well done. A married man should not have money. This is a tradition in our Lu family. When a man has money, he is prone to corruption." Upon hearing this, Qin Ruyan was astonished, glancing at the people present. The Lu family's wealth must surpass billions. How could they be so nonchalant about it? "In that case, I will send you some pocket money later. If you win, give it to Ruyan. If you lose, this money will be covered by Grandpa." The old man readily transferred a sum to Lu Jingchen, who took out his phone and shook it, looking up to say, "It's done. Take a look." Lu Jingchen responded with an opened his phone to check the transferred amount, and smiled. "Then thank you, Grandpa." The old man waved his hand dismissively, then looked at Qin Ruyan with a smile. "Granddaughter-in-law, do you know how to play mahjong?" Still reeling from Lu Jingchen's earlier antics, Qin Ruyan instinctively replied, "I know a little." The old man nodded. "Good. Then we shall win your husband and father's money together tonight. If I win, it will all go to you." She nodded again. "Okay, Grandpa." After chatting a bit more, it was time for dinner, and Lu Huijin finally arrived just before the meal was served. Once everyone was present, they prepared to eat. Before dinner, Lu Huijin pulled Lu Jingchen aside. "I have only a little private money left. Your grandfather wants to pull me into the game. If I lose tonight, you'll have to transfer some funds to me later." Seeing his father's expression, as if he were about to suffer another loss tonight, Lu Jingchen chuckled. "All right, Dad, if you lose tonight, I will transfer the funds to you tomorrow." Lu Huijin, having achieved his goal, immediately released Lu Jingchen's sleeve and nodded impassively, reminiscent of someone crossing a bridge and then dismantling it. He turned and walked toward the dining table. Lu Jingchen, as if accustomed to this, merely raised an eyebrow, watching his father's retreating figure while recalling the funds his grandfather had just transferred. In the end, it would all be on his grandfather's tab. After the chef and maid arranged the dishes, everyone took their seats. Lu Jingchen poured Qin Ruyan a glass of juice, while his own was filled with white wine. Qin Ruyan had never seen him drink before. She thought he did not drink at all, only to realize later that he simply drank sparingly. Remembering that he managed such a large enterprise, it seemed rather unusual not to drink at all. Noticing her lack of reaction, Lu Jingchen, who initially intended to pour himself half a glass, ended up filling it to the brim. The old man sipped on a low-alcohol health wine, while Lu Huijin and Lu Jingchen had stronger drinks before them. Qin Ruyan glanced at the wine bottle. She had no expertise in alcohol and could not decipher the elaborate descriptions on the packaging, but she understood that it was 52 degrees in a good mood. The old man drank 2 glasses, and when he was about to pour a third, Lu Jingchen spoke up. "Grandpa, you should limit yourself to 2 glasses at most." Lu Maoxian cast a displeased glance at him. His grandson was clearly intelligent, yet at this moment, he lacked insight. Lu Jingchen smiled, picking up his chopsticks to grab a piece of green vegetable, and leisurely added, "If you drink too much, you might get drowsy later, and we might not be able to play mahjong tonight." In the grand scheme of things, winning his son's and grandson's money at the mahjong table was the most significant. The old man weighed this in his mind and set the wine bottle down. "All right, let us eat. You, boy, Hurry and get me a bowl of rice. Lu Jingchen stood up to fetch a bowl of rice for the old man from the kitchen, then returned to his seat. He picked up his chopsticks again to serve Qin Ruyan some ribs and shrimp. Try this. It's the chef's specialty. Upon finishing her meal, she served her a few more dishes. Qin Ruyan slowly savored the food in her bowl. While the others exchanged few words, the meal concluded in under half an hour. After dining, before the aunt could clear the table, the old gentleman rose, eagerly urging everyone to head towards the mahjong room. The old gentleman had a profound affection for playing mahjong, prompting the family to create a dedicated mahjong room. Just before entering, Qin Ruyan tugged at Lu Jingchen's sleeve and asked, "What if I win Grandpa and Dad's money at the table?" Observing her conflicted expression and recalling her earlier remark about having a slight understanding of the game, Lu Jingchen's mind began to comprehend the situation. He looked down, chuckling as he replied, "Winning against Grandpa would certainly bolster Dad's spirits. He's been overshadowed by Grandpa at the mahjong table for decades without a single victory." Qin Ruyan's mouth fell open in shock. Was it really that exaggerated? Lowering her gaze, she devised a plan. It seemed that winning that money was beyond her reach. Chapter 95. Calculating probabilities in Mahjong 2. Once they settled in the Mahjong room, Lu Jingchen and Qin Ruyan sat opposite each other, with the old gentleman and Lu Huijin facing them. As the eldest and most senior, the old gentleman naturally took the dealer's seat, with Lu Jingchen seated to his right and Lu Huijin across from him, while Qin Ruyan occupied the left side. After rolling the dice, they began to set up the tiles. Although Lu Maoxian was advanced in age and wore reading glasses, his long-standing habit of playing mahjong allowed him to arrange the tiles with surprising speed. In the first round, Qin Ruyan inadvertently provided the old gentleman with a winning tile, prompting him to declare a gang and win with a gang shang hua, his face lighting up with joy as he proclaimed, "My granddaughter-in-law has brought me good fortune." As he spoke, he produced a QR code for payment since none of them usually carried cash. Qin Ruyan chuckled and remarked, "It is indeed Grandpa's good luck." Following that, she obediently scanned the code and transferred the money. Sitting across from her, Lu Jingchen raised an eyebrow and cast a sidelong glance at her. She appeared quite pleased. He too took out his phone to transfer money to his grandfather. Lu Huijin, feeling a pang of regret, realized the harshness of reality and also scanned the code for the transfer. Qin Ruyan noticed that his fingers trembled as he entered his password. Should she let him win a round? After all, everyone present was financially well off, and the wealthiest among them was Lu Jingchen. Surely, it wouldn't hurt to lighten the mood of the two elders by taking a little from her husband? Qin Ruyan lowered her eyelashes, gathering her thoughts while the mahjong machine shuffled the tiles. As the second round commenced, Lu Jingchen discovered that Qin Ruyan was not only feeding tiles to the players on both sides but was also consistently blocking his tiles. They played with a deficient rule, meaning that players could choose to discard any suit before completing their hand, as long as only 2 suits remained at the end. Almost every round, whenever he lacked a particular suit, she would do the same, and in one instance, to obstruct his hand, she even discarded 4 1-dots. Meanwhile, his grandfather and father had excellent hands, one with a clean and straightforward pattern, and the other with a double pair of a similar kind. Lu Jingchen chuckled in exasperation, realizing that his wife was deliberately aiding his grandfather and father to win his money. That wasn't that their shared property. Surely, she should have a stake in it too. He raised his eyes, casting her a look that was both teasing and knowing. Qin Ruyan, sensing his gaze, smiled without a hint of guilt and casually lifted her cup to sip some tea. What could she do? She didn't wish to lose, but she also dared not, especially not to the old gentleman. Lu Huijin had portrayed himself so pitiably, as though losing would mean losing all his fortune. It was indeed a difficult situation for her. She felt compelled to sacrifice her own interests for the greater good of family harmony, and she had truly given so much. 2 hours later, as it neared the old gentleman's bedtime, he still seemed reluctant to stop, wishing to play a few more rounds. Qin Ruyan had exerted great effort to ensure that Lu Jingchen lost to all 3 players. Yet it was the old gentleman who won the most. She feared that if they continued, her brain cells might be depleted. Lu Jingchen stood up, smiling as he addressed his grandfather. "Grandpa, we made a promise. 2 hours have passed. You are the head of the Lu family. Do not go back on your word in front of your son, grandson, and granddaughter-in-law. We can come back to play again another time." Lu Huijin seized the moment to chime in. "Yes, Dad, it's getting late. The children need to wash up and rest, don't they?" Remarkably, he hadn't lost today. In fact, he had made a small profit, and he needed to guard his pocket money. If they continued, what if he lost it all? That was his only stash of secret funds, The old gentleman reluctantly acquiesced. All right. But remember, next time we continue playing mahjong, Ruyan, you must join us too. He had never experienced such fortune at the table. Every tile he needed seemed to appear in his granddaughter-in-law's hand, and she even played them out for him. Qin Ruyan replied, I will indeed return to accompany you more often when I can. Please rest well. The old gentleman, with a hint of regret, rose and, before exiting the mahjong room, glanced back one last time, sighed, and slowly made his way towards his room. Lu Huijin waited until the old gentleman's figure disappeared before letting out a sigh of relief. He patted Lu Jingchen's shoulder, grinning as he said, Well done. For once, it wasn't Dad who lost out. I'll head to wash up and rest now. You two should sleep early as well. With that, Lu Huijin took out his phone and sent Zhang Wanyu a red envelope, followed by a voice message. Dear, you'll never believe it. I actually won while playing mahjong with Dad today. Finally, Dad managed to catch Jingchen off guard. Jingchen lost to all three of us. Ha ha ha. Behind him, Qin Ruyan turned her head to glance at the expressionless Lu Jingchen and cleared her throat. Lu Jingchen redirected his gaze to her, asking, What's wrong? Qin Ruyan smiled and replied, You already knew. Don't be upset. Lu Jingchen lowered his head, pinching her ear playfully. You're quite clever. Letting Grandpa and Dad win money from your husband. That is our shared property. Aren't you a money grubber? He had lost nearly 7 figures tonight. Qin Ruyan tugged at his hand. Grandpa is getting old. I just wanted to make him happy. As for Dad, he seemed a bit pitiful. I noticed his hands trembling in the first round. Does he really not have any pocket money? Lu Jingchen merely teased her, knowing full well he couldn't stay mad at her. He took her hand and led her outside, stopping in the living room to grab a glass of water before pulling her towards the bedroom. Dad doesn't manage the company much these days. He only takes dividends every year. His monthly salary goes to Mom. Grandpa is right. The men of the Lu family are all broke. Qin Ruyan responded with an "Oh," and as they entered the bedroom, she smiled at him. But it seems you lost nearly 7 figures tonight. Where does the esteemed Lu get his money? Lu Jingchen chuckled. It's a secret. Once you reveal your secret to me, I'll share mine. Qin Ruyan was taken aback for a moment before responding. What secret do I have? Lu Jingchen shook his head, saying nothing, as he opened the wardrobe to fetch her sleepwear, gently pinching her cheek. Go take a shower. You made your husband lose $1 million to make Grandpa and Dad happy. You should think about how to appease me. Qin Ruyan accepted the sleepwear, glancing at it. Her gaze involuntarily drifted towards the side, where Zhang Wanyu stood, filled with admiration and surprise. Zhang Wanyu smiled gently, finding the way the young girl looked at her quite amusing. She slowly spoke. Do you know me, little girl? You seem as if you've encountered an idol. Zhou nodded vigorously. Teacher Zhang, I've seen your photograph on the honor wall at school. You are my idol. Zhang Wanyu, who once studied in the physics department at Capital University, then went on to graduate from the world-renowned Physics Institute in F country, resolutely returned to her homeland after completing her studies, contributing significantly to the development of physics in China. At the peak of her career, she withdrew from the public eye to marry and raise children. Yet she continued to teach at Capital University's physics department and has been publishing articles in physics journals to this day. Although Zhou majored in design at university, she grew up in a modest household with a challenging living environment. Her mother sacrificed everything for her, and upon learning about Zhang Wanyu's achievements at school, Zhou was filled with admiration. She understood what she truly wanted and recognized the importance of her aspirations. In contemporary society, women have increasingly become independent, prioritizing their careers. Zhang Wanyu chuckled softly. After all these years of stepping back, it's rare for someone to remember me. Zhou shook her head, her expression resolute. Your contributions to our country in the field of physics will never be forgotten. You have taught me that women can also carve out their own paths, be independent, and accomplish anything that men can. Qin Ruyan, aware of some of Zhou Ying's background, leaned in and whispered something in Zhang Wanyu's ear. Zhang Wanyu nodded in understanding, and Qin Ruyan quietly expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Mom. Turning to Zhou Ying, she asked, Would you like to take a photo with your idol, or perhaps get an autograph? Zhou Ying's eyes lit up. Can I really? Zhang Wanyu stepped forward, taking her hand, while Qin Ruyan retrieved her phone. Smiling at the two of them, ready? I'm about to take the picture. Zhang Wanyu stood gracefully, a proper smile gracing her lips, her eyes sparkling with joy, while Zhou Ying appeared somewhat dazed. Qin Ruyan captured the moment and promptly sent the photo to Zhou Ying via WeChat. She put her phone away and slightly lifted her chin. Let's go measure your size first. Regaining her composure, Zhou Ying eagerly led the way. As Zhang Wanyu measured her size, Zhou took Qin Ruyan's hand and whispered, "Sister Yin, how do you know Teacher Zhang? She can't possibly know about their brand, right?" After pondering for a moment, Qin Ruyan replied, "She is my mother-in-law, my husband's mother." Zhou Ying's mouth fell open in surprise. "Sister Yin, could you possibly get me another autograph? I want to keep it as a reminder to strive for excellence." Qin Ruyan paused momentarily. "An autograph is doable. I'll get it for you later. Just try to remain calm." Zhou Ying nodded vigorously. Once Zhang Wanyu finished measuring, she approached them, and Qin Ruyan smiled and asked, "Mom, could you please sign something for my colleague?" Zhang Wanyu glanced at Zhou Ying, who stood awkwardly to the side, and smiled, of course. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ying looked up, her eyes brimming with excitement. She quickly retrieved a notebook and a pen from her pocket and approached Teacher Zhang. "Thank you." She held out the notebook and pen, bowing deeply. Zhang Wanyu found it amusing, reflecting on how her daughter-in-law's reserved demeanor had attracted such a passionate girl. She accepted the items, signed her name, and left a note. "If you bloom, the gentle breeze will come. Don't be so formal, little girl, that I have to leave now," she said, handing the notebook back to Zhou Ying and giving Qin Ruyan a few reminders. "Jingchen spends little time at the old residence. I know you've dragged him back these past 2 times. You two have your own lives to live. We won't feel unhappy if you don't live with us. Just be happy together." Jingchen has always been somewhat reserved and has little romantic experience. Though you are married now, the future is long, and I hope you can continue to cherish each other. If he makes any mistakes, let me know, and I'll help you set him straight. Zhang Wanyu observed that since Lu Jingchen's marriage, he had become gentler, whether with company subordinates, business partners, or family. That he used to go months without visiting the old residence. Yet now, in under a month, he had returned twice, and his workload remained the same. She could tell that his transformation was due to Qin Ruyan. Qin Ruyan bit her lip before responding with a smile. "I understand what you mean. Since we are married, we will certainly continue to be together. Besides, your enduring affection for Dad after all these years serves as a wonderful example for us." She recalled how her father had eagerly shared his recent winnings with Zhang Wanyu. Zhang Wanyu chuckled at the thought of Lu Huijin. "Your father still acts like a young man at his age, sending me red envelopes." Qin Ruyan nodded. "Jingchen treats me very well. I know Grandpa hopes we can visit him more often. And Jingchen and I have discussed that we will make time to go back and see him." Zhang Wanyu smiled, increasingly pleased, realizing that conversing with intelligent individuals was indeed refreshing. She patted Qin Ruyan's hand. "You both must take care of yourselves. Next time you come to the old residence, give me a call in advance. I'll prepare some soup for you. You look rather thin." Chapter 97. Love Rival, the unremarkable male second. In the heart of F City. A standalone building, on the 32nd floor. Shen Yun dialed a familiar number once more, only to be met with the same busy signal. Frustrated, he hung up, opened WeChat, and sent a message, only for the conversation to automatically self-destruct the next second. He tossed his phone onto the table, tugging at his bow tie, feeling a surge of vexation. 8 years ago, he had met Qin Ruyan Haiti. That time, she lacked any will to survive, and by chance, he discovered her connection to the Qin Chaoyang family in the country. Thus, he orchestrated a scheme during a bidding event that Qin Chaoyang was attending, manipulating the situation in favor of Qin Pharmaceutical, which was on the brink of bankruptcy, ensuring that the substantial compensation left by Qin Zheng was untouched. Qin Chaoyang had prepared an escape route for Qin Ruyan from the very beginning. Later, he intentionally fed her domestic news, prompting her to seek him out. It was simple. Qin Ruyan needed money, and he required her blood samples. He was aware that Qin Zheng's research was due to Qin Ruyan, likely because of some anomaly in her health, yet it did not impede her daily life. His initial approach to Qin Ruyan was solely for the sake of Qin Zheng's research. After being expelled from the International Medical Institute, he did not give up. Instead, he gradually gathered individuals who had been rejected or expelled by the institute, establishing Qin Pharmaceutical. To date, their company had developed and included nearly tens of thousands of medications in national experiments or insurance coverage. Yet, humans are never satisfied. He was unwilling to accept his current position and yearned to return to the International Medical Institute, to ascend to the pinnacle of global medicine. Cases like Qin Ruyan's were unprecedented. If he could conquer this, he would have a springboard back into the International Medical Institute. However, fate had other plans. Over the past 8 years, Qin Ruyan had continuously provided him with blood samples. But recently, she had vanished without a trace. He scoured the entirety of F country, yet her whereabouts remained elusive. He even placed a bounty 100-fold that of the International Criminal Police for her whereabouts. but they not only refused the job but also blacklisted him. During this period, he had dispatched people to track her down, even employing hackers, yet the responses indicated an unknown IP address, leaving him with no leads. He pressed the phone on his desk, dialing out, "Check the recent status of Qin Pharmaceutical in the capital, and get back to me promptly." After ending the call, he felt increasingly agitated. Unable to discern whether his frustration stemmed from not having blood samples to return to the International Medical Institute or simply from the lack of news about her. In the domestic scene at Eugene Garden, although Qin Ruyan and Lu Jingchen had moved to a suburban villa, there were still some belongings left behind. Upon returning to the bedroom, she retrieved a phone card from the drawer. Just then, a message chimed in on her phone, alerting her that someone was attempting to breach her IP. She bit her lip and sat on the edge of the bed, opening her phone tracker. The internal components of her phone had been self-assembled. She had never intended to have any further entanglements since returning to the country, especially with Shun in daring to place an order with the International Criminal Police to track her movements. Her gaze darkened, and her lips tightened, feeling an unfamiliar irritation after such a long time. She activated anti-tracking measures, pinpointing the source of the intrusion, and deftly created interference while implanting a virus. From now on, any communication from that IP address, whether text or voice, would be mirrored back to her. Completing her task, she switched off her phone and glanced at her hands. For 8 years, she had provided Shin Yun with countless blood samples. Yet he believed he could rise through her involvement in matters that neither she nor Chung Yubai had any clarity on. A fool's dream. Lacking self-awareness, at the entrance of the bedroom, Lu Jingchen stood for quite a while. After picking her up from the studio, he naturally turned back when she mentioned needing to retrieve something from here, when the car came to a stop in the underground parking lot. Qin Ruyan asked him to wait in the car while she went upstairs to fetch her belongings. His gaze flickered momentarily, yet he said nothing further, simply letting her take what she needed before descending. After nearly 20 minutes had passed without her return, Lu Jingchen furrowed his brows, turned off the engine, removed the key, locked the car door, and proceeded towards the elevator. He had already been standing at the bedroom door for 5 or 6 minutes. Ordinarily, Qin Ruyan would have sensed his presence long before now. He had observed that she was quite perceptive, able to quickly detect anyone approaching her. At this moment, she had her head slightly bowed. Gazing at her arms. Lu Jingchen's mind wandered back to what Chung Yubai had once told him, causing a sudden pang in his heart, though he betrayed none of it on his face. Had she been reminiscing about their moments spent here all this time? He spoke to interrupt her thoughts. Qin Ruyan slowly lifted her gaze, her eyes still harboring a trace of unrestrained ferocity. Lu Jingchen, maintaining a composed demeanor, raised an eyebrow slightly and took a seat beside her, enveloping her hand in his palm. "What I mean is, if you're feeling nostalgic, we could stay here tonight. After all, everything we need is already here. I recall the nightgown Yao Ao gifted you is still here, untouched, as if you've never worn it." Qin Ruyan glanced at him, his lips curved into a smile. His words tinged with a hint of flirtation, yet lacking any suggestive undertone, instead bearing a quality of appraisal. She lowered her head slightly, dismissing it. "It's nothing. Let us just return to the suburbs." Lu Jingchen acquiesced with a soft pulling her to her feet. "I never realized you were so slow. Taking half an hour just to grab something makes me suspect you are hiding some delightful secret from me." As he held her hand, leading her out, he subtly observed her reaction. Qin Ruyan responded with a nonchalant adding, "Next time, be more mindful, or you'll end up accompanying me as a supervisor." Lu Jingchen chuckled. "That won't do. I must work hard to earn money, considering that yen spins in billions." Qin Ruyan contemplated, recalling that it had been a while since Cheng Yubai had asked her for money. At Lu Jingchen's remark, her free hand reached into her bag to retrieve her phone, messaging Cheng Yubai. Was it that the research lacked funds, or had Lu Jingchen transferred money to Cheng Yubai again? Chapter 98. Ji Feng and Yao Tao. A few days later, it was the day Lu Jingchen and Ji Feng had arranged to meet. The gathering was set for the evening, as both had work and meetings during the day that were difficult to extricate themselves from. In the afternoon, Lu Jingchen arrived at Lingxi studio to pick up Qin Ruyan, and together they headed towards Shifu. For the past few days, she had spent nearly all her free time at the studio, focusing on the clothing design for Zhang Wanyu, which she prioritized. As soon as she settled into the car, Lu Jingchen handed her a bag. She took it, tilted her head slightly, and upon noticing his silence, opened the bag to find a cup of hot milk tea. Qin Ruyan smiled. "What made you think of buying me milk tea today?" Lu Jingchen leaned in to fasten her seatbelt, took the milk tea from her, inserted a straw, and then returned it to her. "It was on my way." He started the car, gripping the steering wheel with both hands, signaling left before merging into traffic. Qin Ruyan responded with an "oh." Accepting the drink, taking a sip, and glancing at the label. Hot with half the sugar Dai tea was her favorite flavored egg tea shifu. In the Tianke private room, Zhang Qiao sat somewhat uncomfortably beside Ji Feng. Recently, their parents had learned of their relationship and unanimously decided that Zhang Qiao should take responsibility. Why was she to be held accountable? Because Ji Feng expressed his desire to marry her, yet she was reluctant, claiming he had never dated before and was at a disadvantage for having given himself away so carelessly without any commitment. Zhang Qiao found his blatant dishonesty astounding. However, she was the one left without a leg to stand on, as she vaguely recalled that it was indeed she who initiated that unexpected night. Lu Jingchen and his wife, observing their daughter in such a predicament, were well aware of the situation. Although typically it was the girl who suffered in such matters, the incident had been instigated by their daughter Yao Yao. And now the boy's family was demanding an explanation. Lu Jingchen glanced at Zhang Qiao, who was still looking down, and then at Ji Feng, who appeared calm, yet was riddled with flaws that he chuckled inwardly. It seemed Ji Feng had taken a liking to his daughter, though she remained blissfully unaware, seemingly counting the money from a deal that had sold her off. He recalled Lu Jingchen having previously hinted at something. Ji Feng's family had connections with theirs, and he felt uneasy handing over his precious daughter to someone else. Yet, he could not force her. Thus, both sets of parents ultimately decided to let the two spend some time together to see if they were truly incompatible. If so, they would not pressure her into marriage. A time limit, however, was deemed necessary. Eventually, Zhang Qiao negotiated a grace period for herself. She and Ji Feng would attempt to coexist for a month, and if it proved unsuitable, their parents would refrain from insisting she marry, allowing her to take responsibility. After everyone agreed, the two had been spending nearly every day together, yet Ji Feng had become even more restrained and courteous towards her, refraining from any inappropriate actions. Hence, tonight's meeting between Lu Jingchen and Ji Feng compelled Zhang Qiao to attend as well. On the way there, she was unaware that her brother would also be present. Ji Feng had merely mentioned meeting two friends, and she hadn't connected it to her brother. After all, since his marriage, he had spent most of his time with her sister-in-law, who happened to be her close friend. And it had been a considerable time since she had seen her brother alone. Presently, she sat idly on the sofa, snacking on the fruits available, engaging in casual conversation with Ji Feng. Lu Jingchen and Ji Feng had yet to arrive. And Ji Feng sat beside her, occasionally peeling an orange for her or pouring her a glass of water. Ever since their parents had become aware of their relationship, she could no longer evade him. They spent their days together, and he would return her to her small apartment at night. She had moved out long ago and no longer lived with her family, yet he had never ascended to her floor. Sitting beside her now, a faint scent of jasmine wafted from her. Ji Feng knew she had always favored that particular shower gel scent. Suddenly, unbidden memories of their first night together flashed through his mind. 2 months prior, Ji Feng had been on a business trip to Haiqing, where he was required to negotiate a collaboration. The person in charge was significantly older than him and a family acquaintance of his elders. He exhibited a rare moment of patience, finalizing the contract, only to be reluctantly compelled to attend a banquet afterward. As expected, he was inundated with alcohol, but fortunately, he remained sober and clear-headed. Just as his assistant was about to escort him back, he spotted a familiar figure emerging from the restaurant. He reached out to stop the person rushing toward the establishment, grasping her wrist a bit too tightly. "Where are you running off to?" Zhang Qiao instinctively looked up, and Ji Feng noticed her eyes were red, as though she had been crying. A pang of concern gripped his heart, and he unconsciously tightened his hold on her wrist. "What happened?" His voice lowered, shedding the nonchalance he had previously exhibited in her company. Zhang Qiao's eyes brimmed with tears, spilling forth uncontrollably. She opened her mouth, and Ji Feng heard the words he had not heard in 9 years. Ji Feng. Gidge. Yet, rather than the joy he had anticipated, he felt a sense of dread, for she was in tears. Zhang Qiao had come to Haiqing to visit a child she had previously sponsored. Her brother provided her with a substantial monthly allowance, nearly reaching 7 figures. She had little to buy, as her family provided for her every need, and she rarely spent her allowance. During a trip to Haiqing with university classmates, she discovered a large orphanage. Inside were many children who had either been abandoned by their families or had lost their parents. The orphanage was run solely by a headmaster, with no stable volunteers, mostly comprised of university students from nearby, and a couple of older ladies. Upon her first visit, she saw those homeless children, finding solace only in the orphanage, yet she was grateful they had such a refuge. Before leaving, she obtained the headmaster's contact information and secretly left behind all her cash. Approximately 30,000 yuan, though not a large sum compared to her brother's allowance. It felt significant to her. She understood that if she simply handed it over, the headmaster would likely refuse to accept it. For 2 days, she assisted at the orphanage, bathing the younger girls and purchasing hairdressing supplies to trim their hair. Returning to her hotel that night, she felt an unbearable ache in her heart. Having been raised in an affluent environment, she had always believed that the most unfortunate person she had encountered was Qin Ruyan, who had lost her parents overnight and moved far away. It was only now that she realized the world was not as beautiful as she had imagined. In corners unknown and unseen, many struggled despite their efforts, unable to attain a quality life or a happy family. What kind of heartlessness must parents possess to abandon their own children? The thought of the children at the orphanage pierced her heart like a knife. Chapter 99. Ji Feng and Yao Yao too. The following day, she returned to Beijing and sought out Lu Jingchen. Brother, could you possibly direct my allowance to that orphanage from now on? She extended her hand, offering a folder. Lu Jingchen's pen paused mid-signature as he lifted his gaze to meet that of his younger sister, who was 5 years his junior. At that moment, she was pressing her lips together tightly, her eyes filled with a pleading expression. He set down the pen, accepted the folder from her, and casually flipped through its contents. Gaining a general understanding of the situation, Lu Jingchen closed the file and leaned back in his chair. Did you go to Haicheng for a visit? Zhang Xiao nodded. Yes. Brother, I hardly ever spend the allowance you give me each month. Our parents also buy me many things. During this visit, I discovered that the orphanage there has many homeless children, and the environment is quite poor. The children look undernourished and quite frail, but there is only the director of the orphanage, and her capabilities are limited. She has already done her utmost within her means. Brother, could you possibly assist them? Just deduct it from my allowance. There is no need for you to spend any extra. Lu Jingchen frowned slightly, observing Zhang Xiao for a moment longer and noting the redness around her eyes. The last time he had seen her eyes glisten with tears was 3 years ago, during her sophomore year in high school, when he had been late to a school event after attending on behalf of their parents. He had not witnessed her shed a single tear since then. Lu Jingchen remained silent, and Zhang Xiao tightened her grip on the hem of her shirt, ready to speak when she heard her brother's voice. Is this all about? Brother earns money for your use, doesn't he? Your allowance will remain unchanged. If you believe the orphanage needs support, I will have Qin Zheng look into it and devise a plan for you, whether it be periodic donations in your name or anonymously. Either way is acceptable. Is it really such a trivial matter that our little princess has turned to me, her brother, with teary eyes, and you suggest deducting from your allowance? If our parents found out, I would surely face their wrath. Since reaching adulthood, Lu Jingchen rarely displayed such visible emotions or spoke much, yet he exhibited a touch more patience when it came to his only sister. Moreover, he had intended to promote the development of small and medium-sized enterprises, allowing everyone to partake in the benefits. Zhang Xiao's initiative could be seen as a form of development as well. Upon realizing his stance, Zhang Qiyu leapt forward, wrapping her arms around his. Brother, I knew you were the best. You are the finest brother in the whole world. Lu Jingchen smiled softly, playfully tapping her forehead with his finger. Whatever the matter may be, just come to me, and I'll support you. From that moment onward, Lu Jingchen began to anonymously transfer funds to the orphanage every quarter. He did it not for recognition, nor did he desire anyone to be aware of his good deeds. It was simply because it was something his sister wished to do. This support continued without interruption. Zhang Xiao's visit to Haicheng this time was specifically to see the director of the orphanage. During her university breaks, she would occasionally come to visit, having grown familiar with the director. Thanks to her brother's support, the orphanage had undergone renovations. The structure had been reinforced. The children's beds were replaced with new ones, and even a library had been constructed within the premises. She felt gratified, knowing that her brother's contributions allowed these children to momentarily fill the scars in their hearts with material comforts, even if just a little. However, upon her arrival this time, she found that the director was no longer there. When she arrived, she saw no sign of the director, only a few volunteers who had previously told stories to the children. She approached a girl she recognized, gently tugging at her sleeve and whispering, "Zhu, where is the director? Why haven't I seen her since I arrived?" At her words, the surroundings fell into a sudden silence, and the children who had been playing lowered their heads in unison. "The director has fallen ill. She is no longer with us." The girl named Zhu hesitated before speaking. She was attending university in Haicheng and had volunteered at the orphanage for some time. Having naturally met Zhang Qiyu before, during their first encounter, she had been quite surprised. Zhang Qiyu appeared pristine and well-groomed, her clothing exuding a high quality despite being brandless. She carried herself with refined grace, unafraid of dirt or fatigue as she played with the children, even cutting their hair and bathing the toddlers. Zhu had been curious, recognizing from her accent that she was not a local. Later, she learned from the director that Zhang Qiyu had met them while traveling from the capital and would return whenever she had the chance. Zhu had found it hard to believe that someone from such a well-off background would engage in such activities. Yet, over time, Zhang Qiyu returned 3 to 4 times a year, always ready to lend a hand, demonstrating that she was far more complex than Zhu had initially assumed. Hearing the news, Zhang Qiyu felt herself freeze in place. Trembling, she retrieved her phone from her pocket and scrolled to the last chat with the director, which had occurred just half a month prior. She raised her head, her eyes reflecting a profound desolation. Why didn't she tell me she was ill? She didn't say anything when we spoke half a month ago, she murmured, her grip on the phone shaking uncontrollably. Sensing her distress, Zhu stepped forward and took her hand. Yao, we had no idea. The director kept it from all of us. She never even went to the hospital. By the time we found out, it was already too late. Zhang Qiyu closed her eyes. Over the years, she had come to regard everyone at the orphanage as family and friends. Otherwise, why would she make the effort to visit several times a year? It would have been simpler for her to have her brother just send money. Zhu produced an envelope from her pocket and handed it to her. The director knew you would come. She asked me to give this to you. Please take a look. After saying this, she gently patted Zhang Qiyu's shoulder and turned to lead a few children outside. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Qiyu's hands trembled as she opened the letter. Yao, as I read your words. It feels as though I am in your presence, that I am so happy to have met you in the last few years of my life. You have been the brightest light in my later years. When you first visited, you secretly left 30,000 yuan. Did you think I wouldn't notice? Silly child. Did you know there are cameras everywhere in the orphanage except for the bathrooms? And the anonymous donations each year, those were also from you. Weren't they? For so many years, no one had supported the orphanage, and then you came along and left 30,000 yuan. What a coincidence. Not long after you left, I received support. What are the odds? I am sorry for keeping my illness from you. Please promise me not to blame me, nor to reproach yourself. All right. Each time you came here, both the children and I were filled with joy. You were like a little sun, warming all of us and restoring my faith that pure love still exists in this world, and that these children will one day return to their own homes. Whenever you have the chance, do come back to the orphanage. The children adore you. I hope Yao will always remain that optimistic, cheerful, lovely, beautiful, and intelligent little son. After reading the letter, Zhang Qiyu could no longer contain her tears. Collapsing to the ground with her head buried in her knees, her tears flowing uncontrollably. Everyone believed she was healing others, but only she knew she was healing herself at the age of 15. Zhang Qiyu had developed emotional detachment. It seemed peculiar, for she had grown up in a harmonious family, with loving parents and a bond with her siblings. How could a child from such a nurturing environment suffer from emotional coldness? She had felt indifferent to everything, deceiving everyone around her for years, nearly deceiving herself as well. But at 16, she met Qin Ruyan, who was even more aloof than she was. Zhang Qiyu thought Qin Ruyan understood her, believing she had finally found someone who could relate to her. Yet, she later realized that was not the case. However, upon learning of Qin Ruyan's circumstances, she felt a mixture of admiration and sympathy for the girl. She was unsure whether it was a good or bad thing, but she began to experience emotions tied to another person, gradually drawing closer to Qin Ruyan. At 20. During her university years, a myriad of individuals came and went. Yet none captured her attention until she connected with Qin Ruyan, who was studying abroad. They maintained contact through messages and videos, as Zhang Qiyu lacked a true confidant during her time at university. It was by chance that she arrived at the orphanage. In just 2 days, her experience transformed her. During her last visit to the psychologist, she was informed that she had fully recovered. She had intended to thank the director for helping her regain her emotional normalcy. For over the past few years, she had felt a change within herself. She no longer viewed everything with indifference, but fate did not grant her that opportunity. 5 minutes later, Zhang Qiyu rose to her feet. Wiping her eyes as she gazed up at the darkening sky, she carefully placed the director's letter back into its envelope and tucked it into her pocket. Turning around, she left without looking back, tears streaming silently down her face until she reached the entrance of a restaurant, where she encountered Jifeng. He grasped her wrist, and as the wind whistled around them, his voice low and deliberately soothing. Asked, "What happened?" She parted her lips, and the myriad of past events flashed before her eyes. Since the age of 15, she had deliberately distanced herself from Jifeng, for she sensed that he regarded her differently. Yet, back then, she was still young and burdened by illness. She could not discern precisely what was different. She only understood that she was unwell and did not wish to burden others. Thus, after turning 15, she gradually withdrew from Jifeng's world. But now, perhaps due to her recovery, or perhaps because the kind-hearted matron who had always supported her was no longer present, in this moment, she shed all her defenses. She opened her mouth, her voice somewhat hoarse and tinged with a hint of tears. "Jifeng Gij." Jifeng stood frozen in place. Unable to move. 9 years had passed at its last. He heard her call him Jifeng Gij. His deep-set gaze lingered on her. Her eyes were rimmed with red, filled with a stubbornness and a barely perceptible fragility. He could not fathom what had transpired, but at this moment, he recognized that his Yao Yao was no longer so resistant toward him. He reached out and took her hand, leading her outside, where they found a clean hotel on the next street over from the restaurant. He booked a suite with 2 bedrooms. Throughout, there was no exchange of words between them. Upon entering the room, Jifeng inserted the key card, and the room brightened instantly. Instinctively, he covered her eyes with his hand to give her a moment to adjust. After half a minute, he finally removed his hand. Zhang Xiao opened her eyes to find Jifeng standing before her, gazing down with an inscrutable emotion in his eyes. She retreated slightly, sitting directly on the bed. Jifeng cast her a glance, but remained silent. He stepped outside to fetch 2 unopened bottles of water, twisted off the caps, and handed one to her. "The hotel water might not be very sanitary. Have some mineral water instead, or would you prefer to go to my place here? You should rest well for the night." He asked nothing, uncertain of what had caused her such sorrow, subconsciously afraid to inquire, fearing that if she had quarreled with a boyfriend, his heart would break and he would be consumed by anger. 2 torturous fates that would drive him to madness. Zhang Xiao paused, shook her head, then nodded. She did not want to stay at the hotel. For a moment, Jifeng stiffened, though it was his suggestion and merely a simple transition to his place. He had already concocted numerous scenarios in his mind. He suppressed the sudden swell of emotions in his eyes and uttered a soft taking her hand again and leading her outside, where he settled the checkout for the next morning at the hotel front desk. After all, they had entered the room and consumed their water. Half an hour later, a taxi came to a stop in front of a standalone villa. Jifeng scanned the QR code and paid before opening the door for both of them. There was a housekeeper who regularly cleaned the place. Jifeng was rather particular and preferred not to stay in hotels, owning properties in every city where his company had branches. He approached the door, unlocked it with a password, and they both entered. He switched on the living room lights and locked the door behind them. Turning to face the person standing at the entrance, "Have you eaten?" Zhang Xiao shook her head. Jifeng raised an eyebrow slightly, walked into the kitchen to take a glance, then opened the refrigerator. He returned shortly. "There's not much to eat at home. Just noodles. Is that all right? Or should I order takeout for you? I want a drink." Zhang Xiao's voice was somewhat soft, but Jifeng heard her, though he doubted his own ears. Leaning against the kitchen doorframe, arms crossed over his chest, he regarded her with a knowing smile, his eyebrows slightly raised. "I didn't quite catch that. What did you say?" Zhang Xiao bit her lip, stepped forward, looked into his eyes with a somewhat expressionless face. "I said, I want a drink." She sounded quite resolute. Jifeng hesitated. She had a low tolerance for alcohol, and if Lu Jingchen found out he allowed Yao Yao to drink, would he not be skinned alive? Would those 2 fates drive him insane? Chapter 101. Jifeng and Yao Yao. For Jifeng remained silent, studying her for a while. Zhang Xiao did not shy away, allowing her sorrow to linger in her eyes. As if she knew he would relent, they both remained quiet, the silence stretching for nearly 2 minutes. In the end, Jifeng conceded, "You can't drink on an empty stomach. I'll call for some food to be delivered. But let me make it clear, you can only have a little, not too much." His brow furrowed, lips pressed tightly, yet he could not bear to see her in greater distress. Zhang Xiao murmured an acknowledgement and nodded. Jifeng took her hand and led her to the living room, gently seating her on the sofa. He then picked up the remote and turned on the television. "Just sit for a moment. I'll go boil some water. Watch some TV." He placed the remote in her palm, turning to head to the kitchen. Behind her, Zhang Xiao watched his retreating figure, her mind slightly wandering. Gradually, her rationality returned, and she felt a pang of regret. How had she ended up here with him? It felt so indiscreet. In the kitchen, Jifeng stood with one hand in his pocket, feeling rather pleased, his eyes sparkling with mirth as his lips curved into a deeper smile. Once the water boiled, he calmed his emotions and carried 2 cups back to the living room. He sat beside her, placing the cups on the coffee table in front of her. It's a bit hot. Wait a while before drinking. As she reached for the cup, he preemptively pressed down on her hand. Their fingers brushed against each other, causing Zhang Qiao to feel a twinge of unease. She instinctively tried to withdraw her hand. But Jifeng held firm. He turned to look at her. Her eyes were red and round, her small nose also flushed from crying. In that moment, her wide eyes and slightly parted, rosy lips made Jifeng feel an overwhelming urge to abandon restraint. He leaned in closer, holding her hand firmly, inching nearer until he could almost kiss her. Zhang Qiao stood there, dazed, watching as Jifeng drew closer, their proximity allowing them to hear each other's heartbeats. She wanted to lean back, but her body felt frozen, unable to move. Sensing her lack of response, Jifeng placed his other hand on her waist, almost close enough to kiss her. Ding dong. The sudden sound of the doorbell shattered the intimate atmosphere. Zhang Qiao snapped back to reality and instinctively stood up, recalling the warmth of their shared breaths and the way his presence enveloped her face. Had he intended to kiss her? She felt a flicker of doubt. Blushing as she stammered, I'll go answer the door. Turning, she started toward the entrance, only to have Jifeng grasp her wrist. Stay seated. I'll go. Jifeng glanced at his phone. It must be the delivery arriving. Just when he could finally enjoy a bowl of soup to alleviate his longing, the doorbell rang. He rose from the sofa and walked to the door, opening it to find his assistant standing outside. Head slightly bowed, respectfully announcing, Mr. G, your order has arrived. Jifeng responded with an impassive extending his hand to take the food, then hesitated before speaking. You can head back now, tomorrow. Go collect the contract we signed today. If anything comes up, call me. Don't come here recklessly. With that, he shut the door without a hint of sentiment. Outside, the assistant took a moment to process the interaction, after all his hard work delivering food late at night. His boss seemed less than pleased. He placed the items on the dining table, carefully unpacking them one by one, noting that they were likely the dishes he had ordered. His Yao Al loved spicy food but couldn't handle it too well. So he had instructed the chef to prepare a little of everything. As Jifeng carried the items into the room, Zhang Qiao rose slowly from the sofa, trailing behind him, with each step he took. She followed suit. Jifeng, unaware of her presence behind him, suddenly halted, prompting a startled exclamation from her. He turned to find Zhang Qiao covering her nose with one hand. He glanced down and asked, What's wrong? He instinctively wanted to pat her head, but having just pulled out the food containers, one of which contained spicy ribs, his hands were slightly greasy. Zhang Qiao shook her head, her voice muffled as she replied, It's nothing. You just stopped suddenly, and I accidentally bumped into your back. She hadn't anticipated his sudden halt. Jifeng appeared lean, but upon the collision with her nose, she instinctively pushed against his back, only to discover the solid muscle beneath her fingertips. No wonder her nose hurt so much that tears threatened to spill. Jifeng frowned, scolding her, Be careful, you're always so clumsy. Aren't you a bit old for this? Yet, he turned to the kitchen to wash his hands, retrieving a warm towel. When he emerged, he gently pulled her hand away from her nose and grasped her chin, compelling her to look up at him. Leaning closer, he noticed her nose appeared redder than before. Instinctively, he placed the warm towel against her nose, lowering himself slightly to meet her gaze. Are you really so fragile? His words carried a double meaning. But Zhang Qiao did not grasp it. Whose fault is it that your muscles are so hard? She retorted quietly, her eyes cast downward. All Jifeng could see were her long, curled eyelashes, resembling a small fan that tugged at his heartstrings. This is just a normal male physique. There isn't too much muscle. But you, with the Lu family's wealth, why haven't they fattened you up a bit? You're far too thin. Today, she adorned herself with a pair of fitted denim jeans, complemented by a white embroidered shirt that exuded a refreshing and charming aura, revealing her slender figure. The hem of her shirt was tucked neatly into her jeans. And with every gesture, the delicate contours of her waist became apparent. I am still young, and all that I consume is dedicated to my growth. Jifeng, lost in thought, slightly raised an eyebrow as he cast a glance her way, exclaiming softly, Oh. Once the towel had cooled, he removed it and looked at her again. It appears to be better now. The redness has diminished. Does it still hurt? Zhang Qiao shook her head, indicating that the pain had subsided. Jifeng responded with a non-committal before taking the towel and heading towards the bathroom to wash his hands in preparation for their meal. She echoed his acknowledgement and followed suit, washing her hands in the kitchen before settling at the dining table. It was only when Jifeng approached that she spoke up, You promised to let me drink. Where is the wine? Jifeng paused mid-motion, chopsticks in hand, momentarily at a loss for words. After all this commotion, she was still fixated on drinking. It was hard to discern whether to admire her meticulousness or consider her somewhat oblivious. With a sigh, he served her a piece of rib, saying, I recall mentioning that you cannot drink on an empty stomach. Let us eat first, and once we finish, you may indulge as you wish, and I shall accompany you. Upon hearing this, she merely responded with an "oh," and Jifeng noticed that her pace of eating had noticeably quickened. He poured her a glass of water from the kettle on the table, advising her, take your time. Why the rush? Be cautious not to choke. Zhang Qiao set down her chopsticks and lifted her glass for a sip of water. After wiping her mouth with a napkin, she raised her bright eyes to meet his gaze. I'm done eating. I'm not hungry anymore. Where's the wine? Jifeng, you wouldn't deceive me, would you? Having discerned that Jifeng responded better to gentleness than to force, her tone had softened considerably. Although it had been years since she had addressed him in such a manner, perhaps it was due to her newfound sense of normalcy. She could feel Jifeng's indulgence towards her. And perhaps the director had helped her unlock her emotional barriers, leading her to treat Jifeng as merely an elder brother, nothing more, nothing less. Jifeng glanced at her, resigned, and rose to head upstairs to his study. Before ascending the staircase, he turned back to look at her. I will only bring down 1 bottle of red wine for you. You may drink no more than that. His expression was earnest, his demeanor serious. While he indulged her, he also maintained his principles and boundaries.